The peculiar grandfather and grandson. Count Dracula, an Eastern boy, was raised in England. Abandoned as an infant at the entrance of a grand castle, he was kindly taken in by its master. This master, however, was none other than the venerable vampire, Dracula himself, who had survived for centuries and now stood as the supreme leader of the bloodline. Contrary to the terrifying portrayals in films, he appeared as a benevolent elder. The day he discovered the infant was the day after Christmas, and the child, evidently just born, greeted this unfamiliar old man with a smile. It is said that newborns often smile at their kin, perhaps their mother or grandfather, or even the first person they encounter. Yet, this child's smile profoundly touched the heart of the ancient vampire. Accustomed to sycophantic flattery and the unquestioning obedience of those around him, Dracula found the angelic smile of the child a revelation of life's beauty. Dracula mused, thanking Satan for allowing him to experience the joys of life in his twilight years, as the arrival of this little boy brought him solace. The old vampire resolved to raise this child, cherishing his innate innocence and ensuring he retained that angelic smile forever. Thus, Christmas became the boy's birthday. From this day forth, this child shall be my grandson, the grandson of Dracula. Inform the descendants of other realms to attend my grandson's moon celebration next month. Ha ha, Dracula proclaimed, cradling the infant as he addressed his steward. Yes, my lord Count, the steward replied with a respectful bow. Although he serves as a steward, he is also a vampire, the only one in the castle apart from the Duke of Dracula. Rather than merely a butler, one might consider him a descendant of Dracula, or perhaps a son of his bloodline, sole heir to Dracula's lineage, Hussein. Furthermore, Hussein possesses the formidable strength of a marquis among vampires. Your Grace, since you wish for him to be your grandson, would it not be prudent for him to inherit your bloodline? Hussein inquired with a hint of concern. Rest assured, he is my grandson, a continuation of my humanity. I shall not allow him to become a vampire, declared Duke Dracula with unwavering certainty. Very well, I comprehend your wishes, your Grace. The blood meal is prepared today. It consists of purebred horses from Mongolia. Hussein replied with a bow, though a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Hussein harbored a distaste for sustenance derived from animal blood, firmly believing that humans were naturally meant to be the nourishment of his kind. Since the Duke of Dracula welcomed a human grandson into the castle, the ancient vampire found genuine joy in this child, lavishing affection upon him. He sought the finest toys in the world for the little boy, and the innocence of childhood indeed allowed the old vampire to relish the joys of human familial bonds. The elder vampire bestowed upon him the name King, for his pride as a vampire compelled him to envision his grandson as a ruler among humans that on a sunlit day. Young King frolicked in the garden of the ancient castle, while Count Dracula, due to his noble status, walked freely beneath the sun. Observing little King joyfully running about and playing with the servants, disaster struck as he accidentally tumbled down the steps of the fountain in the flower bed, leaving a gas on his leg that oozed crimson. In an instant, the atmosphere around the flower bed seemed to freeze. The servants stood frozen, as if ensnared by an unseen force. Though they were aware that their master was a benevolent vampire who never indulged in the blood of humans, the steward Hussein had strictly forbidden any bloodshed within the cast. Well, the consequences of disobedience were dire. Once, a gardener had inadvertently stumbled into a thorny euphorbia while tending to the grounds, struggling amidst a pool of his own blood. Afterward, Hussein and his guards rescued the unfortunate man, but he was never seen again. Since then, bloodshed within the castle had become a taboo, casting a shadow over all who dwelled there. Unbeknownst to young King, his injury incited deep concern among all in the castle to owe them. He was like a ray of sunshine, piercing through the castle's somber gloom, bringing joy to all. The servants genuinely cherished this delightful boy, and their hearts were heavy with worry for his well-being. At that moment, Count Dracula appeared beside young King in an instant, causing their hearts to race in trepidation. The Count swiftly lifted the sobbing child, revealing his elongated fangs, igniting fear among the servants who believed the ancient lord was unable to suppress his thirst for human blood. While everyone was mourning for little King, he suddenly burst into laughter. In the realm of childhood, the concept of fear is not particularly well defined, and Count Dracula's actions seem to resemble a playful prank intended to amuse a child. In truth, Dracula himself was quite troubled. One evening a month prior, little King had risen to use the restroom and unexpectedly encountered Dracula during his feeding. Upon seeing Dracula's vampiric visage, the Count anticipated that his grandson would be terrified. Attempting to utilize his vampiric prowess to erase the memory from little King's mind, he was instead met with joyous laughter, as the boy believed his grandfather was merely jesting. When the servants observed little King laughing, Count Dracula too felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grandfather, it hurts, little King whimpered in a soft voice. Although the old vampire's grimace had quelled his tears, the pain remained a source of discomfort. With Dracula's assistance, little King managed to stand, though he was still hesitant to put weight on his feet. At that moment, the ancient vampire took an unexpected turn of action. He knelt down, inviting his grandson to climb onto his back for a ride. Little King eagerly mounted Dracula's back, straddling his waist. Mimicking the motion of a carriage, Dracula began to move slowly, creating a whimsical scene. Little King laughed joyfully, his melodious laughter bringing immense delight to the ancient vampire. Dracula allowed Little King to perch upon his neck, and together they raced through the air, their speed increasing until the servants could no longer discern their forms. One moment they appeared at the edge of the garden, the next on the balcony of the castle's second floor. The echoes of their laughter resonated throughout the castle. In the distance, Hussein observed this spectacle, a cold smirk gracing his lips. As Little King grew, he gradually came to understand that his grandfather was a vampire, however. The servants who had cared for him since childhood insisted that his master was a good man. At the tender age of 10, Little King contemplated the notion of becoming a vampire himself. Yet, Dracula cautioned him that such a transformation would forever confine him to the age of 10, preventing him from maturing. The ancient vampire promised Little King that when his time drew near, he could become his descendant. Though he assented to Little King's wish, Dracula was acutely aware that as King matured, he would eventually grasp the truth that the existence of a vampire was not as idyllic as he seemed. Vampires were perpetually tormented by their desires, striving against the abyss that threatened to consume them. The struggle for self-control over one's cravings was a protracted and agonizing endeavor. While Dracula made his promise, he secretly harbored the hope that time would alter Little King's resolution. The burden of eternal life and the insatiable thirst for blood were formidable challenges to endure. Dracula firmly believed that no one would genuinely wish to embrace such a vampiric existence. Little King was merely intrigued by the extraordinary abilities of vampires. After the age of 10, Dracula provided King with comprehensive guidance across various domains, including cultural, historical, economic, financial, and even linguistic aspects in addition to some martial skills that piqued King's interest. King, being exceptionally intelligent, was able to draw parallels and insights from whatever he learned. His prowess in language and literature was nothing short of genius, a testament to Dracula's personal tutelage. The ancient vampire, having lived for centuries, had mastered virtually all languages in existence, making him the most fitting mentor for his grandson. Over the span of 8 years, King assimilated a wealth of knowledge and acquired numerous languages. On the day of his coming-of-age birthday celebration, an event transpired that would alter young King's life forever. Dracula was an Eastern boy, yet he was raised in England. Abandoned as an infant at the entrance of a grand castle, he was kindly taken in by the castle's owner, who happened to be Count Dracula, a vampire who had survived for over a dozen centuries and currently held the highest position among the bloodline. Contrary to the terrifying portrayal in films, he bore the appearance of a benevolent elder. The day he found the child was the day after Christmas, and the infant was evidently just born. Upon encountering this unfamiliar old man, he greeted him with a smile. It is said that newborns often smile at their kin, perhaps their mother or grandfather, or even the first son they behold upon entering the world. Yet the infant's smile profoundly moved the ancient vampire's heart. Accustomed to the flattery of those around him, who treated his words as decrees, the child's angelic smile awakened within Count Dracula an appreciation for the beauty of life. Dracula mused, grateful to Satan for allowing him, in his twilight years, to experience life's splendor through the arrival of this little boy. The old vampire resolved to raise the child, ensuring that he would forever retain that celestial smile. Thus, Christmas became the boy's birthday. From this day forth, this child shall be my grandson, the grandson of Dracula. Inform the heirs of other realms to attend my grandson's moon celebration next month. Ha ha ha, Dracula declared, cradling the child as he spoke to his steward. Very well, my lord, the steward replied with a respectful bow. Though he served as the steward, he was also a vampire indeed, the only other vampire within the castle besides Count Dracula himself. Rather than merely a steward, he could be regarded as Dracula's descendant, the sole heir to Dracula's bloodline Hussein. Moreover, Hussein possessed the prowess of a marquis among vampires. My lord, if you wish for him to be your grandson, should you not consider allowing him to inherit your bloodline? Hussein inquired with a hint of concern. Absolutely not. He is my grandson, a continuation of my humanity. I shall not allow him to become a vampire, Count Dracula replied with unwavering certainty. Very well, I comprehend, your grace. The sanguine feast has been prepared today. It is the purebred horse of Mongolia, Hussein said, bowing deeply, though a flicker of disdain danced in his eyes. Hussein harbored a profound aversion to the consumption of animal blood, firmly believing that humanity was inherently destined to be the sustenance of the vampiric kin. Within the ancient castle, ever since Duke Dracula had acquired a human grandson, the venerable vampire found immense joy and affection for the child. He endeavored to procure the finest toys from around the globe for the little boy. The innocence of childhood indeed bestowed upon the old vampire the bliss of human, familial joy. He named the child King, as the pride of the vampire lineage demanded that his grandson ascend to the status of a ruler among men. On a sunlit day, King frolicked in the castle garden, and due to his noble lineage, Dracula was able to traverse the sunlight freely. Observing little King joyously dashing about the garden, engaging in playful antics with the servants, disaster struck when young King inadvertently stumbled and fell upon steps of the fountain in the flower bed, his leg grazed by a jagged stone, resulting in a wound that bled profusely. In an instant, the atmosphere around the flower bed seemed to solidify. The servants, as if paralyzed by an unseen force, stood still. Although they were aware that their master was a benevolent vampire who refrained from feasting upon human blood, the stern butler Hussein had strictly prohibited any spillage of blood within the castle, warning that the consequences would be dire. Once, a gardener inadvertently stumbled into a patch of euphorbia while tending to the garden. He struggled, bloodied and desperate, until Hussein, accompanied by his guards, rescued the unfortunate man, whisking him away. After that day, the gardener was never seen again, and the incident of bloodshed within the ancient castle became a taboo and a haunting shadow for all of humanity. Little King remained oblivious to the concern his injury had sparked among the castle's inhabitants. He was akin to a ray of sunshine piercing through the gloom of the ancient fortress, bringing joy to everyone around him. The servants genuinely adored this charming boy, and now, their hearts were filled with worry for his well-being. At that moment, Count Dracula suddenly appeared beside Little King, causing the collective hearts of the onlookers to leap into their throats. The Count swiftly lifted the weeping boy, revealing his fanged visage. The servants feared that the aged Count could no longer restrain his thirst for human blood. While everyone mourned for Little King, he unexpectedly burst into laughter. In the innocent realm of childhood, the concept of terror is often vague, and Dracula's actions seem it. But the boy like a playful prank meant to amuse. In truth, Dracula himself was vexed a month prior, on a night when Little King had risen to use the restroom. He happened upon the company, in the midst of a feeding. Expecting to frighten his grandson with his vampiric visage, Dracula instead found Little King laughing, believing his grandfather was merely playing a jest. When the servants beheld Little King smile, the Duke also felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Grandfather, it hurts," Little King said in a soft, childlike voice. Although the old vampire's grimace had ceased his tears, the pain remained an uncomfortable presence. Supported by Dracula, Little King managed to rise, yet he dared not put weight on his legs at that moment. The old vampire did something unexpected. He knelt down, inviting his grandson to climb on his back and ride like a horse. Little King settled upon Dracula's back, straddling his waist. Mimicking the motions of a carriage, Dracula began to move slowly. Little King laughed joyfully, his melodious laughter bringing immense joy to the old vampire. Dracula allowed Little King to perch upon his shoulders, and soon he was racing through the air, their speed increasing until the servants could scarcely keep up. One moment they appeared near the garden, the next they were on the second-floor balcony of the castle. The echoes of their laughter resonated throughout the ancient halls. In the distance, Hussein observed the scene with a sardonic smile playing on his lips. As Little King grew day by day, he began to comprehend that his grandfather was a vampire, yet the servants who had cared for him since childhood insisted that his master was a good man. When Little King turned 10, he pondered the idea of becoming a vampire himself. However, Dracula informed him that if he were to transform, he would never grow older, remaining forever at the age of 10. The old vampire promised Little King that when the time came for him to age and approach death, he would allow him to become his descendant. Although he promised young King, Dracula was acutely aware that as King matured, he would inevitably come to understand that the existence of vampires was not as enchanting as it seemed. Each day, they wrestled with their insatiable desires, striving to maintain their integrity and avoid degradation. The mastery over one's willpower and desires is a protracted and agonizing endeavor. Dracula had consented to King's wishes, yet he secretly hoped that time would alter King's resolution. The dual burdens of eternal life and an unrelenting thirst for blood posed a formidable challenge. Dracula firmly believed that no one would willingly choose to be such a vampire king, was merely captivated by the peculiar abilities that vampires possessed. After turning 10, Dracula undertook a systematic mentorship of King, encompassing cultural, historical, economic, financial, and etiquette lessons, as well as linguistic studies. King exhibited a keen interest in various combat techniques as well. King was remarkably intelligent, capable of drawing connections and insights from whatever he learned. His prowess in language and literature was nothing short of genius. Dracula personally instructed King in these subjects, for the protracted span of his existence had endowed him with a comprehensive command of nearly all languages in the world. No one was more suited to be his grandson's tutor, and over the course of 8 years, King acquired a wealth of knowledge, skills, and several languages. However, on the day of his comingafage ceremony, an event transpired that would irrevocably alter young King's life. Chapter 1. The banquet turmoil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city succumbed to darkness. Gazing at the moon suspended in the sky, King felt a sense of trepidation. Today marked his 18th birthday, a momentous occasion for which Count Dracula had orchestrated an opulent banquet, not only to celebrate his coming of age, but also to announce King as the sole heir to the Dracula estate. The bloodline, one of the longest-lived races in the world, adhered to a strict hierarchy, embodying a sense of pride and nobility. Such nobility, of course, was founded upon a substantial economic foundation. With their extended lifespans, they perceived their wealth merely as a series of exceedingly long digits. As the supreme leader of the bloodline, Count Dracula's enterprises spanned various industries across the globe, with many significant sectors being directly managed by the descendants of the bloodline. Today, Count Dracula summoned his progeny and invited luminaries from both the business and political realms to proclaim King's inheritance of the Dracula fortune. In a capitalist society, wealth begets power. The greater one's riches, the more influential one becomes. Thus, Count Dracula wielded extraordinary influence within certain political regimes. For a newly minted adult, such a banquet proved to be rather tedious. Thus, King found himself retreating to the balcony, where he could admire the moon and reflect on the birthday gift bestowed upon him by his grandfather. The highlight of his day was undoubtedly the unique Ferrari that his grandfather had gifted him, a magnificent vehicle that was exclusively his own. Owning a car had always been a cherished aspiration of King's, and now, at last, that dream had come to fruition. "Thank you, Grandpa. This is precisely what I have longed for," King exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the new car. "Ha, as long as you are happy, my boy." Old Dracula responded, delighted that King appreciated the gift. In Western culture, it is a time-honored tradition to express gratitude when receiving a gift, ensuring the giver feels joy in return. "Grandpa, I want to take it for a test drive," King said, brimming with enthusiasm for his first car. "Oh no. Today you are the protagonist. You must embody the role of the host and let everyone know who you are. That is the essence of today's gathering. Do you understand, King?" Dracula imparted his wisdom earnestly. "All right, I understand, Grandpa. I will wait until everyone leaves before I take it for a spin," King replied with a resigned shrug. Observing King's reluctant expression, old Dracula couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, the guests in the room were either vampires or representatives of the business and political world, discussing topics that held little interest for King. He pondered whether this environment would serve his grandson well in the future, feeling a pang of concern for King's happiness. Just as King decided to grab a bite to pass the time, a melodious laughter echoed from a distance, bright and refreshing to the ears. King turned to see a woman with waist-length silver hair sitting and laughing with friends. Even her profile was enough to make his heart race. What a beautiful girl! King couldn't help but marvel. She is a royal descendant of the Y nation. Her mother was the daughter of Queen Y, and once the most likely candidate to inherit the throne is Princess Elena. This is her young daughter, Ramanda. Although she was once stripped of her right to the throne for marrying a wealthy man out of love, her husband's diligent efforts have now placed their family in a position that rivals the privileges of her former royal status. As King paused to observe Ramanda, Hussein quietly approached from behind him. "Oh, Uncle Hussein, must you always appear so silently behind me?" The young King sighed, truly exasperated. It is said that vampires thrive on stealth, and Hussein is undoubtedly one of the most exemplary, relishing in materializing in the most unexpected places to utter a word. "It is the Duke who instructed me to introduce you to some prominent figures and our descendants, which is why I have followed you," Hussein replied, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "Uncle Hussein, you mentioned she is the granddaughter of the Queen of Y, correct?" "Yes, young master, she is indeed the granddaughter of Queen Isabel. It is said that there are numerous competitors for her affection. If you wish to pursue her, you must put in considerable effort," Hussein jested. Uncle Hussein, I was merely inquiring, just asking," King replied, clearly unable to conceal the blush on his cheeks. "Ha, very well, young master, do not feel embarrassed. Today marks your 18th birthday. In any nation across the globe, you are now considered an adult. The allure of the opposite sex is entirely natural, and there is no need for you to feel shy about it. Although such words are spoken, I truly find myself at a loss on how to interact with young ladies." Uncle Hussein, upon hearing King's words, felt a certain ease that was absent before. Yet he still retained a hint of shyness. "It is remarkably simple. Extend a glass of Lady's cocktail to her, and invite her to partake. Just like that. For you are the star of the evening, and no girl would dare to disregard your gesture." Despite his initial skepticism, King decided to heed Hussein's advice and approached the girl with a martini in hand. Around her, there were indeed many young men, all hailing from esteemed European families, drawn to her undeniable allure. However, Hussein had neglected to mention that the once great Princess Elena was an exceedingly proud individual. Her disposition was such that if she found someone appealing, she would be willing to cultivate a friendship and invest in that bond. Conversely, she would scorn or even tease those she deemed unworthy, a reflection of her capricious and decisive nature. This was evident in her willingness to forsake her throne for love. As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter, and Ramanda has fully inherited her mother's arrogance, amplifying it with her own prejudiced perceptions, embodying a quintessential Austen character. Bolstered by her grandmother's status as Queen Y, she displays an air of indifference not only towards the Queen and her mother but even her own father, embodying the very definition of arrogance and rudeness, which has become her moniker. However, it must be acknowledged that Ramanda possesses exceptionally remarkable genes from a young age. She has been a prodigious talent, having graduated from the Royal Academy of Y Country at the tender age of 17. Her accomplishments have certainly instilled a profound sense of satisfaction within her. Her confidence is further amplified by her angelic visage and devilish figure, making her the focal point of any social gathering, a veritable centerpiece at soirees. As she observed a rather bashful young man approaching her directly, Ramanda couldn't help but smirk disdainfully, thinking to herself that yet another fly was drawn to her light. Unbeknownst to King, the young man, Ramanda's internal musings were far from flattering. He continued towards her with a straightforward determination, his heart fluttering with trepidation at the thought of being disregarded in a crowd or, worse, being unable to partake in the revelry of spirits. Such chaotic thoughts plagued him as he reached Ramanda's side, extending a glass of martini towards her, his eyes gleaming with a hint of hope. Gazing at the bashful and somewhat naive young man before her, Ramanda felt no inclination of fondness. On the contrary, she believed that a boy as innocent as King ought not to be present in such an environment. Amused by the prospect of playing a prank on him to impart a lesson, she boldly declared in Spanish to the young men nearby that whoever could make this Oriental fellow embarrassed would earn her friendship for the day. Aware of King's Eastern heritage, she did not shy away from stating it openly. Upon hearing her proclamation, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with intrigue. After waiting for an entire evening, this enticing opportunity had finally presented itself, and they began to devise plans on how to tease the seemingly naive young lad. King stood beside Ramanda, yet having grown up in the company of Dracula, he was baffled by his inability to comprehend Spanish. As he pondered the source of the hostility emanating from this girl he had just met, a boy nearby feigned the demeanor of someone about to vomit. Bending forward and charging towards King, his intention was to collide with King, causing him to stumble and embarrass himself. However, King, quick-witted and adept in martial arts from a young age, deftly sidestepped the impending impact. The boy's dissatisfaction was palpable, for his failure to make contact rendered him foolish in appearance. At that moment, another individual sought to exploit King's moment of evasion to trip him, aiming to add to his humiliation. Unaware of such a treacherous tactic, King tragically fell backwards. Remarkably, he managed to keep his wine glass steady, but the inertia of the liquid resulted in wine splattering onto Ramanda. Ramanda was furious beyond measure. Having been pampered and sheltered since childhood, she had never experienced the indignity of being doused in wine, especially by a young man of Eastern descent. Initially intending to playfully tease this seemingly innocent youth, she wished to impart the lesson that not everyone could freely engage in casual greetings. Little did she anticipate that she would become entangled in the situation herself. The thought of it ignited her rage. Are you blind? If you've fallen, why is the glass facing outward? Were you deliberately aiming to splash wine on someone? Ramanda erupted in anger. King was evidently taken aback, unable to anticipate such an occurrence. He initially sought to explain, yet the words eluded him. How could he divulge that he had been tripped by someone who seemed to have done so intentionally? Who would believe him? Thus, King opted for silence, casting a forlorn glance at Ramanda. Naturally, Ramanda's heart would not soften at King's gaze. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how this insufferable fellow had embarrassed her, and she was resolute in her intention to make him suffer in return. However, she had never contemplated that it was she who had instigated the misfortune that befell him. Just as Ramanda pondered the means by which to wreak havoc upon this audacious lad, the crowd parted, revealing an individual emerging from its midst. With silver hair and clad in the quintessential attire of a European royal prince, he exuded an air of nobility. The newcomer spoke gently. What troubles you, my dear sister? Who has caused you distress? It was none other than Prince Raphael, the grandson of Empress Y. Brother, you have arrived just in time. This insufferable wretch has spilled wine on my favorite gown, Ramanda exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at King. Raphael's gaze fell upon King, and it was evident that the young prince had no recollection of their acquaintance. Judging by the scene before him, It appeared that this youth had merely wished to invite his sister for a drink in the spirit of friendship. With a bemused smile, Prince Raphael considered the audacity of a newcomer daring to pursue his sister's affections. It was indeed a folly. Upon gaining clarity, he remarked, "Ah, I see you are of Eastern descent." To which King, perplexed, retorted, "I am not of the East. I am a resident of this ancient castle." Growing up in a castle is truly a farcical notion, especially within the walls of Dracula's fortress. Surely, it is not a place for one such as you, an Easterner. Yet, I have indeed spent my formative years here, and my name is King Dracula. Sensing disbelief from this individual, King endeavored to elucidate further, though it was evidently to no avail. "Ah, merely a child, let us not be too harsh." A brief reprimand of 5 minutes should suffice to remind this king that not all words can be spoken without consequence. With a snap of his fingers, several men clad in dark suits approached, clearly the royal bodyguards tasked with ensuring the prince's safety. The imposing figures nodded briefly before advancing toward King, clearly indicating that the festive atmosphere was not the appropriate setting for a lesson in humility. Two were poised to lift his legs while the others prepared to secure his arms, their training evident in their synchronized movements, as if accustomed to such duties. King felt a surge of anger. Being scorned by the girl he admired had already wounded him deeply. While there were underlying circumstances, he indeed bore responsibility for her hurt. It was one thing for her brother to mock him without seeking clarity, but to incite his subordinates to chastise him was intolerable. In a moment of resolve, King pressed the alarm hidden within his pocket, an alert specific to Dracula's castle, typically reserved for perilous situations. This marked the first instance he had activated it. The device held a direct influence over the vampire kin. Legend has it that vampires are the incarnations of bats, creatures that navigate through echolocation. And this alarm was ingeniously crafted based on that very principle. The once vibrant hall suddenly felt as though an invisible bomb had detonated. Old Gates, who was engaged in discussions about investments with the members of the Blood Clan, suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, the Blood Clan members had ceased their conversations and were now gazing intently in a particular direction. A palpable chill began to emanate from him. This phenomenon was not confined to the Blood Clan members surrounding Old Gates. Others in the vicinity exhibited similar changes. The once lively atmosphere of the hall grew eerily silent, intensified by the setting of the ancient castle at midnight. Suddenly, the doors on the second floor swung open, and with their opening came a distinct drop in temperature. The Blood Clan members simultaneously knelt in reverence towards that direction. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that the infamous Count Dracula had emerged. This unexpected shift in the hall's atmosphere rendered the bodyguards, who had initially prepared to seize King, hesitant to make any movements. This gathering was never meant to be within their purview, as due to security concerns for the royal family, a few individuals had to be discreetly integrated to safeguard Prince Raphael, thereby granting him the privilege to assert his presence at any banquet. The tasks assigned to them by His Highness primarily revolved around trampling on others. Those who were trampled fell into two categories: those who, lacking foresight, dared to offend him directly, and those who stirred trouble, compelling him to restore order. Today evidently belonged to the latter category. Although Ramanda had grown up outside the palace, she was nonetheless a descendant of the queen. Even His Highness acknowledged her as a sister. Thus, our royal bodyguards were obligated to uphold the dignity of the royal family. However, under the current circumstances at the banquet, taking action seemed temporarily unfeasible, just as everyone was bewildered by the unfolding events. Several descendants of the bloodline suddenly materialized beside King. They appeared out of thin air, assisting him with an air of urgency. The royal bodyguards exchanged glances, clearly perplexed by the mysterious arrival of these individuals, whose attire unmistakably identified them as the event's security personnel. As the captain of the bodyguards pondered how to defuse the situation, Ramanda, a girl who believed that in such a vast world, everyone ought to show her grandmother a modicum of respect, naively exclaimed, "Steve, what are you waiting for? This is a matter of our royal dignity. Is this how you, royal bodyguards, uphold that dignity?" Steve, the captain of the guards, found himself utterly exasperated by the foolishness of this girl named Ramanda. How could she be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Did she truly believe they had control over the unfolding events? Steve understood the essence of her words, for it encapsulated the very purpose of their existence as royal bodyguards. Reluctantly, he commanded, "Brothers, let's move." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of individuals emerged behind King, not from thin air, but from the crowd, clearly aligning themselves with the young Eastern gentleman. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be notable figures attending the banquet. Just as Steve hesitated, contemplating whether they had indeed stepped into treacherous waters, Prince Raphael suddenly remarked, "Baron Klaus, I see you have also arrived." Upon hearing the voice, a man emerged from behind King, sneering, "Isn't this Prince Raphael? Naturally, I had to come. This is a grand occasion for my clan." "What, Prince? Are you once again leading your sister into trouble?" His tone was far from amiable, yet Raphael dared not retort. For he was acutely aware of Klaus's true identity, not merely a baron bestowed by the English queen, but a vampire baron, a being of the supernatural realm. "Ha, Baron, you jest," Raphael replied awkwardly. "I merely stepped forward to speak a word of justice upon witnessing my sister being bullied. After all, one cannot cause a disturbance at a noble gathering." The embarrassment weighed heavily upon him, as being addressed thus in a social setting while holding the title of prince was indeed a source of shame. "Oh, how rare it is for your sister to be bullied." Klaus continued to withhold respect for the prince. Faced with Klaus's biting sarcasm, Raphael's face flushed with a mix of crimson and violet, yet he dared not display a hint of disrespect, for he understood that he was in the presence of a vampire baron and was well aware of what that entailed. Just as Raphael remained awkwardly at a loss for words, Klaus executed a gesture that left him utterly perplexed. Klaus bowed, an action that from a vampire baron could be expected towards a marquis or even the illustrious Count Dracula himself. Yet it was directed towards the young Eastern gentleman from moments prior, which bewildered Raphael immensely. Why should an Eastern figure command such deference from the haughty bloodline? As Raphael pondered this, Klaus uttered a statement that left him utterly astounded. "Dear young master, I wonder if you have sustained any injuries," Klaus said with utmost reverence. "What?" Raphael exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the vampire baron's deference towards an Eastern youth. Moreover, who was this young master? Raphael's mind was flooded with questions regarding the identity of this Eastern lad. "Stephen, what are you waiting for? Quickly subdue that insufferable Eastern boy." It was evident that while the girl excelled academically, she was almost blind to the nuances of social interactions. Princess Ramanda was determined not to let King slip away. "Silence," Raphael retorted loudly. "Raphael, how can a prince such as yourself show such fear towards a baron? How will you ever become a ruler?" Ramanda expressed her disappointment, even omitting the term brother. "I apologize, Baron Klaus. My sister has not grown up in the palace and is unfamiliar with your standing, which has led to this unfortunate scene. I sincerely apologize on her behalf," Raphael said, bowing deeply. "Since Prince Raphael has expressed himself so thoroughly, you may take your leave with your sister," Klaus remarked, showing no sign of respect. The proud bloodline would never yield to any other race. "Yes, Baron Klaus. I shall escort my sister away at once." With that, Raphael disregarded Ramanda's protests and forcibly led her away. As Raphael departed, the guests returned to their revelries. Yet some found themselves casting furtive glances towards King. Just as King was about to navigate through the crowd in search of a seat, a hand suddenly landed upon his shoulder. "My boy, those fellows didn't harm you, did they?" Startled by the abrupt gesture, King soon felt at ease upon recognizing the voice. It was his grandfather. "I am unscathed, grandfather. You need not worry." "Very well. It is now time to announce your status as my heir. Follow me." "All right, grandfather." King understood there was no evading this moment, despite his aversion to such public displays. He recognized that his grandfather's intentions were rooted in care for him. "Raphael, have you lost your mind? Why are you dragging me into this? Do you no longer wish to be the first king?" Lamanda shouted, on the verge of fury. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend who orchestrated today's banquet? Do you realize what it means to offend them? I must at least live to claim the throne. Who organized it? And what of it? With my grandmother present, surely they will afford us some respect." To this day, Lamanda remained oblivious to the gravity of her offense. Raphael, equally troubled, chose not to elaborate for this foolish girl. He reminisced about his encounters with Klaus in the palace, where he was at least afforded a modicum of respect, in stark contrast to today's blatant verbal assault. This thought ignited Raphael's ire. "Are you merely a bloodline baron, daring to threaten me, a prince? We shall have ample time ahead. Wait a moment. There's a car. What a magnificent vehicle. Beautiful things inherently possess an allure for women. What are you staring at? Hurry and leave. I do not wish to linger here for even a minute." Raphael had not finished his words, yet they remained unspoken. He was captivated by King's one-of-a-kind Ferrari, an object of desire for men. Mesmerized, he found himself inexplicably drawn toward the vehicle, yearning to sit inside and experience it. The Ferrari stood unattended, its door easily yielding to his touch. As Raphael peered into the interior, his pupils dilated in astonishment. "So it is you," he chuckled softly. Outside the car, Raphael snapped a picture of the interior, a cold smile gracing his lips. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city succumbed to darkness. Gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky, King felt a twinge of anxiety. Today marked his 18th birthday, and Count Dracula had orchestrated a grand celebration, timely hosting a coming-of-age ceremony to announce King as the sole heir of the Dracula consortium. The vampire clan, one of the longest-living races in existence, is marked by a rigid hierarchy and a sense of superiority, proudly identifying themselves as nobility. This nobility, of course, is underpinned by a substantial economic foundation. With their prolonged lifespans, they perceive their wealth as merely a representation of lengthy numerical sequences. As the supreme leader of the vampire clan, Count Dracula's enterprises span various industries worldwide, with many significant sectors directly managed by the descendants of the bloodline. Today, Count Dracula summoned his heirs and invited distinguished figures from both the business and political realms to formally declare King as the heir to the Dracula consortium. In a capitalist society, wealth equates to power. The greater one's fortune, the more significant their voice. Thus, Count Dracula wields an extraordinary influence within certain political realms. However, such lavish gatherings can be quite tedious for a newly minted adult. In a moment of ennui, King retreats to the balcony, gazing at the moon while reminiscing about the birthday gift bestowed upon him by his grandfather. The source of King's delight lies in the singular Ferrari, a car unlike any other in the world, gifted to him. This marks his first vehicle, entirely his own, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. "Thank you, grandfather. This is precisely what I have always yearned for," King exclaimed, excitement radiating as he admired his new automobile. "Ha, as long as you are happy, my boy," Dracula replied, pleased that King appreciated the gift. In the Western tradition, it is customary to express gratitude for gifts in the presence of the giver, ensuring their joy in the exchange. "Grandfather, I'm going to take it for a spin," King declared, eager to experience his first drive. "Oh no. Today you are the host. You must embody the role of a gracious proprietor. It is essential for everyone to recognize you today. That is what matters." Dracula imparted with earnestness. "All right, I understand, grandfather. I shall wait until everyone has departed before I take the car out," King replied, shrugging in resignation. Observing King's helpless demeanor, Count Dracula couldn't help but smile wryly. After all, the attendees within this room were either vampires or representatives of commerce and politics, discussing topics that held no interest for King. It left one wondering if it was truly beneficial for the boy to navigate such environments in the future. The Duke found himself burdened with concerns about his grandson's happiness and joy in the days to come. Just as King resolved to indulge in some refreshments to pass the time, a melodious laughter resonated from a distance, its sound crisp yet gentle, evoking a refreshing sensation. King turned towards the source and beheld a woman with cascading silver hair, seated with friends, her profile alone igniting a flutter in his heart. "What a stunning young lady," he mused. She was a scion of the royal lineage of Country Y, the daughter of Empress Y, and once the most likely heir to the throne, Princess Elena. Though she had forfeited her claim to royalty by marrying a wealthy man for love, her husband's diligent efforts had elevated their circumstances to a status rivaling that of her former princely life. As King stood captivated by Ramanda, Hussein quietly approached from behind. "Oh, Uncle Hussein, could you refrain from appearing so silently behind me?" Young King sighed, truly at a loss. It was often said that vampires possessed a penchant for stealth, and Hussein was undoubtedly the most exemplary of this trait, relishing in making his presence known in the most unexpected of moments. "It was the Duke who instructed me to introduce you to some prominent figures, as well as our descendants, which is why I am following you," Hussein said with a smile, showing no sign of discontent. "Uncle Hussein, did you just say she is the granddaughter of the Queen of Y?" "Indeed, young master. She is the granddaughter of Queen Isabel, and I must say, there seems to be a fierce competition for her affections. If you wish to pursue her, you will need to put in some effort," Hussein teased lightheartedly. "Well, Uncle Hussein, I was merely inquiring, just asking," King replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Haha. Come now, young master, there is no need to feel shy. Today marks your 18th birthday. In any country around the globe, you are considered an adult. Attraction to the opposite sex is the most natural thing, and there is no reason for you to feel awkward about it." Though he understood the sentiment, King remained uncertain about how to interact with girls. "It's quite simple," Hussein assured him. Just take a lady's cocktail and offer her a drink. It's as straightforward as that. After all, you are the guest of honor at this soiree. No girl would dare to disregard your invitation. Despite his lingering skepticism, King decided to heed Hussein's advice and approached a young lady with a martini in hand. Surrounding her were numerous young people, all hailing from esteemed European families, which only served to underscore the fact that she was indeed captivating. However, Hussein did not mention that the former Grand Princess Elena was an exceedingly arrogant individual. Her temperament was such that if she took a liking to someone, she would eagerly cultivate a friendship and be willing to invest in that relationship. Conversely, if she disdained someone, she would either look down upon them or playfully torment them until they withdrew, embodying a capricious and resolute nature. This was evident in her willingness to forsake her throne for the sake of love. As the saying goes, like mother, like daughter, Ramanda has wholly inherited her mother's haughtiness, further augmented by her own cognitive biases, making her a quintessential representation of Austen's work. Relying on her grandmother being Queen Y, she displayed indifference not only towards her mother but even towards her own father, embodying arrogance and rudeness as her aliases. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Ramanda possessed remarkable genes. She was a prodigious talent, having graduated from the Royal Academy of Y at the tender age of 17. This achievement greatly satisfied her ambitions and, coupled with her angelic visage and devilish figure, rendered her the focal point of any social gathering, captivating the attention of youths at every soiree. Observing a rather bashful young man approaching her, Ramanda inwardly scoffed, thinking to herself, "Another fly has come to bother me." King was unaware of Ramanda's inner thoughts as he approached her with unwavering determination, his heart fluttering with apprehension. What if she was surrounded by others and ignored him? What if she couldn't drink? Such scenarios filled him with a sense of discomfort. With these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he reached Ramanda's side, presenting her with a martini, his gaze tinged with a hint of anticipation. Observing this shy and somewhat endearing young man from the East, Ramanda felt no affinity for him. On the contrary, she believed that a boy as innocent as King had no place in such a setting. Amused by the opportunity to play a prank and teach him a lesson, she turned to the young men nearby and declared in Spanish that whoever could make the Eastern boy embarrass himself would earn her friendship for the day. Ramanda was well aware of King's origins and did not hesitate to voice it aloud. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. After waiting all evening, this alluring little challenge had finally been issued, and each person began to concoct ways to toy with this seemingly naive young man. King stood beside Ramanda. But having grown up in Dracula's company, he was far from oblivious to the Spanish language. As King pondered the reasons behind the hostility of this girl he had just met, a boy nearby suddenly feigned drunkenness, leaning over as if about to vomit and charging towards King. His intention was to knock King down, thereby embarrassing him. However, as he accelerated towards King, the latter's reflexes proved remarkable. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, King effortlessly pivoted to evade the impending collision. The boy, clearly displeased by King's ability to dodge, appeared foolish in his failure. At that moment, another individual sought to capitalize on King's evasive maneuver by attempting to trip him, aiming to further humiliate him. Unbeknownst to King, he was about to encounter such a despicable act. Tragically, he fell backward, yet remarkably managed to keep his wine glass steady. What he did not anticipate was that the inertia of the liquid caused it to splash onto Ramanda. Ramanda was furious, infuriated, in fact, having been pampered since childhood. She had never before been doused in wine, especially not by some young Eastern lad. Initially intending to tease this seemingly naive young man, hoping to teach him that not everyone could be so familiar, she was instead caught in the fallout of her own scheme. The mere thought of it made Ramanda seethe with rage. "You fool! Are you blind? If you're going to fall, why would you point the glass outward? Were you intent on splashing wine on someone?" Ramanda erupted. King was evidently taken aback, utterly unprepared for the unfolding events. He initially intended to offer an explanation, yet the words eluded him. How could he confess that he had been tricked by someone who seemed to have acted with intent? Who would believe such a tale? Choosing silence, he cast a look of indignation towards Lamanda. Yet, Lamanda remained unmoved by King's gaze, consumed instead by thoughts of vengeance, determined to make him pay for the humiliation he had caused her, all the while neglecting the fact that she was the one who had incited the trouble in the first place. As Lamanda pondered how best to retaliate against this audacious young man, the crowd parted to reveal an individual emerging from its midst. With silver hair and clad in the quintessential attire of a European royal, it was clear he hailed from a distinguished lineage. He approached with a gentle demeanor, inquiring, What troubles you, my dear sister? Who has caused you distress? The newcomer was none other than Prince Raphael, grandson of Empress Y. Brother, you have arrived just in time. This insufferable wretch has ruined my favorite gown with wine. Lamanda seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at King. Raphael surveyed the scene, noting King S' apparent lack of recognition regarding himself. It seemed the young lad had merely sought to offer Lamanda a drink in a gesture of friendship. Amused by the audacity of this newcomer daring to court his sister as favor, Raphael chuckled softly. Clarifying his understanding, he remarked, "Ah, you are from the East." To which King retorted, "I am not from the East. I am of this castle." King, bewildered, failed to grasp the reason behind their perception of him as an outsider. Growing up in a castle is indeed a farcical notion, especially in the context of Dracula's fortress, a place where one of Eastern descent should not dare to linger. I, however, am a product of this very castle. My name is King Dracula. Sensing disbelief from the individual before him, King endeavored to clarify his statement. Yet it was evidently to no avail. How amusing, merely a child. Let us not be too harsh. A brief reprimand of 5 minutes should suffice to impart a lesson to this king. Words are not to be spoken frivolously. With a snap of his fingers, several men clad in black suits approached, unmistakably the royal bodyguards tasked with ensuring the prince's safety. The imposing figures nodded curtly before advancing toward King, clearly aware that the festive atmosphere was ill-suited for admonishment. 2 of them lifted his legs while the others supported his arms, exhibiting a level of training indicative of frequent practice in such matters. King felt a surge of anger. The earlier disparagement from the girl he admired had already wounded him deeply. Despite the underlying circumstances, he recognized that he had indeed caused her pain. Furthermore, her brother's scornful mockery, devoid of context, was intolerable, especially his incitement of his subordinates to discipline King. In a moment of resolve, King pressed the alarm device nestled in his pocket, the castle's warning system, typically reserved for perilous situations. This marked the first occasion he had activated it, and its effects were particularly potent against the bloodline. Legends suggest that vampires originated from bat transformations, with bats utilizing ultrasonic waves for navigation. Thus, this alarm was ingeniously crafted upon that very principle. The once lively hall suddenly seemed to be struck by an invisible bomb. Oldgates, who was engaged in discussions about investments with the members of the vampire clan, abruptly realized that, at some point, their attention had shifted elsewhere, and a chilling aura began to emanate from him. This peculiar change was not confined to the vampires near Oldgates. Others in the vicinity experienced similar transformations. The festive ambience of the hall faded into an eerie silence as the voices dissipated, merging seamlessly with the midnight atmosphere of the ancient castle. Suddenly, the grand door on the second floor swung open, bringing with it a palpable drop in temperature. The vampire members simultaneously knelt in that direction. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that the formidable Count Dracula had made his entrance. The abrupt shift in the hall's atmosphere rendered the guards, who were initially prepared to apprehend the king, hesitant to move. This gathering was never meant for their kind, and due to concerns for the royal family's safety, a few individuals had been discreetly arranged to blend in and protect Prince Raphael. This allowed the prince to navigate any soiree with an air of superiority. The tasks assigned to the guards were primarily to trample upon those who crossed paths with him, categorized into 2 distinct types, the first being those who foolishly offended him, and the second being those who provoked his sister, prompting him to restore order. Clearly, today fell into the latter category. Although Ramanda had been raised outside the royal confines, she was still a descendant of the queen, and even Prince Raphael acknowledged her as his sister. Thus, it became the duty of the royal guards to uphold the dignity of the monarchy. However, the current situation at the banquet rendered any decisive action impossible. As everyone pondered the unfolding events, several descendants of the bloodline suddenly materialized beside King, appearing as if from thin air. They assisted him, and the royal bodyguards exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by the inexplicable emergence of these individuals, whose attire mirrored that of the event's security personnel. While the captain of the bodyguards contemplated how to quell the ensuing turmoil, Ramanda, a girl who believed that the vastness of the world demanded respect for her grandmother, naively exclaimed, "Steve, what are you waiting for? This is a matter of our royal dignity. Is this how you, the royal bodyguards, uphold that dignity?" Steve, the name of the captain, found himself utterly exasperated by Ramanda's foolishness. Her lack of situational awareness was infuriating. Did she not realize the gravity of the situation? Steve understood the essence of her words. for they encapsulated the very purpose of the royal bodyguard's existence. Reluctantly, he commanded, "Brothers, forward." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of individuals emerged behind King, not materializing out of thin air, but stepping forth from the crowd. Their positioning indicating an alliance with the young Eastern gentleman. Judging by their attire, these individuals were likely esteemed guests of the banquet. Just as Steve hesitated, contemplating whether they had truly reached a critical juncture, Prince Raphael suddenly remarked, "Baron Klaus, I see you have arrived." Upon hearing the sound, a man emerged behind King, sneering, "Isn't this Prince Raphael?" "Of course, I had to come. This is a grand occasion for my clan. Pray tell, Your Highness, are you leading your sister into trouble once more?" His tone was decidedly unpleasant, yet Raphael dared not retort. For he was acutely aware of Klaus's true identity, not merely a baron bestowed by the English queen, but a vampire baron, a creature of the supernatural. "Oh, Baron, you jest?" Raphael replied, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. "I merely stood up to speak a word of justice after witnessing my sister being bullied. It would be quite inappropriate to cause a scene at a noble gathering, would it not?" The prince felt a profound embarrassment, for it was shameful to be publicly chastised in such a social setting, and he could not muster the courage to respond. "Oh, it is indeed rare to hear of your sister being bullied." Klaus continued to show no regard for Raphael's princely status. Faced with Klaus's biting sarcasm, Raphael's face flushed with a mix of crimson and violet, yet he dared not display any disrespect, for he understood that he stood before a noble of the bloodline, fully aware of what that entailed. Just as Raphael remained in a state of uncomfortable silence, Klaus performed an action that left him utterly bewildered. Klaus bowed, an act of deference from a vampire baron, which could be expected towards a marquis or even the illustrious Count Dracula himself. Yet, he was bowing before that young Oriental gentleman from moments ago, leaving Raphael utterly perplexed. What warranted such a proud creature of the bloodline to lower himself before an Eastern individual? As Raphael pondered this incongruity, Klaus uttered a statement that left him utterly astonished. "Dear young master, I wonder if you have suffered any injuries," Klaus said with utmost reverence. "What?" Raphael exclaimed in astonishment, incredulous that the vampire baron would show such deference to an Eastern lad. Who is this young master? That Eastern boy? Countless questions flashed through Raphael's mind. "Stephen, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take down that wretched Eastern boy." It was evident that this young girl excelled academically, yet in matters of social grace. Princess Ramanda exhibited a near-blindness. She was clearly unwilling to let King escape unscathed. "Silence," Raphael retorted loudly. "Raphael, it is rather disappointing that a prince of your stature should exhibit such trepidation towards a baron. How can you ever aspire to kingship?" Ramanda expressed her disappointment, even omitting the title of brother. "I apologize, Baron Klaus. My sister, having not grown up in the palace, is unfamiliar with you, and this unfortunate scene has transpired as a result. I sincerely apologize on her behalf," Raphael said, bowing deeply. "Since Prince Raphael has spoken so, please take your leave with your sister," Klaus remarked, still offering no semblance of respect. The haughty bloodline would extend no courtesies to any other race. "Yes, Baron Klaus, I shall escort my sister away at once." With that, Raphael disregarded Ramanda's protests and forcibly took her away. As Raphael departed, the gathering resumed its revelries. Yet several individuals found themselves glancing towards King. Just as he attempted to navigate through the throng in search of a seat, a hand unexpectedly landed upon his shoulder. "My boy, did those ruffians harm you?" The sudden touch startled King, but the familiar voice instantly eased his concerns. It was his grandfather. "I am unharmed, grandfather. You need not worry." "Very well, it is time for me to announce your status as my successor. Follow me." "All right, grandfather." King realized there was no escaping this. Though he preferred to shy away from the spotlight, he understood that his grandfather's intentions were rooted in care for him. "Raphael, have you lost your mind? Why are you dragging me into this? Do you not wish to become the first king?" Lamanda shouted, on the brink of fury. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend who organized today's banquet? Do you grasp the implications of offending them? I need to survive to claim the throne. Who organized it? What of it? With grandmother present, surely they will grant us some respect." Even now, Lamanda remained oblivious to the gravity of her offense. Raphael, equally perturbed, refrained from elaborating for this foolish girl. He recalled past encounters with Klaus, who at least had shown him a modicum of respect, unlike the scathing remarks he faced today. Fueled by indignation, Raphael remarked, "You are merely a baron of the bloodline. How dare you threaten me, a prince? We shall see what the future holds. Wait a moment. Look at that car. What a splendid vehicle. Beautiful things possess an innate allure for women. What are you staring at? Hurry and leave. I have no desire to linger here for even a moment. Raphael could not finish his words, for he had caught sight of King S' one-of-a-kind Ferrari. A man cannot help but feel affection for such a magnificent car. He found himself inexplicably drawn to it, approaching with the intention of sitting inside to experience it for himself. The Ferrari stood unattended, and its door was easily opened. As Raphael peered inside, his pupils widened in astonishment. So it is you, he chuckled softly. Outside the car, Raphael observed the interior, snapping photos with a cool demeanor. Chapter 2. The majesty of Dracula. As King ascended to the main stage alongside Dracula on the second floor, the crowd understood that the main event was about to commence. Thank you, dear friends, for taking the time to grace my humble abode. It is my utmost honor, Dracula began. This banquet is entirely in celebration of my grandson, King. Come forth and greet everyone. Hello, everyone. I am King, he introduced himself. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my grandfather, Duke Dracula, for hosting this birthday celebration. Secondly, I appreciate all of you for attending my birthday banquet. Lastly, I wish for everyone to gain something from this gathering and to enjoy yourselves. King offered a slight bow, and the applause erupted from the audience. For who would dare to slight the Duke? Yet, curiosity lingered among the guests. While it was known that vampires could have descendants, the notion of a vampire having an heir was indeed unprecedented. Nevertheless, since the Duke acknowledged him as his grandson, any doubts the guests harbored would remain unvoiced. Count Dracula raised his hands, officially declaring that today marks the 18th birthday of young Sunday. Henceforth, he shall stand as a man of the Dracula family, capable of shouldering responsibilities. I have decided that he shall be the sole heir to the Dracula consortium. As his words resonated throughout the hall, a murmur of conversation erupted among the attendees. What does this old man mean by letting a mere child oversee the consortium? Someone questioned. Indeed. While we may now operate independently, we still remain a part of the Dracula consortium. Shall we then be commanded by a mere youngster? Another voice chimed in. Please, refrain from your clamor. The Duke's decision undoubtedly possesses its rationale. Mr. Gates interjected, his brow furrowed. Gates, a figure of considerable repute among merchants, silenced the crowd with his words. Furthermore, who has lived longer than Dracula? His considerations must be sound. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore your attention. In the forthcoming years, I will require your unwavering support to nurture my grandson, molding him into a true titan of commerce. Count Dracula articulated the purpose of the gathering. It was not merely to announce the heir, but to enlist everyone's aid in his development. Your Grace, if I may speak candidly, the young master has only just turned 18. Is this not rather premature? Moreover, he has not undergone any formal training in relevant fields. What we can impart is merely a fraction of our experiences. While experience is indeed significant, it cannot solely serve as the foundation for the young master's future ventures in the business arena. Mr. Gates argued with reasoned conviction. Oh, Gates, the last time I saw you, you were still a youthful spirit, brimming with ambition to carve out your path. You chose to leave university to delve deeply into the study of computers. Now, as the wealthiest individual on the planet, your insight is undoubtedly profound. According to your wisdom, should I perhaps send him to the campus to enrich his knowledge? Speak freely. I hold great trust in your judgment. Dracula, reflecting upon Gates' words, found a semblance of truth therein. While many impart their experiences, the nuanced knowledge required for in-depth analysis can solely be gleaned from academic environments. My lord, if I am not mistaken, some of the finest universities in the world reside in a land of freedom, unencumbered by constraints that might bind the young master. Additionally, as I understand, the Duke has enterprises there that could easily facilitate the young master's daily needs. If you believe it to be wise, then so it shall be. Though I have lived for many years, I confess, my understanding of contemporary society pales in comparison to that of you, the self-made billionaire. Dracula could not help but marvel at the rapidity of change in the world. You are too gracious, my lord. I shall certainly heed your advice and ensure the young master receives the finest education and business acumen. Gates bowed respectfully. Very well. I entrust you with the responsibility of cultivating my heir. Do not let this old man down. Dracula returned a knowing glance towards Gates. At that moment, Gates felt a chilling shiver run down his spine, a clear warning from the Duke. Rest assured, my lord, I will dedicate myself to nurturing an exceptional successor. Gates replied with utmost respect. Very well, I place my trust in you, Gates. The old man would not engage you in such endeavors without reason. I pledge to you that should you ever find yourself in ill health, I shall bestow upon you a drop of my blood." As these words echoed through the hall, all eyes turned enviously toward Gates, for this individual had seemingly gained an additional 50 years of life. The bloodline of vampires is a remarkable one, for their blood possesses extraordinary properties. For instance, a single drop of a vampire's blood can heal a mortal's injuries entirely, granting them a robust existence for an additional decade or even several decades, the exact duration being contingent upon the abilities of the bloodline's owner. For example, the blood of Count Dracula could extend the life of a frail elder by at least 50 years. Conversely, should a person harbor vampire blood within them, yet still meet their demise, presuming they remain whole, they would undergo a transformation, becoming a vampire themselves. While the assembly rejoiced over the reward bestowed upon Gates by Count Dracula, an incongruous voice suddenly disrupted the atmosphere. "I have heard that Count Dracula of the vampire lineage possesses a benevolent heart. Today's encounter indeed confirms this, as he has pledged to grant blood for the sake of mere humanity. You are the first in the annals of vampire history to do so." The words were laced with barbs and a hint of mockery. "Who dares to speak so disrespectfully?" Hussein intoned coldly. "You must be Hussein, the descendant of the Count," exuding an extraordinary aura. At that moment, from the shadows emerged an individual clad in a high-collared black cloak, embodying the quintessential attire of a vampire from cinematic lore. "Who are you?" "I do not recall ever making your acquaintance," Hussein inquired. Hussein regarded the figure with a degree of wariness. The fact that this individual had emerged from the shadows without anyone's notice attested to his remarkable stealth abilities. Here, apart from the Duke, it seemed even he would not stand a chance. "There is no need for such tension. Relax, my friend. Excessive anxiety may lead to a stroke," the man in the black cloak remarked, his words lacking substance. At that moment, the Duke of Dracula unexpectedly interjected, "Is he well?" This utterance left everyone perplexed, for it implied an acquaintance with the man's master, who was evidently a vampire. The notion that this individual possessed his own master suggested the existence of other dukes in the world, aside from the Duke himself, prompting a myriad of thoughts among the onlookers. "Rest assured, my lord, all is well with my master." The man in the black cloak acknowledged that Dracula had discerned his origins. "Please inform him that I shall seek an audience with him at a suitable time. The grievances of the past must be resolved." As Dracula spoke, a tremor coursed through his body, clearly indicating his mounting fury. King could not help but ponder the situation. What deep-seated enmity existed between his grandfather and this man's master, a matter he had never previously been privy to. "My lord, your master has prepared a gift for you, which I am to present. I implore you, do not refuse it." With that, the man in the black cloak produced a wooden box and bowed as he extended it. Dracula reached out, and the box flew into his grasp as if drawn by an unseen force. "Grandfather, be cautious." King observed the enigmatic object and could not help but voice a warning to his grandfather. "Fear not, King," Dracula replied confidently. "There are indeed things in this world capable of ending my existence, but none reside within this box." Having lived for such an extensive period, Dracula had encountered countless adversities. How could a mere wooden box instill fear in him? Upon opening the box, however, his expression shifted dramatically, akin to a clear sky suddenly beset by a tempest. King, intrigued by his grandfather's sudden change in demeanor, leaned closer to glimpse inside the box. Inside lay two exquisitely arranged teeth, reminiscent of wolf fangs, yet smaller in size. The tips of these teeth bore tiny holes, suggesting a hollow structure. Dracula trembled as he held the box, eliciting curiosity among those gathered below. What could possibly elicit such a reaction from the esteemed Count? In that moment of intrigue, Dracula's quivering voice instructed, "Leave him." Instantly, the Blood Clan in the room launched an assault on the man in the black cloak. Remarkably, he stood his ground amidst the onslaught, even managing to injure several barons. After exchanging a few blows with Hussein, he swiftly retreated to the doorway, proclaiming, "Count Dracula, I have delivered the items as requested. My master has further matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. There is no need for farewells." While such words might be acceptable under different circumstances, they bore an unmistakable hint of provocation, particularly after having just thwarted the Countess' might. Suddenly, a bold voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of thunder in the ears of all present. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the cloaked man, a hand descended, and with a flash of crimson light, the cloaked figure fell silently, lifeless, his head severed from his body. Until his last breath, the cloaked man remained oblivious to how Dracula had struck. He only heard a roar before finding himself hurled away, his body spinning while his essence remained rooted in place. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. It had been many years since anyone had witnessed the Duke of Dracula in action, and even longer since he had displayed such fury. The descendants of the bloodline had not seen their lord engage in combat for centuries, with some even witnessing Dracula's prowess for the first time. The humans were utterly ignorant of Dracula's capabilities. Previously, the influential merchants and politicians present had feared the might of the Dracula consortium. Although they were aware of his vampiric nature, they dismissed the idea that a vampire could wield substantial power in this era of advanced technology. However, they now comprehended the true meaning of a duke's strength. After this day, the notion of rebellion would vanish from their minds, and no one would dare question the capabilities of a vampire again. The legendary reputation of the ancient vampire would once more resonate throughout this circle. Dracula surveyed the assembly, and his authoritative presence rendered all too intimidated to meet his gaze. He inquired of Hussein, "What do you think of this individual's strength?" "Your Grace, his power surpasses mine. He must have been a marquis for at least a century," Hussein replied respectfully. "Humph, he has only been a marquis for 10 years, Dracula remarked, somewhat displeased with Hussein's misjudgment. "I have remained a marquis for half a century and still find myself unable to match him. Clearly, he must have held the title for a longer duration than I. I humbly request your lordship to enlighten me," Hussein continued. "This is a forbidden cultivation method, capable of rapidly enhancing the prowess of the vampire lineage, yet the cost is exorbitant, bringing suffering to countless souls." Dracula spoke, his eyes twitching slightly. He understood that encountering this young marquis today signified the imminent possibility of a massacre in some obscure locale. Turning to King, Dracula declared, "Come with me, King. There are matters that I must divulge to you." As King ascended the main stage on the second floor alongside Dracula, the audience sensed that the main event was about to unfold. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends who have graced my humble abode amidst your busy lives. I am profoundly honored. In truth, this gathering is entirely in celebration of my grandson, King. Allow him to address you all." Dracula introduced King to the forefront. "Greetings, everyone. I am King. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to my grandfather, Duke Dracula, for hosting this birthday banquet in my honor. Secondly, I appreciate each of you for attending my celebration. Lastly, I hope that all of you find joy and fulfillment at this gathering." King slightly bowed in acknowledgement. The applause thundered from the audience. Who would dare to disregard the Duke's esteem? However, a sense of bewilderment lingered among the attendees. While it was known that vampires could have descendants, the notion of a vampire having an heir was utterly unprecedented. Yet, given that the Duke acknowledged him as his grandson, any lingering doubts were relegated to silence. Duke Dracula raised his hands high, formally announcing, "Today marks my grandson's 18th birthday, a rite of passage into manhood. Henceforth, he shall stand as a pillar of the Dracula family. Thus, I have resolved that King will be the sole heir to the Dracula estate." As the words fell, the hall resonated with the sounds of conversation. Someone voiced a question regarding the old gentleman's intent in appointing a mere boy to preside over the consortium. "Indeed, while we have now gained our independence, we remain part of the Dracula consortium. Must we then heed the commands of a child?" Another chimed in. "Please, refrain from your clamor. The Duke's decision undoubtedly carries its own rationale," Mr. Gates interjected, furrowing his brow. Gates, a man of considerable repute among merchants, quelled the discussions with his authoritative statement. "True, who has lived longer than Dracula? He must have his reasons," he continued. "Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to lend me your assistance in the coming years. It is my wish to wholeheartedly nurture my grandson, shaping him into a true titan of commerce." The Duke revealed the true purpose of this gathering, not merely to announce an heir, but to seek the collective support in cultivating the successor. "Your Grace, with all due respect, the young master has only just turned 18. Is that not a tad premature? Moreover, he is yet to undergo any formal training in relevant fields. We can only impart limited experience. While experience is undeniably valuable, it cannot solely serve as the foundation for the young master's future ventures," Mr. Gates reasoned logically. "Oh, is that you, Gates? The last time we met, you were a youthful idealist, eager to carve out your path before abandoning university to delve into computer studies. Now, as the world's wealthiest individual, your insights must be profound. According to your perspective, should I perhaps enroll him in academia to enrich his knowledge? Speak candidly." "I hold your judgment in high regard," the Duke replied. Dracula pondered Gates' words, finding a semblance of truth therein. While many impart their experiences, the nuanced knowledge that demands thorough analysis can only be gleaned within the hallowed halls of academia. "My Lord Duke," he remarked, "I am aware that some of the finest universities globally reside in a land of freedom, unencumbered by restrictions upon the young master. Furthermore, I know that the Grand Duke possesses enterprises there, which could easily facilitate the young master's daily needs. If Gates believes this to be feasible, then so be it." Dracula mused. "Though I have existed for centuries, I must concede that the intricacies of contemporary society elude me far more than they do you, a self-made titan of industry." He could not help but marvel at the rapidity of change in the world. The Duke replied with humility, "I shall ensure, as you suggested, that the young master is sent to acquire the finest knowledge in commerce." Gates bowed deeply, acknowledging the responsibility bestowed upon him. "Very well. The responsibility of nurturing my heir now rests upon your shoulders. Do not let this old man down," Dracula intoned, casting a meaningful glance at Gates. In that moment, Gates felt a chilling sensation creep down his spine, a clear warning from the Duke. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall cultivate an exceptional heir for you." Gates responded with utmost respect. "Indeed, I have faith in you, Gates. This old man will not have you labor in vain. I promise you, should you ever find yourself unwell, I shall grant you a drop of my blood." As his words hung in the air, admiration filled the hall, for Gates had, in essence, been bestowed with an additional 50 years of life. The bloodline of the vampiric race is indeed a marvel, as their blood possesses extraordinary capabilities. For instance, a single drop of a vampire's blood can restore a dying individual to full health and grant them an additional decade or more of vigorous life, the exact duration depending upon the potency of the blood's owner. For example, the blood of Count Dracula could extend the life of a frail elder by at least 50 years. Conversely, should a person harboring vampiric blood succumb to death, provided their body remains intact, they would undergo a transformation into a vampire. As the guests reveled in the rewards bestowed upon Gates by Count Dracula, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "I have heard that Count Dracula embodies both the essence of a vampire and the compassion of a bodhisattva. Today, witnessing this for myself, it is indeed remarkable that you would pledge such a gift of blood for mere mortals. You are the first in the annals of vampiric history to do so." The words dripped with sarcasm and a hint of disdain. "Who dares to speak so insolently?" Hussein inquired coldly. "You must be Hussein, a descendant of the Count. Your presence is truly formidable." At this moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a high-collared black cloak, embodying the quintessential appearance of a vampire from cinematic lore. "Who are you?" "I do not recall our acquaintance," Hussein remarked, eyeing the newcomer with caution. The fact that this individual had slipped from the shadows unnoticed indicated an impressive mastery of stealth. Here, it seemed, even the Count himself would be at a disadvantage. "There is no need for such tension, my friend. Relax a bit. Excessive strain may lead to an apoplexy," the figure advised with a disarming tone. "I did not come here to cause trouble. My purpose today is merely to partake in a drink, having heard that Prince Dracula is celebrating his grandson's birthday." The man in the black cloak continued to utter words devoid of substance. At that moment, Prince Dracula suddenly spoke, leaving everyone bewildered by his remark. This statement indicated his acquaintance with his master, and it was evident that this individual also presumed himself to be a vampire, suggesting that he, too, possessed a master. This implied that, aside from the prince, there might exist other dukes in this world, each with their own thoughts. "Rest assured, my lord, all is well with my master." The man in the black cloak acknowledged that Dracula had recognized his origins. "Return and inform him that I shall seek an opportunity for us to meet. The grievances of yesteryear must find resolution." As Dracula spoke, his body trembled slightly, clearly agitated to the utmost degree. King couldn't help but ponder the situation. Did his grandfather harbor a deep-seated enmity with his master? Why had he never heard of this before? "Prince Dracula, my master has prepared a gift for you, and I implore you to accept it," the man in the black cloak said as he produced a wooden box and bowed in offering. With a gesture, Dracula summoned the box, which seemingly flew into his hands as if drawn by an unseen force. "Grandfather, be cautious," King exclaimed, concerned as he watched this enigmatic object being handed to his grandfather. "Fear not, King," Dracula reassured. "In this world, there are indeed things capable of ending my life, but I assure you, none reside within this box." Dracula spoke with unshakable confidence, declaring that having lived for so long, he had encountered countless formidable situations and that a mere small wooden box could never instill fear in him. However, as he opened the box, his expression transformed instantaneously. It was akin to a bright day suddenly succumbing to dark clouds and a raging snowstorm. King, observing his grandfather's sudden change in demeanor, could not contain his curiosity and leaned in to glimpse inside the box. Within, two exquisitely arranged teeth, resembling those of a wolf yet smaller, lay nestled. The tips of the teeth bore small holes, suggesting they were hollow. Dracula, trembling as he held the wooden box, evoked intrigue among the onlookers, all wondering what could elicit such a reaction from the noble count. In the midst of their curiosity, Dracula, with a quivering voice, commanded for the mysterious figure in the black cloak to be detained. Instantly, the blood clan within the room launched an assault on the cloaked man, who, surprisingly resilient, managed to hold his ground against their onslaught, even wounding several barons. After exchanging blows with Hussein, he deftly retreated to the doorway, proclaiming, "Count Dracula, I have delivered the item. My master has further instructions, so I shall take my leave. There is no need for anyone to see me off." While such words could be acceptable, they carried a hint of provocation, especially after he had just diminished the spirits of his adversaries. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, akin to a clap of thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. A figure materialized behind the cloaked man in an instant, delivering a strike that sent forth a flash of blood. The cloaked man fell silently, collapsing to the ground as a headless corpse, until his very last breath. The cloaked man remained oblivious to the manner in which Dracula struck. He only heard a ferocious roar, after which he found himself flung away. While his body appeared to remain immobile in its original position, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. It had been countless years since anyone had witnessed the Duke of Dracula in action, and never had they seen him so enraged. The descendants of the bloodline had not observed their lord's prowess for centuries, with some even witnessing Dracula's might for the very first time. As for the humans, they were utterly ignorant of Dracula's methods. Previously, the esteemed merchants and political elites present had trembled before the power of the Dracula consortium. Although they were aware that he was a vampire, they dismissed the notion of his strength in this age of advanced technology. However, the events of this day enlightened them to the true meaning of a duke's power. Henceforth, this assembly would harbor no thoughts of rebellion, nor would anyone dare question the capabilities of vampires. The formidable reputation of the ancient vampire would once again echo throughout their circles. Dracula surveyed the crowd, his imposing authority rendering all unable to meet his gaze. He inquired of Hussein, "What do you think of this individual's strength?" "Your Grace, his prowess surpasses mine. He must have been a marquis for at least a century," Hussein replied with utmost respect. "Humph, he has only been a marquis for a mere decade," Dracula remarked, somewhat displeased with Hussein's misjudgment. "I have held the rank of marquis for half a century, yet I still cannot match him. It is evident that he must have attained the title long before me. I beseech you, Your Grace, to enlighten us. This is a forbidden method of cultivation, capable of rapidly enhancing a vampire's power, but at a tremendous cost, bringing suffering to countless souls." Dracula spoke, his eyes twitching slightly, for he understood that meeting this young marquis today signified the potential for a catastrophic massacre in some obscure locale. Turning to King, he said, "Come with me, King. There are matters that require your attention." Chapter 3. The Secret History of the Bloodline. As King followed Dracula into the study, he pondered what his grandfather was about to reveal. "Have a seat, King. Today, I shall share with you some secrets regarding my lineage." In the presence of his grandson, Dracula transformed from the decisive and ruthless vampire duke into a kindly elder. Seated on the sofa, King couldn't help but wonder why his grandfather felt compelled to divulge such secrets. Did he intend to transform him into a vampire? Contemplating this possibility, King felt indifferent. He had long since prepared himself for the prospect of becoming a vampire, and he harbored no fears. Noticing the shift in King's expression from confusion to nonchalance, Dracula realized that King had misunderstood his intentions. Thus, he clarified, "King, I have no desire to turn you into a member of the bloodline. Rather, when you grow old, I shall use my blood to extend your life." King was not surprised that his grandfather had perceived his thoughts. However, the fact that Dracula opposed his transformation into a vampire left King feeling somewhat regretful. "Grandfather, why can't I become a member of the bloodline? I remember you promised me that when I was a child, and I believe that by becoming a vampire, I could possess an enduring life and strive for the revival of the Dracula family. Together, we could even establish a golden empire that rules the world." Gazing at the future that King yearned for, Dracula felt compelled to speak the truth. "I once promised you," he began, "but that promise was contingent upon unforeseen circumstances. You profess to delight in being part of the bloodline, yet are you aware of the anguish endured by my kin? You perceive the longevity of our existence as a blessing, but what accompanies such longevity is profound solitude. Upon your transformation into a vampire, you shall comprehend that our blood runs cold. In human terms, we are akin to cold-blooded creatures, challenging to awaken the vestiges of humanity within. There exists no familial bonds, no romantic love, only the insatiable satisfaction derived from satiating your thirst for blood. Beyond that, there lies only an endless cycle of slaughter. As King listened, he could not help but inquire, "But grandfather, I do not sense such cruelty and heartlessness in you." Dracula chuckled softly. "Ironically, when I first laid eyes upon you, you were but a newborn, and your innocent laughter filled me with warmth. To my astonishment, I felt my humanity rekindled by your mere presence. From that moment forth, I regarded you as my own kin, and I sincerely hope you never suffer harm that would compel you to embrace vampirism." As he spoke, Dracula's gaze upon King softened with warmth and affection. "Very well, I understand, grandfather. I shall no longer desire to become a vampire," King replied, realizing the depth of Dracula's sentiment and unwilling to contradict him further. "Good child, ha," Dracula responded with a smile. "But grandfather, who was that figure in the black cloak that arrived later?" King inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing the question, Dracula momentarily appeared as though his throat had been constricted, his laughter abruptly ceasing. "Ah, you certainly know how to inquire," he sighed. "Very well, I shall divulge this to you, for it pertains to the secret history of my lineage's rise and fall." As he spoke, the Duke of Dracula gazed deeply at the ceiling, seemingly lost in the memories of that indelible past. Just as King felt himself on the brink of slumber, Dracula completed his reverie and began to recount the secrets of yore. 2 millennia ago, in the year preceding the dawn of the Common Era, our bloodline reached its zenith. During that time, there were no less than 4 princes, and the dukes numbered in the dozens, while the marquises and barons were countless. Under the guidance of the 4 great princes, we traversed the coastline in search of a place we deemed stable enough to settle. It is said that these princes are descendants of our progenitor, Cain. The ordinary members of our bloodline could only aspire to attain the rank of duke. Yet the descendants of Cain are capable of procreation. As generations passed, the lineage of the princes continued until a child was born who possessed the blood of our forefather. We would revere him as our sovereign, bestowing upon him the blood of the progenitor, thereby granting him the power of our ancestor to lead our kind towards newfound heights. King inquired, "Grandfather, what is the blood of the progenitor?" Dracula, somewhat irked by the interruption, cast a discontented glance at King and replied, "Patience, you little rascal. Do not interrupt. This is a lengthy tale." King playfully stuck out his tongue. Dracula continued, speaking of the blood of the progenitor, which is said to be the precious essence of Lord Cain. Those who possess his bloodline can inherit his legacy through his very veins. It is believed that Cain himself was one of the offspring of the creator deity. However, during the chaotic and untamed era, Cain accidentally fell victim to a bat's bite, succumbing to its venom and transforming into the progenitor of vampires. As a descendant of divine beings, we, the blood kin, also claim lineage from Lord Cain. At this point, Dracula's tone turned haughty, and King finally comprehended that the pride of the blood kin stemmed from their self-proclaimed status as heirs of the divine. In our heyday, none dared to provoke us lightly. Each of our 4 princes possessed the ability to move mountains and fill seas. At that time, our bloodkin were undoubtedly the most formidable race in existence. However, alas, with a change in tone, Dracula sighed, as if lamenting the glory of days gone by. He continued, stating that despite being the mightiest race in the world, we were not without adversaries. There existed another faction that also claimed to be descendants of the divine, and we were perpetually engaged in a battle for the title of the strongest race, an honor of our kind. I must admit, they were remarkably tenacious. Yet they were far from being our equal. After numerous conflicts, they were nearly driven to extinction by our hands. In the end, they invited us to a decisive battle in the far north, agreeing that regardless of the outcome, hostilities would cease. The so-called victor takes all battle would determine supremacy. And out of respect for their claim as descendants of the divine, we accepted their challenge. As Dracula opened a drawer and retrieved a piece of leather the size of a desktop, he unveiled a map of extraordinary historical significance, surpassing the duration of humanity's exploration of this world. It could be asserted that the vampiric lineage had roamed the earth long before any modern-day adventurer embarked on their circumnavigations. In comparison, those times could be deemed contemporary against the rich history of the bloodline. Had grandfather revealed such a relic, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. Yet King found himself pondering why only a scant few were aware of the existence of these creatures. The map before him was the most peculiar he had ever encountered. with numerous locations marked inaccurately. This was a map from 2 millennia ago. Here lies the site of our decisive battle, declared Count Dracula, pointing to a specific area. King gazed in awe at the ancient map, astonished that it predated human civilization itself. It was evident that the bloodline had possessed a map of the world 2,000 years prior, a testament to their status as the mightiest race of that era. The location indicated by Dracula struck King as oddly familiar yet uncertain. It was the very dividing line between the eastern and western hemispheres, the point where country E was closest to the soil. However, on this map, the land appeared distinctly interconnected. Could it be that 2 millennia ago, present-day country E was indeed contiguous with the continent? King was left utterly astounded, as this revelation transcended the boundaries of his understanding. Dracula's subsequent words substantiated King's conjecture that, indeed, the land in question was once contiguous. It was the war we fought that led to the deformation of the Earth's crust, resulting in the demise of the majority of my kin, who sank into the depths of the sea. The ancient vampire's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing the profound impact that conflict had on him. After regaining his composure, Dracula continued, stating that the territory had originally belonged to us. Our race possessed formidable powers, swiftly establishing an estate as a temporary refuge for our people. The clan members ventured out to seek sustenance without fear. In those days, the bloodline was not akin to the vampires of today. We did not rely solely on blood to survive. Much like humans, we thrived, but when we employed the techniques of our lineage, we occasionally experienced discomfort, prompting us to select animals for sustenance. Hearing this, King could not help but inquire, "Grandfather, did that war transform your temperaments?" At his words, a fierce glint ignited in Dracula's eyes as he recollected. At that time, we were unaware that explosives, capable of annihilating our entire clan, lay buried beneath us. His voice was laced with bitterness, and his clenched jaw sent a shiver down King's spine. Dracula continued his reminiscence. I recall that Prince Clark had ordered Marcus and me, 2 dukes, to seek food while also checking on the others. Marcus and I divided our tasks. I was to search for food while he sought out clues. As I returned from my foraging, I encountered a scene that would forever be etched in my memory. The self-proclaimed descendants of the divine were mercilessly slaughtering my kin. Tears fell from Dracula's eyes onto his hand as he recounted this harrowing tale. King finally comprehended that the bloodline had been utterly decimated by the very progeny of the so-called divine beings, who had previously bested them in battle. Dracula continued, stating that initially, upon my return, I saw no one. Hearing a noise, I sensed something was amiss. When I beheld the massacre, I was consumed by an overwhelming desire to tear them apart, yet I was too weak to confront them directly. As I observed cautiously, a troubling realization dawned upon me. Logically, the combat prowess of my clan far surpassed theirs. Yet, under such circumstances, why were we so easily subdued without any resistance? While pondering this enigma, I caught sight of a figure among those divine descendants. Marcus. Dracula gritted his teeth as he uttered this name. When I first laid eyes on Marcus, I presumed he had returned like me, only to be ensnared. However, I soon discovered the stark reality was far different. Marcus was compelling Prince Clark to ingest a peculiar substance, rendering the prince seemingly devoid of strength, unable to resist Marcus's will. As Marcus continued to administer the potion, I discerned from the prince's reaction that it was the potion derived from horsetail grass, a toxin of our bloodline. This particular grass thrives under the moonlight and is named for its resemblance to a horse's tail. Our kind is forbidden to consume horsetail grass, for it strips us of our vampiric abilities, reducing us to a state even inferior to that of ordinary humans, rendering us utterly vulnerable. To this day, I remain perplexed by Marcus's betrayal against our kin. It appeared they were interrogating him, and when their inquiries yielded no desired results, they erupted in rage and detonated our estate, sinking it into the depths of the sea. I witnessed my brethren shouting in the flames, their anguished cries echoing as charred bodies plunged into the ocean. My heart shattered as I beheld my sole remaining relative weeping profusely, recounting the tragic tale of our annihilation. While a torrent of hatred surged within King towards Marcus, Dracula, wiping away his tears, continued recounting. At that time, we were oblivious to the vast quantities of explosives buried beneath our feet. The location was chosen by them, undoubtedly part of their sinister plot. Yet, no matter how formidable the explosives may have been, they merely claimed the lives of our blood slaves and injured the Baron, causing us a degree of disarray. It was certainly the horsetail grass that robbed my kin of their powers, rendering them no more formidable than mere mortals, subjecting them to a gruesome slaughter. After their departure, I stealthily infiltrated the estate that had been engulfed by the sea, seeking to ascertain if any of my kin had survived. As I descended, I was met with the sight of dismembered corpses, their faces contorted in agony, seemingly imploring me to avenge their untimely demise. To my astonishment, I discovered that one of my relatives still lived, none other than Princess Elena of my clan. I rescued her from the depths, and with her final breaths, she revealed to me a monumental secret. Dracula's demeanor shifted, his expression suddenly enigmatic. As he entered his study, King pondered what his grandfather was about to disclose. Please, take a seat, King. Today, I shall unveil to you some of the hidden history of our lineage. In the intimate company of his grandson, Dracula transformed from a ruthless, bloodthirsty nobleman into a benevolent elder. King settled onto the sofa, his mind racing with questions. Why would grandfather share such secrets with him? Did he harbor intentions of transforming him into a vampire? Contemplating this, King felt indifferent, for he had long since prepared himself for the possibility of becoming a creature of the night, and thus harbored no fears. Observing King's transition from confusion to nonchalance, Dracula realized that his grandson had misunderstood his intentions. King, he said, I have no desire to turn you into a bloodsucker. Rather, when you reach the twilight of your years, I will offer you my blood to extend your life. King was not surprised that his grandfather had discerned his thoughts. However, the fact that Dracula opposed his transformation into a vampire left him with a tinge of regret. Grandfather, why can't I become a member of the vampire clan? I remember you promised me that when I was a child, and I believe that by becoming a vampire, I could attain eternal life and strive for the revival of the Dracula family, even potentially establishing a golden empire that rules the world. Gazing at the future that King envisioned, Dracula felt compelled to reveal the truth. I did promise you, but that was contingent upon unforeseen circumstances. You express a desire to become a vampire, yet are you aware of the suffering endured by my kin? You perceive the longevity of a vampire's existence as a blessing. But what accompanies that longevity is solitude. When you become a vampire, you will understand that our blood runs cold. In human terms, we are cold-blooded creatures, difficult to rouse the essence of humanity within. There is no familial bond, no love, only the insatiable gratification derived from satiating one's thirst for blood, followed by an endless cycle of slaughter. King, listening intently, could not help but inquire, but grandfather, I do not sense such cruelty and heartlessness within you. Chuckling softly, Dracula continued, ironically, when I first laid eyes upon you, you were but a newborn infant, and your laughter brought me warmth. I was astonished to find my humanity stirred, awakened by your innocent smile. From that moment onward, I came to regard you as my kin, and I sincerely hope you never find yourself harmed and compelled to become a vampire. As he spoke, Dracula's gaze towards King grew increasingly warm and affectionate. Very well. I understand now, grandfather. I shall no longer aspire to become a vampire. King, seeing that grandfather had already spoken so decisively, could not bear to persist in opposing him and thus acquiesced to Dracula's assurance that he would no longer aspire to become one of the bloodline. Good child, he chuckled. Yet, King inquired with confusion, but grandfather, who is that figure in the black cloak that arrived later? At this question, Dracula momentarily seemed as if he had been rendered speechless, his laughter abruptly ceasing. Ah, you truly know how to ask, he sighed. Very well. I shall reveal this to you. It pertains to the secret history of our clan's rise and fall. With that, Count Dracula gazed deeply at the ceiling, as if lost in the memories of that indelible past. Just as King was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Dracula concluded his reminiscence and began to recount the secrets of yore. 2 millennia ago, in the year preceding the Common Era, our bloodline was at its zenith, with no fewer than 4 princes and a multitude of dukes and countless counts and barons. Under the leadership of the 4 great princes, we traversed the coastline in search of what we deemed a stable abode. It is said that princes are the descendants of our progenitor, Cain. The common members of our bloodline can attain no higher than the rank of duke, yet the descendants of our ancestor, Cain, possess the ability to procreate. As the lineage of princes continued through the generations, we awaited the rebirth of a child bearing the blood of our progenitor. We would revere him as our Lord, bestowing upon him the blood of our ancestor, granting him the power of our forebear to guide our bloodline to new heights. King inquired of his grandfather, what is the blood of the progenitor? Dracula, momentarily interrupted, cast a displeased glance at King and remarked, be patient and listen, you little rascal, do not interject. This tale is rather lengthy. King playfully stuck out his adorable tongue. Dracula continued, the blood of the progenitor is said to be the essence of Lord Cain, the forefather. Those who possess his bloodline can inherit his legacy through his veins. It is rumored that Lord Cain is one of the offspring of the creator deity. However, during that primitive and chaotic era, Lord Cain was accidentally bitten by a bat, succumbing to its poison and transforming into the progenitor of vampires. After all, Lord Cain is a descendant of divine beings, and thus, we, the bloodkin, are also descendants of the divine. At this juncture, Dracula's tone bore an air of pride, and King finally grasped that the bloodkin's arrogance stemmed from their self-proclaimed lineage to the divine. In our prime, no one dared to offend us lightly. Each of our four princes possessed the might to move mountains and fill seas. At that time, our bloodkin were undoubtedly the most formidable race in existence. However, with a sigh, Dracula shifted his tone, as if lamenting the glory of those bygone days. Though we were the mightiest race in the world, we were not without rivals. There was another faction that also claimed descent from the divine, and we were perpetually at war with them for the title of the strongest race, a matter of racial honor. It must be said that they exhibited remarkable tenacity. However, they were by no means our equal at that time. After numerous conflicts, they had nearly faded into obscurity under our relentless assault. In a final act of defiance, they extended an invitation for a decisive battle in the far northern territory, asserting that regardless of the outcome, no further hostilities would ensue. This so-called battle of victors and vanquished would determine the fate of our rivalry. We, acknowledging their lineage as descendants of the divine, acquiesced to their challenge. As he spoke, Dracula opened a drawer and retrieved a piece of leather, roughly the size of a school desk. Upon unfolding it, he revealed a map of extraordinary historical significance, one that predated humanity's exploration of this world. It could be asserted that the ancient bloodline had long roamed the globe, far preceding the later exploits of renowned explorers. Indeed, the era of those adventurers could merely be deemed modern in comparison to the legacy of the bloodline. If my grandfather were to unveil such a relic, it would undoubtedly astound the world. Yet King found himself pondering why so few were aware of the bloodline's existence. This map was the most peculiar King had ever encountered. Many of its locations were inaccurately rendered. Dating back 2 millennia, it marked the very site of our climactic confrontation. "This is where we fought," declared Count Dracula, pointing to a specific location. King gazed in astonishment at the ancient map, which seemed to transcend the annals of human civilization. 2,000 years prior, the bloodline had possessed an accurate depiction of the world, truly deserving of their title as the mightiest race of their time. The place indicated by Dracula felt strikingly familiar to King, yet he remained uncertain. It was the very demarcation line of the eastern and western hemispheres, the closest point between the nation and the soil. However, on this map, the land is clearly connected. Could it be that 2,000 years ago, the present-day country was linked to the continent? King was momentarily stunned. This exceeded his understanding. The words of Dracula further validated King's conjecture, revealing that indeed, that territory was once entirely contiguous. It was our war that caused the deformation of the crust, resulting in the demise of the majority of my kin, who sank into the depths of the sea. The old vampire's eyes reddened, shimmering with unshed tears, clearly indicating the profound impact that war had on Dracula. After briefly calming his emotions, he continued, stating that this area was originally ours. Our race possessed formidable abilities and swiftly established a manor as a temporary refuge for my kin, allowing them to venture forth in search of sustenance. At that time, the Blood Clan was not akin to the vampires of today. We did not require blood to survive. Like other humans, we too were similar. But when we employed the Blood Clan's techniques, we occasionally experienced discomfort, prompting us to choose certain animals for sustenance. Hearing this, King could not help but inquire, "Grandfather, did that war alter your temperament?" Upon hearing King's words, a fierce glint flickered in Dracula's eyes as he recollected, at that time, we were unaware that beneath our very feet lay explosives, potent enough to annihilate our entire race. Dracula spoke through clenched teeth, his expression so fierce that it sent a shiver down King's spine. He continued to reminisce, "I remember Prince Clark instructed Marcus and me, both dukes, to seek food and check on their arrival. Marcus and I divided our tasks once more. I was to seek sustenance while he ventured forth to gather intelligence. Upon my return, having successfully foraged for food, I was met with a scene that would forever haunt my memories. The very race that claimed to be descendants of the divine was ruthlessly slaughtering my kin." As Dracula recounted this harrowing tale, tears fell upon his hand. King finally grasped the tragic truth. The bloodline had been annihilated by the so-called progeny of the divine, a lineage that had previously bested them in battle. Dracula continued, initially. When I returned, I found no one. The unsettling sounds I heard led me to suspect something was amiss. Upon witnessing the massacre, an overwhelming fury surged within me, a desire to rend them to pieces. Yet, I was but too feeble to confront them directly. As I observed cautiously, I discerned an anomaly. Logically, our clan possessed far superior combat prowess. Yet, I pondered, how could we have been so utterly vanquished without a semblance of resistance? In the midst of my contemplation, I spotted a figure among the descendants of the divine. Marcus, Dracula uttered through clenched teeth. When I first laid eyes upon Marcus, I believed he had returned like me, only to be captured. However, I soon discovered that the reality was far from this. Marcus was administering a substance to Prince Clark, who appeared utterly devoid of strength, incapable of resisting Marcus's advances. As Marcus continued to force the potion upon him, I later discerned from the prince's reaction that it was the juice of horsetail, a deadly poison to our bloodline. This plant, which flourishes under the moonlight, derives its name from its resemblance to a horse's tail. Members of our bloodline are forbidden from consuming horsetail, as it strips us of our powers, rendering us weaker than even ordinary humans, akin to lambs led to slaughter. To this day, I remain perplexed by Marcus's betrayal of our kin. They seemed to be interrogating him about something, and in their frustration at failing to extract the desired information, they detonated explosives within our estate, sinking it into the depths of the sea. I watched helplessly as my kin cried out in the flames, their charred bodies descending into the ocean's abyss. My heart shattered as I witnessed my sole family member recount the tragic tale of our annihilation, while a profound hatred for Marcus ignited within me. Dracula wiped away his tears and continued, explaining that at the time, we were oblivious to the vast quantities of explosives buried beneath our feet. The location was chosen by them, undoubtedly part of their sinister plot. Yet, no matter how powerful the explosives, they merely succeeded in slaying our blood slaves and injuring the Baron, leaving us in disarray. It was the horsetail that rendered my kin powerless, leading to their merciless slaughter. After they departed, I stealthily infiltrated the manor that had been engulfed by the sea, seeking to ascertain whether any of my kin had survived. As I descended, I was met with the sight of dismembered corpses, their faces contorted in anguish, seemingly imploring me to avenge their untimely demise. In an unexpected moment, I discovered that a member of my clan still lived. It was none other than Princess Elena. I managed to rescue her from the depths, and with her final breaths, she unveiled a profound secret to me. Count Dracula's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Chapter 4. The Secret History of the Bloodline. The king observed his grandfather's enigmatic demeanor, curiosity stirring within him. This secret pertained to the primordial blood I had previously mentioned, its origins, and the means by which it could once again rejuvenate our clan. In truth, Princess Elena was gravely injured at that time. She revealed that to ensure the purity of the primordial blood remained untainted by the external environment, the royals took turns serving as vessels, preserving the blood within their bodies. It was Elena's turn to safeguard the primordial blood, and it was precisely this that spared her life. As he recounted this, Count Dracula appeared to drift into a reverie, reminiscing about the events entrusted to him by Princess Elena. He continued, "At that time, I was still young, arguably the youngest duke among the bloodline. For ordinary vampires, reaching the rank of duke was the pinnacle of their ambition. However, it was not entirely impossible to ascend to the rank of prince. To put it in contemporary terms, should a duke engage in relations with a prince, the opportunity for elevation to princely status would arise." Upon hearing this, King couldn't help but feel peculiar. What kind of method was this? Considering the story, could it be that grandfather had some sort of encounter with the Princess Elena back then? King looked at Dracula with a strange expression. Duke Dracula discerned King's thoughts and tapped him on the head, saying, "You rascal, what are you thinking?" Princess Elena was indeed the most beautiful woman of our bloodline at the time, but she had long been married to Duke Clark. Duke Clark is my bloodline father. You understand? And at the time, I had no choice but to extract the blood of the progenitor from Princess Elena's body with my own hands. Grandfather, how did you extract it? King asked curiously. Duke Dracula's eyes twitched as he said, one word at a time, open, chest, disembowel. Oh my heavens! King was clearly frightened by this method. Originally, extracting the blood of the progenitor didn't require doing this, but the princess's body was in critical condition, and she couldn't use bloodline energy, so they had to use this cruel method to extract the blood of the progenitor. Then, grandfather, didn't you dissect Princess Elena's corpse? No. If Princess Elena had died, the blood of the progenitor would have quickly merged with her and brought her back to life, as good as new. So everything at the time had to be based on the premise that Princess Elena was alive. Dracula's eyes turned red as he thought of this, and his fingernails dug deeply into his palms, ignoring the bleeding. Dracula calmed himself down and continued to say to King, in short, "You need to know that it was a very cruel process, and I don't want to mention the details. Prince Elena revealed to me that my capture was a result of Marcus's treachery, who had tainted our food with horsetail grass juice, rendering my kin powerless and vulnerable like lambs to the slaughter." "And what became of Prince Elena in the end?" King inquired, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Duke Dracula replied with a sorrowful smile, "She perished, breathing her last as I extracted the blood of our ancestors." As King absorbed this tale, a sense of unease washed over him. Why did his grandfather exhibit such profound emotion for Princess Elena, while his own bloodline father, Prince Clark, showed no inclination to seek her out, to ascertain her fate? There was something peculiar between his grandfather and Princess Elena. Utilizing the vampiric gift of telepathy, a duke could effortlessly discern the thoughts within another's mind. Sensing King's inner musings, Dracula chuckled softly. "Ah, young one, you need not speculate. Indeed, I once held affection for Princess Elena. She was the fairest of our clan, and many were enamored by her beauty. It is but a natural inclination. As the saying goes, a graceful lady attracts a gentleman's heart." Despite this revelation, King felt detached, as if the matter held no relevance to him. Was his grandfather merely indulging in whimsical nostalgia? "You impudent boy, it is not mere whimsy," Dracula interjected, noting King's growing impatience. "The youthful Marquis of today has stirred memories within me, prompting me to share a few more words with you. Listen well, for the forthcoming events shall indeed concern you. But we must continue the tale from where we left off. Listen closely. In the past, my clan nearly faced annihilation, leaving only Marcus, that traitor, and myself to survive. He was taken away by the descendants of that divine lineage. Not long after, I discovered a transformation within myself, a profound craving for blood, akin to the dizziness one experiences from starvation. Eventually, I realized that this race had employed some means to turn Marcus into a demon. I surmised they had cast a curse upon my clan, instilling in us an insatiable thirst for blood. From that moment on, I became a machine of slaughter. The act of killing and drinking blood ingrained in my very being. However, I soon recognized that continuing down this path would render me merely a synonym for demon among humanity, unable to restore the glory of our bloodline. Thus, I resolved to cultivate descendants and gradually revive my clan. In my efforts, I discovered that these descendants also bore the curse. Among the numerous offspring I nurtured, I noticed something peculiar in those of the Count and Baron lineage. They exhibited a fear of light, unable to endure prolonged exposure to sunlight without suffering as if burned, swiftly turning into desiccated corpses. I understood that this curse was a subtle means of weakening my kin, likely aimed at that traitor, yet it ensnared us. Kin of the blood. Grandfather, it appears that your people were not always thus. Though my kin are valiant and skilled in battle, they do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Our long-standing aspiration has been to find a place to call home, living peacefully and unobtrusively, until that accursed race emerged, and now, that same cursed lineage continues to condemn us to become monsters. Since that fateful curse transformed us, we have had no news of them. They seem to have vanished into thin air. Count Dracula's gaze suddenly sharpened. To this day, I sense the essence of an old acquaintance in that Marquis, alongside the scent of that damned race. The young Marquis appears to be a hybrid of our two bloodlines. They cultivate through the extensive use of blood, which must all originate from a single lineage, implying that his existence is founded upon the annihilation of several noble families. Such a method of cultivation has been strictly forbidden by my bloodline for millennia, as it is an affront to nature. Although my bloodline bears a curse at present, the amalgamation of our bloodlines into a hybrid would allow us to disregard the curse and regain the formidable strength we once possessed. They are using their own blood to create hybrids, for only in this way can the two bloodlines merge, transferring our power into their own, thereby satisfying their vanity as the most powerful race in the world. Dracula analyzed with a fierce glint in his eyes. This is no longer a matter of the disgrace of annihilation, but rather a complete extermination of them, with the intent to usurp our legacy from history. Do they intend to eradicate you entirely, grandfather? King inquired. No, what they seek is not my life, but the blood of the progenitor. They suspect that I possess knowledge of the secret regarding the progenitor's blood, yet they also harbor trepidation towards me. After all, I have resided in the Duke's domain for 2 millennia. Although I cannot ascend to the rank of prince, I am not far from it. Should I consume the progenitor's blood, it would spell doom for all. A fierce glint flashed in Count Dracula's eyes. Now that they have come knocking at our door, the threat they pose is imminent. Thus, King, my grandfather has conveyed all this to impress upon you the urgency of your departure. Dracula spoke reluctantly. Why must I leave? Are not your descendants capable of defending our homeland? Upon hearing Dracula's insistence for him to depart, King felt a profound reluctance to part with his only kin. Throughout his life, he had never been compelled to separate from his grandfather. King, listen to me. Your departure is not solely due to the possibility of their return. It is also imperative for you to cultivate your business acumen. Only by mastering these skills can you elevate the Dracula Consortium to greater heights upon your return. Observing the unwavering determination in King's eyes, Count Dracula sighed softly and said, Very well, since you are so resolute, I shall reveal the reason for your journey, young one. You are not destined for just anywhere. You are to go to Huaxia. Allow me to finish before you speak. Dracula interrupted King, who was about to interject. The reason for my journey to Huaxia is that it is considered one of the safest places. Huaxia is a remarkable nation, the most populous in the world, vast and rich in resources. Millennia ago, when the Blood Kin ventured into that eastern land, they spoke of its people as extraordinary, living in harmony with the world, yet possessing many gifted individuals with unparalleled abilities. More importantly, King, you are aware that you are my adopted grandson. For the past 18 years, I have been seeking clues regarding your origins. Recently, I discovered a piece of silk embroidery reminiscent of the fabric that once enveloped you as an infant. After conducting thorough comparisons, I confirmed that it originated from the same source. This is also the reason for your journey to Huaxia, to uncover the truth about your lineage. However, grandfather, I have no desire to search for relatives. They abandoned me once. Why should I seek them now? Your presence is sufficient for me, King exclaimed. His voice tinged with agitation. His words brought comfort to Dracula, who replied, My boy, do not speak so. Perhaps your parents faced insurmountable challenges that compelled them to make such a decision. Consider this. Who would willingly forsake their own flesh and blood? King, visibly skeptical, questioned. Is it truly because Huaxia is safe and offers me the chance to find my family that I am to go? Dracula pondered for a moment. Realizing this clever young man had pierced through the convoluted narrative he had woven, and he had not anticipated being so easily uncovered. With a sense of resignation, the young man remarked, It appears that I have gathered some information regarding your family. It seems that they were indeed compelled to abandon you during a time of great turmoil, which was also related to the descendants of that divine clan. When you return to seek your kin, it is imperative that you conceal your identity. Furthermore, I have resolved to have you consume the blood of the progenitor, for I believe that it will ensure your safety in the land of Huaxia far more than if it were to remain in my possession. At the very least, that territory is one they dare not provoke lightly. Additionally, the blood of the progenitor will serve as a safeguard for your well-being, while your skills are commendable. You lack practical experience, so refrain from engaging in confrontations recklessly to avoid unnecessary peril. Are you certain I must consume it? Yet you previously mentioned that the blood of the progenitor must be preserved within the body of a prince. How then can I safeguard it? Am I to store it within myself? King inquired. Indeed, it is not mandatory for you to seal it within your body as the blood clan does. Rather, you will consume it, allowing it to infuse your bloodstream, using your body as a vessel. Only in this manner can you ensure your survival. For it will protect you in times of danger, Dracula explained. King did not respond immediately, but pondered over several concerns. His grandfather's insistence on sending him to Huaxia with the blood of the progenitor was for his safety. But why must he ingest it? His grandfather had stated that he did not wish for him to become a vampire, suggesting that the blood was not intended for transformation. What if someone were to inherit this blood in the future? How would it be extracted from his veins? Would they need to drain his blood? As King contemplated this, his eyes widened in alarm. Old Dracula observed King as he spiraled into his thoughts. Initially, King's analysis appeared rather reasonable, but as time passed, it increasingly vexed the ancient vampire. With a flushed face and a strained neck, he bellowed, You insolent boy, do you truly believe that your grandfather lacks trust? Would I allow anyone to drain your blood? At this moment, King experienced a sudden epiphany. Of course, his grandfather would never permit anyone to siphon off his blood. What was he thinking? His grandfather's actions stemmed only from a desire to safeguard the most precious thing by placing it in the hands of the most important person, ensuring its safety. Seeing King arrive at this realization, old Dracula snorted softly, indicating that the matter was settled. Heh, grandfather. I was merely concerned that the bloodline treasure might undergo some unforeseen change within me, fearing that you would bear the burden of the last hope of our clan. King explained, attempting to curry favor. You little rascal, don't try to fool me. I know precisely what you are thinking. I understand your worry about extracting the ancestral blood from your body. Allow me to reassure you. When the time comes, I shall seal the ancestral blood within your heart. Nothing untoward will occur. When it is necessary to retrieve it, you need only use the secret methods of our bloodline to draw it out from your body. You are my grandson. I would never expose you to danger, Dracula stated firmly. Ha ha ha. King chuckled awkwardly, having been seen through. Remember, you little rascal. Even if you have yet to discover your family, your safety must always take precedence. In dire circumstances, that ancestral blood may only save you once, Dracula admonished with gravity. Observing the earnest expression on Dracula's face, King solemnly pledged, rest assured, grandfather, I shall endeavor to cherish my life and return to see you. Dracula gazed at King, his grandson who had grown up by his side, and nodded appreciatively, saying, as you journey to Huaxia, there is one matter that must be addressed. What is it, grandfather? King inquired with a serious demeanor. Ensure you bring back a poised and graceful granddaughter-in-law, Dracula stated with gravity. Of course, grandfather, King instinctively replied. Suddenly pondering the relevance of such a request, he regarded his grandfather's enigmatic demeanor with growing curiosity. The secret pertains to the ancestral blood I mentioned earlier, the origins of this essence, and the means by which it can revitalize our lineage. In truth, Princess Elena was gravely wounded at that time. She revealed to me that, to preserve the purity of the ancestral blood from external contamination, the royals would take turns using their bodies as vessels to safeguard it. It was Elena's turn to protect the ancestral blood, and thus, it was this very blood that saved her life. As Dracula recounted this, he seemed to drift into the memories of that time, reflecting on the responsibilities entrusted to him by Princess Elena. He continued, back then, I was still quite young, the youngest of the vampire dukes, in fact. For ordinary vampires, attaining the title of duke was often the pinnacle of their aspirations, yet there existed a possibility of ascending to the rank of prince. In contemporary terms, should a duke engage in a relationship with a princess, there would be an opportunity for elevation to the princely status. Upon hearing this, King felt an inexplicable unease. What could this imply? As he recalled the tale, was it possible that his grandfather had some entanglement with Princess Elena? He cast a peculiar glance at Dracula. The Duke of Dracula perceived King's thoughts and playfully tapped his head, saying, What are you thinking, you rascal? Indeed, Princess Elena was the most enchanting beauty of our bloodline. But she has long been wed to Duke Clark, who is my blood father. Do you comprehend this? At that time, I was compelled to extract the ancestor's blood directly from Princess Elena's body. Grandfather, how did you extract it? King inquired with curiosity. With a twinge at the corner of his eye, Dracula articulated with deliberate clarity, open the chest and dissect the abdomen. Oh my heavens! King was evidently startled by this method. Ordinarily, such a procedure would not be necessary, however. Due to the imminent peril to the princess's life and the prohibition against utilizing bloodline energy, this brutal approach was the only recourse. So, grandfather, did you not dissect the body of Princess Elena? King questioned. No, Dracula replied. If Princess Elena had perished, the ancestor's blood would have swiftly merged with her, reviving her in pristine condition. Therefore, everything hinged upon Princess Elena being alive at that moment. As Dracula contemplated this, his eyes reddened, and his nails dug deeply into his palms, oblivious to the blood that began to seep. Regaining his composure, he continued to King, in any case, understand that this was an exceedingly cruel process, and I prefer not to dwell on the details. Prince Elena also revealed to me that my capture was a result of Marcus's treachery, for he had poisoned my clan's sustenance with the juice of the horsetail, rendering my kin utterly powerless and left to the mercy of our foes. What became of Prince Elena in the end? King inquired, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Duke Dracula, with a sorrowful smile, replied, She perished. Her last breath escaped her lips as I drew forth the blood of our ancestors. King felt an unsettling dissonance as he absorbed this tale. Why did his grandfather exhibit such profound emotion towards Princess Elena, while his own father, Prince Clark, had shown no inclination to ascertain her fate? There existed a peculiar bond between his grandfather and Princess Elena. Vampires possess the innate ability of telepathy, and for one of noble rank, discerning the thoughts of others is a trivial endeavor. Observing King's inner turmoil, Dracula chuckled softly and said, Young lad, there is no need for speculation. Indeed, I once harbored affections for Princess Elena. She was the epitome of beauty in our clan, and many were enamored by her. It is but a natural inclination for a gentleman to be drawn to a graceful lady. Upon hearing this, King remained unconvinced that it bore any relevance to him. Perhaps his grandfather was merely indulging in nostalgia. Impudent child, Dracula rebuked, I am not merely reminiscing. The youthful Marquis of today stirred certain memories within me, prompting me to share these reflections with you. Noticing King's growing impatience, Dracula continued, listen closely, for what follows holds significance for you. Yet we must first complete the preceding narrative. Listen closely. In those years my clan was nearly annihilated, and the only survivors were myself and that traitor, Marcus, who was taken away by the descendants of the divine race. Shortly thereafter, I began to experience a profound transformation, an insatiable thirst for blood, akin to the dizziness one feels from starvation. Eventually, I discerned that the aforementioned race had employed some means to turn Marcus into a demon. I suspect they cast a curse upon my clan, instilling within us an overwhelming yearning for blood. From that moment onward, I became a machine of slaughter. The act of killing and drinking blood became instinctual. However, I realized that continuing down this path would merely render me a mere symbol of evil among humanity, incapable of restoring the glory of our bloodline. Thus, I resolved to cultivate a new generation, gradually rebuilding my clan. I soon discovered that these descendants were also afflicted by the same curse, despite my efforts. I noticed something peculiar among the offspring of counts and barons. They exhibited a fear of light, unable to endure prolonged exposure to sunlight, lest they be scorched and swiftly reduced to desiccated husks. I understood then that this curse was a veiled weakening of our lineage, likely aimed at that traitor. Yet it ensnared us, the blood kin, as well. Grandfather, it appears that your kin were not always thus. Although my people are valiant and fierce in battle, they do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Our enduring hope has always been to find a sanctuary, living peacefully and in harmony with the world, until that accursed race emerged. And now they continue to curse us, transforming us into monsters. Since that fateful curse, we have had no news of them. They seem to have vanished from this world as if into thin air. Count Dracula's gaze suddenly sharpened. Even today, I detected the scent of an old friend and that damned race upon the Marquis. Observing the young Marquis, it appears he is a hybrid of our two races. They have employed a vast quantity of blood for his cultivation, and this blood must all originate from a single lineage, implying that his existence is predicated upon the annihilation of several prominent families. Such a method of cultivation has been strictly forbidden by my bloodline for millennia, as it is an affront to nature. Though my bloodline currently bears a curse, if the bloodlines of the two races were to intertwine, producing hybrids, the curse could be disregarded, and we could regain the strength we once possessed. They are utilizing their own blood to create these hybrids, and only through this means can the bloodlines merge, allowing our bloodline's power to be transferred to them, thus satisfying their vanity as the most formidable race in the world. With a glint of menace in his eyes, Dracula articulated that this is no longer a matter of mere familial disgrace. It is an outright attempt at their annihilation, seeking to obliterate the bloodline from history altogether. Do they intend to eradicate you, grandfather? The king inquired. No, what they desire is not my life, but the blood of the progenitor. They suspect that I possess knowledge of the secrets surrounding the progenitor's blood, yet they also regard me with caution. After all, I have resided in the presence of the Duke for 2 millennia. Although I cannot ascend to princely status, the difference is negligible. Should I consume the progenitor's blood, it would spell doom for us all. A glint of ferocity flashed in Count Dracula's eyes. Now that they have come to seek us out, the potential for harm is imminent. Therefore, King, my grandfather has conveyed all this to implore you to leave. Enemies are at the door. Count Dracula spoke with reluctance. Why? Why must I depart? Are not your descendants capable of safeguarding our homeland? Upon hearing Dracula's insistence on his departure, King felt an immense sorrow at the thought of parting from his only remaining kin. Throughout his life, he had never been compelled to separate from his grandfather. King, listen to me. Your departure is not solely due to the possibility of their return. It is also essential for you to acquire the skills of commerce. Only by mastering these can you return to elevate the Dracula consortium to greater heights. Observing the determination in King's gaze, Count Dracula sighed deeply and said, Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall reveal the reason to you, young man. The destination of your journey is not what you presume. Rather, it is the land of Huaxia. Allow me to finish my explanation. Count Dracula interrupted King just as he was about to speak. The reason for my journey to Huaxia lies in its relative safety. Huaxia is a remarkable nation, the most populous in the world, vast and rich in resources. A millennium ago, when the bloodline explorers ventured into that eastern land, they spoke of its extraordinary people, who, although uncontentious, possessed numerous gifted individuals with unparalleled capabilities. More importantly, King, you must know that you are my adopted grandson, and for the past 18 years, I have tirelessly sought clues regarding your origins. Recently, a piece of satin embroidery, reminiscent of the one that enveloped you as an infant, surfaced in Huaxia. I have verified that it originated from the same artisan, which serves as your purpose for traveling to Huaxia, to uncover your lineage. However, grandfather, I have no desire to seek out any relatives. They abandoned me once. So why should I now pursue them? Having you as my grandfather is sufficient, King expressed with some agitation. His words brought comfort to Dracula, who replied, my boy, do not speak so. Perhaps your parents faced difficulties that compelled them to make such a decision. After all, who would willingly forsake their own flesh and blood? King, clearly skeptical, voiced his confusion. Is it truly because Huaxia is safe, and it allows me to search for my kin that I am to go? Dracula pondered for a moment. This clever lad had indeed pierced through the elaborate web of his words, revealing the truth behind his intentions. With a sense of helplessness, he remarked that he had gathered some information about the matters concerning your family. It appears that your lineage was indeed compelled to abandon you under dire circumstances, and their misfortunes were intricately linked to the descendants of that divine clan. When you return to seek your kin, it is imperative that you do not reveal your identity. Moreover, I have resolved to have you consume the blood of the ancestor. I believe that it would be far safer for you to possess it in China than to remain in my custody. At the very least, that land holds a certain hesitance to act against you. Furthermore, the blood of the ancestor will serve as a safeguard for your well-being. Although your skills are commendable, you lack practical experience. Thus, refrain from engaging in conflicts recklessly, lest you suffer consequences. Are you certain you wish for me to ingest it? But you previously mentioned that the blood of the ancestor must be preserved within the body of a prince. How am I to maintain it? Should I not also contain it within myself? King inquired. Indeed, it is not necessary for you to seal it within your body as the blood clan does with their arcane techniques. Rather, you should consume it so that it infuses your bloodstream, utilizing your body as a vessel. Only in this manner can you ensure your survival when danger approaches. It will offer you protection, Dracula elucidated. King did not respond immediately, but pondered over several thoughts. His grandfather had sent him to China with the blood of the ancestor for his safety. But why must he ingest it? His grandfather had stated he did not wish for him to become a vampire. It could not be the intent to transform him through the blood of the ancestor. What if, in the future, someone were to inherit this blood of the ancestor? How could it be extracted from his bloodstream? Would it require drawing his blood? At this contemplation, King's eyes widened in surprise. Old Dracula observed King's erratic thoughts with growing irritation. Initially, King's analysis seemed somewhat plausible, but as time passed, it increasingly vexed the ancient vampire. With a flushed face and a strained neck, he bellowed, "You little rascal, do you truly believe your grandfather lacks trust? Would I allow anyone to drain your blood?" King, realizing his grandfather's protective nature, pondered, indeed, how could grandfather permit anyone to siphon my blood? What was I thinking? His concern stems solely from the desire to safeguard the most precious thing and ensure it reaches the safest haven. Seeing King's epiphany, old Dracula let out a dismissive snort, indicating that the matter was settled. "Ha ha, grandfather. I merely feared that the bloodline treasure within me might undergo some unforeseen change. And I was worried you would bear the burden of our clan's last hope being extinguished," King explained, attempting to curry favor. "You insolent brat. There is no need to try and deceive me. I know precisely what you're concerned about, the extraction of the ancestral blood from your body. Allow me to reassure you, when the time comes, I shall seal the ancestral blood within your heart, and nothing untoward will occur. When it needs to be extracted, it can simply be summoned using the clan's secret methods, drawing it forth from your body. You are my grandson. I would never place you in peril," Dracula stated. King, caught in the act of being transparent, offered an awkward chuckle. "Remember this, you little rascal, even if you have yet to discover your lineage. Your safety must always come first. In the face of true danger, the ancestral blood can only spare your life once," Dracula admonished with solemnity. Observing Count Dracula's earnest expression, King solemnly promised, "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall strive to cherish my life and return to see you." Dracula gazed at King, his grandson who had grown up by his side, and nodded with a sense of satisfaction. "As you venture to Huaxia, there is one matter you must ensure is addressed." "What is it, grandfather?" King replied earnestly. "You must find a poised and gracious granddaughter-in-law to bring back," Dracula stated with gravity. "Yes, grandfather, King instinctively responded, suddenly realizing the absurdity of the request. Chapter 5. An unexpected turn with Dracula's peculiar demand lingering. The conversation between the grandfather and grandson came to a close. King, eager to test his new vehicle, felt little obligation to linger at the banquet. With a buoyant spirit, he made his way toward his birthday gift, while Count Dracula, evidently losing interest in the festivities, instructed Hussein to attend to the guests and retreated to his chamber for rest. As King traversed the grand hall, he was greeted by numerous dignitaries from the business and political realms, some of whom were exceedingly enthusiastic, offering their business cards. To his surprise, King even received several cards made of pure gold. What should have been a brief passage through the hall turned into a nearly 15-minute journey, during which his collection of cards grew to half a foot in thickness. At long last, upon exiting the hall, King beheld the car he had long coveted. Eagerly, he settled into the driver's seat and started the engine. True to its prestigious lineage, the roar of the engine captivated him. "Let us take a spin, my dear," King exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With a swift press of the accelerator, the exhilarating sensation of acceleration, reaching 100 kilometers in mere 2 seconds, drove King into a frenzy. He could not help but exclaim with delight. The thrill of speed was unparalleled, an experience beyond compare, an impeccably perfect vehicle. "My dear," King mused, "I know you provide a thrilling sense of acceleration in a straight line, but I wonder if you can offer me sufficient centrifugal force in the curves." As he shifted gears and gently applied the brakes, preparing to steer the wheel, an unsettling realization struck him. His brakes seemed unresponsive. Before he could question this anomaly, he pressed the brakes harder, yet the speed remained unchanged. Panic consumed King. What on earth is happening? He thought, his eyes wide with alarm. The vehicle maintained a velocity nearing 200, and as the winding road descended from the castle loomed ahead, the thought of brake failure left King dumbfounded. Was today the day he would meet his demise? He dared not make any further movements, gripping the steering wheel tightly as the car sped forward, the downhill slope propelling him onward. His foot had long distanced itself from the accelerator, and in a moment of desperation, King resolved to try engaging reverse gear, hoping it might induce some deceleration. Despite the incline, the speed showed no signs of diminishing. The inevitable outcome loomed: excessive speed, insufficient steering, a collision with the guardrail, and a catastrophic tumble down the mountainside. King decided to take a leap of faith. After all, who had ever dared to engage reverse while in motion? With a deft maneuver of the clutch and a decisive push of the gear lever, the vehicle jolted abruptly before resuming its forward motion, albeit at a diminished pace. King was acutely aware that the gearbox had either slipped or fractured during that momentary disruption. At this juncture, he patted his pocket, realizing he had forgotten to bring the alarm system with him. It was a quintessential case of misfortune, a true embodiment of the adage that misfortune cannot be blamed on society. Nevertheless, the vehicle continued to propel itself along the road, and he remained ensnared in peril. As he gazed out at the unfolding scenery, he pondered how to orchestrate a collision that might allow him to decelerate safely. His eyes fell upon a nearby mountain road, evoking memories of a classic anime where the protagonist adeptly navigated the bends by utilizing the drainage channels. Why not give it a try? King lightly adjusted the steering wheel, directing the car toward the inner lane. However, upon entering the inner lane, he was struck by disbelief. The anime world was fantastical, and not every mountain road featured open drainage channels. The drainage system near his home was intentionally designed to prevent vehicles from entering, with channels constructed underground, revealing only a few water inlets, and those were crafted from honeycomb steel plates. Clearly, this method of utilizing the drainage channel was not viable. King found himself engulfed in confusion, yet suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. In cinematic portrayals, one often encounters scenes of vehicles colliding with one another. It occurred to him that he could create friction between his car and the guardrail to gradually decelerate. Subsequently, he could deftly maneuver the steering wheel and utilize the handbrake to induce a lateral skid, thereby bringing the vehicle to a halt. With this thought, King felt a surge of clarity and embarked upon his initial attempt, gently steering towards the guardrail. Warning: vehicle too close to the guardrail, collision imminent. Blared the alarm. "Of course, I am aware of the danger of a collision. That is precisely my intention," King replied, his nerves already taut, startled by the sudden alert. He inched closer, ever so slightly, drawing nearer with each moment. At present, the vehicle was traveling at 180, and should the angle be too steep, it could easily plunge down the mountainside. King needed to ascertain a safe angle for the impending collision. Warning. Collision in 3 seconds. Warning. Collision in 2 seconds. Warning. Collision in 1 second. Damn this alarm. King's heightened focus was once again disrupted by the unexpected warning. No sooner had he processed the message than bang. The vehicle jolted violently. He swiftly corrected the steering back to the center of the road. Fortunately, this was the only route leading up and down the castle. Had it been a busy highway, the consequences would have likely been disastrous. Returning to the center of the road, he glanced at the speedometer, which read 160, and felt a sense of satisfaction. This method was indeed feasible. This time, King opted to approach the wall on one side for a controlled deceleration collision, still meticulously calibrating the angle of impact. The warning alarm for collision is sounding. 3 seconds remaining. The warning alarm for collision is sounding. 2 seconds remaining. The warning alarm for collision is sounding. 1 second remaining. Remarkably, the safety features of this vehicle are commendable, if only the brakes were more effective. With a resounding thud, the speed has now diminished to approximately 130. King intends to engage the emergency handbrake after 2 more repetitions, although the brakes leave much to be desired. The vehicle's safety performance and the protection it affords occupants during a collision are indeed remarkable. The 2 impacts only resulted in a couple of significant jolts for King, with no issues of inertia causing him to lurch forward due to the sudden deceleration. The seat has entirely mitigated the forces from the collision in the varying directions of acceleration. Truly, it is an exceptional automobile. King cannot help but marvel at the profound impact this vehicle has had on him, its flawless acceleration on a straight path, the advanced warning system for impending dangers, and the design that allows the vehicle's structure to absorb the forces during a collision, providing maximum safety for the driver. How can one not deem such a vehicle as exceptional? Yet, why is it that such an outstanding car neglects the critical aspect of braking safety? Is it perhaps a means for drivers to experience the merits of automotive safety design? King shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and prepared for the 3rd obstacle-induced deceleration collision. This time, however, it was different. The alarm system did not activate. Perhaps it was a malfunction caused by the impact or a failure in the circuitry. He chose not to dwell on it further. King remained cautiously attuned to the angle of impact, yet this time the endeavor proved far more arduous. Following the collision, the vehicle suffered significant damage, including the detachment of the engine. In an effort to withstand the forces generated by the impact, the car's collision safety capacity had reached its zenith, resulting in the roof being the primary casualty of this incident, violently separating and soaring away from the chassis. The biting winter wind caressed King's face, and the absence of the roof rendered the convertible unbearably frigid. King gritted his teeth, allowing the chilling gusts to lash against him, as the sweat born from his anxiety crystallized into glistening beads of ice upon his skin. I will survive, for my grandfather, for the family I have yet to meet, King fervently chanted within his mind. Just as he prepared for a 4th deceleration and collision, he suddenly realized that repeated impacts against the mountainside and guardrails had distorted the car's structure. While deformation was inevitable, he fervently hoped it would not impede the steering. Unfortunately, debris from the impact had fortuitously lodged in the front tire's suspension, rendering the steering wheel somewhat unresponsive, allowing only minimal maneuverability. Truly, calamity had compounded upon calamity, an unfortunate series of misfortunes. What should I do? This question echoed in King's mind. Panic coursed through him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Calm down. I must remain composed, regardless of the circumstances. I must steer towards the mountainside to prevent a collision with the guardrail that could send me tumbling down the slope. Secondly, by utilizing the handbrake, I endeavored to create friction between the vehicle's side and the mountainside, as well as between the tires and the ground. This dual frictional force should suffice to bring the car to a halt. After 3 collisions, the speed of the car remained approximately around 100. With a determined resolve, King tightened his seatbelt once more, securing himself firmly in place. Gradually, he steered the vehicle towards the mountainside, uncertain of how long the left front suspension would endure. In the event of a tire blowout or suspension failure, the outcome would undoubtedly be a direct plunge into the railing, plummeting down the mountainside. Despite the winter chill, King's palms were drenched in sweat. His left hand gripped the steering wheel with unwavering intensity, while his right hand remained poised to engage the handbrake. At last, the car cautiously aligned itself along the inner side of the mountain road, inching closer to the slope. With a swift motion, he pulled the handbrake. King's heart raced, nearly escaping his chest, and at the moment the handbrake was engaged, the vehicle's speed noticeably decreased. A jolt resonated, followed by a piercing screech of friction. Suddenly, King realized that no matter how he maneuvered the steering wheel, the car veered to the left. It dawned on him that the previous noise signified the left front suspension tire had detached, transforming the sports car into a three-wheeled vehicle, unable to maintain its equilibrium. All he could do was hope it would come to a stop before skidding into the guardrail. The vehicle continued to glide, and King had already noticed the left front suspension had detached, causing sparks as the body scraped against the ground. The car persistently slid in one direction, yet its inherent instability led to a slight rotation. Now, King found himself sideways, skidding towards the guardrail while still spinning. If this rotation continued, the point of impact with the guardrail could very well be the fuel tank. In that critical moment, the instinct for survival surged within him. King swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up on the seat. Although the car was gliding at high speed, it was relatively easy to stand up once it transformed into a convertible. With approximately 20 meters to the guardrail, King inhaled deeply, then executed a grand leap out of the vehicle, rolling upon landing to dissipate the force of impact. Turning back to glance at the car, he saw it collide with the guardrail. The fuel tank's safety features performed admirably, as despite the violent impact, no leakage occurred, averting a potential explosion. King observed the car tumble over the guardrail and plunge down the cliff, feeling a profound sense of having cheated death, collapsing onto the icy ground. He gazed up at the starry night sky, reflecting on how close he had come to never seeing this world again, a wave of anger washing over him. How could the manufacturer commit such a simple yet grave error? Was this a mere oversight, or was it a deliberate act? With Dracula's peculiar request, the conversation between the grandfather and grandson came to an end. King was eager to test his new car, feeling that there was little left for him to attend to at the banquet. With a buoyant spirit, he made his way toward the birthday gift. While Count Dracula appeared to have lost interest in the festivities, he instructed Hussein to attend to the guests before retreating to his bedroom for some rest. As King traversed the hall, he encountered numerous figures from the business and political realms, some of whom greeted him with great enthusiasm, offering their business cards. To his astonishment, King even received several cards crafted from pure platinum. What should have been a short walk through the hall extended to nearly 15 minutes, during which the stack of cards in his hand grew to an impressive half-foot in thickness. At long last, King emerged from the hall and beheld his long-awaited automobile. Without hesitation, he settled into the driver's seat and ignited the engine. True to its prestigious lineage, the moment the engine roared to life, King was entranced by its powerful sound. "Let us take a spin, my dear," he exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. With a press of the accelerator, the car surged forward, achieving a speed of 100 kilometers in just 2 seconds, an exhilarating sensation that drove King to the brink of ecstasy. He could not help but shout. The thrill of speed was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was a flawless machine. "My darling," King murmured to the car, "I know you provide ample acceleration, but I wonder if you can deliver sufficient centrifugal force in the curves." As he shifted gears and gently applied the brakes, just as he was about to steer the wheel, he suddenly sensed that the brakes were unresponsive. Before he could ponder this alarming situation, he pressed the brake harder. Yet the vehicle's speed remained unchanged. Panic surged within him. "What is happening?" King exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. The vehicle maintained a speed nearing 200. Yet as King beheld the winding road descending towards the ancient castle, he was struck by the terrifying realization that the brakes had failed. Was he truly destined to lose his life today? Overwhelmed by apprehension, King refrained from any rash movements, gripping the steering wheel tightly as the car hurtled forward, the downhill slope providing no respite. His foot had long since distanced itself from the accelerator. In a moment of desperation, he devised a daring plan to shift into reverse and see if this would induce any deceleration. Releasing the accelerator, he noted that despite the decline, the speed remained relentless. The grim narrative ahead was all too clear: excessive speed, insufficient steering, a collision with the guardrail, and a fatal tumble down the mountainside. Resolute to take a gamble, King decided to undertake the untested maneuver of engaging reverse while in motion. He pressed the clutch, forcefully shifted into reverse, and the vehicle jolted momentarily before continuing its perilous advance. Although the velocity had lessened slightly, King was acutely aware that the gears within the transmission had either broken or dislodged. At that moment, he rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had forgotten to bring the alarm. Truly, one could say he was the epitome of misfortune, yet, as the saying goes, one cannot blame society for their own plight. The car continued its reckless course, the road remained perilous, and he was still in danger. As he observed the scenery flashing by, pondering how he might collide with something to safely decelerate. King recalled a classic anime where the protagonist skillfully navigated a mountain road-esque drainage ditch to make a swift turn. Why not give it a try? King lightly turned the steering wheel, causing the car to veer towards the inner lane. As the vehicle entered this lane, King found himself momentarily stunned. After all, this was merely an anime scenario. Not all mountain roads feature an open drainage system. The drainage design at the entrance of our home was specifically crafted to prevent vehicles from inadvertently driving into it, thereby mitigating safety hazards. As such, the drainage system was constructed underground, with only a few access points visible above ground, secured with a honeycomb steel plate welding. Clearly, this method of utilizing the drainage system was impractical. King was engulfed in confusion until a flash of inspiration struck him. In films, there often exists a scene where cars collide with one another. Perhaps he could create friction against the guardrail to gradually decelerate the vehicle. With this thought in mind, he could deftly maneuver the steering wheel and utilize the handbrake to induce a sideways skid, ultimately bringing the car to a halt. Enlightened by this idea, King commenced his first attempt, gently guiding the steering wheel closer to the guardrail. Warning! Vehicle too close to the guardrail, collision imminent, blared the alarm. Warning! Vehicle too close to the guardrail, collision imminent. Of course, King was aware of the potential for collision. That was precisely his intention. The sudden shrill of the alarm startled him, intensifying his anxiety. Gradually, he inched closer, a mere fraction at a time. With the car still hurtling at 180, he realized that an excessive angle could lead to a perilous plunge down the mountainside. He needed to identify a safe angle for the impending impact. Warning! Collision in 3 seconds. Warning! Collision in 2 seconds. Warning! Collision in 1 second. The jarring alarm startled King, whose nerves were already heightened with concentration. As soon as the sound echoed, a resounding thud reverberated through the vehicle, causing it to lurch violently. He swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel back to the center of the road. Fortunately, this was the only path leading up and down the castle. Otherwise, amidst the incessant traffic of the highway, destruction would have been inevitable. Returning to the center of the road, King glanced at the speedometer, which read 160, and felt a surge of reassurance. This method proved effective. This time, he opted to decelerate by colliding with the side of the mountain wall, carefully calibrating the angle of impact. 3 seconds to collision, the alarm blared. 2 seconds to collision. 1 second to collision. Remarkably, the vehicle's safety features were commendable, if only the brakes were more responsive. With another jolt, the speed decreased to approximately 130. King prepared to engage the handbrake after 2 successive impacts. Although the brakes were subpar, the vehicle's safety design and occupant protection were impressively executed. The 2 collisions only resulted in minor vibrations, with no issues of inertia forcing him forward due to the abrupt deceleration. The seat effectively absorbed the impact and mitigated the forces generated by the shifting speeds. What a remarkable vehicle it was. King couldn't help but marvel at the profound impact this car had on him. Its flawless acceleration on straightaways, the timely warnings for impending danger, and the design that ensured the forces were wholly absorbed by the car's structure, providing maximum safety for the driver. Can such a vehicle be deemed anything less than excellent? Yet, why is it that this remarkable automobile appears to neglect such a critical safety feature as braking? Is it merely to allow the driver to appreciate the merits of automotive safety design through experience? King shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, preparing for a third obstacle collision test. This time, however, it was markedly different. The alarm system remained silent, possibly due to circuit issues induced by the impact or failure under the force of the collision. He decided not to dwell on it. King meticulously controlled the angle of impact, yet this encounter proved to be more strenuous. Following the second collision, the vehicle had already suffered significant damage, including the detachment of the engine. In order to endure the force of the impact, the vehicle had reached its maximum capacity for crash safety in a short span, leading to the roof becoming the casualty of this incident, separating from the body and soaring away. The biting cold wind swept across King's face. A convertible without its roof is far from warm in winter. King gritted his teeth, allowing the frigid air to envelop him, as the sweat from his anxiety crystallized into glistening beads of ice upon his skin. I will survive, for my grandfather, for the family I have yet to meet, he fervently affirmed within himself. Just as King was preparing for a fourth deceleration collision, he suddenly realized that, due to multiple impacts against the mountainside and guardrails, the car's body had become somewhat deformed. While deformation was inevitable from the collisions, he hoped it wouldn't affect the steering. Unfortunately, Debris generated from the impact fortuitously landed near the front tire suspension, causing the steering wheel to malfunction, allowing only minor adjustments. Truly, misfortune had compounded upon him. Akin to rain falling on a leaking roof and encountering headwinds on a delayed voyage. A classic case of calamities occurring in succession. What now? This question raced through King's mind as he broke into a cold sweat. I must remain calm, regardless of the circumstances. My first priority is to steer towards the mountainside to avoid crashing into the guardrail and tumbling down the slope. Secondly, I shall engage the handbrake to create friction between the car's side and the mountainside, as well as between the tires and the ground. This dual friction should enable me to bring the vehicle to a halt. Having endured 3 collisions, the car was still traveling at approximately 100. Let's give it a try, King thought, tightening his seatbelt to secure himself firmly to the seat. He gradually turned the steering wheel towards the mountainside, uncertain how long the left front suspension could endure. Should a tire blow or the suspension fail, the outcome would undoubtedly be a direct plunge towards the guardrail and down the slope. Despite it being winter, King's palms were drenched in sweat. His left hand gripped the steering wheel tightly, while his right hand remained poised to pull the handbrake. At last, the car inched closer to the inner side of the mountainside, gradually aligning with the road. With his right hand, he pulled the handbrake. At that moment, his heart raced as he felt the car's speed noticeably decrease. With a jarring thud, followed by a piercing screech of friction, King suddenly realized that no matter how he maneuvered the steering wheel, the car veered uncontrollably to the left. It dawned on him that the earlier sound signified the detachment of the left front suspension tire. His sports car had now become a 3-wheeler, unable to maintain its balance. Desperate, he could only hope to halt before colliding with the guardrail. The vehicle continued its perilous slide, and King, having witnessed the left front suspension fall away, observed sparks igniting from the friction of the car's body against the ground. Though the car persistently drifted in one direction, its imbalance caused it to spin. Now, King found himself sideways, skidding towards the guardrail, still rotating. If this rotation continued, the impact point might very well be the fuel tank. In that critical moment, the instinct for survival surged within him. King swiftly unclipped his seatbelt and stood atop the seat. Despite the high-speed slide, standing in an open-top car was a relatively simple feat with approximately 20 meters separating him from the guardrail. King took a deep breath and executed a daring leap from the vehicle, rolling upon landing to mitigate the force of impact. Turning to glance back at the car, he saw it crash into the guardrail. Remarkably, the fuel tank's safety features had proven effective. Despite the violent collision, there was no leakage to ignite an explosion. As he watched the car tumble over the guardrail and plunge down the cliff, King felt an overwhelming sense of having narrowly escaped death. Collapsing onto the frigid ground, he gazed up at the starry night sky, reflecting on how close he had come to never seeing this world again, a surge of anger bubbling within him. How could the manufacturer commit such a simple yet grave mistake? Was it truly inadvertent, or was it a deliberate act? Chapter 6: Who Lies on the Ground. Gazing at the starry sky, pondering the essence of life? For a child who has just turned 18 and narrowly escaped the clutches of death, a sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal is inevitable. At that moment, the distant roar of engines interrupted King's reverie. He suddenly remembered that he was stranded on a precarious stretch of road halfway up the mountain. He quickly rose to his feet, straining to see if anyone was ascending or descending, hoping they might offer him a ride. Standing by the roadside, King extended one hand, with his thumb pointing skyward and the other 4 fingers curled into a fist, a gesture indicative of hitchhiking. As it turned out, they were descending, and a wave of joy washed over him. Surely, they would recognize him. With this thought, King dashed to the center of the road, spreading his arms wide in a blocking gesture. With a screech, several vehicles came to a halt before him. The first car opened all 4 doors simultaneously, and 4 robust men emerged, exuding an air of formidable presence. The man in the passenger seat spoke up, inquiring, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" "Greetings. I am King Dracula. You may have seen me at the banquet earlier. I took an evening drive to enjoy the breeze, but unfortunately, my vehicle encountered a problem. I hope my friends can assist me in getting back. Please hold on. I shall consult with the boss." The imposing figure of the man in black strode towards the several vehicles behind him. As he passed by one car, the window was partially lowered, and he leaned in as if reporting to someone inside. Moments later, the doors swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a tailored suit. The man in black walked beside him, subtly stepping back to provide protection. As the elder approached the front of the first vehicle, several bodyguards formed a square around him. ensuring his safety against any unforeseen circumstances. It was evident that these were well-trained protectors, and King, observing them, understood that the individual was of considerable significance. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Is that you, King?" The voice resonated with recognition. It belonged to someone he had encountered at the earlier banquet. "I am King. May I inquire who this esteemed elder is?" He replied with a slight bow, displaying courtesy. "Aha, it hasn't been long since we parted. And you've already forgotten this old man?" The elder clearly recognized King and was quite familiar with him. To alleviate King's potential embarrassment for not recognizing him, the elder stepped into the light cast by the vehicle's headlights. Although backlit, King could discern the elder's features. He was none other than Mr. Gates, the individual selected by his grandfather to oversee his development plan. "Ah, Mr. Gates, I truly apologize for not recognizing you in the darkness. Please do not take offense," King said, realizing that they were indeed acquaintances. "Haha, it is quite normal not to see clearly in the dark. However, I am curious as to why you, young master, are here at this hour," Mr. Gates remarked, his gaze fixed with curiosity upon the young boy before him. "Ah, Mr. Gates, it is as follows. My grandfather bestowed upon me a car as a birthday gift today. I had just emerged from the banquet, intending to take it for a leisurely drive, only to discover that the brakes were malfunctioning. I was unable to stop the vehicle and had to leap from it. The car has likely plunged into the depths of the valley." King, placing his trust in Gates, candidly relayed the situation. The issue with the brakes was far from simple. As Gates recognized, who would dare to provide Dracula with a defective item? Fearing the consequences the following day, Gates pondered for a moment and instructed Johnny, "Please descend and inspect the vehicle that King mentioned. It would be prudent to bring the dashcam footage back to the Duke's castle. I shall return King to the castle while you investigate." "Yes, boss," replied the burly man who had just gone to summon Gates, before turning to drive another vehicle down the mountain in search of the remnants of King's car. "Come, King, let us return to the castle." King and Gates made their way to the car at the center of the convoy, which then turned around and headed back to the castle. During the ride, Gates and King refrained from further conversation, each lost in thought regarding the matter. The convoy swiftly returned to the castle, where many dignitaries lingered outside, puzzled by Gates' sudden return. Upon witnessing King and Gates emerging from the same vehicle, the onlookers' expressions were rich with intrigue, clearly sensing that there was a story to be told. The crowd returned to the grand hall of the castle, and King was evidently clad in the same attire as before. Yet it was inexplicably marred with numerous tears and damages. Gates located Hussein and recounted the events surrounding his encounter with King, detailing King's assertions. Hussein furrowed his brow slightly and proceeded towards Dracula's chamber. Moments later, an overwhelming fury emanated from Dracula, allowing the gathered assembly to once again comprehend the formidable power of the ancient vampire who had reigned for millennia. King, having narrowly escaped peril, was noticeably famished and partaking in a meal. Just as he was deliberating between caviar and oysters, the Duke of Dracula materialized behind him. This rapid approach was a manifestation of the bloodline's advanced capabilities, permitting short-range teleportation, an ability that required the individual to visualize their intended destination in their mind. Observing King devour his meal with abandon, Dracula felt a sense of relief, yet was struck with indignation upon seeing King, once resplendent in finery, now resembling a beggar. A fierce glint sparked in Dracula's eyes as he bellowed, instructing Hussein to ascertain that night who had interacted with the vehicle at the manufacturer and the processes it underwent. He demanded the individual responsible for the braking system be brought forth to meet him. "Oh, grandfather, there is no need for such anger. I do not believe this incident is a deliberate affront towards me. Until today, I had not made any public appearances, and it is inconceivable that I would have provoked anyone to the extent of a life-threatening conflict. Few are aware of my identity, and today's events might well be a mere coincidence. Moreover, not many know that vehicle belongs to me. Thus, I surmise that this occurrence was not aimed at me, but perhaps was simply the result of a merchant's oversight," King remarked with a tone of authority. At that moment, Old Gates emerged from the crowd, adding, "The young master makes an astute point, Your Grace. However, today's incident is not solely a vehicular mishap. It also involves those two young miscreants from Country Y. After being ridiculed by a baron, their whereabouts have become a mystery." Gates' comments illuminated the minds of those present. Indeed, those two fools had left in a rather foul mood. It was conceivable that they might be up to some mischief. "Boss, I have retrieved the dashcam footage," a voice called from outside. As everyone pondered Gates' words, Johnny's voice resonated. "Your Grace, it is my subordinate. I had sent him to procure the dashcam, There may be some clues within, Gates explained, addressing the rudeness of Johnny's sudden interruption. Let him enter. Yes, Your Grace. Johnny, you may come in, Gates called out. Johnny entered the hall, holding what appeared to be an old-fashioned floppy disk. This was the storage card for the dashcam. The group quickly found a computer and projected the footage onto the wall for all to see. A boy named King appeared on the screen, exuberantly stepping into a vehicle, followed by a sequence of thrilling moments involving sudden deceleration and a jump from the car. The onlookers seemed unfazed by the spectacle. At that moment, Johnny suddenly remarked that this was Master King's driving record, but it was not the primary recording from the dashcam. I noticed signs of deliberate deletion within it. Johnny's words illuminated the crowd. Did this imply that the initial record belonged to the perpetrator? Old Gates inquired of Johnny, asking if he could restore it. Although Johnny was an African American, a fleeting blush crossed his face as he replied, I apologize, boss. I am merely a bodyguard with limited expertise. Such technical tasks are beyond my capabilities. A collective sigh of disappointment arose from the group. Johnny continued, however, boss, you are quite capable. This device operates on our company's system, so restoring it should be a simple task for you. Gates, taken aback, exclaimed, Oh, our company produces such equipment? Johnny explained, This is a mobile service terminal generated by our company's system. Many companies now integrate their systems into hardware devices. The crowd was left in a haze of confusion until old Dracula interjected, Gates, you can address the issue of copyright infringement later. Right now, we all await your restoration of the video. Understood. I require a computer, Gates responded. No sooner had he spoken than a member of the bloodline promptly presented him with a computer. Do not be deceived by Gatesage. His technological prowess remains undiminished. Observing his fingers dance swiftly across the keyboard, a flurry of code commands seamlessly integrates into the program. As he strikes the final execution command, the dashcam enters reboot mode. It's accomplished. A brief pause ensues. Gates, living up to expectations, wipes his brow. In truth, this posed no significant challenge, yet under Dracula's pressure, he was compelled to summon every ounce of concentration. The dashcam rebooted swiftly, revealing an abundance of new footage within the original records. These appeared to be various test videos from the car's initial outings. As the boss reverted to the first version of his operation, Johnny elucidated. The onlookers exhibited patience, meticulously scrutinizing the recorded videos, resembling a group of elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of spot the difference. An hour had passed, and though the footage they had seen thus far merely showcased the vehicle's adjustments within the factory, no one dared to voice their tedium or depart from the hall. As they observed the recordings, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if Dracula were silently watching them from behind, instilling a chill in their bones. In truth, Dracula did not intentionally exert pressure to compel their scrutiny. Rather, his foul mood and advancing age diminished his command over his imposing presence, leaving the others in a state of discomfort. Finally, as this arduous period neared its conclusion, 2 more video recordings remained. One of them was a video I had seen earlier. It featured King driving out. In the previous video, it was shown that they had departed from the factory towards the castle. Everyone couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, Johnny, can't you just look back from the front? The question that had perplexed them all night was finally on the verge of revelation. Who could it be? Lying on the ground, gazing at the starry sky, he pondered the essence of life. For a child just barely 18, who had danced on the precipice of death, there was an inevitable sense of relief at having survived. At that moment, a distant roar interrupted King's thoughts. He suddenly remembered that he was stranded on a precarious stretch of road halfway up the mountain and quickly scrambled to his feet, hoping to see someone ascending or descending who might offer him a ride. Standing by the roadside, King extended one hand, his thumb raised skyward while the other 4 fingers curled into a fist, striking a pose for hitchhiking. It was someone descending, which brought joy to King. Surely they would recognize him. With this thought, he dashed from the roadside into the middle of the road, spreading his arms wide in a gesture to block the way. With a screech, several vehicles came to a halt before him. The first vehicle opened all 4 doors simultaneously, and 4 burly men emerged, exuding an air of formidable intent. The man in the passenger seat called out, Who are you, and how did you end up here? Hello, I am King Dracula. You should have seen me at the banquet earlier. I ventured out for a drive this evening, but unfortunately, my car broke down. I hope you could assist me in getting back, he replied. Please wait a moment. I'll consult my boss. The imposing figure of a man in black strode towards a few vehicles parked behind. As he passed one of the cars, its window was partially lowered. The man inclined his head, seemingly reporting to someone within the vehicle. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a tailored suit. The man in black positioned himself slightly behind the elder, offering a protective presence. As they approached the front of the first car, several bodyguards arranged themselves in a square formation, shielding the elder at the center to preempt any unforeseen occurrences. Their training was evident, and King, observing the bodyguards, surmised that their companion must wield considerable influence. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Is that you, King?" The tone was somewhat familiar, unmistakably belonging to someone encountered at the earlier banquet. "I am King. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" King responded politely, bowing slightly. It's only been a short while, and you've already forgotten this old fellow." The elder clearly recognized King and was quite familiar with him. To alleviate any awkwardness stemming from King's failure to recognize him, the elder stepped into the light cast by the car's headlights. Despite the backlighting, King discerned the elder's features, realizing it was none other than Mr. Gates, the designated head of the project chosen by his grandfather. Mr. Gates. I apologize. The darkness obscured my view. Please do not take offense," King said, now aware of the familiarity between them. Indeed, it is only natural not to recognize someone in such dim lighting. However, I am curious as to what brings you here at this late hour, young master, Gates remarked, showing no resentment towards King's initial oversight, but rather a keen interest in the young man before him. "Mr. Gates, allow me to elucidate. My grandfather presented me with an automobile as a natal gift today. Upon departing the soiree, I intended to embark on a leisurely drive. However, the vehicle's braking mechanism proved to be somewhat deficient, rendering it incapable of deceleration. I was thus compelled to eject myself from the moving conveyance, which, regrettably, has since plummeted into the chasm below." King, reposing a considerable degree of faith in Gates, conveyed the unvarnished truth. A malfunctioning braking system, Gates mused. Far from accepting King's account at face value, Gates harbored suspicions. Who would dare furnish Dracula with substandard merchandise, lest they awaken to find themselves lifeless within their own domicile? After a moment's contemplation, Gates issued an instruction. "Johnny, descend forthwith and inspect the vehicle in question. Procure the onboard recording device and convey it to the Duke's ancestral seat. I shall escort King back to the castle and await your return." "Affirmative, boss," the burly man who had previously summoned Gates responded, before turning to commandeer another vehicle and resume his descent, intent on locating the remnants of King's ill-fated automobile. "Come, King, let us return to the castle." King and Gates proceeded towards the vehicle situated at the nucleus of the convoy, which executed a volte-face and commenced its journey back to the ancestral seat. En route, Gates and King refrained from further discourse, each preoccupied with their individual contemplations regarding the incident. The convoy swiftly arrived at the castle, where a multitude of luminaries lingered, their countenances betraying a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue upon witnessing Gates's abrupt return. The sight of King and Gates alighting from the same vehicle elicited a palpable sense of narrative possibilities among the assembled throng. The crowd returned to the grand hall of the ancient castle, where King was unmistakably clad in the very same attire, yet curiously marred by numerous tears. Gates sought out Hussein, recounting the events surrounding his encounter with the king and the latter's remarks. Hussein furrowed his brow momentarily before making his way to Dracula's chamber. Moments later, a tempest of fury emanated from Dracula, reminding all present of the formidable power wielded by this ancient vampire. Having narrowly escaped peril, King appeared somewhat famished. Indulging in a meal, just as he deliberated between caviar and oysters, Dracula materialized behind him. This rapid approach was a manifestation of the bloodline's advanced ability to teleport over short distances, contingent upon the mental visualization of the desired location. Observing the gluttonous king, Dracula felt a sense of relief, yet was incensed to see the once resplendent figure now resembling a beggar. A fierce light flickered in Dracula's eyes as he bellowed, instructing Hussein to ascertain tonight the identities of those who had interacted with the vehicle, the processes it underwent, and to bring forth the individual responsible for the braking system to stand before him. "Oh, grandfather, there is no need for such anger. I believe this incident is not a deliberate affront against me. Prior to today, I had not revealed myself in public, and it is inconceivable that I would have incurred enmity to the extent of facing a life-threatening situation. Few are those who know me, and today's events might simply be a matter of misfortune. Moreover, not many are aware that the vehicle in question belongs to me. Hence I feel this incident is not directed at me, but perhaps merely a consequence of a merchant's blunder, King articulated with conviction. At that moment, old Gates emerged from the crowd, adding, "The young master speaks wisely, Your Grace. However, today's occurrence is not solely a traffic accident. It also involves those two young scions from White Country. After being ridiculed by a baron, no one knows their whereabouts." Gates' words illuminated the minds of the assembly. Indeed, those two fools had departed in a rather foul mood. They might very well be plotting some form of mischief. "Boss, I have retrieved the dashcam footage," a voice proclaimed from outside. As the attendees pondered Gates' remarks, Johnny's voice punctuated the air. "Your Grace, it is my subordinate. I had dispatched him to procure the dashcam, which may yield some clues," Gates explained, addressing the rudeness of Johnny's sudden interjection. "Allow him to enter." "As you wish." "Your Grace." "Johnny, please come in," Gates called out to the doorway. Johnny stepped into the hall, revealing a vintage floppy disk-like object in his hand, the storage card from the dashcam. The assembly gathered around a computer, utilizing a projector to display the footage upon the wall for all to witness. In the scene, a young boy named King exuberantly approaches a vehicle, followed by a suspenseful sequence of deceleration and an unexpected leap from the car. The onlookers appear unfazed by the spectacle. At that moment, Johnny suddenly interjects, stating that this is Master King's driving record. However, it does not represent the primary data logged by the dashboard camera. Within this footage, I discern traces of deliberate deletion. Johnny's remark piques everyone's curiosity. Does this imply that the initial recording pertains to the assailant? Old Gates inquires, "Johnny, can you recover it?" Although Johnny is an African American, a fleeting blush crosses his features as he apologetically replies, "I'm afraid not, boss. I am merely a bodyguard with limited expertise. This technical task exceeds my capabilities." A collective sigh of disappointment resonates among the group. Johnny continues, "However, boss, you possess the skills. This device operates on our company's system, so restoring it should be a trivial matter for you." Gates, astonished, responds, "Oh, our company produces such devices?" Johnny elaborates, "This is a mobile service terminal derived from our company's system, and many firms are now embedding their systems into hardware." The others remain perplexed, prompting old Dracula to interject. "Gates, the issue of infringement can be addressed later. For now, we all await your restoration of the video." "Understood. I require a computer," Gates states. No sooner had he spoken than a vampire promptly presented him with a laptop. Despite Gates' advanced age, his technical prowess remains undiminished. Observing his fingers deftly dance across the keyboard, a series of code commands were swiftly inscribed into the program. Upon striking the final execution command, the dashcam entered reboot mode. It was accomplished. A brief pause ensued. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gates lived up to expectations. This was not particularly challenging, yet under Dracula's looming pressure, he had to summon every ounce of concentration. The reboot of the dashcam was remarkably swift, and soon everyone noticed an abundance of videos appended to the original recordings. These were likely test videos from the vehicle's initial outings. As the boss reverted to the first version of his program, Johnny elucidated. The audience, with patience, meticulously scrutinized the recorded videos, resembling a group of elderly gentlemen engaged in a game of spot the difference. An hour had elapsed, and although the footage thus far had merely showcased the vehicle's testing sequences within the factory, no one dared to voice their boredom or vacate the hall. An eerie sensation enveloped them, as if Dracula were vigilantly observing from behind, instilling an unsettling chill. In truth, Dracula did not intentionally exert pressure to compel their scrutiny. His mood was rather sour. With age, his control over his imposing presence had waned, leaving the onlookers in a state of palpable discomfort. As the torturous wait neared its conclusion, only 2 videos remained to be viewed. One of them was a video I had seen before. It captured King driving out. In the preceding video, it was revealed that they had departed from the factory towards the castle, prompting an internal outcry among the onlookers. "Johnny, can't you look from back to front?" The question that had puzzled everyone through the night was finally on the verge of revelation. Who could it possibly be? Chapter 7. An unexpected clue. The crowd gazed at the recorded video projected onto the wall. The driverless car remained in a standby state, the camera idly observing. Suddenly, a beam of light intruded upon the lens of the recorder. As the focus adjusted, the viewers beheld, to their astonishment, none other than Raphael, that insufferable nuisance. Beside him, a loquacious Lamanda was berating King, her vitriol so intense that one might mistake King for an irredeemable scoundrel. Upon seeing the photo of the car's pass, Raphael smirked. "So it was you, ha ha ha." His sinister grin ignited an impulse to strike him, regardless of who it was. Nothing could alter the undeniable fact that today you were ridiculed by a baron, leaving you in such shame that you dared not even utter a sound as you slinked away. Lamanda, still fuming with righteous fury, paid no heed to her own image in the absence of others, spewing profanities without concern, even as she insulted her own brother, with whom she shared a bloodline. Do you understand anything, you foolish woman? Do you know who that baron is? Do you think he was ennobled by grandmother? Are you aware of who is hosting today's banquet? You are utterly ignorant and merely shout at me. What kind of education did your aunt provide? With such low emotional intelligence, how do you presume to be a member of the royal family? Raphael was evidently incensed by this impudent Lamanda, erupting in fury without regard for the powers backing her that might elevate him to the throne. He recognized that this foolish woman had offended someone she should not have dared to offend, and consequently, her supporters would inevitably suffer repercussions. He could no longer endure this emotionally inept woman barking at him. You coward, Raphael. How dare you insult me? Do you still wish to earn my mother's favor? Lamanda was clearly taken aback by Raphael's rebuke. Listen well, foolish woman. First, you have provoked someone we cannot afford to offend. Second, not even your mother or grandmother can alter the outcome of today. Third, I may never have the opportunity to ascend to the throne. And all of this is thanks to you. Do you grasp the gravity of today's events, you foolish woman? Raphael truly wished to disregard this exceedingly foolish sister. He could hardly believe he had made his stance so clear, yet this dim-witted woman remained oblivious to the situation. Her lack of emotional intelligence rendered any further interaction impossible, and he resolved to sever this relationship before he was ensnared in her folly. Ramantha, upon hearing Raphael's words, was evidently incredulous. Are you jesting? How could there exist someone so formidable that even my grandmother could not placate them? Even a head of state would show my grandmother respect. She continued, listen closely. Once we descend the mountain, we shall part ways. The road is wide, and we shall walk our separate paths, never to cross again. Raphael, weary of the foolishness emanating from this woman, found her narrow-mindedness only solidified his resolve to sever ties. You have spoken. Henceforth, you shall not seek my mother's assistance in your ascent. Ramantha, thoroughly incensed by Raphael's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. After uttering his words, Raphael disregarded Ramantha entirely, focusing instead on his activities within the vehicle. Observing through the car's dashcam, the others noted Raphael's intention to sabotage the internal control circuits. However, it was evident that he lacked the expertise, as he fumbled in his attempts to disrupt the ignition wiring. Ultimately, he haphazardly yanked at a wire, severing it, and without concern for its identity, shoved it back and exited the vehicle. Johnny's expression shifted. Boss, it's that wire. It controls the brake system. If it's severed, braking will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Dracula's eyes gleamed with malice. Ah, you wretched lad, I shall send you to the depths of hell to reign as king, alongside that loquacious girl, so you may keep each other company. He commanded Hussein, send them to meet Satan, and issue a warning to Y country to terminate all economic dealings. Yes, my lord, Hussein replied, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. As the crowd expressed their dismay over the misfortune that had befallen country Y due to the actions of these two individuals, a figure clad in black unexpectedly materialized on the screen, as if conjured from thin air within the vehicle. This enigmatic figure was enveloped in dark garments, with only their eyes and hands visible. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned tense, with all eyes fixated on this mysterious person. It appeared that the figure was searching for something, and eventually withdrew from their attire a small, palm-sized object that emitted a faint glow, placing it onto the luxurious leather seat of the car. Just as curiosity piqued regarding the nature of this object, the figure made a startling gesture. Facing the camera of the recording device, they simply waved their hand and uttered, "I await your arrival," in fluent Chinese. After delivering this cryptic message, they opened the door and departed. Unlike before, the onlookers did not abandon the recording device upon spotting a clue. Instead, they remained fixated on it, hoping for further revelations. It was not until the recording device entered standby mode and King entered the vehicle to drive away that the crowd began to ponder what the individual had left behind. In the midst of the confusion, Count Dracula suddenly posed a question to Fong Bo, inquiring if he had any insights. A narrow path formed in the crowd, allowing an individual who appeared to be in his 50s, of Eastern descent, to approach the Count. My lord, I believe I have stumbled upon something significant. May I request another viewing for confirmation? Count Dracula nodded, signaling for Johnny to replay the footage. This time, the playback commenced directly from the moment of the mysterious figure's appearance, with Johnny deliberately slowing the speed for clarity. when the enigmatic figure produced that mysterious object. Fong Bo suddenly interjected, commanding, "Stop, enlarge it for me." As everyone focused on the object, they discerned it to be a round, palm-sized item emanating a faint green glow. While the foreign onlookers expressed their bewilderment over its nature, Fong Bo, a true son of the East, immediately recognized it as a jade pendant. An avid collector of antiques and jade artifacts, he is renowned worldwide as an expert in the appraisal of jade relics, possessing unparalleled knowledge of Chinese antiquities and jade culture. Your Grace, it appears that the individual is of Eastern descent, though I cannot ascertain whether they are of Chinese origin. Their garb resembles the ancient knight attire of our country, yet it also bears semblance to the attire of Eastern ninjas. The limited lighting renders precise identification difficult, but it seems to be newly woven, indicative of a traditional craftsmanship that has been passed down through generations. Furthermore, what they have placed down appears to be a jade pendant. Such items are typically carried by individuals of notable status in ancient China, with the quality and size of the jade reflecting the holder's rank. The hue of the piece resembles that of Qin jade from the Hittian region. While the intricacy of its carving eludes my scrutiny, I am certain that this object possesses significant provenance. I urge the Duke to dispatch someone immediately to retrieve it. Fong Bo's eloquent exposition commanded the respect of all present. The admiration for expertise transcends national and disciplinary boundaries. Hussein, that wretched scoundrel, set him aside for now. You shall personally retrieve this jade pendant. Bring Johnny along. He should know the way. Dracula, upon hearing Fong Bo's words, evidently grasped the gravity of the situation, instructing Hussein to undertake the task of reclaiming the jade pendant. It is the Duke. Hussein, upon receiving the command, promptly turned and exited the hall. Fong Bo, regarding that object known as the jade pendant, I vaguely discerned some inscriptions upon it, seemingly of considerable antiquity. As a vampire Duke, Dracula naturally possesses a heightened perception compared to ordinary individuals, thus he conveyed his observations to Fong Bo. My Lord Duke, this artifact undoubtedly qualifies as a cultural relic in our nation, he articulated clearly. Once we seek him out, it is evident that this will serve as a clue to locate him. Furthermore, as you mentioned earlier, the inscriptions on jade pendants typically bear the surname of the family. In ancient times, families of high standing would engrave their surnames onto such pendants, Fong Bo elucidated. Then tell me, Fong Bo, do such families still exist in Huaxia? Dracula inquired, eager to ascertain the scope of potential leads. Indeed, there remain 4 ancient families in Huaxia. The direct descendants of these families possess such jade pendants, albeit generally no larger than a thumb. The piece this enigmatic man provided, however, is likely reserved for the family head or an elder, Fong Bo responded. Oh, which 4 ancient families still endure? Dracula pressed. They're the Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, and Beidang families. To this day, they remain active across various sectors in Huaxia, boasting tens of thousands of direct and collateral descendants, rendering their clans quite formidable. Notably, these 4 families are interconnected, and legends suggest they serve as guardians, collectively protecting a mysterious lineage said to hold dominion over the geographical dragon veins of Huaxia. However, these accounts are merely derived from hearsay and apocryphal histories. Upon hearing this, Dracula fell into a profound contemplation. Observing the Duke's pensive demeanor, the others began to engage in hushed discussions, each expressing their opinions. King could not help but ponder whether the jade pendant was somehow connected to his lineage. Why, he mused, did it arrive precisely at the age of 18, coinciding with his coming of age? Shortly thereafter, Hussein returned with the jade pendant and Johnny in tow. He handed the pendant directly to Fong Bo, who, upon scrutinizing it, was taken aback, nearly letting it slip from his grasp. Fortunately, Hussein was nearby to catch it, or else the clue would have shattered. What have you discovered? Dracula inquired, furrowing his brow. Fong Bo, lost in a daze, did not respond to Dracula's question. Instead, he muttered to himself phrases like impossible and that is merely a legend. King, upon catching sight of the pendant, stood frozen in silence. After observing the pendant for a while, Dracula noted Fong Bo's distressed state and addressed the group. Clearly, Fong Bo has been affected by something. Let us conclude our gathering for today. I apologize, esteemed guests. You may take your leave. Recognizing that Fong Bo was unlikely to provide any valuable insights at that moment, and with sleep now seeming elusive, the attendees, respecting the Duke's words, departed from the castle. Once the guests had been seen off, Hussein returned to the hall and nodded at Dracula. The Duke then led the remaining few, comprising the dazed Fong Bo, the still entranced king. Hussein, and gates into the study. These are the few individuals whom Dracula trusts the most. Observing Fong Bo in a state of confusion, he invoked the secret bloodline incantation, calling out to him. To the bystanders, it seemed unremarkable, yet to Fong Bo, it resonated like a thunderclap, instantly restoring his scattered wits. Bewildered, he gazed around, evidently having forgotten how he arrived. Fong Bo, what has happened to you? Is there an issue with that jade pendant? Dracula inquired. It is not the case, my lord. This matter is profoundly mysterious. You recall what I mentioned earlier regarding the legendary 4 prominent families that guard a secret lineage? Indeed, that information was derived from an ancient tome I discovered in a tomb of indeterminate origin. Based on the temporal references within, I estimated the existence of these 4 families. The text also alluded to the mysterious family they protect, whose crest bears a striking resemblance to the patterns on this jade pendant, he explained, gesturing toward the intricate designs. Moreover, I distinctly remember spending an entire night immersed in the study of that book, which contained additional accounts regarding the relationships among these families. However, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, the book had vanished without a trace. When I inquired with the others, they appeared to suffer from amnesia, all claiming to have never seen the tome. Furthermore, we later learned that several individuals who had descended into the tomb with me have since developed Alzheimer's disease. However, I know that such a possibility is implausible, as some of the most brilliant minds in the literary and archaeological realms at that time, they were only in their early 40s. How could they possibly suffer from dementia? Upon hearing this, several individuals' expressions shifted, and it became clear why Fong Bo had reacted so vehemently upon encountering that jade pendant. Even more alarming to the others was King, who languidly remarked, I believe I have seen that image before. Everyone turned their gaze towards the recorded video projected on the wall. The unmanned vehicle remained in standby mode, and suddenly, a beam of light burst into the camera of the recording device. As the focus adjusted, they peered closer, and indeed, it was the insufferable Raphael. Beside him was the incessantly chattering Lamanda, who, as she walked, hurled insults at King, leading one to mistakenly assume King was a thoroughly wicked scoundrel. Upon seeing the photograph of the vehicle's pass, Raphael sneered, So it is you, ha ha ha. His sinister grin incited an overwhelming urge to strike him. Regardless of who it was, the undeniable fact remains that today, you were ridiculed by a baron, leaving you so humiliated that you couldn't even muster the courage to let out a single sound as you slinked away. Lamanda continued to rage with thunderous fury, utterly unconcerned about her image in the absence of others, spewing vulgarities without a thought, even disregarding the fact that she was insulting her own brother by blood. Do you know anything, you foolish woman? Do you even comprehend who that baron is? Do you think he was conferred by our grandmother? Are you aware of who is hosting today's banquet? You know nothing, only shouting at me. How did your aunt educate you? With such low emotional intelligence. How do you even qualify to be a member of the royal family? Raphael was evidently incensed by this impertinent Ramanda, erupting in fury, disregarding the potential influence of her backing in his ascent to the throne. He understood that this foolish woman had offended someone she should never have crossed. Someone whose wrath would inevitably affect her supporters as well. He could no longer tolerate this emotionally inept woman commanding him in such a manner. Raphael, you spineless coward. How dare you insult me? Do you still wish to earn my mother's favor? Ramanda was clearly taken aback by Raphael's reprimand. Listen closely, you imbecile. First, you have provoked someone beyond our reach. Second, not even your mother or grandmother can alter the outcome of today. Third, I might never have the chance to approach the throne again, and all of this is thanks to you. Do you grasp the magnitude of today's events, you foolish woman? Raphael genuinely wished to dismiss this exceedingly foolish sister. He could hardly believe that he had made his stance so apparent. Yet this woman remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Such a lack of emotional acumen made interaction with her untenable. It would be best to sever ties before he became ensnared in her folly. Ramantha, upon hearing Raphael's words, was evidently incredulous. How could there exist someone so formidable that even my grandmother could not contend with them? It was preposterous. Even a head of state would have to show respect to my grandmother. After all, how could such a powerful individual truly exist? Listen, once we descend the mountain, we shall part ways, each taking a different path, never to cross paths again in this lifetime. Raphael, weary of the foolish woman before him, found her narrow-mindedness solidified his resolve to sever ties. Very well, you have spoken. From now on, do not seek my mother's assistance in your ascent to power. Ramantha, thoroughly incensed by Raphael's demeanor, seethed in silence. After his declaration, Raphael chose to ignore her entirely, focusing instead on his activities within the vehicle. Observing through the car's dashcam, the onlookers noted Raphael's intent to sabotage the internal control wiring. However, it was evident that he was a novice, clueless about how to disable the ignition circuit. In a haphazard attempt, he yanked at a wire, severing it without regard to its function, and carelessly stuffed it back before closing the door and departing. Johnny's expression shifted. "Boss, it's that wire. It controls the braking system. If it's severed, the brakes will fail." Upon hearing this, Dracula's eyes glinted with malice. "Well done, my boy. I shall send you to hell to reign as king, alongside that loquacious girl, so you may have company in the abyss." Dracula commanded Hussein to send them to meet Satan and to issue a warning to Y country, urging them to cease all economic relations. "Yes, my lord," Hussein replied, a bloodthirsty gleam illuminating his gaze. As the crowd expressed their dismay over the misfortune that had befallen country Y due to these two little rascals, a figure clad in black suddenly materialized on the screen, as if conjured from thin air within the vehicle. This enigmatic individual was shrouded entirely in dark attire, leaving only his eyes and hands exposed. The previously relaxed atmosphere in the hall abruptly shifted to one of tension, with every gaze fixated upon the shadowy figure. It appeared that he was searching for something, and ultimately retrieved a palm-sized object that emitted a faint glow from within his garments, placing it upon the luxurious leather seat of the car. Just as the onlookers were consumed by curiosity regarding the object he had deposited, he performed a startling gesture. He waved nonchalantly at the camera of the recording device, uttering in the tongue of Huaxia, "I await your arrival," before exiting the vehicle. Unlike before, the spectators did not abandon the recording device upon catching a glimpse of some clues. Instead, they remained transfixed, hoping for further revelations. It was not until the device entered standby mode and King took his seat to drive away that they began to ponder what the man had truly left behind. In the midst of their bewilderment, Count Dracula suddenly inquired of Fong Bo, "Do you have any insights?" A narrow path opened within the crowd, allowing a man of approximately 50 years, who bore the features of the East, to approach the Count. "My lord, I believe I have discerned something of significance. May I request another viewing for confirmation?" Count Dracula nodded, signaling to Johnny to replay the footage once more. This time, the playback commenced directly from the mysterious figure's appearance, with Johnny deliberately slowing the pace for clarity. When the enigmatic figure revealed the mysterious object, Fong Bo suddenly interjected, requesting, "Stop, magnify that for me." As everyone focused their attention, they discerned that the object was a round, palm-sized piece emanating a faint green glow. While a group of foreigners pondered its nature, Fong Bo, a true son of the land, immediately recognized it as a jade pendant. Fong Bo had always harbored a passion for collecting antiques and jade artifacts, establishing himself as a world-renowned expert in the appraisal of jade and cultural relics. His profound understanding of Chinese antiquities and jade culture was unparalleled, with no one capable of rivaling his expertise. "My Lord Duke," he continued, "the individual appears to be of Eastern descent, though I cannot ascertain if they are of Chinese origin. Their attire resembles the ancient night garments of our country, akin to the stealthy garb of a Japanese ninja. The dim lighting hinders precise identification, yet the fabric seems freshly woven, likely a product of inherited craftsmanship." He elaborated, "Furthermore, the object they placed down appears to be a jade pendant. Such items were traditionally carried by individuals of high status in ancient China, with the quality and size of the jade reflecting the owner's rank. The hue of the piece suggested is a type of green jade from Etienne, though the intricacies of its carving remain indiscernible. I am confident that this artifact holds significant importance, and I hope the Duke will dispatch someone immediately to seek it out." Fong Bo's eloquent exposition commanded the respect of all present. Indeed, admiration for expertise transcends borders and disciplines. "Hussein," he said, addressing a colleague, "that insufferable rascal can wait. You must personally retrieve this jade pendant. Bring Johnny along. He should know the location." Dracula, having listened to Fong Bo's words, clearly recognized the gravity of the situation and ordered Hussein to take immediate action to recover the jade pendant. "It is His Grace, the Duke." Hussein, without a moment's hesitation, turned on his heel and departed the hall. "Fong Bo, regarding the jade pendant, I vaguely discerned some inscriptions upon it, which seem to possess a certain antiquity." As Dracula, the vampire Duke, naturally possesses a clearer perception than ordinary folk and conveyed his observations to Fong Bo. "Your Grace, this artifact is undoubtedly classified as a cultural relic in our country," he stated emphatically. "When we seek him out, it is evident that this serves as a clue leading us to him. Furthermore, As you mentioned earlier, the inscriptions on jade pendants typically bear the family surname. In ancient times, families of notable stature would engrave their surnames upon such pendants, Fong Bo elucidated. So, Fong Bo, do such families still exist in Huaxia? Dracula inquired, eager to glean more context. Indeed, they do. Presently, Huaxia boasts 4 ancient families, whose direct descendants are traditionally bestowed with such jade pendants, albeit generally no larger than a thumb's breadth. The one possessed by this enigmatic gentleman must belong to either the family head or an elder, Fong Bo replied. Ah, which 4 families remain? Dracula pressed. They are the Dongfang, Shimin, Nangong, and Beitang families. To this day, they thrive across various sectors in Huaxia, with thousands of direct and collateral descendants, rendering their lineage quite formidable. Notably, these 4 families are interlinked, and there are legends that they serve as guardians of a mysterious lineage, purportedly safeguarding a family that holds dominion over the dragon veins of Huaxia. However, these tales are largely derived from folklore and anecdotal accounts. Upon hearing this, Dracula fell into deep contemplation, observing the Duke's pensive demeanor. The others began to engage in hushed discussions, each expressing their own opinions. King could not help but ponder whether this jade pendant was somehow linked to his heritage. Why had it appeared at the moment of his coming of age, rather than at any other time? Shortly thereafter, Hussein returned with the pendant and Johnny in tow. He handed the pendant directly to Fong Bo, who, upon examining it closely, was taken aback, nearly dropping it. Fortunately, Hussein was close enough to catch it, otherwise, the precious clue might have shattered. What have you discovered? Dracula inquired, furrowing his brow. Fong Bo, lost in a daze, did not respond to Dracula's question. Instead, he muttered to himself phrases like, how could this be? And isn't that just a legend? King stood frozen upon seeing the pendant, rendered speechless. After observing the pendant for a while and noting Fong Bo's disoriented state, Dracula addressed the group. Clearly, Fong Bo is somewhat disturbed. Let us conclude our gathering for today. My apologies, esteemed guests. Please take your leave. Recognizing that Fong Bo was unlikely to offer any valuable insights, the gathering was bound for a restless night. With Dracula's words, the assembly saw no reason to prolong the evening and departed from the castle. After bidding farewell to the guests, Hussein returned to the hall and nodded at Dracula. The latter then led the remaining few, including the dazed Fong Bo, the still absent King, Hussein, and Gates, to the study. These are the individuals whom Dracula trusts most profoundly. Observing Fong Bo in a state of confusion, Dracula invoked the secret bloodline incantation, calling out to him. To the bystanders, it seemed unremarkable, yet to Fong Bo, it struck like a thunderclap, instantly restoring his fragmented soul. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, evidently forgetting how he had arrived. Fong Bo, what has transpired? Is there an issue with that jade pendant? Dracula inquired. It is not the pendant, my lord. This matter is exceedingly strange. You recall our earlier conversation regarding the 4 noble families safeguarding a mysterious lineage in my homeland, do you not? Indeed. I discovered a record of this in an ancient tome unearthed from an unknown dynasty's tomb. Based on the inscriptions, I estimated the timeline of these noble families' existence. Furthermore, the text mentioned the enigmatic lineage they protect, whose crest bears this very design, he explained, gesturing to the patterns on the jade pendant. I distinctly remember that night. I immersed myself in the study of that tome until exhaustion overcame me, at which point I succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, the book had vanished without a trace. When I inquired with the others, they seemed to have lost their memories, all claiming to have never encountered the tome. Subsequently, I learned that those who had descended into the tomb with me have since developed Alzheimer's disease. However, I am acutely aware that such a notion is implausible. As prodigies in the realms of literature and archaeology, they were merely in their early 40s. How could they possibly succumb to dementia? Upon hearing this, several individuals visibly altered their expressions, and it became clear why Fong Bo had reacted so vehemently upon encountering that jade pendant. Even more startling to the others was King, who languidly remarked, I believe I have seen that image before. Chapter 8. Dream Dracula, Fong Bo, Hussein, and Gates regarded King as if he were an extraterrestrial. King, though I have traversed this life for quite some time, I am certain this is the first instance I have encountered such a pattern. You must be mistaken. Dracula inquired with a hint of confusion. Fong Bo continued, Indeed, Master King, this shape resembles a coiling dragon, yet it is not merely a coiling dragon. It is undoubtedly unique in the world. The image you previously beheld must have depicted a true coiling dragon. Although Hussein and Gates remained silent, their skepticism towards King was palpable. I am not jesting, my grandfather. I have genuinely seen this pattern before. I recognize it as a coiling dragon. In ancient China, it was often depicted on the garments of emperors and bronze artifacts. From a young age, I have immersed myself in the histories of various nations. The ancient culture of China is indeed distinctive. Although it lingered in a feudal society for an extended period, the craftsmanship of that era was truly unparalleled. This coiling dragon motif is among my favorite designs, and I would not misremember something so precious, King asserted, gazing earnestly at the others. Very well, King. It's not that we distrust you. We merely wish for you to reveal when and where you encountered this depiction of the coiling dragon aside from within the pages of the book. This illustration differs from the conventional representations, as it appears to cradle something within the dragon's maw. Dracula meticulously elucidated the distinction to King. What the dragon holds in its mouth is the heart of a demon. The identical phrase echoed from the lips of both individuals. Dracula, Hussein, Gates, and Fongbo stared in astonishment at King, who seemed equally startled by the revelation that had escaped his own lips. Why? Why do I know this? King incessantly questioned himself within the confines of his mind. Young Master King, this is what I gleaned from that ancient tome. How did you come by this knowledge? Fongbo was evidently taken aback by the youth's insight. Upon hearing Fongbo's words, Dracula, Hussein, and Gates were even more perplexed. I too am uncertain how I came to possess this knowledge. It feels as though I have undergone a myriad of experiences today. After I stepped outside, an inexplicable accident transpired. While I lay on the ground gazing at the sky, it seemed I recalled numerous events, and it was only when Mr. Gates's convoy passed by that I was jolted back to reality. King now found himself engulfed in confusion, pondering what had transpired, as if his memories had been awakened. King, did you happen to strike your head? Dracula inquired with concern. Absolutely no, grandfather. I truly cannot fathom why I suddenly possessed this knowledge. Moreover, I am aware that this jade belongs to an ancient lineage of the Huaxia family, meant solely for direct descendants to adorn. King felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly driven mad by this irksome sensation. King could not help but grasp his head and shout. Calm down, Dracula urged. Employing the bloodline's arcane technique akin to the Buddhist lion's roar, which induces transformation through sound. Yet, one calms while the other leads to despair. Upon hearing Dracula's voice, King was abruptly pacified, though it was evident to all that he had slipped into another state, his gaze unfocused, resembling that of a dazed individual. Observing King's condition, Dracula resorted to his final gentle approach, hypnotizing King into a brief slumber. Now, Fongbo, can you divulge everything you know? Dracula inquired earnestly, recognizing that this matter bore significant weight and might be closely linked to his grandson. Having lived for over 2 millennia, Dracula swore he had never encountered such a perplexing dilemma. Even his encounters with dark sorcerers had not instilled such trepidation. Your Grace, I feel rather anxious. Perhaps it would be best if you pose the questions. I am so flustered that I cannot recall anything. Please, inquire, and I shall respond based on my instinctive reactions. Fongbo wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that only those who had truly experienced the events of yesteryear could comprehend such terror. Very well, we shall ask you. Dracula gazed at Hussein and Gates, and they exchanged nods. What time and where did you discover that ancient tomb? Gates inquired. 8 years ago, within the borders of China. In HB, it was originally a Yinshang tomb. Inside the main burial chamber, we uncovered a funerary book that chronicled the ancient 5 clans of China. Hussein asked, did you not sense anything unusual about the other individuals present? At that time, I was eager to delve into this history. I discovered that this segment was surprisingly absent from our historical records. Believing I had stumbled upon significant documentation, I became overly ambitious and wished to claim the credit solely for myself. Thus, I devoted sleepless nights to my research until exhaustion overcame me. Upon awakening, I found the book had vanished. When I inquired of others, they professed to have seen nothing. Throughout the excavation, no one mentioned this matter again. When I pressed for information, it appeared they had no recollection of the book whatsoever. Years later, it was reported that the entire archaeological team had succumbed to dementia. Are you certain your recollections are accurate? You haven't fabricated this book, have you? Dracula questioned. Certainly, my lord. If you harbor doubts, you may refer to the records from that time. I am the only one who retained my sanity. After the government became aware of the issue, they subjected me to repeated interrogations regarding the details. I recounted everything truthfully, yet they remained skeptical, ultimately assigning me to an overseas post, Fongbo replied, a tinge of despair evident in his voice. Just as Gates prepared to pose another question, King, who had been sleeping, suddenly sat up and declared, "To follow the will of heaven." While Dracula and the others were perplexed, Fongbo abruptly erupted into frenzied shouts. Dracula was utterly disinclined to witness the two individuals spiraling into madness without cause. Thus, he hypnotized Fongbo, compelling him to speak freely. "What does it mean to follow the mandate of heaven?" Dracula inquired. Under the influence of hypnosis, Fongbo replied somewhat mechanically. "The phrase to follow the mandate of heaven is mentioned most frequently in that ancient tome, though I do not know its precise meaning. It merely appears often in the text." "Indeed. But it evokes a sense that fate is predetermined," Dracula mused. At that moment, King, who had awakened upon Fongbo's cry, wore a grave expression as he addressed Dracula. "Grandfather, I had a peculiar dream." "Oh, King, what did you dream?" Dracula asked. "Grandfather, it seems my journey must commence sooner than anticipated. My trip to Huaxia is imperative." King did not respond directly to Dracula, but rather affirmed his resolve regarding the trip. Dracula regarded King with profound significance, sensing a newfound distance between them. He nodded, still hopeful, and pressed, "You are resolute about this journey to Huaxia. Can you not divulge to your grandfather what transpired? You cannot fathom how terrifying that was. Please, share your dream with me." King appeared to grapple with his thoughts, his countenance serious. "Grandfather, I believe I have come to understand. 2,000 years ago, they sought to eradicate the bloodline." "Oh, you have discerned the reason." Dracula's expression shifted dramatically. "Yes, grandfather, I seem to have grasped some of the reasons." "Do tell. For I am eager to uncover what could provoke the annihilation of our bloodline," Dracula exclaimed, his indignation palpable. King organized his thoughts, and several individuals silently gazed at him, awaiting an answer. In an effort to interpret King S's dream, Dracula roused the hypnotized Fongbo. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, King began to speak. "Honestly, I am uncertain whether what I'm about to say is accurate. It is merely a dream that felt remarkably vivid." "Another dream?" Dracula clearly struggled to accept this response. The vampire clan had nearly been annihilated, and he had searched for 2 millennia for answers, yet this insufferable boy merely claimed to have had a dream. His eyes twitching in exasperation. "Your Grace, it would be wise to listen to this dream," Fongbo interjected. In ancient China, dreams were held in high regard, and many historical figures possessed the ability to communicate with the divine through dreams. Regardless of your beliefs, however absurd this notion may seem, dreams can indeed offer insights. It is a facet of our metaphysics. "Very well, King, please continue," Dracula conceded. "Grandfather, although I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my dream, the imagery felt somewhat connected to the vampire clan." "You insolent wretch, are you toying with me?" Dracula shot King an irritated glance. "Allow me to explain." King slowly unveiled his dream. Dracula, Fongbo, Hussein, and Gates regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. "King, despite my long existence, I can confidently say this is the first time I have encountered such a symbol." "Surely, you must be mistaken," Dracula inquired, puzzled. Fongbo then remarked, "Indeed, young Master King, the shape resembles that of a coiling dragon, a sight most rare in this world. What you encountered previously must have been an image of the coiling dragon, correct?" Although Hussein and Gates remained silent, their skeptical gazes were directed towards King. "I am not jesting, grandfather. I have genuinely seen this design. I recognize it as a coiling dragon. In ancient Huaxia, this motif adorned the garments of emperors and bronze vessels. I have devoted my youth to studying the histories of various nations, and the ancient culture of Huaxia is distinctly unique. Despite its prolonged existence within a feudal society, the craftsmanship of that era was truly unparalleled. This coiling dragon motif is among my favorites, and I assure you, I would not mistake it," King stated earnestly, his gaze fixed intently upon the others. "Very well, King. It is not that we doubt your credibility. We merely wish for you to elucidate when and where you have encountered this coiling dragon beyond the pages of books. This depiction differs from the conventional coiling dragon, as it appears to be clutching something within its jaws." Dracula meticulously explained this distinction to King. "What it holds in its mouth is the heart of a demon." The identical statement echoed simultaneously from both individuals, leaving Dracula, Hussein, Gates, and Fongbo in stunned silence as they regarded King. Clearly, King himself was taken aback by the revelation that had escaped his lips. Why do I know this?" King pondered incessantly within the confines of his mind. "Young Master King, this is what I discovered in an ancient tome. How did you come to know of it?" Fongbo was evidently taken aback by the youth's presence. Upon hearing Fongbo's words, Dracula, Hussein, and Gates were even more perplexed. I, too, am at a loss as to how I came upon this knowledge. It seems I have experienced a multitude of events today. After I stepped outside, an inexplicable accident occurred. As I lay on the ground, gazing at the heavens, a flood of memories washed over me, only to be jolted back to reality when Mr. Gates's convoy passed by. King now felt somewhat bewildered. What transpired? It was as though he had awakened memories from a distant past. King, did you happen to hit your head? Dracula inquired with concern. Absolutely not, Grandpa. I cannot fathom why I suddenly possessed this knowledge, nor why I recognize this jade as an ancient relic belonging to a family from the Huaxia, worn only by direct descendants. King was increasingly agitated, tormented by this vexing sensation. Ah, he exclaimed, clutching his head in distress. King, remain calm, Dracula urged, employing the same bloodline secret technique used to awaken Fong Bo. This method, reminiscent of the Buddhist lion's roar, alters one's state through sound, one calming, the other shattering. Upon hearing Dracula's voice, King abruptly regained his composure. Yet it was evident to all that he had slipped into another state of being, his gaze unfocused, almost as if in a stupor. Observing King's condition, Dracula resorted to the gentlest approach, hypnotizing him to allow for a brief respite. Fong Bo, can you now divulge everything you know? Dracula inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Fong Bo. It was evident to Dracula that this matter held significant weight and possibly a strong connection to his grandson. Having lived for over 2 millennia, he swore he had never encountered such a perplexing dilemma. Not even the darkest of sorcerers had instilled such trepidation within him. Your Grace, I must admit I am somewhat anxious. Perhaps it would be best if you posed the questions. The tension has rendered my mind blank. I shall respond to your inquiries as my instincts guide me. Fong Bo wiped the sweat from his brow, for only those who had truly lived through the horrors of that time could comprehend its true terror. Very well, let us proceed with our questions. Dracula turned his attention to Hussein and Gates, and the three exchanged nods of agreement. At what time and location did you unearth that ancient tomb? Gates inquired. 8 years ago, within the borders of Huaxia, specifically in HB. It was originally a Yinshang dynasty tomb, where we discovered a burial book in the main chamber's coffin. This tome contained accounts of the ancient 5 clans of Huaxia. Did you not sense anything unusual about the others present at that time? Hussein asked. I was deeply intrigued by this historical period, only to discover that it was conspicuously absent from our national history. Believing I had stumbled upon significant literary evidence, I was eager to claim the credit for myself. Thus, I immersed myself in research throughout the night, until exhaustion overcame me and I fell asleep. Upon awakening, I found the book had vanished. When I inquired with others, they all claimed to have never seen it. Subsequently, throughout the entire archaeological process, no one mentioned this matter again. When I sought answers, it seemed that they had no recollection of the book whatsoever until several years later, when it was reported that the entire archaeological team had succumbed to dementia. Are you certain your memory is accurate and that you have not fabricated this book? Count Dracula inquired. Of course, my lord. If you doubt my account, you may consult the records from that time. I was the only sane individual amidst it all. After the government became aware of the issue, they repeatedly interrogated me about the details, and I recounted everything truthfully. Yet, they remained unconvinced, ultimately sending me abroad. Fong Bo replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. Just as Gates was about to pose another question, King, who had been asleep, suddenly sat up and proclaimed, to follow the mandate of heaven. Amidst the confusion of Dracula and the others, Fong Bo suddenly began to shout and rave as if possessed. Not wishing for the two to descend further into inexplicable madness, Dracula hypnotized Fong Bo and compelled him to speak freely. What does it mean to follow the mandate of heaven? Dracula asked. Under hypnosis, Fong Bo replied in a somewhat mechanical tone. The book from that time contained the phrase to follow the mandate of heaven most frequently. However, I do not know its precise meaning. Is it merely the frequency of these words appearing in the book that evokes such a sense of inevitability? Indeed, it does. At the moment when Fong Bo called out, King had already awakened, his expression grave as he addressed Dracula. Grandfather, I had a peculiar dream. Oh, King, what did you dream about? Grandfather, it seems my journey must commence sooner than anticipated. My expedition to Huaxia is imperative. King did not respond directly to Dracula, but instead reaffirmed his resolute intention to travel to Huaxia. Dracula regarded King with profound contemplation. Sensing a slight distance between them at that moment, he nodded, undeterred, and inquired, Your journey to Huaxia is non-negotiable, but can you at least share with me what transpired? You cannot fathom how frightening it was. Tell me, what did you dream? King appeared to be grappling with his thoughts, his demeanor solemn as he replied, "Grandfather, I believe I understand. 2,000 years ago, they sought to eradicate the bloodline." "Oh, you have discerned the reason." Dracula's expression shifted drastically. "Yes, grandfather. It seems I have gleaned some insight. Pray, share it with us. I wish to comprehend what could possibly drive them to annihilate our kind." Dracula's agitation was palpable. King organized his thoughts, and the others silently awaited his revelation. In pursuit of unraveling the mystery of King S' dream, Dracula roused the hypnotized Fong Bo. Under the expectant gazes of those present, King began, "In truth, I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my words, but it was an exceptionally vivid dream." Once again, Dracula appeared disinclined to accept this response. The bloodline was nearly extinguished, and I had sought the answer for 2 millennia. Yet this insufferable lad claimed it resided within his dreams. He twitched at the corners of his eyes. "My Lord Duke, you ought to heed this dream," he urged. "In our ancient culture, dreams are held in high regard, with many illustrious figures possessing the ability to communicate with the divine through their dreams, regardless of your beliefs. Though this notion may seem absurd, one can indeed glean insights within dreams. It is a facet of our metaphysical tradition." Fong Bo, now awake, elucidated. "Very well, King. Please continue," Dracula replied. "Grandfather," King began, "although I cannot ascertain the accuracy of my dream, I sense that the imagery within it bears some connection to the bloodline." "Impudent child, are you teasing me?" Dracula shot King a disapproving glance. Indeed, King slowly unveiled the contents of his dream. Chapter 9. King's dream. As anticipation hung in the air, King finally recounted his dream. "Initially, I found myself within the dream, utterly bewildered. As if I had entered a conference room," he began. "It was an archaic chamber, adorned with simple decorations that exuded an air of antiquity, the era indiscernible. In the center stood an octagonal table, encircled by 6 individuals, each impeccably dressed and distinct in their mannerisms. I observed them as an onlooker, akin to a cinematographer capturing their meeting. Seated at the head of the table, a figure adorned in resplendent golden attire spoke, indicating that the prophets had foreseen the burgeoning power of the demons. Should we take action to impede their ascent? What are your thoughts?" To his right, a man clad in fiery red interjected, "The prophets merely predict. It is our duty to vanquish evil. Yet, the demons continue to roam the world, and their awakening remains shrouded in mystery. As long as they do not encroach upon our territory, there is no necessity for an expedition against them." A figure dressed in blue chimed in, "Cousin from the north, your assertion is flawed. When the lips are gone, the teeth will surely feel the cold. If the demons grow too powerful, how shall we contend with them?" Opposite the man in blue, a person garbed in white responded, "Brother Nangong speaks wisely. However, they are in a state of flux, lacking a stable foothold. The offspring of the demons have not shown any clear signs of awakening. Thus, we are without a cause." At this juncture, a figure in green, with a sly tone, remarked, "I have heard tell of a certain race in the East, devoted to peace and claiming descent from the divine. Their leader is known as the Sea God. Why not form an alliance with them or incite conflict amongst them? We could then reap the benefits, eliminating that race. Even if the demon progeny exists, as long as they have not truly awakened, they cannot evade the fate of capture and destruction." The king, observing like a bystander, listened to the words of the man in green, which were steeped in cunning and intrigue. The golden-clad figure then declared, "Very well. Since there is a general consensus to take action against the demons, let us deliberate further. According to the prophets, the demons cannot awaken in the short term. We shall conclude today's discussion here." After a brief exchange, several individuals rose and exited the room. Throughout the encounter, I was unable to discern their features, perhaps due to the dreamlike haze that enveloped the scene. Among the 6, the man who remained silent cast what seemed to be a fleeting glance in my direction before departing. Upon King S' narration of his dream, the others fell into deep contemplation, pondering the implications of his words. The room was enveloped in silence for a moment, until Fong Bo suddenly inquired, "Young Master King, do you not find a resemblance between that individual's appearance and the figure captured by the recording device? Also, what were the colors of their garments? I failed to recall them just now." King paused, reflecting. "They are distinct. That man appeared to sense something, unlike the enigmatic figure from the recording who was fully aware that someone would indeed be watching. As for the colors of their attire, the leader donned a golden ensemble. The individual opposite him mirrored this, while flanking them were 4 others, seated diagonally, adorned in red, green, blue, and white." King affirmed with certainty. "Indeed," Fong Bo murmured. You mentioned several surnames earlier, and I pondered whether they belonged to the four great families. It appears I was correct. But who, then, is the one in gold? After muttering a few thoughts, he fell silent once more. As time trickled by, King felt increasingly vexed and out of boredom. He picked up a pen to sketch the scene he had witnessed. 6 individuals gathered around a table. Meanwhile, Fong Bo, lost in his contemplations, strolled about Dracula's study, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the adage that life thrives on movement. As he passed by King, he suddenly exclaimed, "What is this?" startled by the unexpected sound. King replied, "This is a scene from my dreams. May I take a look?" Without waiting for King's consent, Fong Bo seized the opportunity. King, with a resigned shrug, remarked, "I sense that this object is merely a symbol of status and identity." "No, that's not quite right," Fong Bo mused, evidently ensnared in his own thoughts. "Fong Bo, please share your reflections with us instead of pondering alone," Dracula implored in exasperation. "Ah, indeed, your grace. I have stumbled upon a revelation. In ancient China, we had the I Ching and its hexagrams, yet in modern times, few truly comprehend it. What the young master has depicted is precisely the diagram of the hexagrams." Fong Bo stated earnestly, "Are you suggesting that King dreamt of the I Ching's hexagrams?" Dracula appeared somewhat skeptical. "Yes, your grace. Although the young master's drawing is a simple hexagram, observe how the orientations align perfectly with the hexagram's form," Fong Bo asserted, presenting the scene to Dracula. "Among the 5 of them, 4 families have preserved their lineage for thousands of years. Yet, why is it that out of 5 individuals, only 4 legacies remain today? With the 5th having vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in this world?" Fong Bo articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing Fong Bo's analysis, the others nodded in agreement. In truth, it was long before the appearance of that jade piece that Dracula discerned its connection to King's lineage. Years ago, the scarf wrapped around King bore the image of a coiled dragon. Although its design slightly differed from that of the jade pendant, the similar carving technique indicated a shared origin. However, out of respect for the occasion of King's birthday, Dracula refrained from mentioning it. As he observed King, whose brow was furrowed with concern, Dracula reflected on how that mischievous little boy had now grown into an 18-year-old young man. Despite having lived for over 2 millennia, he could not help but feel the swift passage of time. "King," Dracula spoke with utmost seriousness. Noticing the gravity in Dracula's expression, King responded formally, "Yes, grandfather. Soon, you shall gather your belongings. Tomorrow we depart for Huaxia. It is a wondrous land, but take heed, avoid confrontations, conceal your identity, conduct your inquiries discreetly, and safeguard your well-being. Moreover, do remember to call and check in on this old man," Dracula earnestly advised King, his demeanor softening into a smile at the end. King listened intently to his grandfather's counsel, his eyes moist as he gazed upon his only family. "I will certainly be cautious and will keep in touch," he replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Do not adopt a feminine demeanor. Go and prepare. I know that one day you will leave me. But as long as you remember this old man, I shall find contentment," Dracula said, his heart warmed by King's genuine emotion. "You will forever be my grandfather," King declared solemnly. "Go on, my good child, tidy up. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to journey to Huaxia." Dracula gently patted King's shoulder. King nodded and exited the room. As Dracula turned, he addressed Fong Bo, "My Lord Duke, I am here. At dawn tomorrow, I will arrange for you to accompany King to Huaxia. I recall you have a son there, correct?" "Indeed, my Lord Duke. I have a son who should be entering university this year," Fong Bo replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Since that incident, he had been stationed away and had not returned home for 3 years. "Very well, I shall arrange for King to enter school alongside your son. It would be beneficial to have a companion in life. And regarding the matter of identity, simply state that you are distant cousins. As you wish, my Lord Duke." With bated breath, everyone awaited King's revelation of his dream. "At first, I found myself within a dream, utterly perplexed, as if I had entered a conference room." King began to narrate. It was an ancient chamber, adorned with simple decorations, exuding an air of antiquity that rendered its era indiscernible. An octagonal table occupied the center, surrounded by 6 individuals, resplendent in their attire, each possessing unique characteristics. I observed them as a mere bystander, akin to a cinematographer capturing their assembly. Seated in the prominent position, adorned in golden attire, one individual proclaimed that the seers had foreseen the burgeoning strength of the demons. He inquired whether they should take measures to thwart this threat, and sought the opinions of those present. A person clad in fiery red responded that the seer clan merely predicted the situation. It was indeed their duty to eradicate evil, yet the demons still roamed the world. Their awakening remained uncertain, and as long as they did not encroach upon their territory, there was no necessity for a campaign against the demon kin. Next, a figure draped in blue interjected, "Cousin from the north, your assertion is misguided. When the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. Should the demons gain strength, how shall we stand as their adversaries?" Opposite the blue-clad individual, a person in white concurred, "Brother Nangong speaks wisely. Yet, they are in a state of flux, devoid of a secure foothold, and the offspring of demons have not exhibited any clear signs of awakening. We are without justification for our actions." At that moment, a man in green, with a sly tone, remarked, "I have heard tell of a tribe in the east, known for their peaceful disposition and claiming descent from the divine. Their leader is referred to as the sea god. Why not forge an alliance with them, or incite them to conflict amongst themselves? We could then reap the benefits from the shadows, vanquishing that tribe. Even should the demon spawn remain, as long as they do not awaken in earnest, they cannot escape the fate of being hunted." The king, akin to a mere observer, listened intently to the words of the man in green, which reeked of cunning and conspiracy. The figure in gold then spoke, "Very well, since we have reached a general consensus on taking action against the demon kin, let us deliberate further. The seers predict that the demon shall not awaken in the immediate future. Thus, we shall adjourn today's discussions." After a brief discourse, several individuals rose and exited the room. Throughout the encounter, I was unable to discern their appearances, perhaps due to the hazy nature of the dream. Among the six, a silent man cast a glance in my direction before departing. Once King recounted the scene he had envisioned. A contemplative silence enveloped the group as they pondered the implications of his words. After a moment of stillness, Fongbo suddenly inquired, "Young Master King, do you not find that the features and gaze of that individual bear a striking resemblance to the one captured by the recording device? Furthermore, you mentioned the colors of their garments, which I failed to recall." King reflected for a moment before responding. "They are distinctly different. It seems that man sensed something." Unlike the enigmatic figure from the recording, who was fully aware that he would be observed. As for the colors of their attire, the leader was adorned in gold, while the individual opposite him shared a similar hue. Flanking them were four others, seated diagonally, clad in red, green, blue, and white, respectively. King asserted confidently, "Indeed, you mentioned several surnames earlier, and I began to wonder if they belonged to the four prominent families. It appears I was correct. But who then is the figure in gold?" Fongbo murmured to himself, then fell silent once more. As time ticked away, King found his thoughts increasingly perplexing. Seeking distraction, he took up a pen to sketch the scene he had witnessed. 6 individuals gathered around a table. Meanwhile, Fongbo, immersed in thought, paced restlessly in Dracula's study, echoing the adage that life thrives on movement. As he passed by King, he suddenly exclaimed, "What is this?" Startled by the unexpected voice, King replied, "This is a scene from my dream." Without waiting for permission, Fongbo seized the moment to take a closer look. King, with a resigned shrug, remarked, "I sense that this object merely symbolizes status and identity." "No, that's not quite right," Fongbo murmured, evidently caught in his own contemplative spiral. "Fongbo, please share your thoughts rather than keeping them to yourself," Dracula implored in exasperation. "Ah, indeed, my lord," Fongbo responded earnestly. "I have discovered something intriguing. In ancient China, we had the I Ching and the 8 trigrams, and in modernity, few truly comprehend its significance. The diagram drawn by the young master represents the 8 trigrams." "You mean to say that King dreamt of the I Ching's 8 trigrams?" Dracula appeared skeptical. "Yes, my lord. Although the diagram drawn by young Master King is a simple representation of the 8 trigrams, observe how the orientations align perfectly with its form," Fongbo asserted, presenting the scene to Dracula. "Among the 5 of them, 4 families have preserved their lineage for millennia. Yet, it remains a mystery why, of the original 5, only 4 endure to this day, especially considering one has vanished without a trace, leaving no historical record, as if they had never graced this world." Fongbo articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing his analysis, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, even at the moment the jade appeared, Dracula was aware of its connection to King's lineage. The scarf that once enveloped King bore the image of a coiling dragon. Although the depiction differed slightly from the ornament, the similarities in craftsmanship indicated a common origin. However, Out of respect for the occasion of King's birthday, Dracula refrained from mentioning it. Observing King, whose brow was furrowed in contemplation, Dracula reflected on how the once mischievous child had grown into an 18-year-old young man. Despite having lived for over 2 millennia, he could not help but feel the swift passage of time. King, Dracula intoned gravely. Upon noticing his grandfather's serious demeanor, King replied formally, "Yes, grandfather. In a moment. You shall gather your belongings. Tomorrow we depart for Huaxia. It is a wondrous land, but be wary of engaging with others and refrain from revealing your true identity. Investigate discreetly and safeguard your own security. Moreover, do not forget to call me often, old man that I am," Dracula earnestly advised King, his expression softening into a smile by the end. King absorbed his grandfather's words, gazing at his only family member with moist eyes. "I will certainly be careful and will keep in touch with you," he replied, his voice slightly hoarse. Do not adopt a daughterly demeanor. Go and prepare. I know it is inevitable that you will leave, but as long as you remember this old man, I shall find contentment," Dracula said, his heart warmed by King's genuine emotion. "You shall always be my grandfather," King solemnly declared. "Go on, my dear child, tidy up a bit. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to journey to Huaxia." Dracula gently patted King on the shoulder. King nodded and exited the room. As Dracula turned, he called out, "Fong Bo. My lord, I am here. At the break of dawn, I will arrange for you to accompany King to Huaxia. I recall you have a son there, correct?" "Indeed. My lord, I have a son who should be entering university this year," Fong Bo replied with a tinge of regret. Ever since that incident, he had been dispatched away and had not returned home for 3 years. "Perfect. I will ensure that King and your son enroll together. It would be beneficial for him to have a companion in life. As for the matter of identity, simply refer to him as a distant cousin." "Understood, my lord." Chapter 10. Farewell. Since ancient times, parting has been a sorrowful affair, particularly when one is forced to leave home for remote lands. Such melancholy is an experience shared by all. Although King was not a person easily swayed by emotions, the imminent farewell stirred a sense of sadness within him. That night, he tossed and turned, fully aware that his grandfather was planning his journey to Huaxia, and sleep eluded him. King couldn't help but ponder whether the family members connected by blood would treat him with the same kindness his grandfather had shown. Gazing up at the ceiling, he surveyed the room he had inhabited for 18 years. "I must bid you farewell, my friend," he whispered to the solitary table and chair, the bed and cabinet. "Though I know not when I shall return, I will surely miss you." Morning sunlight streamed through the skylight on the second floor, illuminating King's handsome face. He frowned slightly and opened his eyes. "Good morning, sunshine. Tomorrow, I may find myself 1,000 miles away," King mused as he stretched lazily. 3 sharp knocks echoed at the door. "Come in," King called out cheerfully. Hussein, bowing slightly, replied, "Good morning, young master. His Grace the Duke is already waiting for you in the dining room." "Oh, Uncle Hussein, what a pleasure it is to see you personally come to summon me. Today marks the day of King's departure from the castle, so it is only fitting that I come myself," Hussein remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his usually stern face. "Thank you, Uncle Hussein. I shall descend immediately," King responded. Hussein nodded in acknowledgement and quietly closed the door as he departed. Having completed his morning routine, King emerged from his room, invigorated, and leaped down from the second floor in a graceful somersault. A voice nearby chimed in, "Watch out, you little rascal. Be careful not to fall and cry like you did in your childhood." King touched his nose and retorted, "Grandfather, I am no longer a child." Old Gates interjected, "In the eyes of us adults, a child remains a child, regardless of age. You will understand this once you become a grandfather, young Master King." Fong Bo remarked, "Well, at least we should wait until we become grandfathers ourselves to comprehend that. Now, my friends, though parting may be bittersweet, it is a journey we must undertake. Only by experiencing the sorrow of farewell can one truly appreciate the joy of reunion." Among the group, Fong Bo undoubtedly bore the brightest smile, for he was returning to his homeland to see his son after 3 long years. He wondered if his son had grown taller or if he had a girlfriend yet. "Let us eat," Dracula proclaimed with a grand gesture, ushering everyone to take their seats. Gazing at the table laden with his favorite dishes, King felt a twinge of sorrow in his nose and a warmth in his eyes that threatened to spill over. Dracula, noticing King's hesitation to eat, urged him, "Come now, indulge yourself. These are all your favorites. Once you leave, it may be a long time before you savor home-cooked meals again." Indeed. The thought of parting stirred a bittersweet ache within King. Silence enveloped the dining table. Typically, Hussein would not join Dracula and King for meals, yet today he, too, partook in this farewell breakfast. King observed everything, etching the poignant moments into his heart. Despite the breakfast being filled with unspoken sentiments, time still marched on, and the moment of departure inevitably arrived. Standing at the castle's entrance with his suitcase in hand, King faced Dracula and Hussein, while the castle servants gathered behind them. Aware that this cheerful and kind-hearted young master was about to leave, their hearts heavy with reluctance, Dracula informed the staff that King was departing to pursue his studies in Huaxia. Looking at King, Dracula advised, "Be cautious as you venture forth, should danger arise. Remember to inform your grandfather." With reddened eyes, King nodded solemnly. They embraced tightly, and Dracula urged, "Go now, my child. You mustn't miss your flight." "Take care, grandfather. I promise to call often and return as soon as I can," King replied, tears lingering in his eyes. For it is said that a man does not shed tears lightly, but only when truly heartbroken. After a lingering farewell, King departed the castle in Lord Gates's convoy. Gazing at the figure standing before the ancient castle gates, King silently vowed that, regardless of whether he could find his relatives, his grandfather would forever remain his dearest kin. As King continued to dwell in the sorrow of parting, Gates' convoy had already arrived at the airport. After disembarking, Gates expressed his heartfelt regards to King and Fong Bo before departing. Only King and Fong Bo remained. Fong Bo remarked, "Young master, let us embark on our journey to the enigmatic ancient land of Huaxia." King could only respond with a wry smile, "Mr. Fong Bo, while we are away, please refrain from calling me young master. Simply refer to me as King." Fong Bo hesitated slightly, saying, "Perhaps I should still call you young master. King feels rather amusing." "Oh, I understand. By the way, I have chosen a name for myself in Huaxia, Wang Gu. Please call me Wang Gu from now on." Wang Gu, indeed a fine name. Fong Bo mused, realizing that King Dracula was essentially Wang Gu. The two exchanged a knowing smile and proceeded into the airport. After exchanging their tickets and collecting boarding passes, as they walked toward the boarding gate, Fong Bo began to share with King, now Wang Gu, the customs and habits of life in Huaxia. Suddenly, a collision occurred as someone bumped into King. "Ouch, that hurts," a distinctly feminine voice exclaimed, speaking in impeccable Huaxia Mandarin. King Henti anticipated colliding with anyone, and thus addressed her in Huaxia. "I apologize, miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but you seem to be the one in need of concern, Mississippi. It appears your entire family comprises nothing but misses," the girl retorted, evidently believing King was teasing her. King gazed perplexedly at the girl adorned in a rock-punk ensemble. Although Fong Bo had been away from his hometown for 3 years, the profound intricacies of the Chinese language instantly illuminated the girl's intentions. "My apologies, young lady. This is my nephew, who has grown up abroad. Despite the presence of a Chinese-speaking environment at home, he remains unfamiliar with contemporary expressions. I hope you can understand." The girl rubbed her shoulder, which had been jostled, and replied, "I'm fine now. Are you both returning to China?" Upon glancing at his boarding pass, Fong Bo confirmed, "Indeed, Gate 3. It seems we can travel together." "That won't be necessary. This beautiful lady prefers to journey alone. I've encountered a multitude of pretenders during this trip. If we were truly together, we would meet on the plane." With that, she hoisted her suitcase and strode away. King stood there, astonished by the girl's retreating figure, a thought blossoming in his mind. Who would have imagined that a girl could exude such effortless grace? Fong Bo, drenched in sweat, recalled that after King departed last night, Prince Dracula had specifically informed him that Eastern women are gentle and virtuous, adept at managing households, and particularly skilled at caring for others. He wished to select a suitable future wife for King from among them, but being far away, he entrusted this matter to Fong Bo. Initially, Fong Bo intended to discuss with King the subtle grace, intelligence, and empathy of Chinese girls, only to unexpectedly encounter such a tempestuous character, an archetype of the opposite. The two exchanged boarding passes and boarded the plane, having procured last-minute first-class tickets, albeit not seated together. Unbeknownst to King, their seats were not adjacent. His ticket was located right next to the window, and he assumed the window seat belonged to Fong Bo. Thus, he chose to sit on the inside, thinking it would be more convenient for Fong Bo to sit outside. Once seated, King gazed out of the window, reminiscing about moments from his childhood. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted his reverie. "Excuse me, could you please return my seat?" King turned at the sound, his expression shifting dramatically, inwardly pondering the melancholy of farewells. It is said that those who are tender-hearted are often hurt by separations, especially when venturing far from home to remote places, an emotional burden that virtually everyone endures. Although King was not particularly fragile in matters of emotion, the impending separation still weighed heavily on him. That night, he tossed and turned, knowing that his grandfather was planning his journey to China, and sleep eluded him. He could not help but wonder if his blood relatives would treat him with the same kindness as his grandfather. Gazing up at the ceiling, I reflected on this room that had been my home for 18 years. With a table, a chair, a bed, and a cabinet, I softly spoke. I must leave now. My friend, though I know not when I shall return, I shall certainly miss you. The morning sun streamed through the skylight on the second floor, casting its glow upon King's handsome visage, causing him to furrow his brow slightly before opening his eyes. Good morning, sunshine. Tomorrow, I may find myself 1,000 miles away, King mused while stretching languidly. 3 sharp knocks echoed through the air. Come in, King called out cheerfully. Hussein bowed respectfully and said, Good morning, young master. The Duke awaits you in the dining room. Oh, Uncle Hussein, what a pleasant surprise to see you here personally, King exclaimed. Today marks my departure from the castle, so it is only fitting that I come to fetch you myself, Hussein replied, a slight smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor. Thank you, Uncle Hussein. I shall be down shortly, King replied, and Hussein nodded before closing the door behind him. After freshening up, King emerged from his room, invigorated, and leaped down from the second floor with a graceful flip. A voice called out from the side, Watch out. You little rascal. Be careful not to fall and cry like you did when you were a child. King touched his nose and retorted, Grandfather, I am no longer a child. Old Gates chimed in. Indeed, in the eyes of us adults, a child remains a child, regardless of age. You will understand this when you become a grandfather, young Master King. Fongbo remarked that it would be best to wait until we become grandfathers to fully comprehend this. Well, everyone, although parting is tinged with melancholy, it is an experience we must endure. Only by traversing the sorrow of separation can one truly appreciate the joy of reunion. Among the others, Fongbo undoubtedly felt the greatest happiness, for he was returning home to see his son after 3 long years. He wondered if his son had grown taller or found a girlfriend. At mealtime, Dracula waved his hand, inviting everyone to take their seats. As King gazed at the table laden with his favorite dishes, he felt a pang of emotion in his nose and a warmth in his eyes that hinted at impending tears. Noticing King's hesitation to start eating, Dracula urged, Come on, King, dig in. These are all your favorites, and who knows when you will have the chance to enjoy home-cooked meals again after you leave. Yes, Grandpa, King thought, a twinge of parting pain surfacing within him. Silence fell over the table. Typically, Hussein would not dine with Dracula and King, but today, he too joined the gathering for this farewell breakfast. King observed everything, etching the heartfelt moments into his memory. Though breakfast seemed to stretch on indefinitely, the moment of departure eventually arrived. King stood at the castle's entrance, pulling his suitcase, facing Dracula and Hussein, with the castle's servants behind them. They all understood that this cheerful, kind-hearted young master was about to leave, and feelings of reluctance filled the air as they came to bid farewell. Dracula informed the servants that King was departing for Huaxia to pursue his studies. Dracula gazed at King and said, Be cautious as you venture out, my child. Should any danger arise, do remember to inform your grandfather. King's eyes were red, and he nodded solemnly. After a heartfelt embrace, he added, Go now, my child. You must not miss your flight. Take care, grandfather. I shall call you frequently and return as soon as my matters are resolved. King reassured, though tears still lingered in his eyes. They say a man's tears are seldom shed, yet they flow freely when the heart is truly grieved. After a reluctant farewell, King departed the castle in Old Gate's convoy. As he glanced back at the figure standing before the castle gates, King silently vowed that regardless of whether he found his family, his grandfather would forever remain his closest kin, while still enveloped in the sorrow of parting. Gate's convoy reached the airport. The group disembarked, and after expressing his best wishes to King and Fongbo, Gates drove away, leaving only King and Fongbo behind. Young master, Fongbo said, let us proceed. We are about to embark on the enchanting journey to the ancient land of Huaxia. King managed a faint smile, replying, Mr. Fongbo, while we are away, please refrain from calling me young master. Just call me King. Fongbo appeared hesitant, insisting, It is better to address you as young master. King feels a bit too casual. Oh, I understand. By the way, I have chosen a name for myself in Huaxia, Wanggu. Henceforth, you may call me Wanggu. Wanggu, indeed, has a lovely ring to it, Fongbo remarked, realizing that King and Wang Gu were one and the same. The two shared a knowing smile as they entered the airport. After exchanging tickets and retrieving the boarding pass, King strolled toward the boarding gate, while Fong Bo narrated the customs and habits of Huaxia to him. Suddenly, he collided with a girl. Ouch, that hurts. The voice unmistakably belonged to a girl, articulated in impeccable Huaxia Mandarin. King, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, uttered in Huaxia, "I apologize, miss. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. But you are the one who should be addressed as miss. Your entire family must be composed of misses," the girl retorted, evidently mistaking King's words for flirtation. King was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the girl adorned in a flamboyant punk rock attire. Though Fong Bo had been away from his homeland for 3 years, he immediately grasped the nuances of the girl's implication upon reflecting on the profundity of the Huaxia language. "My apologies, young lady. This is my nephew who was raised abroad. While he is surrounded by a Huaxia linguistic environment at home, he is unfamiliar with the contemporary vernacular. I hope you can forgive him." The girl rubbed her shoulder, still sore from the impact, and replied, "I am fine now. Are you both returning to Huaxia?" Fong Bo glanced at the boarding pass and confirmed, "Yes, indeed. It appears we are on the same flight. There's no need for that. This beautiful lady prefers to travel alone. I have encountered a plethora of companions on this trip, and if we are truly meant to be together, we shall meet on the plane," she declared, before proceeding to drag her suitcase away. King stood there, dumbfounded, watching her retreating figure. A thought dawning upon him, he had not anticipated that a girl could exude such effortless charm. Fong Bo, drenched in sweat, recalled the events of last night. After King departed, Count Dracula had taken the time to inform Fong Bo that Eastern women are gentle, virtuous, adept at managing households, and particularly skilled at caring for others. He wished to select a suitable future bride for King, but was unable to oversee the matter himself from afar. Hence, he entrusted this responsibility to Fong Bo. Initially, Fong Bo intended to discuss the subtlety, gentleness, and intelligence of Chinese girls with King. However, he was taken aback by the fiery and tempestuous nature of the girl he encountered, serving as a quintessential example of the opposite. The two exchanged boarding passes and boarded the plane. They had acquired last-minute first-class tickets, albeit with seats that were not adjacent. Unbeknownst to King, their seats were separated. His ticket was situated right next to the window, and he mistakenly believed that the window seat belonged to Fong Bo. He chose to sit inside, thinking it would be more convenient for Fong Bo to take the outer seat. As King settled in, he gazed out at the scenery, reminiscing about moments from his life. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted King's reverie. "Excuse me, could you return my seat?" King turned to see the source of the voice, his expression shifting rapidly as disbelief washed over him. In that instant, he beheld a girl clad in punk rock attire. She had yet to notice King and continued speaking in English. "Could you move a little? This is my seat." At that moment, the girl finally caught sight of King's face and, in a flash of recognition, realized that she had seen that face somewhere just moments before. King inquired whether she truly sat there. The girl suddenly recalled who this young man was and retorted, "Why aren't you watching where you're going in the airport? You bumped into me, and then you took my seat on the plane. Do you think I'm someone easy to bully?" With that, she placed her hands on her hips, striking a defiant pose. At that moment, Fong Bo, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, interjected, "My apologies, Wang Gu. Aren't you in seat B? How did you end up sitting inside?" He continued, "He probably assumed our tickets were together." King widened his eyes at Fong Bo and exclaimed, "Aren't we seated together?" Fong Bo leaned in closer to King, whispering, "The Duke made his decision rather abruptly. Acquiring 2 first-class tickets is quite fortunate. We indeed are not seated together." Resigned, King stood up to relinquish the seat. Just as he was rising, the rock girl suddenly interjected, "Hey, if you prefer sitting inside, then stay there." King shook his head, explaining, "I thought my companion would be uncomfortable sitting inside, so I entered. Since it's your seat, I'll gladly return it." "No need," she replied. "This young lady is magnanimous and won't hold a grudge. Didn't that person mention you grew up here? It's perfect. Take a look at this land through the window and reminisce a bit." Finding her reasoning sound, King nodded in acquiescence and resumed his seat. Just as he was about to succumb to a wave of melancholy reflection, he was interrupted by a cacophony of clattering sounds from the girl. King furrowed his brow, observing her struggle to hoist her suitcase into the overhead compartment. "Let me assist you," he offered, unable to bear the sight any longer. "Here, take this." The girl seemed to exhibit no signs of gratitude, as if it were King's duty to assist her. King, Feeling helpless in the presence of such an extraordinary individual, mused that the journey would surely not be dull. After placing her luggage, he returned to his seat, intent on delving back into his thoughts. Suddenly, the girl's voice interrupted, inquiring, "What brings you to China?" The question nearly caught King off guard. "What business is it of yours?" "I'm here to pursue my studies." The girl appeared skeptical, remarking that universities in China are not ranked as highly as those in the United States. "You still wish to study in China?" she questioned, clearly unconvinced. "I have a keen interest in archaeology and plan to enroll in the archaeology department," King replied politely. "You've grown up abroad. Your nationality must be foreign. Why, then, pursue archaeology? This field offers few opportunities outside China. It's not like you're studying ancient literature. There's little development for you back home. Why choose it? It's a personal passion. My family has a business dealing in antiques, and I am eager to learn how to distinguish genuine artifacts from fakes." King casually fabricated, reasoning that his grandfather's extensive business ventures must include something related to antiques. And thus, it was not entirely far-fetched. "Your explanation is somewhat reasonable. By the way, what is your name?" The absurdity of the situation left King speechless, as he had never encountered such a remarkable stranger before. "I am Wang Gu." "You are Wang Gu, and I am Michelle." "Nice to meet you, Michelle." King initially spoke politely, but suddenly realized that a person from Huaxia addressing him with a foreign name felt rather mocking. Frustration welled up within him, and he shifted his gaze toward the window, unwilling to engage further with this impolite and tedious girl. "Wang Gu, you say your surname is Wang. Yet you are a foreigner. Surely you ought to possess a foreign name instead. How could a girl from Huaxia bear such a name?" she persistently questioned. Irritated, King responded, "First, I am not surnamed Wang Ba. Second, my name is one I chose for myself, bearing no relation to my family. Conversely, why have you bestowed a foreign name upon me?" The girl retorted, "Since I am currently in Y country, I naturally must give you my name in Y language. When I arrive in Huaxia, I shall certainly disclose my true name. That is the proper etiquette." The girl gazed at King with wide eyes, as if this were the only logical conclusion. Little did King know, being somewhat naive, that she was merely spinning tales. Rubbing his nose, he said, "I apologize. I was unaware of this custom. My name in Y language is King." At that moment, it was Michelle's turn to widen her eyes in surprise. Is there truly someone named King? Does it not mean king? Out of politeness, Michelle and King reintroduced themselves. Observing King's innocence, Michelle decided against further teasing him, recognizing that he was quite handsome and that such youthful charm was rare. Thus, she prepared to engage in a meaningful conversation. "King, now that we are acquainted, might you share which school you attend?" "I will be attending Yenjing University, majoring in archaeology," he replied. "My goodness, you truly did not deceive me. You are indeed studying archaeology. Of course, why would I mislead you? Would you like me to present my admission letter for your perusal?" King genuinely intends to enroll in the archaeology department at Yenjing University, as this field entails minimal academic rigor and offers a leisurely approach, thereby affording King the opportunity to delve into the mysteries of his ancestry. However, he does not possess an acceptance letter. This is a fact he is using to deceive the young lady in order to gain her trust. Well, I believe you now. By the way, do you have any hobbies or interests?" King's eyes twitched slightly as he replied, "Of course, I do." "What kind of music, art, or sports do you enjoy?" "I find pleasure in all of them." "Which one are you particularly skilled at?" "I consider myself quite adept in each." Michelle clearly remained skeptical, regarding him with an expression that implied he was boasting. "Since you claim to excel in everything, why not share what you are particularly proficient in? For instance, what instruments do you play in music? What do you create in art? In sports, do you prefer team games or athletics?" Michelle thought to herself, considering his physique. Despite your height of 1.80 meters, you cannot simply rely on force. A train does not move by mere pushing, nor does a hot air balloon ascend by blowing. Let us see how you respond. King furrowed his brow and replied, "The musical instrument I cherish most is the piano. I derive immense pleasure from the sensations evoked during its performance. I am capable of playing all the contemporary piano compositions in existence. As for visual arts, my forte lies in portrait painting, although my achievements in this domain pale in comparison to my musical endeavors. Nonetheless, I consider portraiture to be a profound form of respect for an individual, which is why I have persistently pursued it. Regarding sports, my preferences are limited to snooker and golf, but I find myself more inclined towards swimming and fencing." He articulated these thoughts in one breath, leaving Michelle utterly astounded. Was this individual genuinely skilled, or merely boasting without consequence? His eloquence was striking. Such intricate questions could not have been premeditated. Could it be that he truly excelled in all three disciplines? Pondering this, Michelle replied, "All right, I am only interested in music, so how about we discuss that?" King, internally moved to tears, thought to himself, "Am I conversing with a monkey summoned to be a monk? Is it too much to ask for a moment of quiet reflection on the country I have cherished for 18 years? Disturbing someone's nostalgia for their homeland is utterly unethical." He felt as though this person had been sent by the heavens to torment him. Despite these sentiments, his Western upbringing and aristocratic education forbade him from displaying discontent. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he managed to smile and said, "Very well. In the realm of music, what genres do you favor? For instance, rock, easy listening, pop, or country music?" Michelle was utterly oblivious to the fact that Wang Gu was on the brink of collapse, and she could hardly fathom that no one had ever conversed with him in such a manner throughout his life. This mode of communication left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Not far off, a pair of eyes intently observed the exchange between the two, and upon witnessing King break into a smile, Fong Bo visibly exhaled in relief, pondering whether the young master had encountered a girl he fancied during this outing. Fortunately, King lacked the vampiric ability to read minds. Otherwise, he might have rushed over to silence Fong Bo's unfounded conjectures. King pondered for a moment before expressing his preference for classical music, which he felt was beautifully conveyed through the piano. Although devoid of lyrics, experiencing the essence of the composer's intent was an immensely wonderful endeavor. At this point, Michelle genuinely believed that her lengthy discourse was aimed at extracting inconsistencies from Wang Gu's words. From the perspective of musical genres, a boy who cherished the piano would undoubtedly find any style less enchanting than the beauty offered by classical music. Wang Gu's sentiments resonated with this state of mind, which compelled Michelle to accept his viewpoint. King had articulated his thoughts but soon realized that Michelle had not responded. She remained seated in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. King began to worry that he had inadvertently upset her, prompting him to inquire, "Michelle, are you all right?" Turning to face him, Michelle met King's earnest gaze of concern. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Let us get to know each other anew. My name is Dongfang Chu Chu, while Michelle is my pen name." With that, she extended her right hand. King gazed at the girl, who was undergoing a sudden transformation, still unable to adapt. Mechanically, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Greetings. My name is Wang Gu, but you may call me King. My full name is King Dracula." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Was there truly someone with the surname Dracula? Of course, one might wonder why such a surname could not exist. However, as far as he was aware, it was an ancient lineage, rumored to be linked to the bloodlines of ancient Europe. King scrutinized the girl, realizing that not everyone correctly referred to the bloodlines. Many simply labeled them as vampires. Clearly, this girl was familiar with such terminology. "Who are you, Dongfang Chu Chu? Could it be that you are affiliated with the Dongfang family, one of the 4 great clans? What a remarkable coincidence," he mused, contemplating seeking them out only to find one seated beside him. Just as King was lost in his thoughts, Dongfang Chu Chu suddenly interjected, Wang Gu, could you please release my hand?" "Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to be rude," King hastily replied. "Not a problem at all. I was curious about what you were thinking, as you seemed rather distracted," she said, playfully raking her hand through her hair. To King's astonishment, the vibrant, rock-style colored hair fell away, revealing a cascade of sleek, black locks that tumbled down gracefully. What astonished King even more was when Dongfang Chu Chu retrieved a wet wipe from her backpack. She gently wiped her face, and the heavy makeup vanished into the cloth, unveiling a stunningly delicate and natural beauty. King found himself momentarily stunned. Having had little interaction with girls throughout his life, he was evidently taken aback by this sudden transformation. As someone of Eastern descent, he could only admire the beauty of Western girls, but now, confronted by an exquisite Eastern beauty, his heart raced, his mouth dried, and he felt a slight rise in temperature. Just as he pondered whether he might be coming down with a fever, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. "Forgive me, Wang Gu, but when I venture out, I must don such attire to avoid any unnecessary troubles." As King contemplated whether this was indeed the same person, or if he had encountered the fabled phenomenon of split personalities, a discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. King caught sight of a girl adorned in punk rock attire, who, clearly unaware of his presence, continued speaking in English. "Excuse me, is this my seat?" At that moment, the girl's gaze finally met King's face, and she abruptly recalled seeing that visage moments ago. Are you truly occupying this seat? King inquired. The girl recognized him and retorted, why aren't you watching where you're going at the airport? You took my seat on the plane as well. Do you think I'm easy to mess with? She placed her hands on her hips, striking a defiant pose. At this juncture, Fong Bo hurried over to clarify. My apologies, Wang Gu. Aren't you in seat B? How did you end up inside? He might have thought our tickets were together. King widened his eyes and gazed at Fong Bo, saying, aren't we seated together? Fong Bo leaned closer and whispered in King's ear. The Duke's decision came rather unexpectedly. Securing 2 first-class tickets is quite commendable, but alas, we are indeed not sitting together. With a resigned sigh, King rose to relinquish his seat. Just as he stood, the rock girl suddenly interjected, hey, kid, if you prefer to stay in there, then by all means. King shook his head and replied, I assumed my companion would feel uncomfortable inside, so I entered. Since this is your seat, I shall return it to you. No need, the girl retorted. I am not one to hold grudges. Did that person not mention you grew up here? It would be fitting to gaze out the window and reminisce about this land. Finding merit in her words, King nodded in agreement and resumed his seat. Just as he was about to plunge into a melancholic reverie, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the girl. King frowned and turned to see her struggling to lift her suitcase, unable to place it in the overhead compartment. I shall assist you, King said, unable to bear the sight any longer. Here you go. The girl seemed devoid of any gratitude. As if it were King's duty to help her. King felt helpless, encountering such a peculiar individual promised an eventful journey ahead. After placing her luggage above, he returned to his seat, ready to dive back into his memories. Suddenly, a girl's voice pierced through the air. What brings you to China? The question almost left King speechless. What business is it of yours? I am here to pursue my studies. The girl seemed incredulous, remarking that the university rankings in China did not surpass those of country Y. You still wish to study in China? My interest in archaeology is profound, King replied politely. I am preparing to enroll in the archaeology department. You grew up abroad, and your nationality must be foreign. Why then pursue archaeology? This field offers scarce opportunities outside of China. It's not like ancient literature. You would have no prospects upon returning home. What is the purpose of your studies? It is a personal passion, King responded. My family has a business dealing in antiques, and I am eager to learn in order to authenticate genuine artifacts. He spoke casually, confident that his grandfather's extensive business would lend credibility to his claim. That sounds plausible. By the way, what is your name? King was astounded, having never encountered such an extraordinary stranger. I am Wang Gu. You are Wang Gu, and I am Michelle. Hello, Michelle, King said politely, but then realized that a Chinese person telling him a foreign name felt like a jest. He grew somewhat irritated and turned his gaze out the window, wishing to disengage from this rude and tedious girl. Wang Gu, you say your surname is Wang, but you are a foreigner. Surely, you should have a foreign name. How could you bear a Chinese name? The girl continued to express her skepticism, unabashed. King, somewhat irate, remarked, firstly, I do not bear the surname Wang. Secondly, I chose my name myself, and it has no connection to my family. Conversely, why have you assigned me a foreign name? I am currently in Y country. Thus it is only fitting that I provide you with my name in Y language. When I arrive in Huaxia, I shall naturally disclose my true name. This is a matter of etiquette. The girl gazed at King with wide eyes, her expression one of expectation. Little did King know, in his naivety, that she was merely fabricating this tale. He touched his nose and replied, I apologize. I was unaware of this custom. My name in Y language is King. At that moment, it was Michelle's turn to widen her eyes in astonishment. Is there someone named King? Does that not mean King? Out of courtesy, Michelle and King reintroduced themselves. Observing King's evident innocence, the girl decided against further teasing him. After all, King was quite handsome. Such youthful charm was indeed rare. Thus, she prepared to engage in a proper conversation. King, since we have established an acquaintance, might you share which school you attend? I am heading to Yenching University, majoring in archaeology. My heavens, you truly did not deceive me. You were genuinely studying archaeology. Of course, why would I mislead you? Would you like me to present my acceptance letter as proof? King is indeed planning to attend the archaeology department at Yenching University. For this field of study entails minimal academic rigor, allowing him to conveniently delve into the mysteries of his lineage. However, King does not possess an acceptance letter. This detail he is indeed embellishing to convince the girl. All right, I believe you now. By the way, do you have any interests or hobbies? King's eyes twitched slightly as he replied, Of course, I do. What kind of music, art, or sports do you enjoy? I appreciate them all. Which do you excel in? I would say I am reasonably proficient in all of them. Michelle appeared skeptical, adopting an expression that seemed to say, do not exaggerate. Your claims are far-fetched. She remarked, since you claim to excel, why not share what you are proficient in? For instance, what instruments do you play in music? What do you create in art? In sports, do you prefer team games or athletics? Michelle mused to herself, with your physique, you dare to boast? Do not be deceived by your height of 1.80 meters. A train cannot be propelled by mere pushing, nor can a hot air balloon ascend by simple blowing. Let us see how you respond. King furrowed his brow and replied, the instrument I cherish the most in music is the piano. I find immense joy in the sensations evoked during a piano performance. I am capable of playing all contemporary piano pieces available in the world. As for the visual arts, my forte lies in portrait painting, although my achievements in this realm pale in comparison to those in music. Nevertheless, I believe that a portrait is a profound expression of respect for an individual, which is why I persist in this pursuit. Regarding sports, I find myself drawn only to snooker and golf among ball games, but I have a greater affinity for swimming and fencing. Having delivered this monologue in one breath, Michelle was left utterly astounded. Was this individual genuinely skilled or merely boasting without consequence? How could he articulate such points with such confidence? It was improbable that he had prepared for my rather challenging inquiries in advance. Could it be that he truly excels in these three domains? After pondering for a moment, Michelle said, very well, I am only interested in music, so shall we discuss that? King felt a torrent of emotions welling up within him, thinking, are you a monkey summoned to play the role of the monk? Is it too much to ask for a moment of silence to reminisce about the country I have called home for 18 years? It is rather unethical to disturb someone's nostalgia for their homeland. This person seemed to be a tormentor sent by the heavens. Yet, despite these thoughts, the principles of Western aristocratic education forbade him from expressing dissatisfaction. Suppressing his tears, he managed a smile and said, that sounds wonderful. In terms of music, what genres do you prefer? For instance, rock, light music, pop, or country? Michelle was utterly unaware that Wang Gu, her classmate, was on the brink of collapse. She could hardly fathom that throughout his life, no one had ever engaged him in such a manner. This mode of communication left him somewhat distressed. Not far away, a pair of eyes intently observed their conversation, and upon seeing King smile, Fang Bo visibly relaxed, inevitably pondering whether the young master had encountered a girl he fancied during this outing. Fortunately, King lacked the vampiric ability of mind reading. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to silence Fang Bo's wild imaginings. After a moment of contemplation, King remarked, I still prefer classical music, expressed through the piano. Although it lacks lyrics, experiencing the essence of the composer is an incredibly beautiful endeavor. At that moment, Michelle genuinely believed him. Her extensive dialogue was, in fact, an attempt to extract inconsistencies from Wang Gu's words. From the perspective of musical genres, a boy who cherishes the piano would likely find no other style surpassing the beauty of classical music. What Wang Gu articulated resonated with this sentiment, compelling Michelle to accept his truth. King had spoken his piece, only to realize that Michelle remained silent, seated quietly as if lost in thought. He wondered if he had inadvertently upset her, and inquired, Michelle, are you all right? Turning her head, she was met with King's sincere gaze of concern. Taking a breath, she said, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Dongfang Chuchu, and Michelle is my pseudonym. With that, she extended her right hand. King gazed at the girl, who was still adjusting to this sudden transformation. Mechanically, he extended his hand and greeted her. Hello, Dongfang Chuchu. I am Wang Gu, known as King. Upon hearing the surname Dracula, the girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Is there truly someone with the surname Dracula? Naturally, every surname has its bearers, but to my knowledge, this is an ancient name, rumored to be linked to the bloodlines of ancient Europe. King scrutinized the girl. Not everyone would accurately refer to the bloodline, as many would simply call them vampires. It was evident that this girl was familiar with the term. Dongfang, who exactly are you? Could it be that you hail from the esteemed Dongfang family of the four great clans? What a coincidence it would be to find one sitting beside me. Just as King was lost in thought, Dongfang Chuchu suddenly spoke up. Wang Gu, could you please let go of my hand? Ah, my apologies. I did not intend to be rude. King hastily apologized. Hiki, it's all right. I wonder what you were pondering that caused you to become so absent-minded. As she spoke, she ran her hand through her hair, and the vibrant, rock-inspired dyed locks fell away, revealing a cascade of lustrous black hair that flowed down seamlessly, leaving King wide-eyed in astonishment. To his further surprise, Dongfang Chuchu retrieved a wet wipe from her backpack and gently wiped her face. The heavy makeup that had adorned her visage vanished, unveiling a stunningly delicate natural beauty. King was momentarily taken aback, having had minimal interactions with females throughout his life. He was clearly astonished by this sudden change. With his Eastern heritage, King could only appreciate the beauty of Western girls from a distance. Yet upon encountering the exquisite and quintessentially Eastern beauty of the girl before him, he felt his heart race, his mouth dry, and his body temperature rise. Just as he pondered whether he might be unwell, a voice broke the silence. It was Dongfang Chuchu. "I apologize, Wang Gu, but I must don such attire while out and about to avoid any unnecessary complications." As King contemplated whether this was indeed the same person or if he had stumbled upon a case of split personality, an incongruous sound suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 2. Is it the air marshal or the culprit? While Wang Gu was still acclimating to Dongfang Chuchu's stunning transformation, a peculiar noise erupted. It was a ringtone. And not just any ringtone, but an absurd rendition of Pigsy Carries His Wife. Even Wang Gu, who had never heard this melody before, furrowed his brow at the bizarre combination of lyrics and music. Dongfang Chuchu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Following the sound, Wang Gu turned to see a gentleman behind him who had taken out his phone. Although the use of mobile phones is prohibited on flights, international flights often provide Wi-Fi, allowing for internet access. A man, clutching his mobile phone, made his way towards the restroom. He pushed against the door, but it would not budge. There was already someone inside, though the duration of their stay remained a mystery. Perhaps nature was calling urgently. The man began to pound on the restroom door, and when a flight attendant approached to intervene, he paid her no mind. Gradually, the noise intensified, drawing the attention of other first-class passengers. Curiously, they wondered why. Despite his fervent knocking, no one answered. There was not even a sound to acknowledge his presence. Surely, even if one were still occupied, a simple message to wait a moment would suffice. Determined, the man decided to force the door open. After a couple of attempts, he succeeded. The flight attendant was powerless to stop him. However, upon bursting through the door, the man abruptly retreated. Just as the flight attendant was about to reprimand his actions, she inadvertently caught sight of the scene within the restroom, prompting her to emit a shrill, dolphin-like shriek. Initially, the onlookers merely considered the man's behavior inappropriate. Yet the flight attendant's sudden outcry suggested something was indeed amiss. A few brave men ventured closer to investigate, only to instinctively step back upon witnessing the shocking sight, promptly returning to their seats to fasten their seatbelts. Wang Gu, who had been admiring Miss Dongfang's charming smile, was startled by the unexpected shriek. Observing the reactions of the men after glimpsing the restroom's interior, he understood that something serious had transpired. "Miss Dongfang, I believe it would be prudent for us to change our seats. It seems something has occurred in there, and I fear we may witness some unsettling scenes shortly. It would be best if you took a seat further inside. Indeed, I have also discerned that the situation may be far more intricate than it appears." Dongfang Chuchu exhibited no intention of changing her seat. At that moment, the comical ringtone suddenly rang out once more. The man glanced at his phone and proceeded toward the cabin, unimpeded by anyone this time. Upon reaching his seat, he retrieved his luggage from the overhead compartment and astonishingly produced a firearm, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers, who feared a hijacking. However, he then pulled out an identification badge and affixed it to himself. As the crowd focused on the badge, they recognized it as that of an air marshal, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, the ringtone echoed again. He checked his phone and abruptly approached Wang Gu and Dongfang Chuchu. Wang Gu instinctively leaned forward, attempting to shield Dongfang Chuchu. The man, seemingly devoid of any malicious intent, stood beside the aisle, opened the overhead compartment. And as Wang Gu scrutinized the man's expression, he suddenly became visibly alarmed while retrieving 2 pieces of luggage. Noticing the shift in the man's demeanor, Wang Gu said, "Miss Dongfang, you should take a seat. I believe I can handle this gentleman." Dongfang Chuchu nodded and settled into her seat. Wang Gu then rose and approached the man, inquiring, "Sir, I understand you are an air marshal. May I ask what has transpired on the plane?" The man, clearly flustered, instinctively replied, "There is a bomb." His seemingly casual tone belied the thunderous impact of his words. Upon hearing bomb, the passengers on the aircraft could not contain their panic and began to cry out for help. Fang Bo remained relatively composed as he approached Wang Gu and inquired, "How did you ascertain the presence of a bomb, particularly in this location?" Wang Gu suddenly raised his voice, asserting, "Your panicked cries do nothing to resolve the situation. Instead, Let us quiet our minds and contemplate how to navigate this predicament so that we may all survive. The crowd, upon hearing his words, found them reasonable. A few continued to sob softly, while the rest fixed their anxious gazes upon Wang Gu and his companions. Noticing the cooperation from the group, Wang Gu exhaled a sigh of relief. He turned to the man and said, "Sir, please return to the question posed by my colleague. How did you learn of the bomb aboard this aircraft and its precise location?" The man, having processed Wang Gu's earlier remarks, appeared noticeably calmer as he replied, "In truth, I am not an air marshal. I am an undercover air police officer assigned to this flight. Just moments ago, I received a warning from my colleague, another air marshal. I noticed him heading towards the restroom and initially assumed he was merely engaging in his usual flirtations with the flight attendants. To my surprise, he sent me a message stating that this aircraft was in danger. Clearly, the message was abruptly sent before he could finish. I dismissed it as a joke. But when some time passed without further communication, I began to sense something was amiss. Though he often jested, he would never resort to such a frightening prank. Thus, I sought him out. The flight attendant informed me he was in the restroom, so I knocked on the door repeatedly until I ultimately forced it open, only to discover him lifeless within, seated on the toilet, his expression one of horror. Subsequently, I received another message, astonishingly sent from his phone. Upon opening it, I found it indicated the presence of a bomb on this aircraft, specifying its location. I came to investigate, and indeed, I confirmed its existence. The man's narration sent chills down the spine. How could someone who had already perished send a message indicating that there was a murderer aboard the aircraft? Clutching the deceased flight attendant's phone, orchestrating this entire affair, the thought alone evoked a sense of dread among the listeners. Wang Gu pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us examine the body in the restroom. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Hui, and the deceased was my colleague, Zhang Chang." As the group made their way to the restroom, they discovered, as Wang Hui had indicated, that the victim was seated on the toilet lid. His eyes fixed upon the ceiling, his expression contorted in a ghastly manner, as if he had succumbed to death the moment he sensed something amiss. Wang Gu requested gloves from the flight attendant when suddenly, Wang Hui interjected, "Young man, what is your intention? Do not tamper with the corpse. Rest assured, my young master possesses a royal detective certificate issued by the Y country," Fong Bo interjected. In truth, Fong Bo himself was unaware of the specifics of this certificate. Prior to their departure, Dracula had bestowed upon him a substantial collection of documents, and this detective certificate was among them. The rest included a tour guide license, a press card, a veterinary certificate, and more, all inscribed with Wang Gu's name. Clearly, this was Dracula's effort to facilitate his grandson's endeavors abroad, swiftly arranged overnight. One could not help but admire the formidable influence of Count Dracula in Europe. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Hui's eyes. Passengers, upon learning of the presence of a royal detective, felt a slight sense of reassurance, attentively observing Wang Gu as he endeavored to unravel the mystery. Wang Gu did not disturb Zhang Chang's remains. Instead, he scrutinized the surroundings. It was evident that there were no signs of a struggle. The deceased had met his end abruptly, to the extent that one could surmise he may not have even comprehended how his demise had occurred. After determining that there were no suspicious items such as weapons surrounding the deceased, Wang Gu turned his attention to the body. There were no marks of strangulation or traces of blood. It appeared to be a classic case of a locked-room murder. Yet, how did the murderer escape after committing the act? Wang Gu began to search for clues on the deceased, observing the expression on the victim's face, which clearly indicated a moment of agony before death. The absence of blood led him to consider the possibility of poisoning. It was conceivable that a handkerchief or towel had been used to cover the victim's mouth, allowing a rapid inhalation of toxic substances that resulted in death. Wang Gu envisioned a hypothetical scenario. If one were to kill another, would they use a lethal towel to suffocate the victim from behind, causing instant demise? And how would one dispose of such a towel? In the confined environment of an aircraft, the presence of a toxic substance would be both perilous and conspicuous. What could it possibly be? Wang Gu resolved to inspect the deceased for any items that should not be there, while examining the pockets of the victim's clothing. An object caught his eye, a syringe. Wang Gu sought out Wang Hui and learned that although Zhang Chang had a penchant for jest and a somewhat lewd demeanor, he was of good character, never engaging in unlawful activities, and was in excellent health, which explained his selection as an air marshal. After hearing Wang Hui's account, Wang Gu grew suspicious of the syringe. Why would a healthy individual, who neither suffered from illness nor used drugs, carry a syringe? It was evident that this could very well be an item left behind by the murderer. and it was highly likely that this syringe was the instrument of the victim's demise. With this thought in mind, Wang-Gu meticulously examined the deceased's arms and neck once more. As anticipated, traces of a needle were discovered on the victim's neck. The puncture marks were so minuscule that they could easily go unnoticed unless one observed the small red dots resulting from dried blood at the injection site. It seems evident that the perpetrator was an acquaintance of the deceased, likely having arranged to meet at this location. The assailant seized the opportunity to administer a lethal injection, subsequently concealing the syringe in the victim's pocket. Wang-Gu shared his analysis with the group, causing alarm among the passengers. They were already distressed by the presence of a bomb and now faced the reality of a murder. Would they ever safely return to their homeland? Sensing their growing panic, Wang-Gu reassured them, stating that he had identified a suspect and would not allow further harm. Wang-Hui glanced at him, while Wang-Gu offered a wry smile and shook his head. Wang-Gu then pondered how someone could enter and exit the restroom without arousing suspicion. He gazed upward at the ceiling, where an exhaust fan was installed. However, it merely vented air to the top of the aircraft, making it impossible for anyone to enter or exit through it. While the method of murder was understood, the motive remained elusive. Although the murder weapon had been identified, the absence of fingerprints rendered further investigation challenging. Thus, he could only narrow down the suspect pool by ruling out those present at the scene. Wang-Gu surveyed the first-class cabin and noted that, aside from himself, everyone else was seated. He then recalled several men who had previously approached the restroom to inspect the situation. Upon reflection, he realized they had merely looked in before returning to their seats, thus eliminating them from suspicion. Only Wang Hui had entered the restroom during this entire sequence, and he was the sole witness to the unfolding scene. All the information I currently possess comes from him. He was the one who opened the door, the first to enter and inspect, and the one who discovered the bomb. Why is it always him? Could the perpetrator possibly be him? Am I overlooking something? Just as Wang Gu was still adjusting to Dongfang Chuchu's stunning transformation, a peculiar sound suddenly resonated, a ring-own, but one that was rather ludicrous, a rendition of the tale featuring Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Even Wang Gu, who had never heard this song before, furrowed his brow, sensing the bizarre mismatch between the lyrics and the melody. Beside him, Dongfang Chuchu could not contain her laughter. Wang Gu turned to locate the source of the sound, spotting a gentleman behind him. He had taken out his phone, although mobile phone usage is prohibited on flights. Large international carriers typically offer Wi-Fi, making internet access possible. The man proceeded towards the restroom, only to find the door unyielding due to occupancy. The duration of the occupant's stay remained unknown, but the urgency of nature became apparent. The gentleman began to pound on the restroom door, disregarding the flight attendant who approached to intervene. Gradually, the noise escalated, capturing the attention of others in first class. They too found it odd that despite the vigorous knocking, no one responded, not even a word of acknowledgement from within. Surely, even if one were still occupied, a brief notice to those waiting outside would be courteous. The man, determined, decided to force the door open. After a couple of attempts, he succeeded in breaching the entrance. The flight attendant beside him was utterly powerless to stop him. As the man barged through the door, he abruptly retreated. The flight attendant, poised to chastise his behavior, inadvertently caught sight of the scene within the restroom, prompting a high-pitched dolphin-like shriek to escape her lips. Initially, the onlookers deemed the man's actions inappropriate, but the flight attendant's unexpected exclamation suggested that something was indeed amiss. A few audacious men ventured closer, only to instinctively recoil upon witnessing the scene inside, subsequently returning to their seats to fasten their seatbelts. Wang Gu, who had been captivated by Dongfang Chuchu's enchanting smile, was similarly startled by the sudden outburst. Observing the reactions of the men who had glimpsed the restroom, Wang Gu realized that a serious incident had transpired. "Miss Dongfang, I believe we should change seats. It seems something has gone awry in there. And I fear we may witness some rather unsavory sights, so it would be prudent for you to move in here," he suggested. "Yes, I see it too. The situation may be more complicated than it appears," Dongfang Chuchu replied, showing no inclination to switch seats. Just then, the comical ringtone echoed once more. The man glanced at his phone and strolled back into the cabin, this time unimpeded. He reached his seat, retrieved his luggage from the overhead compartment, and astonishingly produced a handgun, eliciting gasps of disbelief as everyone feared a hijacking. However, he then extracted an identification badge, hanging it around his neck. Upon closer inspection, the crowd realized it was a security personnel badge, and their collective anxiety subsided. At that moment, the bell rang once more. He glanced at his phone and suddenly approached Wang Gu and Dongfang Chuchu. Instinctively, Wang Gu leaned forward, intending to shield Dongfang Chuchu. The man appeared to harbor no ill intentions. He stood by the aisle and opened the luggage compartment. As Wang Gu scrutinized the man's face, a drastic change in expression struck him when the man retrieved 2 pieces of luggage. Noticing the shift in the man's demeanor, Wang Gu said, "Miss Dongfang, please come inside and take a seat. I believe I can manage this gentleman." Dongfang Chuchu nodded and settled in. Wang Gu then rose and approached the man, inquiring, "Sir, I understand you are a flight attendant. May I ask what exactly transpired on the plane?" The man, evidently flustered, instinctively replied, "There is a bomb." His otherwise mundane tone elicited a thunderous reaction. The passengers aboard the aircraft, upon hearing the word bomb, could not restrain their cries for help. Fang Bo maintained his composure and walked over to Wang Gu, asking, "How do you know there is a bomb, especially from this position?" Wang Gu suddenly raised his voice, declaring, "Your frantic shouting will not resolve the issue. Let us instead remain calm and devise a solution to ensure everyone's survival." The crowd, upon hearing his reasoning, began to acquiesce, with a few still sobbing quietly while the majority anxiously regarded Wang Gu and his companions. Observing the cooperation from the crowd, Wang Gu felt a sense of relief and turned to the man, saying, "Sir, please return to my companion's earlier question." Upon hearing Wang Gu's earlier remarks, the man visibly regained his composure. He explained, "I am not an air marshal. Rather, I am an undercover air police officer on this flight. Just moments ago, I received an alert from my colleague, another air marshal. I noticed him heading towards the restroom and initially assumed he had gone to flirt with a flight attendant. To my surprise, he sent me a message warning that this aircraft was in danger. However, the message seemed incomplete when it arrived. Doubting it was a mere jest, I waited for further communication, but when none came, I realized something was amiss. Though he often joked around, he would never resort to something as sinister as frightening others. I proceeded to search for him, and the flight attendant informed me that he was in the restroom. I knocked persistently until I ultimately forced the door open, only to discover him lifeless, seated upon the toilet, his expression contorted in horror. Subsequently, I received another message, astonishingly sent from his phone. Upon opening it, I found a chilling note indicating that there was a bomb on board, specifying its location. Indeed, upon inspection, I confirmed its presence. As he recounted the harrowing events, an unsettling chill enveloped the group. The notion that a deceased individual could communicate a warning about a murderer aboard the aircraft was profoundly disturbing. Holding the deceased air marshal's phone, orchestrating this entire ordeal sent shivers down their spines. Wang Gu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us examine the body in the restroom. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Hui, and the deceased is my colleague, Zhang Chang." As they spoke, several individuals entered the restroom, and indeed, as Wang Hui had mentioned, the deceased sat upon the toilet lid, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, his countenance bearing a somewhat grotesque expression, suggesting he had perished the moment he sensed something amiss. Wang Gu requested gloves from a flight attendant, at which point Wang Hui suddenly admonished the young man, "What are you doing? Do not touch the body recklessly." "Fear not," Wang Gu replied. "My young master possesses a royal detective certificate issued by the White Country." Fang Bo chimed in. In truth, Fang Bo was uncertain of the nature of this certificate. He only recalled that before their departure, Dracula had bestowed upon him a substantial bundle of documents, this detective certificate being among them. The remainder included a tour guide license, a journalist credential, a veterinarian's permit, and so forth, all inscribed with Wang Gu's name. It was evident that the old Dracula had procured these documents to facilitate his grandson's endeavors abroad, accomplishing this feat overnight. One could not help but admire the formidable influence of the Duke of Dracula throughout Europe. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Hui's eyes. The passengers, upon learning that a royal detective was present, felt somewhat reassured and observed Wang Gu intently as he sought to unravel the mystery. Wang Gu did not disturb Zhang Chang's corpse. He merely surveyed the surroundings, which showed no signs of struggle. The death had occurred abruptly, perhaps even before the deceased fully comprehended his fate. After confirming that no suspicious items, such as weapons, were present near the body, Wang Gu redirected his focus toward the deceased. There were no marks of strangulation, nor any traces of blood. It appears to be a classic locked-room murder. The question arises as to how the perpetrator departed the scene post-crime. Wang Gu resolved to seek clues from the deceased. Observing the expression on the victim's face, it was evident that he had experienced a moment of agony before succumbing to death. The absence of blood in the vicinity led to the hypothesis of poisoning. Perhaps a handkerchief or towel had been employed to cover the victim's mouth, causing him to inhale a lethal quantity of toxic substance instantaneously. Wang Gu envisioned a hypothetical scenario. If one were to murder another, would one not use a highly toxic cloth to suffocate the victim from behind, ensuring a swift demise? Yet, how would one dispose of such a cloth? In the confined environment of an aircraft, the presence of a toxic item would pose significant danger and be conspicuous. What could it possibly be? Determined to search the deceased for any inappropriate items, Wang Gu's attention was drawn to an object within the clothing pocket, a syringe. He sought out Wang Hui and learned that although Zhang Chong had a penchant for humor and a somewhat lewd disposition, his character was not lacking. He had never engaged in unlawful activities and was in excellent health, which explained his selection as an air marshal. Upon hearing Wang Hui's account, Wang Gu became suspicious of the syringe. Why would an individual, who was neither ill nor a drug user, carry a syringe on their person? It was highly probable that this item was left by the murderer, and it might well be the weapon that caused the victim's death. With this in mind, Wang Gu meticulously examined the deceased's arms and neck once more. As anticipated, traces of a needle were discovered on the victim's neck. The puncture marks were so minuscule that they were nearly imperceptible, only becoming evident due to the coagulated red spots around the injection site. It appears that the perpetrator was indeed an acquaintance of the victim, likely having arranged to meet in this very location. Seizing the moment, the assailant administered a lethal injection, subsequently concealing the syringe in the deceased's pocket. Wang Gu shared his analysis with the group, and the passengers were understandably alarmed. Faced with the dual threats of explosives and homicide, they questioned whether they would ever safely return to their homeland. Sensing their growing panic, Wang Gu reassured them, asserting that he had identified a suspect and would ensure no further harm would come to them. Wang Hui cast a glance at him, while Wang Gu could only offer a wry smile and a shake of his head. Contemplating the situation further, Wang Gu pondered how one could discreetly enter and exit the lavatory without arousing suspicion. His gaze turned to the ceiling, where he noted a ventilation fan. However, this fan led to the aircraft's upper compartment for expelling waste gases, making it impossible for anyone to traverse through it. Having discerned the method of murder, yet lacking insight into the motive, and having identified the weapon without any fingerprints for analysis, the only recourse was to narrow down the suspect pool by excluding individuals present at the scene. Wang Gu scrutinized the first-class cabin, noting that apart from himself, all others remained seated. He also recalled the men who had briefly approached to inspect the lavatory. Upon reflection, he realized they merely observed before returning to their seats, thus ruling them out as potential suspects. Only Wang Hui had entered the restroom during this incident, and he was the sole witness to the unfolding scene. All the information I currently possess originates from him. He was the one who opened the door, the first to inspect the room, and the one who discovered the bomb. Why is it always him? Could he possibly be the perpetrator? Have I overlooked something? Chapter 3. Deduction of the culprit. Wang Gu scrutinized Wang Hui, sensing an unsettling dissonance. Had he fallen into a cognitive trap? Wang Hui felt a surge of anxiety under Wang Gu's scrutinizing gaze. Could it be that this person suspected him? What an unreliable individual! Wang Gu regarded Wang Hui with a mixture of anger, helplessness, and disappointment. From the perspective of criminal psychology, a suspect's emotional response to being accused typically involves agitation, an urgent need to explain, and at the very least, a question such as, "You suspect me? Why would I kill him? What evidence do you have?" Yet, Wang Hui's eyes revealed only resignation and disappointment, which contradicted academic theory. For now, he would be categorized as a suspect. As Wang Gu pondered this, Wang Hui's phone suddenly erupted with a comical ringtone, jolting Wang Gu back to reality. Indeed, he had been receiving messages, and the timestamps indicated his safety. However, what had he overlooked? Wang Hui answered the call. "Hello? Yes, we have encountered a situation. We are requesting an emergency landing and ground assistance. Should an explosion occur upon landing, we need to ensure prompt remediation. By the way, Chief, Zhang Chong is dead." "Yes, we are still investigating. There is a royal detective from Country Y on board, appearing quite professional." "Oh, you are aware of this? All right, I will assist him." "Strange. How does the ground know when something goes awry?" Wang Hui found it perplexing. Since his superior had instructed him to support this operation, it was evident that he possessed some knowledge of this fellow's capabilities. Although Wang Hui was unfamiliar with the term royal detective, his superior was well aware. In Y country, The title of Royal Detective is bestowed upon the winner of a prestigious detective competition organized by the Royal Institution, which focuses on unresolved cases from recent years, held every 5 years. This year's sole recipient of the title was Wang Gu, who had a keen interest in studying Sherlock Holmes and solving cases, gradually evolving into a detective himself. Upon hearing the ring-tone, Wang Gu suddenly recalled, "Yes, why did I overlook the phone?" He then inquired, "May I ask if your phone can be used on an airplane?" The response was, "Our phone is specialized, a satellite phone that does not interfere with the aircraft's signals." "Could you lend me your phone for a moment?" he asked. Without hesitation, the individual handed the phone directly to Wang Gu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Gu began to examine the satellite phone, perusing through its records. Without lifting his gaze from the screen, he asked, "Is this phone assigned to a specific individual? Or can one interchange ID logins?" The reply came, "It is indeed possible. We receive the devices just before boarding, and we log in with our own ID to connect to the satellite for communication." After listening, Wang Gu returned the phone to Wang Hui, stating, "Please log out of this account. I suspect your IDs are interconnected. Let us see if you can decipher his password or contact ground logistics for assistance." "Let me give it a try. I can roughly guess that fellow's password." In truth, we were classmates in the past, sharing a bunk bed. Although our relationship was rather mediocre back then, he is not one to harbor grudges against others. Besides his penchant for women and a somewhat carefree demeanor, he possesses few flaws. As Wang Hui attempted to input the password, he engaged in a casual conversation with Wang Gu about Zhang Chang. With a chime, he exclaimed, "Aha! This lad's password is indeed unique. He uses it for everything." Wang Gu furrowed his brow and remarked, "You really do know his password?" Wang Hui replied, "We were classmates. And once he asked me to help him withdraw some money, revealing the password to me. Recently, I discovered that this fellow even uses the same password for his QQ account, prompting me to ponder whether he possesses only this one password." Indeed, my assumption was correct. Reflecting on Wang Hui's explanation, Wang Gu pondered the situation. Although the likelihood was slim, no one could ascertain whether there existed any enmity between them. So it was prudent to consider all possibilities. For now, he would search for some information on his phone. After downloading the previously sent messages and synchronizing them, Wang Gu realized that aside from messaging Wang Hui, the phone had not communicated with anyone else. A glance at the outgoing call records revealed only a call to the service desk, while the incoming call records were entirely devoid of entries. Why did he choose to call the service desk? Does the air marshal need to contact the service desk for daily inquiries? Wang Gu inquired. Is there a necessity for you to reach out to the service desk? We do not have such a rule. The operational manual neither mandates nor prohibits us from contacting them. In fact, we generally do call the service desk, especially since we are dealing with international long-distance calls and need to stay alert. Thus, we request convenience items like coffee or food, but we cannot make these calls openly. We must do so discreetly. They understand our situation, and upon receiving the call, they are aware of the context. Is it merely for your own convenience? Yes, initially. That was the case. What do you mean by initially? Previously, we would board personnel at random, but regulations changed. To ensure the safety of passengers on board, we now blend into the crowd incognito. Given that the business and first-class cabins are separate, we typically have one marshal per cabin. It is quite normal for someone in business class to call for food. This continued until one air marshal began a romantic involvement with a flight attendant. Zhang Chang, being somewhat lecherous, used this method to show off. Eventually, he did attract the attention of a flight attendant, who later claimed that Zhang Chang had made inappropriate advances toward her, leading her to resign. However, I am not entirely clear on the subsequent developments, as I believe Zhang Chang is once again attempting to employ this tactic to impress another. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu immediately approached the service desk, pondering to himself that the onboard police should possess a higher caliber of professionalism than their terrestrial counterparts, especially since they are tasked with managing emergencies at several thousand meters in altitude. He could not fathom why there was a complete lack of vigilance regarding such proximate clues. Wang Gu felt a profound sorrow for the state of the air marshals in Huaxia. As he entered the service desk, a flight attendant approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "Greetings. Might you be the chief flight attendant?" "Indeed, I am the chief attendant for this flight. How may I assist you?" "I am a detective investigating an incident in the first-class restroom. The deceased had made a phone call prior to their passing, and I wish to ascertain further details." Just as the chief attendant hesitated, Wang Hui entered and briefed the flight attendant about the arrangements on the ground, granting permission for Wang Gu to conduct his investigation. thereby securing the chief attendant as support. The chief attendant explained, "It is true that the air marshals occasionally call for food. We understand their needs. This particular individual requested that we send food and beverages, but it appears he only received a cup of cola. That is all I know. As the onboard marshal for this flight is new, and we have yet to engage in any private discussions." Wang Gu, being new himself, expressed his confusion. Yes, typically, air marshals are paired with the flight crew to foster a sense of synergy for handling emergencies. However, these two are newly assigned, and in fact, this is my first encounter with the air marshal named Wang Hui. Wang Gu gazed at Wang Hui and inquired, "Why have you turned around?" "I am uncertain. I received an inexplicable transfer order earlier. If Zhang Chang were here, perhaps he could elucidate the matter. After all, we have been classmates for years. And I am aware that his family has connections within an airline, thus he could acquire some insider information." Wang Gu, speechless, regarded Wang Hui and remarked, "I am not interested in any insider news. This makes no sense at all." Ignoring Wang Hui, he addressed the chief flight attendant. "Could you present me with today's crew roster?" "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." The chief flight attendant appeared to be far more reliable than Wang Hui, leaving Wang Gu bewildered as to how the latter had become an air marshal. In less than a minute, the chief flight attendant returned with a list, which meticulously documented names, assigned areas, and other details. Wang Gu glanced at the list before handing it to Wang Hui, saying, "See if there is anyone you recognize." Wang Hui accepted the roster and began to scrutinize it intently. Suddenly, he queried, "Is this Ding Xiaoyu? Does she have small eyes, a rather clean face, and stands about 170 centimeters tall with a somewhat childlike voice?" "Yes, how did you know?" "She is also a new crew member reporting for duty today. Were you acquainted with her?" The chief flight attendant inquired curiously. Disregarding the flight attendant's question, Wang Hui turned to Wang Gu and said, "Wang Gu, this is the girl I mentioned to you before, the one who had a brief relationship with Zhang Chang. Initially, she had decided to leave, but for some reason, she has returned and is now part of this crew." Wang Gu glanced at the list and pondered. Zhang Chang, who was originally on duty in business class, had met his untimely demise in the lavatory of first class. This young woman was responsible for delivering meals to first class. Once, they had been in a romantic relationship. Perhaps they had encountered each other aboard the flight once more. It was quite possible that Zhang Chang had entered the first-class lavatory specifically to seek her out. As she could not traverse to the business class, he had ordered refreshments at the service desk and informed them of his intention to visit first class, requesting that the items be delivered there. The young woman who brought the refreshments was likely this Ding Xiaoyu. Wang Gu resolved to speak with Ding Xiaoyu to glean more information. He turned to the purser and inquired, "May I speak with Ding Xiaoyu to understand the situation?" "Certainly." "Follow me," she replied. Wang Gu accompanied the purser to the crew's rest area. "Ding Xiaoyu, someone is looking for you," the purser called out. A young woman emerged from within, her almond-shaped eyes striking and her appearance exceptionally tidy and graceful. She had a tall, curvaceous figure that could be deemed alluring. As Ding Xiaoyu stepped forward, the purser announced, "Ding Xiaoyu, these two are the air marshals on board, here to gather information. Let us assist them in their inquiries." "Hello, Ding Xiaoyu. I would like to discuss a matter with you privately, if possible." Though the words were directed at Ding Xiaoyu, Wang Gu's gaze shifted to the purser. For if she were to deny the request, it would be futile. "Yes, you may go with him to discuss the matter, Xiaoyu." "Thank you, purser." Wang Gu expressed his gratitude. He, along with Wang Hui and Ding Xiaoyu, exited the rest area, where a curtain at the edge could muffle some sounds. Wang Gu regarded Ding Xiaoyu, pausing for a moment before speaking. "Hello, Ding Xiaoyu. I wish to inquire about the situation." Ding Xiaoyu appeared remarkably composed, yet furrowed her brows and coldly inquired, "What do you wish to ask me?" "I merely seek to understand certain matters regarding you and Zhang Chang." "My apologies. But this is unrelated to today's events. It is purely a matter of personal emotional privacy, and I cannot disclose it." Wang Gu shook his head and replied, No, Miss Ding. It is not as you assert. I sense that your relationship with Zhang Chang may have some bearing on this situation. Allow me to hypothesize. You were previously in a romantic relationship, an assertion you cannot deny, can you? And if so, what of it? We have already parted ways. He deceived me. Your acknowledgement suffices. I shall proceed. You were originally booked on the same flight. He misled your affections, leading you to despise him and wish to avoid him. Consequently, you requested to resign from the flight, intending to return only once tempers had cooled. However, when your vacation concluded, you still wished to evade him, prompting you to seek a change of shift. Yet, unforeseen circumstances, whether by human design or fate, resulted in him also boarding this flight, leading to your unexpected reunion. Did he not come to first class because of you, ultimately providing the murderer with the opportunity to take his life? Am I correct? Upon finishing, Wang Gu fixed his gaze intently upon Ding Xiaoyu. Her eyes clearly flickered with evasion, and her tone lacked the previous chill as she responded, "You have articulated everything I am aware of. I have nothing more to add." "Are you certain there is nothing more to disclose?" "As far as I am aware, you were the one who delivered items to Zhang Chong, which suggests you were the last person seen with the deceased. Logically, your culpability appears to be the most significant. Do you not have anything further to articulate in order to alleviate your suspicions?" "I truly have nothing to say." Ding Xiaoyu reverted to her previously cold demeanor. "Very well. The plane will not arrive at its destination for several more hours. Should I come to any further inquiries that warrant your insight, I hope you will cooperate," she continued. Ding Xiaoyu merely acknowledged with a sound and turned to depart. Wang Gu observed her retreating figure, convinced that this girl must possess some knowledge. He then turned to Wang Hui, feeling a disquieting sense that something was amiss. Was he perhaps entering a realm of misunderstanding? Wang Hui, under the scrutiny of Wang Gu's suspicious gaze, felt a surge of anxiety. Did he truly suspect him? Was this individual reliable? Wang Gu regarded Wang Hui with an expression imbued with anger, helplessness, and disappointment. From the perspective of criminal psychology, a suspect typically exhibits heightened emotions, anxiously attempting to justify themselves. Often asking, "If you believe I am guilty, then why would I wish to harm him? What evidence do you possess?" Yet, it was evident that Wang Hui's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness and disappointment, which contradicted established academic theories. For the time being, he would be classified as a suspect. As Wang Gu continued to ponder, Wang Hui's phone erupted with a comical ringtone, jolting Wang Gu from his contemplations. Indeed, he has been receiving messages consistently, and the timestamps indicate his safety. However, what have I overlooked? Wang Hui has just called, informing me of a situation. We have requested an emergency landing and ground assistance to ensure prompt remediation in the event of an explosion post-landing. Moreover, I must inform you, Chief, that Zhang Chong has perished. We are still investigating. There is a royal detective from Y country aboard, who appears quite professional. Are you aware of this? I shall assist him. It is peculiar how the ground team was alerted to the incident, leaving Wang Hui bewildered, since the chief has entrusted me to support his actions. He must possess knowledge of this individual's capabilities. Although Wang Hui may not comprehend what a royal detective entails, his superior certainly does. The title of Royal Detective is conferred upon the victor of the Royal Detective competition organized by Y country's Royal Institution, which focuses on unresolved cases from recent years and is held every 5 years. This year, only one individual has been recognized as a Royal Detective by Y country, awarded a certificate and granted the privilege of unrestricted access to the Royal Palace. This year's sole recipient is Wang Gu, who has a profound interest in studying Sherlock Holmes and engaging in deductive reasoning for cases, which has gradually transformed him into a detective. Upon hearing the ringtone, Wang Gu suddenly recalled the oversight regarding the phone. He inquired, "May I ask if your phone can be used on the plane?" "Our phone is specialized. It is a satellite phone and does not interfere with aircraft signals. Might I borrow your phone for a moment?" Without hesitation, the individual handed the phone directly to Wang Gu. Wang Gu nodded in acknowledgement and began to manipulate the satellite phone, perusing the records one by one. Without lifting his gaze from the screen, he inquired, "Is this phone assigned to a specific individual, or can one interchange the ID for login?" "It is indeed possible," came the reply. "We receive the devices just before boarding the aircraft, and then we log in using our own IDs to connect to the satellite for communication." Upon hearing this, Wang Gu passed the phone to Wang Hui, stating, "Deactivate this account. I presume your IDs might be interconnected. See if you can decipher his password or reach out to ground logistics for assistance." "I'll give it a try. I can make an educated guess about his password. We were classmates and shared a bunk. Although our relationship was rather ordinary, he is not the type to harbor grudges. Aside from being somewhat lecherous and a bit oblivious, he has few flaws." As Wang Hui attempted to crack the password, he engaged in casual conversation with Wang Gu about Zhang Chong. With a sharp tone, he exclaimed, "This fellow's password is remarkably unique. He uses it for everything." Wang Gu furrowed his brow and remarked, "You really do know his password." "We were classmates. Once, when he asked me to help him withdraw some money, he disclosed his password to me. Recently, I noticed that even his QQ password was the same. which led me to wonder if he uses just this single password. It appears my suspicion was correct. Considering Wang Hui's explanation, Wang Gu contemplated the matter. Although the likelihood was minimal, the absence of knowledge regarding any potential discord between them could not be dismissed. For now, he decided to search for pertinent information on the phone. Wang Gu downloaded the previously sent messages from his phone and, after synchronizing, discovered that this device had only communicated with Wang Hui. Apart from that, there were no other exchanges. Upon reviewing the outgoing call records, he noted that he had only dialed the service desk, while the incoming call log was devoid of any entries. Why did he contact the service desk? Did the air police need to reach out to the service desk for routine inquiries? Wang Gu inquired, "Is there a necessity for you to contact the service desk?" "We do not have such a protocol. The operational manual does not stipulate that we must make contact, nor does it prohibit it. Generally, we tend to call the service desk, particularly since it is an international long-distance call. We need to stay alert, hence the request for coffee or snacks for convenience. But we cannot openly make such calls. They must be discreet. They understand our situation, and upon receiving the call, they comprehend the context. Is it merely for your own convenience?" "Yes, it was initially so." "What do you mean by initially so?" "In the past, we used to board personnel randomly. But later the regulations changed. To ensure the safety of passengers on board, we now blend into the crowd. Given the separation between the business class and first class on passenger flights, we typically have one officer assigned to each section. Therefore, it is quite normal for someone in business class to call for food. Until we had a flight attendant and a stewardess engaged in a romantic liaison, Zhang Chang, a rather lecherous individual, sought to flaunt his charm in this manner. Ultimately, he succeeded in attracting the attention of a flight attendant. It seems she later claimed that Zhang Chang had made inappropriate advances, prompting her resignation. However, it appears she returned afterward, the details of which remain somewhat unclear to me. I suspect this time Zhang Chang intends to employ the same tactics to showcase another conquest. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu immediately made his way to the service desk. Pondering the notion that flight attendants are, after all, law enforcement personnel, and their standards ought to be superior to those of their terrestrial counterparts. After all, how else could they manage unforeseen circumstances at altitudes of several thousand meters? Why, in the presence of such close clues, did he display no sense of vigilance whatsoever? Wang Gu could not help but feel a deep sorrow for the state of flight security in Huaxia. Upon entering the service desk area, a flight attendant approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "Greetings. Might you be the chief attendant?" "Indeed, I am the chief attendant for this flight. How can I assist you?" "Hello. I am a detective currently investigating a matter concerning the first-class lavatory. The deceased made a phone call prior to their passing, and I wish to gather some information regarding the incident." Just as the chief attendant hesitated, Wang Hui entered and briefed the flight attendant on the arrangements, securing her approval for Wang Gu to conduct his inquiry. The chief attendant explained, "It is true that the flight security personnel in the business area often call for food. We understand their needs. On this occasion, that individual requested us to send food and beverages, but it seems he only took a cup of cola. I have only gathered this much information, as the flight attendant is newly appointed, and we have yet to engage in any private conversation." The newcomer, Wang Gu, expressed his confusion. Indeed, flight attendants are typically assigned in fixed pairs, facilitating a harmonious synergy for addressing emergencies. However, these two have recently been reassigned, and this marks my first encounter with the attendant named Wang Hui. Wang Gu turned to Wang Hui and inquired, "What prompted this change?" Wang Hui replied, "I am uncertain. I received the transfer order inexplicably. If Zhang Chang were here, perhaps he could elucidate, as we have been classmates for many years. And I am aware that his family has connections within the airline, which allows him access to internal news." Wang Gu gazed at Wang Hui in disbelief, thinking, "What do I care about internal news? This is absurd." Ignoring Wang Hui, he addressed the chief attendant. "Could you kindly provide me with today's crew roster?" "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," came the reply. It was evident that this chief attendant exuded a far greater sense of reliability than Wang Hui. It was perplexing how this fellow had managed to become a flight attendant. Within a minute, the chief attendant returned with a list detailing names and assigned areas. Wang Gu glanced at the roster before handing it to Wang Hui, saying, "See if there's anyone you recognize." Wang Hui accepted the list and began to scrutinize it intently. Suddenly, one inquired about Ding Xiaoyu, describing her as having relatively small eyes and a clean, elongated face. Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a somewhat childlike voice. "Yes, how do you know?" responded the curious chief flight attendant, noting that she was also a newly arrived crew member. Ignoring the chief's question, the conversation shifted towards Wang Gu, who remarked, "This is the girl I mentioned to you before, the one who had a relationship with Zhang Chang. It was previously stated that she would not return, yet for some unknown reason, she had reappeared in this flight crew." Wang Gu glanced at the roster and contemplated. Zhang Chang, who was originally assigned to business class, had tragically passed away in the first-class lavatory. This girl was responsible for delivering meals to first class. Having once been in a romantic relationship, it was possible they had encountered each other on the flight. Zhang Chang's purpose for visiting the first-class lavatory might have been to seek out this girl. As she was unable to traverse through business class, he had likely ordered items from the service desk and informed them of his intention to go to first class, requesting that the items be delivered, possibly by Ding Xiaoyu herself. Wang Gu resolved to speak with Ding Xiaoyu to gather more information. "May I speak with Ding Xiaoyu to ascertain the situation?" he asked the chief attendant. "Certainly, follow me," she replied. Wang Gu accompanied the chief attendant to the crew's rest area. "Ding Xiaoyu, someone is looking for you," the chief attendant called out. Out stepped a girl with beautiful almond-shaped eyes, strikingly clean and delicate features, tall and elegantly proportioned, a true beauty. Upon seeing Ding Xiaoyu emerge, the chief attendant introduced her. "Ding Xiaoyu, these two are the onboard air marshals here to gather information. Let us assist them in their work. Greetings, Ding Xiaoyu. I wish to speak with you privately, if I may." Although the words were directed towards Ding Xiaoyu, Wang Gu glanced at the chief attendant, for without her consent, his endeavors would be in vain. "Very well. Allow him to inquire," replied the chief attendant. "Thank you," Wang Gu expressed his gratitude. Together with Wang Hui and Ding Xiaoyu, they proceeded towards the resting area, where a curtain at the edge could muffle some of the surrounding noise. Wang Gu regarded Ding Xiaoyu and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Hello, Ding Xiaoyu. I seek to consult you regarding certain matters." Ding Xiaoyu appeared composed, furrowing her brow as she coldly queried, "What is it that you wish to ask?" "I merely wish to understand some aspects concerning you and Zhang Chang. I'm afraid this is unrelated to today's events. It pertains solely to personal emotional privacy, and I cannot disclose it." Wang Gu shook his head and asserted, No, Miss Ding. It is not as you suggest. I sense that your relationship with Zhang Chang may indeed influence this matter. Consider this hypothetical. You were once romantically involved, a fact you cannot deny, correct? And so what? We have already parted ways. He deceived me. Your acknowledgement suffices. Let us proceed. You were originally on the same flight. He betrayed your affections, leading you to disdain him and wish to avoid any encounters. Consequently, you requested to resign from the flight, intending to return once tempers had cooled. However, upon the conclusion of your leave, you still wished to evade him, prompting you to request a shift change. Yet, unforeseen circumstances, whether by human error or fate, led him to be assigned to this flight, resulting in your paths crossing once more. Did he come to first class because of you, only to be found by the murderer and ultimately killed? Wang Gu inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Ding Xiaoyu. Her eyes exhibited a discernible evasion, and her tone lacked the earlier chill as she replied, You've already said everything I know. I have nothing more to add. Are you certain you have no further explanations? To my knowledge, you delivered something to Zhang Chang, which means you were the last person seen with the deceased. Logically, your suspicion is paramount. Do you not wish to say something to absolve yourself? I truly have nothing more to say. Ding Xiaoyu reverted to her previously stoic demeanor. Very well. The flight still has several hours until arrival. Should I recall anything pertinent, I hope you will cooperate, Wang Gu concluded. To which Ding Xiaoyu merely responded with a non-committal hum before turning away. Wang Gu watched her retreating figure, convinced that this girl harbored secrets. Chapter 4. The Truth. Ding Xiaoyu's behavior was evidently irregular. Even if she possessed a cold disposition and harbored disdain for Zhang Chang, why did her gaze dart so during my deductions? It suggested either guilt or a deeper issue at hand. Yet, lacking substantial evidence, I found myself unable to interrogate her effectively. Just as Wang Gu was about to succumb to frustration, a thought struck him. Could this incident be a crime of passion? If it were indeed a crime of passion, it would render the situation both plausible and comprehensible. Contemplating Ding Xiaoyu's indifference towards Zhang Chang, one is struck by the notion that if such coldness is exhibited in public following their separation, how much more intense must it be in solitude? If this girl is indeed so heartless, could it be that the bomb was placed with the intention of orchestrating a collective demise? Is she truly resolved to take all aboard the aircraft with her? What vendetta could possibly fuel such a desire? Could it be that she has encountered a reputed psychopath? The thought sent a chill down Wang Gu's spine. His mind was in disarray. What had initially appeared to be a homicide had now morphed into a scenario involving a bomb. What connection could exist between the two? Historically, in cases involving explosives, their purpose is either to inflict harm or to divert attention. Given that no valuable information could be gleaned from the suspect, it seemed prudent to investigate the bomb itself. Wang Gu and Wang Hui approached the overhead luggage compartment. Due to the prior failure to contain and address the news of the bomb aboard the aircraft, that particular luggage area was now devoid of passengers, as they were all fearful of being caught in an explosion. Wang Gu found the situation somewhat amusing. Did they truly believe that a mere change in proximity would shield them from the blast radius? It was a form of self-deception. Under the watchful and anxious gazes of the passengers, Wang Hui retrieved the bomb from the overhead compartment. His movements were somewhat exaggerated, clearly indicative of his inexperience in such matters. Thankfully, the bomb's triggering mechanism was relatively safe. Otherwise, Wang Hui's actions could have easily precipitated an explosion. Wang Gu felt his heart race as he examined the bomb's design, which was activated by atmospheric pressure. An imbalance in pressure on either side could lead to detonation, though one could not rule out the possibility of it exploding upon impact with the ground or being triggered by human intervention. Wang Gu examined the situation and concluded that the bomb lacked remote control and countdown mechanisms. This implies that, unless the aircraft were to crash or ascend rapidly enough to create a significant change in air pressure, it would remain safe from detonation. In other words, only a crash could potentially trigger the explosion of this bomb. However, in the event of a crash, survival would be highly improbable, rendering it effectively a dud. This realization left Wang Gu with a throbbing headache. He pondered the absurdity of having planted such a harmless bomb. Even if he could comprehend the rationale behind deploying 4 2-kilogram explosives, the notion of placing a non-functional bomb was perplexing. How was he to explain this to the passengers? Even if he were to divulge the truth to them, what would their reaction be? After much contemplation, Wang Gu speculated that the perpetrator might be orchestrating a diversion, perhaps to shift his focus. Yet, as the saying goes, the more one attempts, the more mistakes one makes. If a bomb had indeed been planted, how could it be concealed within the overhead compartment without arousing suspicion? Such a sizable explosive is not as inconspicuous as a mere book. It would be difficult for anyone to overlook it. Clearly, its placement necessitated a moment when no one was around. A sudden insight struck Wang Gu, prompting him to seek out the chief flight attendant for further discussion, as the only individuals with access to the aircraft during such solitude would be the cabin crew. "Hello, Chief Flight Attendant. May I take a moment of your time?" "Certainly. How may I assist you?" "I would like to inquire whether it is customary for only the crew to board the aircraft prior to the passenger's arrival to prepare for the flight." "Indeed. That is the standard procedure. Was there any unusual circumstance today, such as one of the crew arriving separately instead of together as usual?" "No. Today we followed the same routine as always. We arrived together, conducted our preparatory activities, and then the passengers boarded. Please recall, I am referring to everyone, including the new arrival, Ding Xiaoyu." Wang specifically mentioned Ding Xiaoyu, and unsurprisingly, the chief flight attendant responded, "Oh yes, today is her first day with our team. She was unaware of our meeting time and had already arrived when we got here, waiting beneath the aircraft for us. I even asked her why she did not board, and she replied that on her first day, she thought it best to wait for everyone to board together. I found her to be quite polite. Thank you. Could you please locate Ding Xiaoyu again? I have some additional matters I need to discuss with her." The chief flight attendant nodded in acknowledgement and called for Ding Xiaoyu. After a moment, Ding Xiaoyu approached with an unfriendly demeanor and said, "Are you finished? I've already shared everything I know, and your deductions are nearly accurate. What more do you wish to ask? I would like to know why you brought a bomb." Wang Gu's inquiry resembled a casual check-in with a friend, akin to asking, "Have you eaten today?" His tone and demeanor conveyed an air of familiarity. Ding Xiaoyu, caught off guard by Wang Gu's question, appeared as though she had been choked while eating. "What are you talking about? Why would I plant a bomb?" She stammered. "All right, let us speak plainly. Can you elucidate the motive behind Zhang Chong's murder? What evidence do you have that I killed Zhang Chong?" Ding Xiaoyu's voice quivered, revealing her anxiety. "A satellite phone. Zhang Chong's satellite phone," Wang Gu continued, observing Ding Xiaoyu's evident inability to respond. "That phone must still be aboard the aircraft. Even if you were to turn it off, damage it, or conceal it, once we inspect the luggage of all passengers upon disembarkation and search every nook of the plane, we are certain to locate that device." All subsequent messages originated from you. You were the one who informed Wang Hui about the bomb's presence. A capacitive touchscreen phone. I refuse to believe that you have consistently worn gloves while operating the screen. Moreover, when you delivered items to Zhang Chong, no one else witnessed the flight attendants delivering refreshments. I was seated in first class at the time. How do you account for that? The flight attendants reported that Zhang Chong only requested a cup of cola. After he finished the drink, the cup was not found in the lavatory. Are you certain that cup belonged to him, and not that you consumed it after his demise? Surely, it must bear his fingerprints, correct? Wang Gu's relentless interrogation finally shattered Ding Xiaoyu's composure. She collapsed to the ground, weeping and confessing her transgressions, while also asserting that she had acted under Zhang Chong's coercion. Driven by desperation, Wang Gu entrusted Wang Hui with the care of Ding Xiaoyu, temporarily sequestering her in the crew's rest area, intending to hand her over to the ground police following the plane's landing. After assessing the situation and confirming the apprehension of the suspect, who had confessed to the crime, Wang Gu returned to his seat. Upon his return, Dongfang Chuchu eagerly inquired about the outcome. So, detective, was the suspect apprehended? Wang Gu, elated by his successful resolution of the case, confidently replied, "Allow me to recount the tale." Thus, he began to narrate the rather unfortunate circumstances surrounding the incident to Dongfang Chuchu. It transpired that Zhang Chong, upon first encountering Ding Xiaoyu at the airport, was utterly captivated by her beauty. In his relentless pursuit and boastful declarations, he ultimately won her over. To facilitate their budding relationship, Zhang Chong, leveraging his family's influence, arranged for them to be assigned to the same flight, along with Wang Hui. What initially seemed a blissful arrangement soon revealed its flaws, as Ding Xiaoyu gradually discerned that Zhang Chong was not the affluent and distinguished figure he had portrayed himself to be. Consequently, she began to contemplate her departure from him. However, Zhang Chang appeared resolute in his desire to remain with her, and in light of his apparent sincerity, Ding Xiaoyu acquiesced. Yet, it was not long before she discovered that Zhang Chong was also engaging in flirtations with other flight attendants, which proved intolerable for her. Thus, she resolved to end their brief 3-month relationship. In an effort to evade Zhang Chong, Ding Xiaoyu submitted her resignation multiple times. However, due to Zhang Chong's family's significant influence within the airport's personnel department, her attempts were thwarted, leading to her being granted a 3-month leave instead. During her 3-month holiday, she traveled extensively and met a plethora of new acquaintances, many of whom were well off and expressed interest in her. She contemplated rekindling a romantic relationship. Soon, Ding Xiaoyu discovered an exceptional young man, and after formally embarking on a relationship with him, she yearned to leave her past behind. Although she was unable to resign from her job, her passion for the flight attendant profession remained unwavering. 3 months later, Ding Xiaoyu resolved to return to her role as a flight attendant. To bid farewell to her past, she requested a change in her flight crew schedule, hoping to avoid any encounters with Zhang Chang. However, Zhang Chong, leveraging connections within his family, managed to ensure they were placed together. He also informed Ding Xiaoyu that there was no escaping him, regardless of the circumstances. Overwhelmed by Zhang Chong's relentless pursuit, Ding Xiaoyu devised a drastic plan. She would eliminate Zhang Chong and create a diversion with an explosive device to facilitate her escape. Upon hearing this tale, Dongfang Chuchu exclaimed in delight at its thrilling nature. Had she encountered a certain Wang Hui, the flight attendant, she would have likely fled long ago. Hee. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part. It was her charm that revealed her vulnerabilities, which I seized upon, Wang Gu mused, feeling somewhat elated by Dongfang Chuchu's praise. Several hours later, the plane landed safely, and the passengers emerged unscathed from their journey. While Wang Gu set foot for the first time on the land of his birth, on the ground, various departments were on high alert. After disembarking, Wang Gu engaged in brief discussions, and law enforcement personnel proceeded to place handcuffs on Ding Xiaoyu before escorting her to a police vehicle. Wang Hui, upon seeing Wang Gu, beamed with gratitude, extending his hands for a firm handshake. Wang Gu let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming that his companion was being overly courteous. He then proceeded to handcuff Wang Hui. Ding Xiaoyu's behavior was evidently quite abnormal, despite her inherently aloof demeanor and distaste for Zhang Chong. Why was her gaze so evasive during my deductions? This could only indicate either guilt or some underlying issue. However, lacking substantial evidence, I found myself unable to conduct an interrogation. Just as Wang Gu was about to succumb to frustration, a thought struck him. Could this incident perhaps be a crime of passion? If it were indeed a crime born of love, it would make perfect sense. Reflecting on Ding Xiaoyu's indifference towards Zhang Chang, even in public after their breakup, one could only imagine how fervently she might express herself in private. If this girl were truly so callous, could it be that the bomb was planted with the intention of taking everyone down with her? What vendetta could provoke such an act? Had she perhaps encountered the infamous psychological deviant? The notion sent a chill down Wang Gu's spine. His thoughts were now muddled. What began as a homicide case had inexplicably morphed into one involving a bomb. Was there a connection between the two? Throughout history, cases involving explosives have either aimed to inflict harm or distract attention, since no valuable information could be gleaned from the suspects. It was time to turn our focus to the bomb itself. Wang Gu and Wang Hui approached the overhead luggage compartment. Due to the prior lack of timely containment and handling of the bomb threat, that section of the compartment was now devoid of passengers, all of whom were understandably terrified of potential detonation. Observing this scene, Wang Gu couldn't help but find it amusing. Did these individuals truly believe that merely moving a short distance would exempt them from the blast radius? Such self-deception was almost comical. Under the intense gaze of the onlookers, Wang Hui retrieved the bomb from the overhead compartment. His movements were rather exaggerated, revealing that this was indeed his first encounter with such a perilous task. Fortunately, the bomb's triggering mechanism was designed with a degree of safety. Otherwise, his actions could have easily provoked an explosion. Wang Gu watched in trepidation as he examined the bomb's design, which was activated by atmospheric pressure on a horizontal plane. Any significant imbalance in pressure on either side could lead to detonation. However, it was also worth noting that the bomb could explode if it were to fall or be deliberately triggered. Wang Gu had confirmed that the bomb lacked remote control and countdown features, meaning that unless the aircraft were to plummet or ascend abruptly enough to induce a substantial change in air pressure, the bomb would remain inert. In essence, only a crash could provoke an explosion, yet in the event of a crash, survival would be nearly impossible, rendering the bomb effectively a dud. Wang Gu felt an ache in his head. How could one possibly justify placing a safe bomb in such a situation? Even if one were to deploy 4 bombs of equal weight, it would be more comprehensible. But to introduce a bomb that would not explode? What was he to think? And how would the passengers react? Even if he were to disclose the truth to them, what would their response be? After much contemplation, Wang Gu surmised that this might be a ruse orchestrated by the perpetrator, perhaps intended to divert his attention. Yet, as the adage goes, the more one attempts, the more mistakes one makes. Since you have placed a bomb, how did you manage to conceal such a substantial explosive device within the inner side of the luggage compartment without drawing attention? Such a large bomb is not as inconspicuous as a book. It is easily noticeable to anyone with their eyes open. It seems that when it was placed, there must have been no one around. Who could possibly access the aircraft in such solitude? A sudden realization struck Wang Gu, prompting him to seek a conversation with the chief flight attendant. After all, the only individuals who could access the plane in isolation would be the crew members. Excuse me, Chief Flight Attendant, may I take up a moment of your time? Of course, how may I assist you? I would like to inquire whether, before the passengers board the aircraft, it is customary for the crew to embark first to undertake preparatory tasks, followed by the boarding of the passengers. Indeed, that is the established procedure. Was there anything unusual today? For instance, do you typically arrive together, or did one of you come alone today? No. We followed our usual routine and arrived together. Upon our arrival, we engaged in our preparatory activities, after which the passengers boarded. Please reflect carefully. Was everyone present? I mean everyone, including the new arrival. Did she arrive as well? Wang Gu deliberately mentioned Ding Xiaoyu, and as anticipated, when he brought her up, the chief flight attendant responded, "Oh yes. Today is her first day with our team. She was unsure of our meeting time, so when we arrived, she was already there, waiting beneath the aircraft. I even asked her why she wasn't boarding yet. She said it was her first day and that she should wait for everyone to board together." At that moment, I perceived the child to be exceptionally polite. "Thank you. Could you please locate Ding Xiaoyu for me? I have some matters I wish to clarify with her." The chief attendant nodded in acknowledgement and turned to summon Ding Xiaoyu. After a brief interval, Ding Xiaoyu approached, her gaze not particularly warm. "Are you finished? I have already disclosed everything I know, and your deductions are quite accurate. What more do you wish to inquire about?" "I wish to ask, why did you plant the bomb?" Wang Gu's inquiry was posed with an air of casualness, akin to asking a friend if they had eaten today. Ding Xiaoyu appeared taken aback by Wang Gu's question, as if she had been caught off guard. "What are you saying? Why would I plant a bomb? Let us speak plainly then. Could you enlighten me as to why you sought to eliminate Zhang Chang? Do you possess any evidence that I was responsible for Zhang Chang's demise?" Ding Xiaoyu's demeanor revealed a hint of trepidation. A satellite phone, Zhang Chang's satellite phone, came to reply. Observing her clear discomfort, I continued, the phone must still be on the aircraft. Even if you manage to turn it off, damage it, or conceal it. A thorough inspection of everyone's luggage in the corners of the aircraft upon disembarkation would surely uncover that phone. All subsequent messages were dispatched by you. It was you who informed Wang Hui of the bomb's presence, using a capacitive touchscreen phone. I refuse to believe you maintained the pretense of wearing gloves while operating the screen. Moreover, when you delivered items to Zhang Chang, no one else witnessed a flight attendant distributing refreshments. I was seated in first class at that time. How do you explain that? The attendant recounted that when delivering items, Zhang Chang only requested a cup of cola. After finishing the drink, however, the cup could not be found in the restroom. Are you certain he consumed that cup, and it was not you who drank it after committing the act? Surely, his fingerprints must be on it, correct? Wang Gu's barrage of questions finally drove Ding Xiaoyu to despair. She crouched on the ground, weeping as she confessed her guilt, yet insisted she had been coerced by Zhang Chang, acting out of sheer desperation. Wang Gu instructed Wang Hui to keep a close watch on Ding Xiaoyu, temporarily detaining her in the crew's lounge, to be handed over to the ground police once the plane landed. With the situation largely clarified and the suspect apprehended who had admitted to her crimes, Wang Gu returned to his seat. Upon his return, Dongfang Chuchu eagerly inquired about the detective's progress in capturing the criminal. My involvement was, of course, effortless, Wang Gu replied, elated with his success. Do share the details with me. Thus, Wang Gu began to recount the rather tragic tale of the case to Dongfang Chuchu. It turned out that Zhang Chang, upon first encountering Ding Xiaoyu at the airport, was utterly captivated. In his relentless pursuit and grandiose boasts, he ultimately won her over. To facilitate their budding relationship, Zhang Chang leveraged familial connections to place them both on the same flight, accompanied by Wang Hui. What initially seemed a joyous affair soon revealed itself to be less than ideal, as Ding Xiaoyu gradually uncovered that Zhang Chang was not as affluent or influential as he had portrayed himself to be. Thus, Ding Xiaoyu began to formulate her own plans to part ways with him. However, unbeknownst to her, Zhang Chang seemed resolutely determined to be with Ding Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing Zhang Chang's earnestness, she reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, it was not long before Ding Xiaoyu discovered that Zhang Chang was also flirting with other flight attendants, which pushed her to her limits, compelling her to decide on a complete breakup. The brief romance, lasting merely 3 months, came to an end. In an effort to evade Zhang Chang, Ding Xiaoyu submitted her resignation multiple times, but due to Zhang Chang's family's significant influence within the airport's personnel department, she was not dismissed. Ultimately, she was granted a 3-month leave of absence. During this period, she traveled extensively and met numerous individuals, among whom were several well-suited suitors who showed interest in her. She contemplated embarking on a new romantic journey. Soon, Ding Xiaoyu encountered an exceptional young man, and after officially entering into a romantic relationship with him, she yearned to shed her past. Though her resignation did not materialize, Ding Xiaoyu remained passionate about her career as a flight attendant. 3 months later, she resolved to return to her profession. But in a bid to bid farewell to her past, she requested a reassignment to a different crew, believing this would ensure she would not encounter Zhang Chang again. To her dismay, Zhang Chang, leveraging his family's connections, managed to have them placed together again, and he informed Ding Xiaoyu that there was no way she could escape him. Unable to endure Zhang Chang's relentless pursuit any longer, she devised a desperate plan to eliminate Zhang Chang and use a bomb to draw attention away and facilitate her escape. Dongfang Chuchu, upon hearing such a riveting tale, exclaimed in admiration. Had she encountered you instead, she mused, she would have likely fled from that flight attendant named Wang Hui long ago. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part. It was her enchanting spell that exposed her vulnerabilities, which I subsequently uncovered. Wang Gu, upon hearing Dongfang Chuchu's compliments, felt a sense of elation. Several hours later, the plane landed safely, and the passengers emerged from the journey unscathed, while Wang Gu set foot for the very first time on the land of his birth. On the ground, various departments were on high alert. After disembarking, Wang Gu engaged in brief negotiations, after which the police placed handcuffs on Ding Xiaoyu and escorted her into the police vehicle. Wang Hui, observing Wang Gu, displayed a warm smile and extended his hands in gratitude. Wang Gu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You are far too courteous." He then proceeded to cuff Wang Hui's hands. Chapter 5. The accomplice Wang Gu's actions once again captured the attention of the onlookers. Dongfang Chuchu stood in astonishment. How could someone who had previously seemed so close suddenly turn around and apprehend another? Amidst the confusion, Wang Gu remarked, "It is perfectly normal for you not to understand. You, of all people, should not be perplexed." Wang Hui, still bewildered, replied, "Come on, Wang Gu, while you have indeed handled this case admirably, it does not grant you license to act recklessly. Quickly, release me." Wang Gu smiled and said, "Wang Hui, let it go. Stop pretending." Wang Hui, who had initially worn a wry smile, suddenly transformed, his expression darkening as he glared at Wang Gu and said, "How did you know? The more one does, the more mistakes one makes." Observing Wang Hui's continued confusion, Wang Gu elaborated, "Initially, I pondered why Ding Xiaoyu would seize her phone to send you a message. I mistakenly surmised that her actions were detrimental to the passengers. However, I soon realized that it was not the case at all. The purpose of the bomb transcends mere destruction. It serves to divert and scatter everyone's attention. Consequently, no one focuses on identifying the perpetrator. This tactic is undeniably astute." Wang Hui sneered, "Your flattery, while seemingly directed at me, ultimately reflects back on yourself. I remain perplexed as to how you deduced my involvement. I have previously stated that the more one does, the more errors one makes. The first misstep you made was in your pretense. For you feigned incompetence to such an extent that you appeared less capable than a basic security officer. This is an absolute impossibility for an air marshal. Initially, I had not considered this as your guise. Had I not later unraveled the entire affair, I might have genuinely believed you were an air marshal who had slipped through the cracks." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui could not help but nod in agreement. "So, what led you to suspect me? Do you possess evidence?" "Patience," Wang Gu replied. "What I mentioned earlier was merely the first point, which successfully eluded my scrutiny. The second matter pertains to the satellite phone's password. You claim to have deduced it, asserting that it had remained unchanged for years. While I believe you might have guessed the password, I find it implausible that a man who deceives women with sweet words would divulge his sole password to them. Thus, how did Ding Xiaoyu come to know this unlocking code? This revelation has begun to cast doubt upon you in my mind. The third matter at hand concerns your past endeavors with explosives. Did you not exhibit that same foolish demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? You casually handled the bomb, fully aware that it posed no threat, as it was procured by you. Your reasoning was rather simplistic. Should the plan falter, or should Ding Xiaoyu fail to eliminate Zhang Chong, you could use the bomb as a ruse to orchestrate Zhang Chong's demise and subsequently blame it on some nebulous terrorists or other fabricated foes. However, your overly meticulous planning revealed your true nature. No one would treat the transportation of explosives so carelessly. You must realize how tense I was while you handled that bomb. Had I been in your position, my caution would have been paramount. Such is the response of a rational individual. Your lack of vigilance betrayed your secret knowledge that the bomb was inert." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui expressed admiration, recognizing the flaw in your logic, indeed, a testament to your prowess as a royal detective. Yet, what proof do you possess? Given your current air of confidence, it seems improbable that you would commit such a juvenile blunder as Ding Xiaoyu did. You must have eliminated any trace of fingerprints. Aside from those you left when retrieving the luggage rack, the only other prints would be those of Ding Xiaoyu and myself. I surmise that you have also eradicated evidence of Ding Xiaoyu's other implements of crime. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed the one Ding Xiaoyu has found, someone she genuinely cherishes." After hearing Wang Gu's comments, Wang Hui refrained from opposing, tacitly acknowledging the implication. "It is precisely for this reason that you contemplated eliminating Zhang Chong, thereby liberating yourself from his persistent entanglement with the one you hold dear. Simultaneously, you could continue to soar in the heavens with your beloved. The fourth matter at hand is that when I mentioned the evidence of Ding Xiaoyu's involvement, you were the sole witness present. If you were to refute my assertions and obliterate the evidence I alluded to, Ding Xiaoyu would be rendered safe. Furthermore, can you truly believe that a mere girl could concoct a bomb? The crux of the matter lies within that telephone. I instructed you to lead Ding Xiaoyu to the crew rest area precisely to facilitate her transfer of evidence to you. Fingerprints may vanish, yet a telephone remains indelible. And placing that device on the apprehended assailant would arouse the least suspicion. Thus, I surmise that the telephone resides with you." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui lowered his head completely, conceding, "Impressive, I am utterly defeated, as you say." Nearby, the police, upon hearing this, searched him and discovered the phone, subsequently escorting Wang Hui into the police vehicle. This journey, under the binding of justice, finally reached its conclusion. Wang Gu engaged in further brief exchanges with the police, who expressed genuine admiration for him. The subtle cracks in his demeanor, coupled with his astute grasp of criminal psychology, earned their respect. Ultimately, amidst the reluctant gazes of the detectives from the Major Crimes Unit, Wang Gu departed from the airport. What a promising talent. If only he were to become a police officer, no perpetrator would stand a chance, lamented Captain Zhang of the Criminal Investigation Team. Unbeknownst to Wang Gu, his actions had left a lasting impression on Captain Zhang. As everyone exited the airport, Wang Gu pondered asking Dongfang Chuchu about her destination when a convoy of Mercedes suddenly halted before them. An elderly gentleman emerged from the vehicle, beaming as he gazed at Dongfang Chuchu. "My dear young lady, it is time for us to return," he remarked. Dongfang Chuchu looked at the elder, pursed her lips slightly, and replied, "Please wait a moment, Grandpa Zhang. I need to bid farewell to my friend." She turned to Wang Gu and said, "It was a pleasure to meet you. Esteemed detective, my family has come to pick me up, and I must take my leave. Life is filled with encounters, and I hope our paths cross again." It appeared that Dongfang Chuchu had made up her mind to leave. Wang Gu felt an indescribable reluctance towards this girl he had known for merely a few hours, responding, "It has been an honor to meet you, Miss Dongfang. Until we meet again, take care." As he watched the convoy carrying Dongfang Chuchu depart, Wang Gu felt a deep sense of loss, yet he understood that one encounters many individuals in life, and some are destined to be mere fleeting presences. However, he was unaware that Dongfang Chuchu also felt a tinge of regret for parting from this remarkable young man, though she was certain that they would meet again. "Young master, they have left us behind. We should take our leave as well," Fong Bo remarked, observing Wang Gu, who seemed nearly turned to stone in his sorrow. "Mr. Fong Bo," Wang Gu replied, "why did we not allow her to take us to the city?" Ultimately, the two of them hailed a taxi and made their way straight to the city. Beijing, as the capital of the world's most populous nation, Huaxia, is characterized by its towering edifices. The bustling streets of Beijing indeed reflect the vibrancy of a populous country with a ceaseless flow of people. Wang Gu and Fong Bo decided to temporarily reside at the local Hilton Hotel. They booked a suite, and within its confines, Fong Bo procured a map of Beijing. Peking University, as a prestigious institution of higher learning in Huaxia, occupies an unexpectedly remote location, not within the city center, but rather in the heart of a newly developed area. It was this relocation that caught the attention of investors, prompting a shift in their focus towards this region, ultimately leading to the establishment of the current development zone. Adjacent to Peking University, a real estate developer constructed a villa community, initially intended to offer more affordable housing compared to the city center. However, the decision to develop it into a villa district unexpectedly transformed it into the most expensive campus housing in Huaxia. The most expensive campus housing in Huaxia attracts many affluent students who prefer not to reside in dormitories. Their families often purchase a villa nearby for convenience. "Young master, what do you think? It's quite a pleasant place, with convenient access for school and travel. By the way, Mr. Fong, may I ask your son's name?" "Haha, my son's name is Fong Zhengzheng." Upon mentioning his son, Fong Bo seemed to shed a considerable weight, as if his burdens had lightened. "Mr. Fong, I will leave the housing matter in your capable hands. If it is convenient for Fong Zhengzheng, let him stay here to keep me company." Wang Gu's words were carefully chosen, extending an invitation to Fong Zhengzheng while ensuring that Fong Bo felt at ease. Fong Bo gazed at Wang Gu with gratitude and remarked, "I shall summon my son post-haste." Wang Gu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "School commences in 3 days. We must act swiftly, Mr. Fong." "Indeed, young Master Wang." Before departing, Count Dracula bestowed upon Wang Gu an unlimited overdraft card, the expenses of which would be borne entirely by the Dracula Consortium. The adage that wealth begets caprice rang true as, during these 3 days, Fong Bo nearly exhausted himself, successfully acquiring a villa complete with a garden and a garage in the upscale neighborhood, much to Wang Gu's delight. Due to the villa's somewhat remote location from the city, Fong Bo also purchased a vehicle, as Wang Gu's birthday gift had been damaged and was yet to be repaired by the manufacturer. On the eve of the academic year, the two finally moved into their new residence, Wang Gu's actions capturing the attention of many. Dongfang Chuchu watched in astonishment. How could someone who had previously seemed so close suddenly turn and apprehend another? Amidst the confusion, Wang Gu remarked, "It is perfectly normal for you all to be puzzled. I trust you are not as well." Wang Hui, still bewildered, protested, "Come now, Wang Gu, while your handling of this case is commendable, you cannot allow it to lead you astray. Quickly, release him." Wang Gu smiled and replied, "Wang Hui, let it go. there's no need for theatrics. Wang Hui's initially wry smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression as he fixed a steely gaze upon Wang Gu, questioning, "How did you know?" The more one does, the more mistakes one makes. Observing Wang Hui's continued confusion, Wang Gu elaborated, "Initially, I pondered why Ding Xiaoyu would take the phone and send you a message. I mistakenly believed this would be detrimental to the passengers. However, I later realized that this was a misapprehension. The purpose of the bomb transcends mere destruction. It serves to divert and scatter everyone's attention. This strategy is undeniably astute." Wang Hui scoffed, "Your commendation seems to be a veiled self-praise. I still do not comprehend how you deduced my involvement. I have previously stated that the more one engages, the more mistakes one makes. The first error you made was in your disguise. You executed it so poorly that you fell short of even a basic security personnel standards. Such a lapse is utterly unacceptable and inconceivable for an air marshal. Initially, I had not considered this as your ruse, but had I not pieced together the entirety of the situation later, I might have genuinely believed you were an infiltrator among the air marshal team." Wang Hui nodded, unable to suppress his agreement. "So, what led you to suspect me? Do you possess evidence? Do not rush. Let us proceed methodically. What I mentioned earlier was the first point, and it cleverly eluded my scrutiny. The second matter involves the satellite phone's password. You claim to have guessed it, as he had been using the same password for years. I trust that you deduced the password, but I find it hard to believe that a man who deceives a woman with sweet words would divulge his sole password to her. How then? Did Ding Xiaoyu acquire this unlocking code?" This revelation began to sow seeds of doubt regarding your innocence. "The third matter at hand pertains to our previous endeavors with explosives. Did you not exhibit that same foolish demeanor, seemingly oblivious? Even your handling of the bomb appeared remarkably casual. The reason behind your nonchalance was your awareness that the bomb was utterly harmless, for it was, after all, procured by you. Your reasoning was quite straightforward. Should the plan falter or should Ding Xiaoyu fail to eliminate Zhang Chong, you intended to use this bomb as a ruse, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Zhang Chong yourself, and subsequently attributing the act to some nebulous terrorists or other fictitious adversaries. However, it was precisely your overthinking that betrayed you. Your feigned ignorance revealed your true knowledge. No one would transport a bomb as if it were mere cargo. Did you not sense my anxiety as you handled that bomb? Had I been in your position, my caution would have been paramount, such as the natural reaction of a rational individual. Your carelessness unveiled the secret that you knew the bomb posed no threat." Upon hearing this, Wang Hui expressed his admiration, recognizing the flaw I had unearthed, exclaiming in awe at the prowess of a royal detective. "Yet, what evidence do you possess?" Observing your current confidence, "It seems improbable that you would commit such a blunder as Ding Xiaoyu did. You must have erased all fingerprints. Aside from the prints you left when retrieving the luggage from the bomb, only Ding Xiaoyu's and mine remain. I assume you have also obliterated any traces of Ding Xiaoyu's other implements of crime. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed the one Ding Xiaoyu holds in genuine affection." Upon hearing Wang Gu's words, Wang Hui refrained from dissenting this time, tacitly acquiescing. "It is precisely for this reason that you wish to eliminate Zhang Chong, thereby liberating yourself from his incessant entanglement with the one you hold dear. Simultaneously, you could continue to soar through the heavens with your beloved." The fourth matter revolves around the fact that when I mentioned the evidence implicating Ding Xiaoyu, you were the only one present. If you were to discredit my assertions and obliterate the evidence I had deduced, Ding Xiaoyu would be safe. Furthermore, do you truly believe that a young girl could craft a bomb? The crux of the matter lies with that phone. I instructed you to lead Ding Xiaoyu to the crew's rest area precisely to facilitate the transfer of evidence to you. While fingerprints may fade, a phone cannot simply vanish. And placing that phone on the officer apprehending the culprit would arouse the least suspicion. Thus, I surmise that the phone is in your possession. Upon hearing this, Wang Hui lowered his head completely and conceded, acknowledging the skill of the deduction. At that moment, nearby officers searched him and discovered the phone, promptly escorting Wang Hui into the police vehicle. This journey, under the chains of justice, finally reached its conclusion. Wang Gu engaged in brief exchanges with the police, who expressed genuine admiration for him. The subtle cracks in his demeanor and his profound grasp of criminal psychology left them in awe. Ultimately, amid the reluctant gazes of the homicide detectives, Wang Gu exited the airport. What a promising talent. If only he could become a police officer, no criminal would ever escape. Sighed Captain Zhang of the Criminal Investigation Team. Unbeknownst to Wang Gu, his actions had captured the attention of Captain Zhang. As everyone exited the airport, Wang Gu was contemplating inquiring where Dongfang Chu was headed when a convoy of Mercedes suddenly halted before them. An elderly gentleman stepped out, smiling broadly at Dongfang Chu, and said, "My dear young lady, it is time for us to return, is it not?" Dongfang Chu glanced at the elder and pursed her lips, replying, "Please wait a moment, Grandpa Zheng. I need to bid farewell to my friend." She turned to Wang Gu and said, "It was a pleasure to meet you, esteemed detective. My family has come to fetch me. I must take my leave. The rivers and mountains may bring us together again, and I hope to see you once more by fate." It seemed that Dongfang Chu had indeed made up her mind to depart. Wang Gu felt an indescribable reluctance towards this girl he had known for merely a few hours. He replied, "It has been an honor to meet you, Miss Dongfang. Until we meet again, take care." As he watched Dongfang Chu's convoy fade from view, Wang Gu, though filled with regret, understood that one encounters many people in life, and some are destined to be mere passers-by. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it. However, unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Chu felt a similar sense of loss for this remarkable young man, though she was certain they would meet again. "Young master, they have already departed, shall we?" Fang Bo remarked, observing Wang Gu, who seemed as if he had turned into a stone statue of longing. "Mr. Fang Bo, you say, do not fret, young master. It is completely natural to feel a stir of emotions for a girl. The city is vast, and we are bound to cross paths again. Let us not linger on this too much, shall we?" No, Mr. Fang Bo. I must ask, why did we not allow her to take us to the city center just now?" Ultimately, the two of them hailed a taxi, heading straight for the city center. Beijing, as the capital of the world's most populous nation, boasts towering edifices that epitomize its vast population. The bustling streets of Beijing truly reflect this reality. With throngs of people constantly in motion, Wang Gu and Fang Bo decided to temporarily reside at a local Hilton hotel. They booked a suite, within which Fang Bo procured a map of Beijing. Surprisingly, Beijing University, a prestigious institution of higher learning, was not situated in the urban core but rather in the heart of a newly developed area. This shift prompted investors to turn their focus towards the region, leading to the development we witness today. Adjacent to the university, a real estate developer constructed a villa community, initially intended as a more affordable alternative to urban housing, yet without compromising on quality. Ironically, this area has since become the most expensive student housing in China. Within this elite educational setting, many affluent families choose to purchase a villa rather than have their children reside in dormitories, ensuring convenience and proximity to the school. "Young master, what do you think of this place? It seems quite pleasant, with easy access for schooling and commuting. By the way, Mr. Fang, may I inquire about your son's name?" "Haha, my son is named Fang Zhengzheng." The mention of his son seemed to lighten Fang Bo's demeanor significantly. "Leave the matter of the house to you, Mr. Fang. If it is convenient, perhaps Fang Zhengzheng could stay here with me." Wang Gu's words were carefully chosen, inviting Fang Zhengzheng while ensuring that Fang Bo did not feel uncomfortable. Fang Bo gazed at Wang Gu with gratitude and said, "I will promptly summon my son." Wang Gu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "We must act swiftly, Mr. Fang, as I will be starting school in 3 days." "Indeed, young Master Wang." Before departing, Count Dracula bestowed upon Wang Gu a limitless overdraft bank card, with all expenditures to be covered by the Dracula Consortium. The adage "money begets indulgence" rang true. Over the course of 3 days, Fang Bo nearly exhausted himself running around, successfully acquiring a villa complete with a garden and a parking garage. Wang Gu was thoroughly pleased with the result. Due to the villa's somewhat remote location, Fang Bo also purchased a vehicle, as Wang Gu's birthday gift had been damaged and was yet to be repaired by the manufacturer. On the eve of the school term, the two finally moved into their new abode. Chapter 6. The beginning of school. The sun shone brightly in a clear blue sky, marking yet another splendid day. But for Wang Gu, this day held exceptional significance. Everyone feels a twinge of anxiety when stepping into a classroom for the first time, whether one wishes to or not. Parents ultimately make the resolute decision to enroll their children in a classroom filled with peers, where an intimidating adult, known as the homeroom teacher, presides. Wang Gu now found himself in a similar state of mind, experiencing the novelty akin to a bride embarking on her wedding journey. Having received private tutoring from esteemed educators in Europe since childhood, renowned in their respective academic fields worldwide, Wang Gu had never envisioned that one day he would walk into a university classroom. With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Gu stepped onto the campus, observing the throngs of students around him. The term classmate, once unfamiliar, surged into his consciousness. For the first time, he found himself amidst a multitude of Eastern faces, and the essence of his own heritage quickened his pulse at the sight of youthful, enchanting girls. As he ambled along, absorbed in his surroundings, he soon realized he had lost his way. As a young man, it was one thing to admire beautiful girls, but to become disoriented while pursuing such sights was undeniably his own folly. Wang struggled to accept this reality, but circumstances dictated that he must seek assistance to find his way. "Hello, classmate. I'm a new student here and seem to have lost my way. Could you kindly direct me to the archaeology department?" He inquired of a nearby young man, mustering his courage. Upon posing his question, he observed that this individual possessed a delicate beauty, with large eyes, fair skin, and dressed in a fitted black blazer paired with black casual trousers and a matching cap. Staring at this boy, Wang found himself captivated, as if he were admiring a striking girl. This unexpected sensation startled him. Having just arrived in the rich cultural landscape of Huaxia, he questioned his own inclinations. As Wang grappled with his self-doubt, he heard the young man respond. "You are headed to the archaeology department? Then come with me. I am on my way there." Wang was momentarily taken aback. What was this? Was androgynous fashion in vogue now? Even if one preferred such attire, must they parade it in public, leading to misunderstandings? He nearly frightened himself with his thoughts. Wang nodded in a state of melancholy, trailing behind the boy. Throughout the journey, he discreetly observed this individual, noticing only from the side that he possessed certain feminine traits. Wang couldn't help but wonder if his parents truly did not care about his attire. Suddenly, he heard her say, "Since you're in the archaeology department, we shall be classmates henceforth. What is your name?" Although her tone was somewhat aloof, her words conveyed a certain warmth. "I am called Wang. And you, my classmate?" "I am Ximenyan. From this point forward, we shall be classmates." A silence enveloped them once more. After walking for 3 minutes, Ximenyan abruptly halted, causing Wang, who was following closely, to nearly collide with her. Just as he was pondering this unexpected stop, Ximenyan turned sharply to face him and inquired, "Are you Wang from England?" At this, Wang was utterly taken aback. "I merely told you my name. Are you some sort of fortune teller who can discern my origins from that?" He stammered, his nervousness evident. "Ah, yes, indeed. How did you know?" Wang fumbled over his words. You truly do not know how I came to this conclusion?" Wang pondered. "How could I possibly know how you know? Is this a riddle?" "Consequently," he replied, "I am not certain. Can you tell fortunes?" Ximenyan gazed at Wang. Her expression tinged with disappointment as she shook her head. "I had assumed you would know. It seems I overestimated you. I was simply informed by others and perhaps attributed too much depth to your character." Wang comprehended then that Ximenyan had heard of him through someone else's account. Since this individual knows my name, it is evident that they must be someone familiar to me. There are not many who are aware of my Chinese name. From the expression on Ximenyan's face, I gleaned that she believed I should know from whom she had learned of my identity. Yet, how could I possibly know how she came to know me, having only arrived in Huaxia 3 days prior? Ximenyan, the Ximen family. One of the 4 prominent families. This thought made Wang break into a slight sweat. Initially, he had assumed that individuals from the 4 great families would be difficult to encounter. However, upon departing from Y country, he had already met a young lady from the Dongfang family on the plain, and now, in Huaxia, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a young lady from the Ximen family on campus. Was it truly so easy to encounter members of the 4 great families? Oh, it must be Dongfang Chu who informed her of my identity. The disappointment in her eyes arose from my failure to deduce her inquiry. With this realization, Wang addressed Miss Ximen, inquiring about the well-being of Miss Dongfang. Upon hearing this, Ximenyan, who had initially turned to leave, spun back around. This time, her eyes sparkled not with disappointment, but rather with joy and excitement. "You truly are remarkable. I merely told you my name, and you managed to guess it. It seems that everyone in Huaxia knows about your 4 great families, but I genuinely did not know you were acquainted with Dongfang Chu. I was merely making an educated guess. My time in Huaxia has been brief, and those familiar with my Chinese name are exceedingly few. The only one who knows my Chinese name and is also aware of my deductive skills is Miss Dongfang. Thus, I deduced that you must be friends." Upon hearing Wang words, Ximenyan was immensely excited, exclaiming, "How could someone like you possibly be enrolled in the archaeology department? It's simply a loss for the police academy." Wang gazed at Ximenyan, who suddenly resembled a little girl, with a sense of helplessness. "Since you are a friend of Miss Dongfang, we may consider ourselves friends as well. Now, Could you lead me to the archaeology department for registration? Of course, of course. Great detective. I shall take you there. But why did you just come from the girls' dormitory? Ah, the girls' dormitory? Wang Gu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I had just exited my dormitory, intending to register, when I happened to run into you. Wang Gu inwardly cursed his own lack of composure. Simply seeing a girl led him to follow her, and he ended up at her dormitory. Observing Wang Gu's embarrassment, Shimin Yin refrained from probing further, pondering how a detective adept at solving complex cases could be so directionally challenged. She imagined how amused Chu Chu would be if she found out. The two resumed their journey to the registration office, this time enveloped in silence. Wang Gu feared Shimin Yin would inquire about his visit to the girls' dormitory, while Shimin Yin was concerned that speaking might further embarrass Wang Gu. As they contemplated how to broach a conversation without awkwardness, they soon arrived at the entrance of the archaeology department. As Wang Gu lifted his gaze to the three large characters spelling out archaeology department, an overwhelming urge to switch departments surged within him. It felt rather humiliating. While other departments boasted multi-story buildings, their archaeology department was merely a row of single-story houses. This realization cast a shadow of sadness over Wang Gu. Shimin Yin observed Wang Gu's disappointment with keen eyes, stifling a series of quiet chuckles as she remarked, "Indeed, our department is the coldest in the entire university. Naturally, if it is the coldest, the number of students pursuing it would be the least, and consequently, the institution would refrain from investing substantial resources into constructing grand buildings. Do not be deceived by our modest row of single-story houses. These structures are antiques. Originally serving as the command post outside the city during the liberation of Yinjing, initially intended as a commemorative hall. Later, when our university relocated, this space was allocated to our archaeology department as our teaching facility. Well, not merely a classroom, but a testament to our scholarly pursuits." As Shimin Yin elucidated the situation to Wang Gu with such clarity, she could not help but recall her own reaction upon first encountering the archaeology department's modest single-story building, where she had wept and insisted on transferring out, feeling utterly humiliated by her association with the department. It was only when the department had assured her that there would be no homework and that attendance was optional that this young lady ceased her tears and broke into a smile, prompting the faculty to wonder if she had been performing all along. The sun shone brightly, with skies devoid of clouds. Yet for Wang Gu, today held profound significance. Every individual feels a sense of trepidation upon entering a classroom for the first time. One might remember the inevitable moment in childhood when, despite any reluctance, parents resolutely placed you in a class filled with other children, where a formidable adult presided, known as the homeroom teacher. Wang Gu currently finds himself in such a state of emotion. For him, attending classes in a university setting feels akin to a maiden embarking on her first journey in a sedan chair. Having been tutored at home by esteemed educators of great repute across Europe and the world, Wang Gu never envisioned a day when he would step into a university classroom. With a heart full of trepidation, he entered the campus, surrounded by a multitude of diligent students. And a surge of excitement coursed through him as the unfamiliar term classmate flooded his mind. It was his first encounter with so many Eastern faces, and the essence of his Eastern heritage ignited a rush within him whenever he beheld a young, beautiful girl. As he strolled through the campus, captivated by the sights, he ultimately found himself lost. As a young man, admiring beauty is permissible. However, losing one's way while pursuing it is undeniably a folly. Internally, Wang Gu struggled to accept this reality, but with circumstances as they were, he had no choice but to seek assistance. "Hello, fellow student. I am a newcomer and have become somewhat disoriented. Could you kindly direct me to the archaeology department?" he inquired of a young man he spotted. Upon questioning, Wang Gu observed that this individual possessed a delicate beauty, large, expressive eyes, fair skin, and clad in a fitted black blazer paired with casual black trousers and a black cap. Gazing at this boy, Wang Gu was unexpectedly struck by the sensation of admiring a beautiful girl. This feeling jolted him. Having just arrived in the land of Huaxia, he found himself questioning his own sexual orientation. As Wang Gu expressed disdain towards himself, he overheard the boy saying, "You are from the archaeology department, so come with me. I am headed there as well." Wang Gu was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Was androgynous fashion all the rage these days? Even if one preferred such attire, was it not sufficient to dress that way at home? Why venture out and create misunderstandings, nearly frightening oneself in the process? Feeling a mix of annoyance and curiosity, Wang Gu nodded and followed the boy. Throughout the journey, Wang Gu discreetly observed this individual, only catching glimpses of some feminine features from the side. His mind began to wander. Didn't the boy's parents have any objections to his choice of clothing? Suddenly, he heard, "Since you are from the archaeology department, we shall be classmates from now on. What is your name?" Although the girl's tone was somewhat aloof, her words held a certain warmth. "I am Wang Gu. And you? Classmate?" "I am Shimin Yin. Henceforth, we shall be classmates." The two fell into silence. After 3 minutes of walking, Shimin Yin abruptly halted, causing Wang Gu, who was trailing behind, to nearly collide with him. Just as Wang Gu was pondering this sudden stop, Shimin Yin turned sharply to face him and asked, "Are you Wang Gu from England?" At this, Wang Gu was utterly confounded. "How did you know my name? Are you a fortune teller? Can you deduce my origin solely from my name?" Yes, indeed. How did you know?" Wang Gu stammered, his nerves getting the better of him. Hee. "Do you truly not know how I came to understand this?" Wang Gu pondered over Shimin Yan's words, questioning how he could possibly ascertain her means of knowledge. Was this a riddle? Thus, he responded, "I am uncertain. Could it be that you possess the gift of divination?" Shimin Yin gazed at Wang Gu, shaking her head in disappointment as she replied, "I had expected you to know. It seems I overestimated you. I merely heard this from someone else, and perhaps I have regarded you too highly." Wang Gu comprehended that Shimin Yin had learned about him through another source. Given that this person was aware of his name, they must be someone familiar to him. "There are not many who know my name in China." From Shimin Yin's expression, he gathered that she believed he ought to discern from whom she had acquired her information about him. Yet, how could he possibly know? Having only arrived in the land of Huaxiao 3 days prior? Shimin Yin, one of the 4 prominent families. This thought made Wang Gu break into a slight sweat. He had initially thought that individuals from the 4 great families would be difficult to encounter. However, he had coincidentally met a young lady from the Dongfang family on the plane, and now he had stumbled upon Shimin Yin in the campus setting. Was it truly so easy to come across members of these illustrious families? It must be Dongfang Chuchu who informed her of my identity. And her disappointment stemmed from my failure to deduce the nature of her inquiry. Upon reflecting on this, Wang Gudao inquired about Miss Dongfang, wondering how she has been lately. Upon hearing this, Shimin Yin, who had initially turned to leave, pivoted back around. This time, her eyes were devoid of disappointment. Instead, they sparkled with joy and excitement. "You are truly remarkable. I merely mentioned my name, and you managed to deduce it accurately. Among the 4 great families, it is unlikely that anyone in all of Huaxia is unaware of us. However, I am genuinely surprised that you know Dongfang Chuchu. My knowledge of Huaxia is quite limited, and there are very few who are even aware of my Chinese name. The only one who knows my name and is also aware of my deductive skills is Miss Dongfang. That is how I surmise that you two must be friends." Upon hearing Wang Gu's words, Shimin Yin was filled with elation. "Wow, with your capabilities, it is astonishing that you are enrolled in the archaeology department. This is truly a loss for the police academy." Wang Gu looked at Shimin Yin, who suddenly resembled an exuberant young girl, with a sense of helplessness. "Since you are a friend of Miss Dongfang, then we are also friends. Now, shall we proceed to the archaeology department for my enrollment?" "Absolutely. No problem, great detective. I shall escort you there. But why were you coming from the girls' dormitory just now?" The girls' dormitory?" Wang Gu exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. I had just exited the dormitory, preparing to report for enrollment when I happened to encounter you." Wang Gu internally chastised himself for his lack of composure, realizing that he had followed a girl and ended up at her dormitory. Observing Wang Gu's embarrassment, Shimin Yin refrained from probing further, contemplating the irony that a detective, more than capable of unraveling intricate cases, was utterly directionless. She mused how amusing it would be if Chuchu were to discover this fact. The two resumed their journey to the archaeology department, enveloped in a silence that neither dared to break. Wang Gu feared Shimin Yin would inquire about his visit to the girls' dormitory, while Shimin Yin was concerned that her words might further embarrass him. Just as they pondered how to navigate this awkwardness, they arrived at the entrance of the archaeology department. As Wang Gu gazed up at the 3 characters that spelled out archaeology department, a sudden wave of discontent washed over him, stirring an impulse to change majors. It felt humiliating. Whereas other departments boasted impressive multi-story buildings, theirs was merely a row of single-story houses. This realization cast a shadow of sorrow upon Wang Gu. Shimin Yin observed his disappointment and, suppressing laughter, remarked, "Indeed, our major is arguably the most obscure in the entire university. Naturally, with such limited interest, The institution would not allocate substantial resources for grand edifices. Do not be deceived by our humble row of houses. These structures are historical artifacts themselves, originally serving as the command post outside the city during the liberation of Yenjing. Initially intended as a memorial hall, they were later repurposed as our teaching facilities when the university relocated here. Oh, they are not merely classrooms. They symbolize the valor of the past. Watching Shimin Yin eloquently articulate the merits of their department, Wang Gu couldn't help but recall his own tearful plea to switch majors upon first encountering the simplicity of the archaeology department. It was only after the department had assured him that there would be no homework and that attendance was optional that the once weeping Shimin Yin found solace and smiled. The teachers could not help but question whether the young lady was merely putting on an act. Chapter 7. The Report. Under the gentle persuasion of Shimin Yin, Wang Gu ultimately accepted the reality of the situation. He reminisced about the astonished expression on Dongfang Chuchu's face when she learned that she was a freshman in the archaeology department, and at last, he understood the reason behind it. The two entered the grand entrance of the archaeology department, where an elderly man, appearing to be the gatekeeper, inquired with a somewhat unfriendly tone, "What are you two doing here?" Wang Gu did not think much of it. But who was Shimin Yin? She was the esteemed young lady of the Shimin family and had never been subjected to such disrespect from a mere gatekeeper. Consequently, Shimin Yin's temper flared. "What we are doing is none of your concern," she retorted haughtily, regarding him with disdain. "This is the teaching area of the archaeology department. Entry is restricted to those not affiliated with the department. So what if I choose to enter? You, which college and department do you belong to? I will report you to your instructor," he demanded. "Oh, how old are you to be reporting to a teacher?" Shimin Yin responded with a sarcastic tone. You show such disrespect to your elders," he stammered. "Your accusation is rather excessive. My elders are not present here." Wang Gu listened to the charged exchange between them, baffled by Shimin Yin's sudden display of her aristocratic temperament. After all, having been raised in Europe, he had been taught to show respect to the elderly. Just as the two individuals were on the verge of exchanging familial greetings, a voice echoed from a distance. "Teacher Zhang, who are you arguing with?" This Teacher Zhang, showing no mercy, remarked about a young girl who displayed a blatant disregard for her elders, questioning how her family had raised her. Little did he know that this statement struck a nerve, igniting the fury of Miss Shimin. Growing up by her grandfather's side, Shimin Yin had little contact with her parents, who were often preoccupied with their demanding and perilous careers. This separation was, in truth, a means of safeguarding her. Consequently, her temperament had been somewhat spoiled by her grandfather. However, Teacher Zhang's words undoubtedly pierced Shimin Yan's sensitivities. At this moment, her anger escalated to a point beyond mere irritation. She was about to explode. Wang Gu hurriedly restrained Shimin Yan, who was ready to confront Teacher Zhang in a fierce showdown. Teacher Zhang was evidently taken aback by this sudden shift in the young student's demeanor. Meanwhile, the owner of the distant voice approached, revealing himself to be the head of the archaeology department. As the saying goes, timing is everything. He fortuitously witnessed Shimin Yin charging towards Teacher Zhang, with a male student desperately holding her back, clearly realizing that it was Shimin Yin who had engaged in the verbal altercation with Teacher Zhang. The director was thoroughly alarmed. Fully aware of Shimin Yan's identity, it was astonishing that Teacher Zhang had provoked her to such an extent. How would they coexist in the future? Indeed, the seemingly elderly gatekeeper was, in fact, a professor from the archaeology department. Due to the department's dwindling enrollment and financial constraints, the faculty often took turns overseeing the gate during the holidays, a measure to economize until classes resumed and new staff could be hired. Today marked the final day before the commencement of the academic year, and it was the turn of the most senior member, Grandpa Zhang, to keep watch. He was a rather austere individual, as evidenced by his altercation with Shimin Yan. Teacher Zhang was typically quite serious and rarely smiled. However, while others might indulge his seniority, Shimin Yan was unperturbed. Had it not been for Wang Gu's intervention, a physical confrontation might have ensued. Despite being a girl, Shimin Yan possessed considerable strength, a fact that surprised Wang Gu, who had trained in ancient martial arts and was physically exceptional among his peers. Today, he had nearly failed to restrain her, which left him astonished. Realizing that Wang Gu had firmly grasped her, Shimin Yan relinquished her desire for retribution against Teacher Zhang and huffed her way towards the director. "Director Zhang," she announced, "I, Shimin Yan, have arrived to report for duty. By the way, this is my fellow student from our department, Wang Gu." Yes. Miss Shimin, your presence is most welcome. Rest assured, Our courses will certainly meet your expectations, the director replied, his tone excessively obsequious. Wang Gu, overhearing Director Zheng's words, nearly burst into laughter. What does it mean to say our courses will surely satisfy you? It sounded rather peculiar. Of course, I understand that you will undoubtedly meet my expectations, but I must inform you that Wang Gu, who stands behind me, should also be apprised of this. Our course schedules will be aligned henceforth. Rest assured, Miss Shimin, I will certainly arrange for you and Mr. Wang Gu to be together. Came the reply. Well, we are here today to give you face, and we shall not wait for any orientation for new students. We are leaving now. With that, Miss Shimin turned on her heel and truly walked away. Wang Gu, observing Miss Shimin's graceful exit, couldn't help but recall a poem. I left softly. Just as I came softly. Miss Shimin, please hold on. In truth, Teacher Zhang was merely performing his duties by inquiring. Perhaps his tone was not the most pleasant and inadvertently offended you. I will apologize on his behalf. As he spoke, Director Zheng genuinely bowed in apology. You're not in the wrong, so why apologize? Seeing your sincerity, I shall exempt both myself and Wang Gu from attending his classes in the future, as if he has already apologized to me. Indeed, we shall comply, came the response. As Shimin Yan and Wang Gu turned to leave, Director Zheng did not attempt to retain them. Once they had departed, he wiped the sheen of sweat from his polished forehead. Director Zheng. Who was that girl with such influence? Teacher Zhang, clearly perturbed, questioned. Today is your duty day, and with new students checking in, I feared you might cause such an incident. Can you not temper your temper? We study archaeology, but let us not become relics ourselves. That young lady was a member of the Shimin family. Shimin Jia, one of the 4 prominent families, governs the underground world of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang broke into a cold sweat, wondering how such a princess ended up in our impoverished and remote department. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Director Zheng for speaking on his behalf, assuring him that should the director ever require his assistance in the future, he would spare no effort. Director Zheng waved his hand dismissively, advising him that it would be more beneficial for him to temper his temperament than anything else. As Shimin Yan and Wang Gu exited the archaeology department, Wang Gu inquired, Miss Shimin, I initially came to report for duty. Now that my registration is complete, I shall take my leave. He glanced at Shimin Yan, thinking that this young lady and he had no further connections. Unexpectedly, Shimin Yan retorted, I ask you, esteemed detective, do you possess a conscience? My recent endeavor was not solely for my benefit, but rather to secure you an exemption from attending a class. And you would so easily sever ties after crossing the river? Truly, men are unreliable. Wang Gu had intended to return promptly and discuss matters with Feng Bo, seeking a suitable time to investigate the events surrounding Feng Bo's past. However, he was taken aback by Shimin Yan's unexpected words. With a wry smile, he replied then, Miss Shimin, what do you propose? At the very least, you ought to accompany me today, allowing me to show you around Yanjing. I hear from Chu Chu that you grew up in Y country, and this is your first visit to Huaxia. I must ensure you experience it properly. Then it would be my honor to comply, she replied. The conversation between the two elicited great excitement among the other freshmen reporting to the archaeology department. It turned out that joining such a small program indeed had its advantages. While other departments hosted welcoming gatherings for newcomers, ours granted a day off upon arrival. I felt immensely grateful for my astute decision at that moment. Shimin Yan led the way to the parking lot, pressing the key fob to illuminate a gleaming Porsche Panamera. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Gu, her eyes seemed to convey a silent question. Isn't my car exquisite? To her dismay, she did not detect any hint of envy or awe in Wang Gu's expression, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Shimin Yan guided Wang Gu through winding streets and alleys, to the point where Wang Gu was on the verge of feeling nauseated. He was genuinely curious about how Shimin Yan managed to commit these intricate routes to memory. In truth, it wasn't just Wang Gu who was close to losing his composure. She herself felt equally queasy. Yet, with her indomitable spirit, Shimin Yan was reluctant to suggest they move on to another location. The alley culture of Yanjing was unique, and these meandering paths were undoubtedly unseen in Y country. Therefore, even if she could no longer endure the ride, she wished for Wang Gu to be the one to propose their departure. Just as Shimin Yan was about to reach her limit, Wang Gu's melodious voice finally broke through, saying, Shimin Yan, we should step out. Shimin Yan was beside herself, utterly frantic. Although this vehicle was not the most expensive in her collection, it was her absolute favorite. After just a week of ownership, it had yet to feel like hers, and now Wang Gu had sullied it with an entire car's worth of discomfort. The once tranquil interior of the car was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Wang Gu, your ancient mother is going to kill you. Under the gentle persuasion of Shimin Yan, Wang Gu reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. He recalled the astonished expression on Dongfang Chuchu's face when she learned that he was a freshman in the archaeology department, and now the reason for her astonishment became clear. As the two entered the gates of the archaeology department, they encountered an elderly man who resembled a night watchman. Observing Shimin Yan and Wang Gu's entrance, he inquired with a somewhat unfriendly tone, "What are you two doing here?" Wang Gu did not dwell on the question, but Shimin Yan was another matter entirely. As the esteemed daughter of the Shimin family, she had never been subjected to such condescension from a mere gatekeeper. Thus, Shimin Yan's temper flared. "What we are doing here is none of your concern," she retorted, her gaze haughtily fixed upon him. "This is the teaching area of the archaeology department. Entry is prohibited for those not affiliated with the department. Why should I not enter? You, which college and department are you from? I will report you to your instructor." The old man replied. "Oh please, how old are you to be reporting to a teacher?" Shimin Yan said sarcastically. You are disrespectful to your elders." He stammered. "Your words are somewhat excessive. My elders are not present here," she replied, her tone laced with disdain. Wang Gu listened to the charged exchange between them. Puzzled by Shimin Yan's sudden display of temper, for having been raised in Europe, he had been taught to show respect to elders. Just as the two individuals were on the verge of exchanging pleasantries regarding their families, a voice called out from a distance, "Teacher Zhang, who are you arguing with?" This teacher Zhang showed no mercy, retorting, "A little girl, lacking respect for her elders. One must wonder how her family has raised her." Little did he know that his words struck a nerve, igniting the ire of the young Miss Shimin. Having grown up alongside her grandfather, Shimin Yan had been distanced from her parents, who were often preoccupied with perilous endeavors, thus resulting in a childhood characterized by scarce familial interactions, ostensibly for her protection. This indulgence had indeed fostered a rather formidable temperament in Shimin Yan, but teacher Zhang's comment undeniably struck a sensitive chord. At that moment, Shimin Yan was not merely angry. She was on the brink of unleashing her fury. Wang Gu swiftly intervened, preventing her from confronting teacher Zhang in a showdown. Evidently, teacher Zhang was taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor from the female student. Meanwhile, the source of the distant voice had approached. It was none other than the head of the archaeology department. As the adage goes, better late than never. And he fortuitously witnessed the scene of Shimin Yan charging towards teacher Zhang, with a male student desperately trying to restrain her. Clearly realizing that the altercation involved none other than Shimin Yan, the director was thoroughly alarmed, aware of Shimin Yan's identity. Realizing that teacher Zhang had provoked her to such an extent, how would they coexist in the future? Indeed, the seemingly elderly gatekeeper was, in fact, a professor from the archaeology department. Due to the department's dwindling enrollment and financial constraints, faculty often took turns overseeing the entrance during holidays. A measure to economize on expenses until the term commenced and new hires could be made. Today marked the final day before the semester began, and it was the turn of the most senior member, Mr. Zhang, to stand guard. Mr. Zhang was inherently a rather stern individual. As evidenced by his verbal altercation with Shimin Yan, he was known for his serious demeanor and lack of humor. However, despite the deference shown to his seniority, Shimin Yan was undeterred. Had it not been for Wang Gu's intervention, they might have been embroiled in a physical confrontation by now. Although Shimin Yan was a girl, Wang Gu was well aware of her considerable strength. Having trained in ancient martial arts from a young age, his physical prowess was remarkable among his peers, and he was genuinely surprised that he had nearly failed to restrain Shimin Yan. Upon realizing that Wang Gu had a firm grip on her, Shimin Yan relinquished her desire for retaliation against Mr. Zhang, scoffing lightly as she approached the director. "Director Zhang, I, Shimin Yan, have come to report for duty. By the way, the individual beside me is also a student from our department, named Wang Gu." Yes, Miss Shimin, your presence is most welcome. Rest assured, we will ensure our courses meet your expectations, the director replied, his tone overly accommodating. Wang Gu, upon overhearing Director Zhang's words, nearly burst into laughter. "What does it mean to say our courses will certainly satisfy you? Such a statement sounds rather peculiar. Of course, I am aware that you will endeavor to meet my expectations, but I must inform you that Wang Gu, who stands behind me, must also be in the know. For our course schedules will be arranged together henceforth. Indeed, rest assured, Miss Shimin, I shall ensure that you and Mr. Wang Gu are paired accordingly," came the reply. Well, today we have graciously come to report, so we shall forego any new student welcome meeting. We are leaving now, said Shimin Yin, turning on her heel to depart. Wang Gu, observing Shimin Yin's graceful exit, couldn't he help but recall a poem. I departed softly, just as I had come softly. Miss Shimin, please wait, he called out. In truth, Teacher Zhang's earlier inquiry was merely part of his duties. Perhaps his tone was less than kind and may have offended you. I shall convey his apologies. With that, Director Zhang indeed bent slightly in a bow of respect. It is not you who erred, so why apologize? Seeing your sincerity, I shall excuse Teacher Zhang from his classes for both Wang Gu and myself, as if he has already made amends. Certainly, we shall comply, was the prompt response. As Shimin Yin and Wang Gu turned to leave, Director Zhang did not attempt to retain them. Once they had departed, he wiped the sheen from his bald forehead. Beads of sweat accumulating. Director Zhang, who was this girl with such influence? Teacher Zhang inquired, visibly disgruntled. Today is your duty day, and with new students arriving, I feared such a situation might arise. Can't you temper your temper? While we study archaeology, let us not become relics ourselves. That young lady is a member of the Shimin family. Shiminjia, one of the 4 prominent families, reigns over the underworld of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang broke into a cold sweat, astonished that such a princess found her way to our humble and remote department. He quickly expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Director Zhang for speaking on his behalf, assuring him that should Director Zhang ever require his assistance, he would spare no effort. Director Zhang waved his hand dismissively, advising him to amend his temperament, which would be more beneficial than anything else. As Shimin Yin and Wang Gu exited the archaeology department, Wang Gu inquired, Miss Shimin, I initially came to report for duty. Now that my report is complete, I shall take my leave. He cast a glance at Shimin Yin, thinking that this young lady was of little relevance to him. To his surprise, Shimin Yin retorted, Oh, great detective. Do you possess no sense of loyalty? My earlier actions were not solely for my own benefit. I secured you an exemption from attending a course. And yet you choose to sever ties so readily. Truly, one cannot rely on men. Wang Gu had intended to return promptly to discuss matters with Feng Bo, seeking a time to delve into the past events surrounding Feng Bo's involvement. However, he was caught off guard by Shimin Yin's unexpected words. With a wry smile, Wang Gu replied, Then, Miss Shimin, what do you propose? At the very least, you must accompany me for a day, allowing me to show you around Yanjing City. I heard from Chu Chu that you grew up in Y country and are visiting Huaxia for the first time. It is only fitting that I guide you. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, she concluded. The conversation between the two individuals stirred excitement among the other new students reporting to the archaeology department. It turned out that joining such a small department indeed had its advantages. While others were attending orientation meetings, their department had granted them a day off, making them grateful for their astute decision. Shimin Yin led the way to the parking lot, pressed a key, and a Porsche Panamera lit up with a dazzling glow. Glancing back at Wang Gu, her eyes seemed to convey, "Isn't my car beautiful?" To her dismay, she did not detect a hint of envy or amazement in Wang Gu's expression, which left Shimin Yin feeling somewhat disheartened. Shimin Yin guided Wang Gu through the maze of streets, and soon Wang Gu felt as though he might succumb to motion sickness from the twisting alleys. He was genuinely curious about how Shimin Yin managed to memorize these winding streets. In truth, Wang Gu was not the only one feeling nauseous. Shimin Yin herself was nearly overwhelmed, but her competitive spirit compelled her to keep going. Beijing possessed its own unique Hutong culture, and these winding lanes were certainly unlike anything seen in their homeland. So even if she could no longer endure, she wanted Wang Gu to be the one to suggest leaving. Just as Shimin Yin was on the verge of conceding, Wang Gu's melodious voice finally broke through. Shimin Yin, I think we should. Before he could finish, he was overwhelmed and vomited in the car. Shimin Yin was beside herself with frustration. Although this was not the most expensive car in her collection, it was her favorite. After only a week of ownership, it had already been soiled by Wang Gu's unfortunate episode. The once tranquil interior of the car was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. Wang Gu, I swear I will kill you. Chapter 8. The bar. This startling outburst drew the attention of passers-by, who turned to ponder what calamity had transpired. Just then, a figure burst through the door and dashed to the street corner, retching violently. Onlookers mused about the profound shock that must have afflicted him, concluding that one must endure the hardships of being a kept man. At that moment, another door of the vehicle swung open, revealing a striking and androgynous beauty. In contemporary China, such androgynous allure has become increasingly common. However, Wang Gu, being a newcomer, clearly lacked an understanding of the local customs. The crowd gazed in disbelief, wondering why someone as enchanting as this would be subjected to such distress. Shimin Yin was evidently taken aback by the audacity of Wang Gu, who had just sullied the interior of her brand-new car. This infuriated her to the core, almost compelling her to enact vengeance upon him. With palpable anger, she exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? That was a brand-new vehicle, and now you've desecrated it." I didn't mean to. I simply couldn't hold it in." Wang Gu stammered between heaves. "You took me on such a convoluted route. It was unbearable. You truly leave me utterly speechless," Shimin Yin retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet, considering that he was a friend of Chu Chu, her dear companion, she gritted her teeth and chose to tolerate him. She retrieved her phone and summoned someone to come and fetch them. Before long, a BMW 7 Series arrived, from which emerged a jovial, portly fellow. "Xiao Pang, take us to the bar. I need to cleanse my stomach," Shimin Yin instructed. "Then find someone to tow my car for a thorough wash." "Understood, Yin Jia. I'll take you to the bar first," he replied. "Wang Gu, you're in the passenger seat this time. Just thinking about what just happened makes me feel nauseous." Wang Gu heeded Shimin Yan's advice, for she was the leader of this little chubby fellow. "Sister Yin, who is he?" The chubby one inquired without any regard for Wang Gu's presence. "He is a friend of mine, recently arrived in Huaxia. I thought I would show him around, but he unexpectedly vomited in my car. Let us head to the bar instead. At least the atmosphere there is more pleasant." "Sister Yin, Yu Gu is at the bar. If he finds out you're bringing a male friend along, he might not take it lightly," the chubby one added with a grin. "Humph, do I fear Shimin? He can't dictate my choices," she retorted. Yes, just don't be upset, Sister Yin. I was merely jesting." Wang Gu remained silent, his eyes closed, feeling utterly unwell after the recent upheaval in his stomach. Just as he began to feel a semblance of relief, he heard the chubby one remark, "Kid, you might be in for a rough time. Be cautious." Wang Gu furrowed his brow and responded, "Why should I be cautious?" The chubby one, however, did not reply, focusing intently on driving, and soon they arrived at a bar. The entrance was marked by a dark red door, bearing the inscription "Underground." Perhaps it was named thus because it was situated below ground level. Yet, as the trio stepped through the door, Wang Gu realized he had misjudged. This was not merely an underground bar. The entire building was dedicated to the establishment, with an expansive dance floor at its core. The architectural design resembled that of a shopping mall, and directly opposite the entrance, on a black wall, the words Imperial City were boldly spray-painted in red. Thus, the name outside made perfect sense. Underground Imperial City, a name that exuded grandeur. Shimin Yin gazed at Wang Gu, whose eyes were fervently fixed on the bar. "Wang Gu, you haven't been to a bar before, have you?" "Indeed, I have not. Bars in Country Y are quite different. They are typically serene, with patrons engaged in quiet conversation and sipping their drinks. True, this establishment embodies an American underground rock aesthetic, where one can exuberantly release their stress, provided one refrains from causing any disturbances. This is truly my first visit. The dance floor does indeed evoke a desire to step in and sweat it out. If you know how to dance, then go ahead and enjoy yourself, but do exercise caution. The girls inside can be quite wild." Shimin Yin observed Wang Gu's eyebrows twitch slightly. "Well, wherever you go, I shall follow." What is there to fear? You're a big guy. No one is going to take advantage of you." Wang Gu's cautious demeanor struck Shimin Yin as amusing. He merely shook his head and said nothing. Noticing Wang Gu's silence, Shimin Yin turned and led him to the entrance of an elevator, where two burly men in black suits stood guard. Upon seeing Shimin Yin approach, they nodded in acknowledgement and opened the elevator doors, allowing her to enter. As for Wang Gu, they scrutinized him with their gaze before permitting him to follow Shimin Yin inside. Wang Gu felt quite satisfied with the presence of the bodyguards, as their demeanor was both professional and unobtrusive. Once inside the elevator, Shimin Yin pressed the button for the top floor, and the elevator ascended swiftly. The elevator doors opened once more, and as Wang Gu had anticipated, there were far more bodyguards here than downstairs. Positioned directly in front of the elevator and on both sides stood 2 guards each. Upon stepping out, Wang Gu noticed a number of individuals in black attire patrolling the entire corridor, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Why would a bar necessitate such stringent security measures? Shimin Yin led the way ahead, and every black-clad figure bowed in deference as they passed. At the end of the corridor loomed a grand black wooden door, which was no ordinary portal, but rather a formidable entrance crafted from an entire iron birch tree, polished to perfection, more robust than a standard security door. What caught Wang Gu's eye was that this door was a coded entryway. He observed as Xi Minyan entered a series of digits into what resembled a mirror at the door's threshold, causing it to part in the middle and slide open. Xi Minyan stepped through first, with Wang Gu closely following. "Yin, who is this?" A voice resonated, deep and unmistakably belonging to someone trained in combat, albeit with a rather indifferent tone. "This is my friend," Xi Minyan replied, turning towards the source of the voice. A man emerged, whose appearance was not particularly handsome nor delicate, yet he exuded an inexplicable aura, one that Wang Gu, upon reflection, could only describe as wild. His long, raven-black hair fell unkempt and free, carelessly swept back, embodying a casual yet audacious spirit. This was Wang Gu's first impression of the man. "Oh, since he is Yan's friend. He is also a friend of the Shimin family. Let us enjoy a drink together," the man said nonchalantly. Xi Minyan furrowed her brow and quietly said to Wang Gu, "Do not heed his words. His name is Xi Minyu, my elder brother. He intends to ply you with drink and then cast you aside. He has done so on numerous occasions before." She then turned to Xi Minyu and cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. He is not only my friend but also Chu Chu's friend. Chu Chu entrusted me with bringing him out for a stroll, and I truly had nowhere else to take him but to this headquarters." Upon hearing that he was a friend of Dongfang Chu Chu, a glimmer of interest sparked in the man's eyes as he remarked, "Since he is a friend of Chu Chu, he must drink even more. But may I inquire your name, my brother?" Wang Gu, just about to respond, suddenly recalled the story Dongfang Chu Chu had shared upon their first meeting regarding the names of a certain country in Huaxia. It was only later, after consulting Fong Bo, that he realized he had been played by that girl. Thus, he replied, "You may call me King." Xi Minyan was taken aback by Wang Gu's response, while Xi Minyu narrowed his eyes and said, "Is that truly your name, brother?" Wang Gu smiled and replied, "Since Xi Minyan regards me as a friend, I shall be forthright with friends. This is indeed my true name. The Huaxia name was one I chose for myself." Xi Minyu laughed heartily and declared, "People say I am wild, but today, upon meeting King, I realize that I, Xi Minyu, am not alone in this world." Ha! Xi Minyan found herself somewhat at a loss. To be candid, the initial reason for bringing Wang Gu along was due to the unfortunate state of her own vehicle, which had become quite soiled, leaving her with no alternative. Additionally, she intended for her brother to frighten Wang Gu for dirtying her beloved car. However, it turned out that Wang Gu was audaciously unafraid, even jesting with her brother. Xi Minyan did not perceive Wang Gu's flamboyant moniker as genuine. After a bout of hearty laughter, Xi Minyu retrieved a cigar from the box on the nearby sofa and tossed it to Wang Gu. Wang Gu held the cigar to his nose, inhaling its fragrance. "A fine cigar," he remarked, having studied the art of cigar making, and subsequently shifted his focus to the derivatives of cigars, noting the mid-range to high-end packaging. Was this truly how the illustrious Shimin Scion entertained his guests? Xi Minyu, unfazed by Wang Gu's comments, simply applauded and regarded him with seriousness. Suddenly, he drew a gun from the inner lining of his coat, pointing it at Wang Gu's head. "Who exactly are you? Do not presume that your deception has enticed my naive sister into our stronghold, and that I would consider you a friend. Brother, please don't do anything rash. He is indeed a friend of Chu Chu." Xi Minyan interjected hastily, invoking the name of Chu Chu, knowing well her brother's affection for her. "I have already disclosed my identity. I am King, invited here by Xi Minyan. She speaks the truth. I am acquainted with Dongfang Chu Chu, and I have also met Grandfather Zhang of the Dongfang family," Wang Gu replied, still seated, savoring the aroma of the cigar. Speaking leisurely, "You have met Grandfather Zhang?" Xi Minyu inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. "Certainly, the old gentleman is in robust health, with his silver hair and youthful visage. Yet his upper attire of a black tang suit paired with a white coat evokes a sense of nostalgia from the last century. This is merely a reflection of the old gentleman's fondness for the past. You wouldn't understand." After hearing Wang Gu's description, Xi Minyu became convinced that Wang Gu had indeed encountered Old Master Zhang and subsequently holstered his firearm. On this occasion, Xi Minyu proceeded to the inner room, retrieving an exquisite box accompanied by a bottle of red wine, and summoned Xi Minyan to fetch 3 glasses. The 3 of them were seated in a triangular formation on the sofa, placing the wine and glasses upon the coffee table in the center. Xi Minyu then extracted a cigar from the box and handed it to Wang Gu. Once again, Wang Gu held it to his nose, inhaling its aroma and proclaiming it commendable. Indeed, Hiba is the true essence. Ignoring Xi Minyu's reaction, he took up the cigar cutter and lighter, indulging in the smoke with abandon. Shi Minyan observed this regal demeanor of Wang Gu, which bore no resemblance to the man she had previously known. Was it truly the case that a name could wield such influence over a person's character? She found herself utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Shi Minyu watched Wang Gu savoring his cherished cigar, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he swiftly uncorked a bottle of unlabeled red wine from his private collection. As the cork was removed, an unusual aroma wafted forth, causing Shi Minyan to wrinkle her brow in distaste. Conversely, Wang Gu, taken aback by the scent, cast a surprised glance at Shi Minyu, realizing that he had indeed brought forth a fine wine, unexpectedly a classic 1982 Lafite. If Shi Minyu were to learn that this individual, who had yet to regain sobriety, could discern the exquisite aroma of an 82 Lafite merely by its scent, he would undoubtedly be compelled to kneel in reverence. Despite Shi Minyu's arrogance, he harbors a profound passion for two indulgences, cigars and fine red wine, believing that a life spent savoring cigars alongside exquisite wine is truly perfect. Thus, he is perpetually in pursuit of the world's finest cigars and the purest wines. Observing this king effortlessly name the cigar showcased a depth of knowledge that further endeared him to Shi Minyu, whose appreciation for shared passions flourished. "Brother King," Shi Minyu proclaimed, "since you are a friend of my dear sister and Chu-Chu, you are henceforth my friend as well. I acknowledge my previous indiscretion. I present to you my private collection, and I hope you will overlook my rustic manner. Let us indulge in a few more drinks shortly." Shi Minyan cast a perplexed glance at her brother. Typically, he would never allow her to touch his private collection, yet today he willingly offered it to this king. Could it be that her brother had truly been bewitched by this fellow? A thunderous shout drew the attention of passers-by, who pondered the nature of the commotion, only to witness a figure burst through the door and rush to the street corner, retching uncontrollably. The crowd pondered, considering the intense shock that had just transpired. To be in such a relationship, one must endure. At that moment, a gender-neutral beauty emerged from the other side of the vehicle. Indeed, androgynous beauty has become quite prevalent in the land of Huaxia, yet Wang Gu, being a newcomer, was evidently oblivious to the nuances of the local customs. Observing the striking figure, the onlookers thought, "How can you still complain when such a beauty is willing to support you?" Shi Minyan, clearly taken aback by Wang Gu's audacity to vomit inside her pristine new car, was seething with anger, practically on the verge of wishing him dead. With a fierce glare, she admonished Wang Gu, "Are you out of your mind? That was my brand new vehicle, and you've just sullied it. I didn't intend to. I simply couldn't hold it back." Wang Gu lamented, "You took me on a dizzying ride. I was utterly overwhelmed." He continued to retch as he spoke. "You truly leave me speechless," Shi Minyan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet, considering that this was Chu-Chu's friend and the two were good pals, she gritted her teeth and restrained her ire. Taking out her phone, she summoned someone to come and pick them up. Before long, a BMW 7 Series arrived, and a jovial, plump fellow emerged from the vehicle. Shi Minyan said, "Little fatty, take us to a bar. I need to cleanse my stomach. Then have someone come to tow my car for a wash." "Sure thing, Yinjie. I'll take you to the bar first," he replied. "Wang Gu, this time you're riding shotgun. Just thinking about the earlier scene makes me queasy." Wang Gu complied with Shi Minyan's directive, for after all, she was the leader of this jovial fellow. "Yinjie, who is he?" Little Fatty inquired, showing no regard for Wang Gu's presence and asking outright. "He is a friend of mine who has recently arrived in Huaxia. I took him out for a stroll, but unexpectedly, he ended up being sick in my car. We might as well head to a bar. At least it will be more comfortable there." "Yinjie, you go at the bar. If he discovers that you've brought a male friend along, oh dear. Come on, am I really intimidated by Shi Minyu? After all, I am merely escorting you." Wang Gu had not uttered a word throughout. He merely closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the discomfort lingering in his stomach after the recent episode. Just as he began to feel somewhat better, he heard Xiao Pang remark, "Kid, it seems you're in for a tragedy. Be cautious." Wang Gu furrowed his brow and responded, "Why should I be careful?" Xiao Pang, however, did not reply, focusing instead on driving. Soon enough, they arrived at a bar adorned with a dark red entrance, its sign reading underground. Perhaps it was named so because the bar was situated below ground. Yet, as the trio entered the establishment, Wang Gu realized he had misjudged. This was far from a subterranean bar. The entire building was dedicated to this bar, with a vast dance floor occupying the center, its architectural design reminiscent of a shopping mall. Directly opposite the entrance, on a black wall, the words Imperial City were boldly inscribed in red spray paint. Coupled with the name outside, It was dubbed Underground Imperial City, a name exuding grandeur. Shi Minyan gazed intently at Wang Gu, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Wang Gu, you haven't been to a bar before, have you? I have not, he admitted. Bars in my country are not like this. They are typically quiet spaces where people converse and enjoy their drinks. Indeed. This establishment embodies the essence of an American underground rock bar, a sanctuary where one can liberally unleash their pent-up frustrations, provided, of course, that one refrains from causing any disturbances. This is my inaugural visit, and the dance floor certainly exudes an irresistible allure, beckoning one to immerse themselves in a fervent display of movement. If you possess the skill to dance, by all means, indulge, though do exercise caution. For the women within are quite spirited. Shi Minyan observed a flicker of apprehension in Wang Gu's expression. Well then, wherever you go, I shall follow, she declared playfully. Oh come now, what is there for a strapping young man like you to fear? You have nothing of value to lose to anyone. Wang Gu's cautious demeanor struck Shi Minyan as rather amusing. He simply shook his head, choosing not to respond. Noticing his silence, Shi Minyan pivoted and led him to the entrance of an elevator, where two imposing figures clad in black suits stood sentinel. Upon Shi Minyan's approach, they nodded in acknowledgement and opened the elevator doors, allowing her to enter, while their scrutinizing gazes assessed Wang Gu before permitting him to follow suit. Wang Gu felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the guards. Their demeanor was both professional and unobtrusive. Entering the elevator, Shi Minyan pressed the button for the top floor, and the elevator ascended swiftly. The elevator doors opened once more, and as Wang Gu had anticipated, the number of bodyguards here far exceeded those on the lower floor. Two guards stood watch directly in front of the elevator doors and on either side. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Wang Gu observed several figures clad in black patrolling the entire corridor, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. What necessitated such stringent security measures for a mere bar? Shi Minyan led the way, and all the black-clad individuals bowed in deference as they passed. At the end of the corridor stood a grand black wooden door, not an ordinary wooden barrier, but rather a portal meticulously crafted from a solid piece of iron birch, sturdier than any security door Wang Gu had encountered. To his astonishment, this door was equipped with a numerical code. He watched as Shi Minyan approached a mirror-like panel beside the entrance and input a series of digits, causing the door to part in the center and slide open. Shi Minyan stepped inside first, with Wang Gu closely following behind. Yanzi, who is this? Came a deep voice, unmistakably belonging to someone trained in martial arts, though its tone was notably detached. This is my friend, Shi Minyan replied, glancing towards the source of the voice. A man emerged whose appearance, while not conventionally handsome or delicate, exuded an intriguing aura. Upon reflection, Wang Gu could encapsulate his impression of the man in a single word: wild. Yes, wild. His long, jet-black hair, unkempt and unrestrained, was carelessly swept back, embodying a casual defiance. This was Wang Gu's initial perception of the man. Oh, Yanzi's friend, please have a seat. Since you are a friend of Yanzi, you are also a friend of the Shimin family. Let us enjoy a drink together, the man said nonchalantly. Shi Minyan furrowed her brow and quietly said to Wang Gu, do not heed his words. He is Shi Minyan, my elder brother. His intention is to intoxicate you and subsequently cast you aside, a tactic he has employed numerous times in the past. She then turned to Shi Minyan and implored, please do not act recklessly. He is not only my friend, but also Chu Chu's friend. It was Chu Chu who entrusted me with bringing him out for a stroll, and I truly had nowhere else to take him but to this base. Upon hearing that he was a friend of Dongfang Chu Chu, the man's eyes gleamed with interest as he remarked, since he is a friend of Chu Chu, he must indulge in more drinks. May I inquire how to address you? My brother? Wang Gu, on the verge of responding, suddenly recalled the story Dongfang Chu Chu had shared upon their first meeting about a tale involving names from Y country and Huaxia. Upon returning, he sought counsel from Fang Bo and realized he had been played by that girl. Thus, he replied, you may call me king. Shi Minyan was taken aback by Wang Gu's declaration, while Shi Minyan squinted his eyes and quipped, is that truly your name, my brother? Wang Gu chuckled and said, since Shi Minyan considers me a friend, I shall be honest with my friends. This is my true name. As for the name from Huaxia, I chose it myself. Shi Minyan burst into laughter, proclaiming, it is said that I, Shi Minyan, am wild. Today, upon meeting King, I realized that I am not alone in this world. Ha ha ha. Shi Minyan found herself somewhat at a loss. To be honest, she had initially invited Wang Gu simply because he had dirted his own car and had nowhere else to go. Moreover, She intended to use this opportunity to intimidate Wang Gu for soiling her beloved vehicle. However, to her surprise, Wang Gu exhibited the audacity of a young calf unafraid of a tiger, joking with her brother. Shimin Yin did not believe that Wang Gu's moniker was genuine. After a hearty laugh, Shimin Yu retrieved a cigar from the box on the nearby sofa and tossed it to Wang Gu. Wang Gu sniffed the cigar and remarked on its quality, having previously studied the art of cigar making. He then shifted his focus to the cigar's derivatives. Pondering whether the esteemed young master Shimin truly entertained guests with such modest offerings, Shimin Yu, upon hearing Wang Gu's comments, remained silent for a moment, then clapped his hands and regarded Wang Gu intently. Suddenly, he drew a gun from the inner pocket of his coat and aimed it at Wang Gu's head, demanding, "Who are you really? Do not think that just because you have deceived my naive sister into entering our stronghold, I will regard you as a friend. Brother, please don't be reckless. He is indeed a friend of Chu Chu." Shimin Yin interjected hastily, realizing her brother had drawn a weapon. After all, Shimin Yu harbored feelings for Dongfang Chu Chu. "I have already introduced myself. I am King, invited here by Shimin Yin. She speaks truthfully. I am acquainted with Dongfang Chu Chu, and I have met Grandpa Zheng of the Dongfang family," Wang Gu replied, remaining seated and leisurely savoring the aroma of the cigar. "Have you truly met Grandpa Zheng?" Shimin Yu inquired skeptically. Certainly, the elder gentleman appears robust, with silver hair and a youthful visage. However, his black tang suit paired with a white lab coat evokes a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the last century. This attire reflects the elder's penchant for reminiscence, a sentiment perhaps lost on you. Upon hearing Wang Gu's description, Shimin Yu became convinced that Wang Gu had indeed met the venerable Zheng, and thus sheathed his firearm. This time, Shimin Yu proceeded to the inner room, retrieving an exquisite box alongside a bottle of red wine, and beckoned Shimin Yin to fetch 3 glasses. The trio arranged themselves in a triangular formation on the sofa, placing the wine and glasses upon the coffee table at its center. From the box, Shimin Yu extracted a cigar and offered it to Wang Gu, who once again brought it to his nose, savoring its aroma and remarking on its quality, declaring that Hiba is indeed the true path. Ignoring Shimin Yu's reaction, he proceeded to use a cigar cutter and lighter, enveloping the air in fragrant smoke. Shimin Yin observed this regal demeanor, finding it in stark contrast to the Wang Gu she once knew, leaving her perplexed at the significant impact a name can have on a person. As Shimin Yu watched Wang Gu indulge in his cherished cigar, a gleam of excitement sparked in his eyes. He swiftly uncorked a bottle of unlabeled red wine from his private collection. Upon opening, an unusual scent wafted forth, prompting Shimin Yin to wrinkle her nose in distaste. In contrast, Wang Gu, taken aback by the aroma, cast a surprised glance at Shimin Yu, realizing that he had indeed brought forth a remarkable vintage, 1982 Lafite. If Shimin Yu were to discover that this individual, who had not yet fully awakened from his inebriation, could discern the vintage of the wine merely by the scent of the open bottle, he would likely be compelled to prostrate himself in reverence. Although Shimin Yu possesses an air of arrogance, his 2 paramount passions are cigars and red wine. He believes that a life spent savoring cigars and exquisite wine is the epitome of perfection. Thus, he relentlessly seeks out the finest cigars and the purest wines the world has to offer. Observing how effortlessly this king identified the cigar's name, it was evident that he possessed considerable expertise, and their shared interests significantly enhanced Shimin Yu's admiration for him. Shimin Yu remarked, "Brother King, since you are a friend of my sister and Chu Chu, you are thus a friend of mine as well. I must apologize for my earlier impetuousness and present you with a selection from my private collection. I hope you will not hold my rustic manners against me. Let us indulge in a few more drinks shortly." Shimin Yin cast a peculiar glance at her brother, who usually forbade her from touching his private collection, and now, unexpectedly, he was using it to entertain this king. Was it possible that her brother had truly been charmed by this fellow? Chapter 9. The transfer. Just as Shimin Yin pondered this, the wine had already breathed, yet the awkwardness lingered as she found herself holding a cocktail glass. Shimin Yu shot her a disapproving look before rising to fetch a stem glass. As he poured the aerated wine into the elegant glass, the group fell into a moment of mild discomfort, each wondering who would be the first to raise their glass. Shimin Yin looked at Shimin Yu and Wang Gu, while Shimin Yu cast his gaze upon Wang Gu, who, in turn, remained fixated on the wine. Wang Gu fixed his gaze intently on the glass of red wine, and as its hue transformed into a rich brown, he finally moved. He lifted the goblet, and upon witnessing this gesture, Shimin Yu promptly followed suit, raising his own glass. Shimin Yin too joined in, elevating her goblet. Observing Wang Gu's graceful and effortless motion, an air of elegance enveloped him, captivating Shimin Yu's attention and even prompting Shimin Yin to sense a shift in Wang Gu's demeanor, noble and refined, devoid of any pretense, exuding an innate charm. Wang Gu held the goblet, swirled the wine, inhaled its aroma, and then savored it. This display left Shimin Yu utterly mesmerized. He had long pursued the art of cigars and red wine, yet the experience of tasting had always eluded him. To his astonishment, the individual his sister had brought along was a connoisseur of wine tasting. Shimin Yu, brimming with eagerness, inquired, "Brother King, what do you think of this wine?" Wang Gu contemplated the wine in his mouth, savoring it thoughtfully before responding, a delicacy of the mortal realm. Truly deserving of its title as the king of red wines. Ch. To La Fight 1982. Upon hearing this, Shimin Yu was astounded that Wang Gu could name the wine with such ease, exclaiming, "Brother, might you impart some wisdom on the art of wine tasting? I have had European friends who emphasize the importance of timing and method when enjoying fine wines. However, due to my family's business, I have never ventured beyond the borders of China, nor have I had the opportunity to study wine tasting in earnest. Yet, seeing your expertise, I am eager to learn. I hope you will not decline my request. I propose that each time you teach me, we share the wine equally, both of us indulging in what I assure you will be a collection-worthy experience." Red wine embodies both mood and elegance, if not prompted by one's emotions. Even mastery in its appreciation cannot unveil that nobility. This sentiment was not articulated by Wang Gu, but rather by the master who once instructed him in the art of wine tasting. Upon hearing this, Shimin Yu could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother, how did you cultivate such an exquisite taste?" With a chuckle, he replied, "In the past, I often indulged to the point of inebriation. To avoid such excess, I would mimic an old drunkard at the time, and gradually, this practice refined my palate." Shimin Yu's lips twitched in skepticism. He was not entirely convinced. Yet he acknowledged the lesson imparted, vowing that should he someday ascend to that realm of wine appreciation, he would remember his brother's guidance. "Shimin, you are too modest." The other interjected, "But what of you two? Do you find amusement in my drinking? If we do not partake soon, we shall miss the peak flavor." Just as Shimin Yu and Shimin Yin were savoring their wine, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Shimin Yu harbored a strong aversion to disturbances during such moments. And in irritation, he asked, "Who is it?" "Young master, individuals from Dongying are here to cause trouble. The dance floor has already fallen into disarray." Shimin Yu frowned at this news and commanded, "Summon the monkeys to come quickly. For now, secure the first floor and let them wreak havoc there." Today, Wang Gu had indeed encountered quite a bit. The notion of disorder in broad daylight was disconcerting. He could not help but question, isn't the Shimin family's security measures quite robust? Moreover, Beijing is the capital of Huaxia. How could there still be disruptions in such daylight? This incident prompted Wang Gu to harbor some doubts regarding the public safety in Huaxia. Upon hearing Wang Gu's misunderstanding, Shimin Yin elucidated that Dongying Bar is indeed a bar, and they refer to it as such. In truth, they are all from Dongying. The animosity between Huaxia and Dongying has persisted from the last century to the present, with both sides striving to outdo one another across various industries. Even among bars, dance battles ensue, and a loss in these contests could result in a significant drop in monthly revenue. This notion was entirely foreign to Wang Gu. Such a method of competition bore a semblance of gambling. He inquired how they fared against Dongying. Shimin Yin lowered her head in silence, while Shimin Yu, gritting his teeth, responded that they had suffered more losses than victories, with the past 6 months yielding no wins. It seemed they had intentionally recruited highly skilled dancers, turning the monthly dance competitions into a mere spectacle for attracting patrons. At that moment, a voice from outside announced that the young master and the others had arrived. But due to a prior mishap, they were now somewhat injured and unable to compete in the dance battle. Shimin Yu's expression darkened, almost palpable with frustration. He instructed them to wait, rising to depart for the lower floor. Shimin Yin knew her brother was surely going to the safe to retrieve more funds. The bar, which had initially been valued at 8 million per month, had been losing consistently for half a year, requiring them to pay that sum each time. Even with the support of the Shimin family, the bar was nearing its limits. If this continued, ownership would soon change hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration, as if an idea had struck him. The Shimin siblings and Wang Gu took the elevator down to the lobby, where they beheld a dancer at the center of the dance floor, seemingly unable to cease his movements as he chewed gum while performing the Thomas. Observing the audience on the other floors, it was evident that their spirits had been ignited. Wang Gu comprehended why it was said that such events attracted crowds. Yet he could not help but admire the fact that this bar still drew so many patrons. Sensing Wang Gu's thoughts, Shimin Yu elucidated that, although their dancing skills were commendable, the investment in Dongying Bar was minimal, and its decor only qualified as average for a bar. It primarily attracted a handful of street dance enthusiasts. In terms of size and overall strength, Dongying Bar fell short compared to theirs. However, it was solely this dance battle that had been instigated. Wang Gu casually remarked that it was indeed the patrons of Dongying Bar who had initiated the provocation. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Shimin Yu's eyes. Indeed, the provocation had been orchestrated by Dongying Bar. Everything was meticulously calculated, including their monthly revenue. Yet, the stakes were drastically different. An underground bar could rake in nearly 10 million a month. How much could they afford to lose in dance battles? Clearly, it equated to an almost 10 million monthly income for them. Winning just once in this game would ensure perpetual profit. Reflecting on these matters, Shimin Yu recognized his own folly in allowing himself to be easily provoked and ignited by their taunts. A few individuals on the dance floor, noticing Shimin Yu and his companions, glided over and inquired, "Mr. Shimin, it is the beginning of the month once again, and according to our original agreement, it is time for our dance battle." Shimin Yu's veins were nearly bursting with anger as he declared, "Today, my dance troupe is absent. You may come another day." The leader retorted, "Oh, Mr. Shimin, can't bear to lose, can you?" Throughout his life, Shimin Yu despised being labeled as someone who could not accept defeat. He contemplated selecting a few individuals to dance with them briefly, then offering them money to leave hastily. Observing this, Wang Gu inquired of Shimin Yin, "I recall your family governs the underground world of Huaxia. Why are you so powerless against such a bar?" Shimin Yin, exasperated, pressed his forehead and replied, "While that may be the case, you must understand they are from Dongying. If we truly engage in conflict, they will reach out to their embassy, and it will escalate into an international issue." Wang Gu, astonished, exclaimed, "Are we to simply allow them to bully us?" Shimin Yin, equally disheartened, responded, "It seems there is no other choice. My brother and I are stationed in Yanjing. This is our stronghold. However, these ruffians continually provoke us, leading us to financial strain. If this continues, we may have no choice but to abandon the bar business and pursue other ventures. Yet relinquishing the bar signifies surrender, and the Shimin family has never yielded. The only option left would be to sell this building to preserve the family's dignity, but we are reluctant, as this is the enterprise my brother and I have painstakingly built, pouring all our savings and efforts into it." As Shimin Yin spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu suddenly grasped the nature of the earlier insight. As Shimin Yu was preparing to find someone to casually compare with Dongying Bar, Wang Gu suddenly approached and said, "Brother Shimin, I wonder if you would be interested in transferring this bar to me?" Upon hearing this, Shimin Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Brother, if you desire this bar, how much are you willing to pay?" Shimin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. This individual named Wang had always exuded an air of mystery, and now he was expressing interest in the bar. Could he possibly have connections with the people from Dongying? This thought darkened Shimin Yu's expression. Wang Gu casually waved his hand and said, "You set the price." This statement nearly caused Shimin Yu to stumble, as he had previously suspected that this man might be sent by the opposition to seize an opportunity. To his surprise, Wang's response indicated that he was not affiliated with them and genuinely wished to assist him. With this realization, Shimin Yu's regard for Wang Gu increased significantly. "May I ask how much you are prepared to offer for my bar?" The two engaged in a discussion about the acquisition of the bar, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, which clearly irritated those associated with Dongying Bar. The crux of the matter was that if Shimin Yu sold the bar, it would tarnish the reputation of the Shimin family, albeit preserving some semblance of dignity. However, would the bar continue to thrive in its original form under new ownership, or would it undergo a transformation into a different venture? It was unreasonable to expect new players to adhere to the rules established by the old ones. The onlookers from Dongying could only watch anxiously, knowing that ultimately, this was not their affair. Wang Gu, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the surroundings and inquired about the worth of the land. Shimin Yin observed Wang Gu's recklessness, noting that her brother seemed to be indulging him, and remarked that the land was valued at 10 billion. Wang Gu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the exorbitant price, which evidently exceeded his budget. Shimin Yu, noticing Wang Gu's frown, understood that the figure was likely beyond his financial capacity, yet he felt grateful for Wang Gu's willingness to assist them during this challenging time. Just as Shimin Yu contemplated suggesting they postpone the matter, Wang Gu declared, "How about 20 billion? Shimin Yu nearly choked on his words, as he intended to express understanding regarding his brother's current difficulties with the stock market and proposed to discuss the issue at a later date. To his astonishment, Wang Gu had boldly offered 20 billion right off the bat. The construction and renovation of the building had cost 23 billion, and although it had operated for 2 years and recouped some costs, the emergence of Dongying had complicated their financial recovery. Truth be told, Wang Gu's offer of 20 billion was somewhat low. The Shimin siblings exchanged glances of concern, as a shortfall of 2 or 3 billion was no trifling matter. Wang Gu had not anticipated the high prices in Huaxia. Certain items were not so costly in Y country, and European purchases were naturally more affordable, a consideration that had eluded him. Noticing the Shimin siblings' furrowed brows, Wang Gu contemplated that perhaps his bid was inadequate and, without further hesitation, proposed 25 billion. This time, Shimin Yu truly felt as if he might choke. Meanwhile, Shimin Yin, puzzled by the situation, realized that her drink had already settled, only to discover she was holding a cocktail glass. Shimin Yu shot her an exasperated glance before rising to retrieve a proper wine glass. Pouring the carefully prepared wine into the elegant goblet, an air of slight awkwardness enveloped the gathering as they pondered who would raise their glass first. Shimin Yin observed Shimin Yu, who in turn regarded Wang Gu, while Wang Gu fixated intently on the wine. His gaze remained steadfast on the ruby liquid within the glass, and as its hue transitioned to a rich mahogany, he finally made his move. Wang Gu gracefully lifted the goblet, prompting Shimin Yu to swiftly follow suit. And soon Shimin Yin joined them in this ritual. The elegance with which Wang Gu held the goblet was striking, exuding an effortless sophistication that not only captivated Shimin Yu but also led Shimin Yin to perceive a transformation in Wang Gu's demeanor, noble and refined, devoid of any pretense. It was a natural grace. He lifted the goblet, swirled it gently, inhaled its bouquet, and took a sip. This display left Shimin Yu utterly mesmerized. Realizing the essence of sophistication and mastery he had long sought after in cigars and fine wines, he had not anticipated that the companion his sister had introduced today would be a connoisseur of such caliber. Unable to contain his excitement, Shimin Yu inquired, "Brother King, what are your thoughts on this wine?" Wang Gu savored the wine thoughtfully, allowing it to linger in his mouth before replying, "Ah, a delicacy of the earthly realm. Truly worthy of the esteemed 1982 Lafite, the king of wines." Upon hearing this, Shimin Yu was astounded by the exquisite knowledge of wine tasting exhibited by his companion. "My dear brother," he inquired, "might you impart your wisdom on the art of wine tasting? I have had friends from Europe who insisted that the finest red wines demand particular attention to the timing and manner of consumption. However, due to my family's business obligations, I have never ventured beyond the borders of Huaxia, nor have I truly delved into the study of wine appreciation. Yet, witnessing your expertise ignites a fervent desire for knowledge within me. I sincerely hope you will not decline my request. I propose that we share the cost of the wines you teach me to savor, each taking half, as they will undoubtedly be of collectible quality. Wine is to be enjoyed with a sense of mood and elegance. If one's spirit is not aligned, even mastery of technique will fail to convey that nobility." This sentiment was not uttered by Wang Gu himself, but rather by the esteemed master who once guided him in the art of wine tasting. Shimin Yu, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "How did you cultivate such refined sensibilities?" With a chuckle, the brother replied, "In my earlier days, I often drank to excess. To avoid inebriation, I would echo the musings of an old wine connoisseur, and gradually, through this practice, I refined my palate." Shimin Yu's lips twitched in skepticism at this explanation, yet he remained open to the possibility, acknowledging, "If fortune smiles upon me one day, and I too enter the realm of wine appreciation, I shall not forget the guidance you have offered today. Shimin, you are too gracious. However, it is you two who find amusement in my drinking. If I do not indulge soon, we shall miss the optimal tasting window." Just as Shimin Yu and Shimin Yin were immersed in their wine tasting, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their moment. Shimin Yu, perturbed by the disturbance during such a refined activity, exclaimed irritably, "Who is it?" "Young master, it seems the patrons from Dongying are here to cause a ruckus. The dance floor has already become chaotic." Shimin Yu furrowed his brows upon hearing this and instructed the monkeys to hastily secure the first floor, allowing the chaos to unfold there for the time being. Today, Wang Gu had indeed encountered a great deal, It was astonishing that in broad daylight, there were still incidents of venue disruptions. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired about the safety measures implemented by the Shi Min family, which seemed quite robust. After all, Yanjing was the capital city of Huaxia. How could such disturbances occur in the light of day? This incident inevitably led Wang Gu to harbor doubts regarding the security in Huaxia. Upon realizing Wang Gu's misunderstanding, Shi Minyan clarified that Dongying Bar was merely a bar, and they were indeed from Dongying. The animosity between Huaxia and Dongying had persisted since the last century, showing no signs of abating. In various industries, there was a prevailing desire to outdo the Huaxia people, and even bars engaged in dance battles. Should they lose such a contest, they risked losing a significant portion of their monthly revenue. This method was truly unprecedented for Wang Gu. The notion of dance battles carried an air of gambling. He inquired how they fared against Dongying. Shi Minyan lowered his head in silence, while Shi Minyu gritted his teeth and confessed that they had lost more often than they had won, having not triumphed in the past 6 months. It seemed that Dongying had intentionally recruited highly skilled dancers, transforming each monthly dance battle into a mere popularity contest. At that moment, a voice from outside announced the arrival of the young master, along with the monkeys. However, they had encountered an accident earlier, leaving several of them injured and unable to participate in the dance battle. Shi Minyu's expression darkened, almost palpable with frustration. He commanded, "Wait here. I shall descend immediately," and rose to make his way into the room. Shi Minyan knew that her brother must have gone to the safe to withdraw money again. The bar, which had been priced at 8 million a month as per their gambling agreement, had already suffered for 6 consecutive months, with payments of 8 million each time. Even with the support of the Shimin family, the bar was nearing its limit. If this continued, it would soon change ownership. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had realized something. The Shimin siblings and Wang Gu took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, where they saw a dancer in the center of the dance floor, seemingly chewing gum while performing a Thomas, unable to stop. Observing the audience on the other floors, it was evident that their emotions had been stirred. Wang Gu understood why it was said that dance battles could attract crowds. Yet he could not help but admire the fact that so many still frequented this bar. As if sensing Wang Gu's thoughts, Shi Minyu explained that although their dancing skills were commendable, the investment in Dongying Bar was minimal, and its decorations were merely average for a bar. Only a few street dance enthusiasts would choose to visit. In terms of size and overall capability, Dongying Bar was inferior to theirs. However, it was precisely the dance battles that had been provoked by them, Wang Gu remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a fierce light ignited in Shi Minyu's eyes. Indeed, it was the people from Dongying Bar who had initiated the provocation. Everything was calculated within their scheme, hinging on a month's revenue. Yet, the stakes were undeniably different. The underground bar's monthly income approached 10 million. How much could they afford to lose in dance battles? Clearly, it equated to nearly 10 million in monthly revenue for them. This game, if won even once, would ensure that they would never incur losses. Upon contemplating this, Shi Minyu realized the extent of his foolishness. He had allowed himself to be easily provoked into anger, falling into their trap. A few individuals on the dance floor, upon noticing Shi Minyu and his companion's arrival, glided over and inquired, "Mr. Shimin, it is the beginning of the month again, and according to the initial agreement, it is time for our dance battle." The veins on Shi Minyu's forehead nearly burst with rage as he replied, "Today, my dance troupe is absent. Please return another day." The leader responded with a taunt, "Oh, Mr. Shimin can't handle a loss." Throughout his life, Shi Minyu despised being labeled as someone who could not bear defeat. He contemplated selecting a few opponents for a brief dance, intending to pay them off to make them leave swiftly. Observing this, Wang Gu turned to Shi Minyan and asked, "I recall that your family governs the underworld of Huaxia. Why are you so powerless against a mere bar?" Shi Minyan, with a hand pressed to his forehead in exasperation, replied, "While that may be true, you must understand that they are from Dongying. If things escalate, they will resort to their embassy, and it will become an international issue." Upon hearing this, Wang Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they allow themselves to be bullied in such a manner? Shi Minyan, equally exasperated, lamented that they had no choice but to endure. "My brother and I remain stationed in Yanjing, which serves as our stronghold. Yet, this group continues to provoke us, leading to a financial drain. If this persists, we may have to abandon our bar business and pursue other ventures. However, relinquishing the bar would signify our capitulation, and the Shi Min family has never known surrender. Thus, selling this building might be the only way to preserve our family's honor." though we are loath to part with it, as it represents the culmination of our efforts and savings." As Shi Menyan spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu suddenly grasped the meaning of the previous flicker of inspiration. Just as Shi Menyu was preparing to enlist someone for a casual competition with Dong Ying, Wang Gu stepped forward and inquired, "Shi Men, might you be interested in transferring ownership of this bar to me?" Shi Menyu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Brother, if you desire this bar, how much are you willing to offer?" He felt a sense of bewilderment. This enigmatic figure named King had always exuded an air of mystery, and now he was seeking the bar. Did he have ties with the people from Dongying? The thought darkened Shi Menyu's expression. Wang Gu waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "You set the price." This statement nearly caused Shi Menyu to stumble in astonishment. Initially, he suspected that Wang Gu might be an envoy sent by their rivals, but to his surprise, Wang Gu's directness indicated a genuine desire to assist him in his predicament. Upon reflection, Shi Menyu's fondness for Wang Gu grew significantly. Unbeknownst to him, his brother was contemplating the amount he would offer for the acquisition of the bar. The two engaged in a discussion about the bar's purchase, seemingly oblivious to the discontent it stirred among the patrons of Dongying Bar. The crux of the matter was that should Shi Menyu relinquish the bar, it might tarnish the reputation of the Shimen family, albeit preserving some semblance of dignity. However, once ownership changed hands, the question lingered, would the bar continue to thrive in its former capacity, or would it undergo a transformation into a different venture? The seasoned players had departed, and expecting the newcomers to adhere to the established rules was, undoubtedly, an exercise in futility. The patrons of Dongying Bar watched in vain, as it was ultimately a matter for Shi Menyu and Wang Gu to resolve. Wang Gu, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the surroundings and inquired about the value of the land. Shi Menyan, observing Wang Gu's antics and sensing his brother's tacit approval, interjected that the land was worth 10 billion. Wang Gu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the exorbitant price, clearly exceeding his budget. Noticing Wang Gu's dismay, Shi Menyu felt grateful for his brother's willingness to assist them, despite the apparent financial strain. Just as Shi Menyu was about to suggest postponing the discussion, Wang Gu boldly declared a bid of 20 billion. Shi Menyu nearly choked on his words. He had intended to acknowledge that his brother's recent stock market challenges made this matter better suited for discussion at a later date. To his astonishment, Wang Gu had jumped straight to a figure of 20 billion. The building, once completed and furnished, had cost a staggering 23 billion. After 2 years of operation, they had managed to recoup some of the investment, only to be met with complications following the emergence of Dongying Bar. However, Wang Gu's offer of 2 billion seemed rather low, causing the Shimen siblings to furrow their brows, as a shortfall of 2 to 3 billion is not an insignificant amount. Wang Gu was taken aback by the high prices in Huaxia. Certain items were considerably cheaper in Y country, and acquiring his own goods in Europe was naturally more economical. This was a lapse in Wang Gu's consideration. Noticing the frowns on the Shimen siblings' faces, he suspected his quotation was amiss. Without a second thought, he proposed 25 billion instead. This time, Shi Menyu nearly choked. Chapter 10. Identity. Wang Gu's statement almost caused Shi Menyu to suffocate on his own saliva. The Shimen siblings stared at Wang Gu in astonishment, their minds racing with a singular question. Who is he? If he were merely an ordinary person, who would dare to casually promise over 20 billion? The individuals from Dongying clearly doubted that this young man could afford such a sum to purchase an underground bar. The leader remarked, "Young man, you merely moved your lips and offered 25 billion. I shall counter with 30 billion. Mr. Shimen, will you sell or not?" Upon hearing their leader's words, the dancers from Dongying began to jeer. Shi Menyu regarded Wang Gu intently, attempting to discern something in his gaze. But it was evident that Wang Gu's eyes reflected nothing but sincerity. He then turned to the Dongying representatives, stating, "We have matters to attend to. Let us postpone this dance battle for another day. Please escort them out." The final remark was clearly directed at the security personnel. The Dongying individuals were ushered out, leaving behind taunts about Shi Menyu's inability to handle the loss. Fury coursed through Shi Menyu, and had he not been mindful of the Dongying people, he would have long since sent them to the depths of the sea. Wang Gu glanced at the expelled Dongying dancer and remarked, 25 billion. Is that not a trivial sum? Shimen, clearly taken aback by Wang Gu's return to this topic, retorted, "Brother, do not jest. 25 billion. Who claims it can simply be procured? I understand you are attempting to assist me out of a predicament, but let us return to savor our wine." Wang Gu regarded Shi Menyu with utmost seriousness, asserting, "I never jest with friends in such matters." Shi Menyu squinted, inquiring, "Are you genuinely serious?" "Yes, I am earnest. Since continuing on your current path proves exceedingly challenging and you are unwilling to change careers, why not transfer it to me? It coincides with my arrival in Huaxia, where I have yet to establish any ventures. Let us discuss this upstairs." With that, Shimin-Yu led Wang Gu and the others back to the penthouse. The red wine remained on the table, yet Shimin-Yu found himself devoid of the desire to indulge. Wang Gu's words stirred his heart. It presented an opportunity to escape his predicament without inciting gossip from his family. However, did Wang Gu truly possess such wealth? He appeared to be merely a student. What exactly was his occupation? Contemplating this, Shimin-Yu could not help but ask, "Brother, your proposal and the price you suggested are indeed compelling. But this is no trifling amount. How can we trust your capability to fulfill such a commitment? Of course, it is not that I doubt you. But such a significant matter would necessitate informing my family, ensuring they believe this venture is viable. Otherwise, given our family's disposition, the monthly loss of 8 million is manageable. While money may be recoverable, your status as the Shimin family's young master may not be so easily preserved." Wang Gu's words struck with piercing clarity. Indeed, if this business venture were to succeed, it would yield 300 million for the family. However, should it continue to falter, he could very well be stripped of certain privileges under the pretext of mismanagement, potentially losing his status as the heir of the Shimin family. Shimin-Yu comprehended Wang Gu's implication and, with utmost seriousness, inquired about the extent of his capabilities. Wang Gu remained silent, instead retrieving his phone to dial a number, instructing the person on the other end to come and fetch him. After hanging up, he resumed savoring his red wine and indulging in his cigar. Time elapsed gradually, and before long, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, a bodyguard knocked at the door, announcing, "Young master, there are individuals outside claiming to be here to escort you home. But they are all foreigners." Shimin-Yu was perplexed, yet Wang Gu calmly replied, "My people have arrived. Let them come up." Without further inquiry, Shimin-Yu instructed his staff to admit them. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door, and Shimin-Yin rose to answer it. Standing outside was a striking foreigner. Upon seeing him, Shimin-Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration, having never encountered someone so handsome. The dashing foreigner, however, paid Shimin-Yin little mind, striding directly into the room. This somewhat impolite demeanor caused Shimin-Yu to furrow his brow. The man approached Wang Gu, and without warning, knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "I humbly welcome you, young master, to Huaxia." Both Shimin-Yu and Shimin-Yin were taken aback. Witnessing such a display of reverence in this day and age was utterly astonishing. To their astonishment, Wang Gu inquired, "Who are you?" This left the Shimin siblings utterly bewildered. The respect shown towards him, with such a grand display of reverence, only to find he did not even know the identity of the one before him, was indeed astonishing. The foreigner, clearly not sharing the same sentiments, responded with an air of embarrassment, "My apologies, sir. I was so nervous that I forgot to introduce myself. I am Fei Er, a descendant of Lord Hussein." Wang Gu, taken aback by the revelation that Fei Er was a descendant of Uncle Hussein, helped him to his feet and remarked, "Since you are one of Uncle Hussein's kin, you are indeed one of us. Let us converse." Fei Er, evidently surprised by the cordiality of the young noble from the bloodline, stood up hesitantly, bowing his head in modesty, and took a position to the side, hesitant to speak. At this moment, the Shimin siblings regained their composure. Previously, Shimin-Yin had only heard from Dongfang Chuchu that this individual hailed from Europe, but she had not anticipated the stature he possessed. Such an antiquated gesture of kneeling indicated a significant disparity in status. The two began to believe in the enigmatic Wang Gu. Realizing that his earlier claims were far from mere boastfulness, Shimin-Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "Brother, I have been curious about your true identity. This question has lingered in my mind, so please indulge my curiosity." Wang Gu chuckled softly, replying, "It is not that I wish to withhold information from you. Even if I were to disclose it, you might not grasp its significance. Perhaps you should inquire of him instead." Wang Gu gestured towards the handsome man beside him. Named Fei Er, Shimin-Yin, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "Good day, Mr. Fei Er. I am Shimin-Yin. If it is not too much trouble, may I ask about your identity and, if convenient, your family background?" Fei Er furrowed his brow, for he was indeed a noble bloodline count. Just as he was about to dismiss the young lady, Wang Gu interjected, "Please inform them that they are my friends." Instantly, Fei Er's expression softened, and he inclined his head towards Wang Gu, saying, "I am Fei Er, currently the president of the German consortium's Huaxia division, and I am unmarried." Upon hearing this, the Ximin siblings exchanged astonished glances, their shock immeasurable. The president of the German consortium in Huaxia held such stature that he had to pay homage to Wang Gu. Who, then, was Wang Gu, the young master of the German consortium? As this realization struck Ximinyu, sweat beaded on his forehead. He recalled that he had just pointed a gun at the young master of the German consortium. If the consortium were to learn of this and sever ties with Huaxia, the Ximin family would face irreparable losses. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ximinyu hastened to say, "Welcome, Mr. Fei Heir, to our humble abode. Please, have a seat." However, Fei Heir waved his hand and replied, "I dare not, I dare not. With the young master present, I cannot presume to sit." This was not merely pretense. He genuinely felt unworthy. In the Dracula castle, only the esteemed Duke Dracula was permitted to share the table with him, a mere count. Witnessing Fei Heir's demeanor further solidified Ximenyu's thoughts, yet he still underestimated the situation. The German consortium was merely one among many under the Dracula conglomerate. It is uncertain how Ximinyu will react upon discovering the true identity of King. "Young master, should we take our leave?" Fei Heir inquired respectfully, evidently disinterested in engaging with the two children. "There is no rush. I summoned you to inquire about your impressions of this building. Please articulate its worth." From an exterior perspective, the edifice does not possess any striking features. It merely appears new, suggesting recent construction. Upon entering, one realizes it is a bar, which naturally necessitates a degree of discounting its value. However, the interior decoration showcases high-quality materials, which certainly enhances the building's appeal. Though I have not traversed other floors, the top level exudes a certain opulence, clearly designed for indulgence. The grand entrance of iron birch wood is evidently crafted from a single tree, holding immense value. Based on the pricing of real estate and the level of embellishment in Huaxia, its worth is estimated to lie between 2.25 billion and 2.3 billion. Upon hearing this, Ximinyu experienced a peculiar sense that this individual was not entirely human. Merely by casually observing during the elevator ride, one could infer the building's value. You might believe it, yet it seems implausible to dismiss. As the president of a German consortium in the Huaxia region, one wonders about his capabilities. "Are you certain of this valuation?" Wang Gu inquired with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, young master, I am confident in this assessment, with fluctuations not exceeding 50 million. My estimation is 20 billion. Where does the discrepancy lie?" Wang Gu remarked, his brow furrowing further. "Young master, the dense population and housing scarcity in Huaxia have rendered land exceedingly valuable, with prices soaring to billions. Given the vast population, the management of imports is stringent. Identical materials incur no tariffs in country Y, whereas transporting them to Huaxia entails additional shipping fees and taxes, resulting in a significantly higher cost. As you are newly arrived in Huaxia, you may not fully grasp these nuances yet, but in due course, perhaps after 3 to 5 years, you will undoubtedly comprehend the rationale behind it. Additionally, acquiring iron birchwood here is extraordinarily costly, priced at 1.5 times the standard rate." The latter remark was clearly directed at Ximinyu. After listening to Fei Heir, Wang Gu realized he still had much to learn about Huaxia. Meanwhile, Ximinyu, who had initially nodded in agreement with Fei Heir's insights, found his expression darken upon hearing the last statement, reflecting his inner thoughts. "How dare that lad insult me?" Wang Gu's comment nearly caused Ximinyu to choke on his own saliva. The Ximin siblings stared at Wang Gu in shock, their minds racing with one question. Who is he? Who would dare promise over 2 billion if he were merely an ordinary individual? The members of Dongying evidently doubted that this 20-something youth could afford to purchase the underground bar for over 2 billion. The leader quipped, "You merely uttered 25 billion. So I shall offer 30 billion. Mr. Ximin, will you sell?" Upon hearing their leader, the dancers of Dongying began to stir up a ruckus. Ximinyu scrutinized Wang Gu, attempting to decipher his intentions through his gaze, but it was evident that Wang Gu's eyes gradually reflected sincerity. He then turned to the people from Dongying and said, "We have matters to attend to today. Let us postpone the dance battle for another time. Please escort our guests out." The last statement was clearly directed at the security personnel. The individuals from Dongying were expelled, their shouts echoing the sentiment that Ximinyu could not afford to lose. Ximinyu's veins bulged with rage. Had it not been for the consideration of the Dongying people, he would have long since condemned them to a watery grave. Wang Gu glanced at the banished Dongying dancers and remarked, "Ximin, is 25 billion insufficient?" Shimin, clearly taken aback by Wang Gu's return to this topic, replied, "Brother, do not jest. Who can simply produce 25 billion at will? I appreciate your attempt to rescue me from this predicament, but let us return to savor our wine." Wang Gu gazed earnestly at Shimin Yu and said, "I never jest with friends." Shimin Yu narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you serious?" "Indeed, I am serious. Since continuing down this path is exceedingly challenging and you have no desire to change careers, why not transfer it to me? It would be fortuitous, as I have yet to establish any ventures in Huaxia. Let us discuss this upstairs." With that, Shimin Yu led Wang Gu and the others back to the top floor. The red wine still lay upon the table, yet Shimin Yu found himself devoid of the spirit to indulge. Wang Gu's words had stirred him. It offered a means to extricate himself from his current plight without drawing the ire of his family. But did Wang Gu truly possess such wealth? He appeared nothing more than a student. What was his true occupation? Pondering this, Shimin Yu could not help but ask, "Brother, your proposal and price are indeed tempting. But this is no trifling sum. How can we trust in your financial capacity? Of course, it is not that I doubt you. But such a significant matter must be communicated to my family to ensure they believe this transaction can succeed. Otherwise, given our family's disposition, we can still manage the 8 million monthly loss. Wealth can be restored and reputation preserved. Yet the position of the young master of the Shimin family may not remain secure." Wang Gu's words struck home. Indeed, should this business venture succeed, it would yield 300 million for the family. However, should it falter, he might very well be deprived of certain privileges under the pretext of mismanagement, potentially losing his status as the heir of the Shimin clan. Shimin Wai understood Wang Gu's implication, and thus, with a serious demeanor, he inquired about the extent of Wang Gu's capabilities. Wang Gu offered no response. Instead, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, instructing the person on the line to come collect him. After ending the call, he resumed savoring his red wine and indulging in his cigar. As moments elapsed, half an hour slipped by. Suddenly, a bodyguard knocked at the door, announcing, "Young master, there are individuals outside claiming to come to escort you home, but they are foreigners." Shimin Wai was puzzled until Wang Gu remarked, "My people have arrived. Let them come up." Without further inquiry, Shimin Wai instructed for them to be allowed in. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the room, prompting Shimin Yin to rise and open the door. Standing outside was a striking foreigner, and upon seeing him, Shimin Yin was immediately captivated, having never encountered someone so handsome. The dashing foreigner, however, paid no heed to Shimin Yin and strode directly into the room, an action that caused Shimin Wai to furrow his brow in disapproval. The man approached Wang Gu and, upon reaching him, suddenly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I humbly welcome you, young master, to Huaxia." Shimin Yu was utterly astonished, and so was Shimin Yin. In this day and age, witnessing someone perform the traditional act of kneeling in reverence was nothing short of astonishing. Their astonishment deepened when Wang Gu, inquiring about the identity of the kneeling figure, elicited a reaction from the Shimin siblings that was both bewildered and incredulous. The foreigner, however, appeared unfazed by their reaction and, with a hint of embarrassment, apologized, saying, "I beg your pardon, sir. I was so nervous that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fei Er, and I am a descendant of Lord Hussein." Wang Gu, clearly taken aback by the revelation of Fei Er's noble lineage, helped the young man to his feet and said, "Since you are associated with Uncle Hussein, you are indeed one of us. Let us converse." Fei Er, astonished by the cordiality of the young noble, rose with trepidation, bowing his head in deference and standing aside, hesitant to speak. At that moment, the Shimin siblings regained their composure. Previously, Shimin Yin had heard from Dongfang Chuchu that this individual hailed from Europe, but she had not anticipated the significance of his status. The formality of such an ancient gesture suggested a considerable disparity in their social standings. Thus, they began to entertain the notion that Wang Gu, this enigmatic figure, was indeed genuine and not merely boasting. Shimin Yu pondered for a moment before asking, "My friend, I have been curious about your true identity. This question has lingered in my mind, and I would appreciate it if you could indulge my curiosity." Wang Gu smiled and replied, "It is not that I wish to withhold this information from you. Even if I were to tell you, it might still elude your understanding. Perhaps you should inquire about who he is instead." Wang Gu gestured towards the handsome man beside him, named Fei Er. Shimin Yin, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Greetings, Mr. Fei Er. I am Shimin Yin. May I boldly ask about your identity and, if convenient, your family background?" Fei Er furrowed his brow. After all, He was a noble bloodline count. Just as he was about to disregard the young lady, Wang Gu interjected, "Tell them they are my friends." The previously frowning Fei Er immediately donned a smile and bowed slightly to Wang Gu, introducing himself. "I am Fei Er, currently the president of the German consortium's Huaxia region, and I am unmarried." Upon hearing this, the Ximin siblings exchanged astonished glances, their shock immeasurable. The president of the German consortium in Huaxia, such a stature that he even felt compelled to pay homage to Wang Gu. Who, then, was Wang Gu, the young master of the German consortium? As this realization dawned upon Xi Minyu, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He recalled that he had just pointed a gun at the young master of the German consortium. If the consortium were to learn of this, and subsequently sever ties with Huaxia, the Ximin family would face insurmountable losses. With this thought weighing heavily on him, Xi Minyu dared not be careless and said, "Welcome, Mr. Fei Er, to our humble abode. Please, take a seat." However, Fei Er waved his hand and replied, No, I cannot sit here while the young master is present." This was not mere pretense. He genuinely felt unworthy. In the Dracula castle, only the esteemed Lord Dracula himself was permitted to share the table with him, a mere count. Witnessing Fei Er's demeanor only solidified Xi Minyu's suspicions, though he still underestimated the situation. After all, the German consortium was merely one of the many branches of the Dracula consortium. It is uncertain how Xi Minyu will feel upon discovering the true identity of King. "Young master, should we not take our leave?" Fei Er inquired respectfully, evidently unwilling to engage with the two children. "No rush. The reason I summoned you is to inquire about your impressions of this building and to articulate its worth. From an external perspective, the building does not possess any striking features. It simply appears new, suggesting it was recently constructed. Upon entering, one soon realizes it is a bar, which naturally warrants a reduction in value. However, the decor reflects an exquisite selection of materials, which indeed enhances the building's overall appeal. I have not visited other floors, but the top level exudes a certain opulence, clearly designed for indulgence. The iron birchwood entrance door is evidently crafted from a single tree, a priceless asset. Considering the real estate prices and the level of decoration in China, its estimated value should range between 2,250,000,000 and 2,300,000,000. Upon hearing this, Xi Minyu was struck by an uncanny feeling about this individual. Merely taking the elevator and casually observing could yield such an estimation of the building's worth. One could hardly believe it, yet it was undeniable. This man, as the president of a German consortium in the Chinese region, possessed an unknown level of capability. "Are you certain of this price?" Wang Gu frowned. "Yes, young master, I am confident in this valuation. The fluctuation will not exceed 50 million. My estimated value is 2 billion. Where does this discrepancy lie?" Wang Gu remarked, his brow furrowed. "Young master, due to the dense population and tight housing in China, land is valued at billions. With a large population and strict import regulations, the same materials incur no taxes in country Y. However, transporting them to China results in additional shipping and tax costs, making them substantially more expensive. As you are new to China, you may not fully comprehend these nuances yet. But after spending 3 to 5 years here, you will naturally understand. By the way, iron birchwood is exceedingly costly in China, priced at 1.5 times the normal rate." The last statement was clearly directed at Xi Minyu. Upon hearing Fei Er's words, Wang Gu reflected that his understanding of China was still insufficient. Meanwhile, Xi Minyu, who had been nodding in agreement with Fei Er's analysis, suddenly turned somber at the final remark, feeling a surge of indignation within. How dare that fellow speak ill of me? Chapter 11. Fang Xingxing. Xi Minyu's mood was decidedly grim. The iron birchwood door had cost him over 100 million, and now the thought of it made his heart ache. After Fei Er finished speaking, he politely inclined his body slightly. "If you have no objections, Ximin, we can draft a contract and choose a date for the handover ceremony. What do you think?" Wang Gu said, observing Xi Minyu, who was internally conflicted. Although he had considered the idea of transferring ownership previously, the reality of parting with something so dear made him reluctant. It seemed that Xi Minyu was somewhat reluctant. Wang Gu sighed softly and said, "Brother Xi Min, let us do it this way. The price remains unchanged. The top floor will still belong to you." This statement from Wang Gu resonated deeply within Xi Minyu, akin to a flower blooming in an instant. Xi Minyu hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Wang Gu's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, do you truly mean this?" Due to the fervor of Xi Minyu's gesture, Fei Er took a step forward. Should Shi Minyu pose any threat to Wang Gu within that proximity, Fei Er was prepared to ensure Shi Minyu's swift demise, demonstrating the caliber of a true count. Wang Gu observed the exhilarated Shi Minyu and reassured him, "Rest assured, my word is my bond." Fei Er glanced at Shi Minyu and remarked, "Young master, however, if we exclude this floor, both the building's costs and the overall expenses would significantly diminish." Wang Gu replied confidently, "Fei Er, what do you believe this place is still suitable for?" Upon hearing this, Fei Er's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Does the young master intend to transform this into a mall?" "Indeed," Wang Gu affirmed. "Although this location is not particularly close to the city center, we can undoubtedly develop a luxury mall here, exclusively offering high-end goods. This area will become a distinctive part of the city." As he spoke, a sly smile spread across his lips. Shi Minyu was clearly taken aback by Wang Gu's meticulous planning. It appeared that this mysterious youth, who referred to him as brother, was indeed an extraordinary individual. Having concluded his remarks, Wang Gu rose and said, "Very well, brother Shiman, I shall take my leave for now. I will return in 3 days, and I hope you will have the agreement prepared by then. Yes, I still wish to inquire if your name is truly King." Shi Minyu expressed, still perplexed by the matter, "My name is King Dracula, and I trust you will come to know me in due time." With that, he exited the room and departed from the building. Observing Fei Er's respectful demeanor, it was difficult for him to fathom the true identity of this young man, King Dracula. "Is that a name of your lineage?" he pondered. "Swallow, what do you think that fellow truly is?" Shi Minyu inquired solemnly. "If you cannot see through me, how could you possibly perceive him?" Shimin Yin retorted with a roll of her eyes. "It appears I must conduct a thorough investigation. Young master, where shall we go?" "Please take me back to Yanjing University. The adjacent villa area is my residence in Huaxia. Return to escort me to the bar in 3 days at the same hour to finalize the contract." "Do you genuinely intend to purchase that building?" "The top floor alone is worth at least 100 million less. Yet it is highly probable that I will uncover the mysteries of my origins through them." Fei Er ceased to speak when it pertains to the secrets of the young master's lineage. Even the expenditure of an additional 100 million would not provoke the slightest frown from the Duke, even if it meant gifting it to a consortium. He then escorted Wang Gu back to the school. Wang Gu returned to the archaeology department's single-story building. Although studying this field may hold little relevance for others in the future, for Wang Gu, it was immensely beneficial as he aimed to comprehend and seek the significance of that jade pendant. Upon entering the main entrance of the archaeology department, he noticed Teacher Zhang hastily turn his head away upon seeing him, which evoked a sense of amusement within Wang Gu. As Wang Gu entered the classroom, Director Zhang was passionately delivering a speech from the podium, encouraging everyone not to abandon their studies due to the perceived insignificance of their department, nor to use their modest circumstances as an excuse for complacency. Observing Director Zhang's fervent oration, Wang Gu pondered whether it stemmed from genuine conviction or was merely an attempt to inspire students to remain enrolled. Feeling a sense of ennui, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside him. "Hey, buddy, you're from our department too? Why are you so late?" "I just want to grab a bite to eat," Wang Gu replied, a statement unlikely to raise suspicion, especially since he had just spent a considerable time indulging in red wine. The other student continued, "Drinking wine at noon? Seems like a farewell to family. Which dormitory are you in?" It was clear this individual had a friendly demeanor. I'm not quite sure which dorm I'm assigned to," Wang Gu admitted. "Looks like you haven't memorized it yet. By the way, I haven't caught your name," the amiable student remarked, revealing his penchant for casual conversation. "My name is Wang Gu. And you?" "I'm Fang Zhengzheng. So, how did you end up choosing this major?" Fang Zhengzheng inquired. Wang Gu did not rush to respond. Instead, he gazed at Fang Zhengzheng with curiosity and inquired, "Is your father named Fang Bo?" Fang Zhengzheng, clearly taken aback by the mention of his father's name, exclaimed with admiration, "Yes, my father is indeed named Fang Bo. What about you, my friend? Do you possess any special talents?" Wang Gu's lips twitched as he pondered the saying that family education is paramount. He wondered how someone as astute and erudite as Mr. Fang Bo could have such an eccentric son. With a hint of resignation, he asked, "Do you know why you are in this department?" The peculiar Fang Zhengzheng replied, "I'm not quite sure, to be honest. All I know is that my father sent me here to accompany someone." "What was their name again?" Wang Gu facepalmed, finally realizing why this individual had shown no reaction upon hearing his own name. He had completely forgotten it. He asked, "Is that person named Wang Gu?" At this revelation, Fang Zhuzheng regarded Wang Gu with a sense of reverence, his beaming smile almost prompting Wang Gu to recall a certain alley. Fang Zhuzheng said, "My friend, If you truly have any abilities, please don't hesitate to share. Since we are classmates, could you perhaps predict when I might find a girlfriend? Wang Gu looked at the aptly named Fang Zhengzheng, feeling as if his heart were about to burst. In about a year, he replied. Really? Fang Zhengzheng exclaimed, his excitement so palpable that it nearly drowned out Director Zheng's voice. The director turned to see what the commotion was about, while Fang Zhengzheng attempted to hide. Though his distinctive physique made stealth nearly impossible, Director Zheng was about to raise his voice in admonition when he suddenly noticed that the individual beside him was none other than Wang Gu, the companion of Miss Ximen, a person likely of considerable significance. Thus, he addressed the student. Could you and your companion please keep your voices down? We wouldn't want to disrupt the lecture. Upon hearing these words, several students shifted their perspectives. Those who were contemplating a transfer to another department decided to remain, while others who initially intended to delve into the study of ancient literature and bronze artifacts reconsidered, questioning how one could acquire knowledge in such a lax environment. Unbeknownst to Director Zheng, his single remark wielded substantial influence over the students. Although Fang Zhengzheng, having received permission, lowered his voice considerably, his posture while chatting became even more audacious. If given the choice, he would have preferred to perch upon the table to converse with Wang Gu, as sitting in his chair felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Don't worry, my friend. Let's continue our conversation, Fang Zhengzheng unabashedly declared. He proceeded to share, I once had a wonderful family. My father, though a pedant, was complimented by my gentle and gracious mother. I shared a particularly close bond with her until 3 years ago when my father abruptly vanished, seemingly abandoning us. My mother was heartbroken and subsequently fell ill, a condition from which she is yet to recover. Just a few days ago, my father suddenly called. Initially, I rejected his call, as he urged me to pursue his profession, an industry I have no desire to engage with, a veritable nightmare for my family. I am a prodigy in the realm of computers, originally granted direct admission to a prestigious computer science program. However, my father insisted that I accompany a certain individual, the very person whose name you recently deduced, claiming he is the child of a friend who grew up abroad. He wanted me to support him in his pursuit of archaeology at university. At that moment, I pondered whether I was his son or if he was my father's son. Could it be that he is an illegitimate child from abroad, meant for us to forge a bond? Yet, upon meeting you, I discovered that this suggestion was not without merit. As Fang Zhengzheng concluded his words, he fixed an intense gaze upon Wang Gu. Wang Gu, feeling the weight of Fang Zhengzheng's penetrating stare, shuddered slightly and thought to himself, could this fellow possibly harbor a penchant for same-sex attraction? At this moment, Ximen Yu found himself in a rather dismal mood. The ironwood door had cost him over 100 million. Reflecting on it now left him with a sense of heart-wrenching loss. After Fei Er spoke, he politely inclined his body in a gesture of respect. If you have no objections, Ximen, let us draft a contract and select a date for the handover ceremony. What do you think? Wang Gu proposed to Ximen Yu, who felt an inner turmoil. After all, this was his labor of love. Although he had contemplated transferring it in the past, the prospect of parting with it now stirred a sense of reluctance within him. It seemed that Ximen Yu was somewhat reluctant to part with the arrangement. Wang Gu let out a soft sigh and said, Brother Ximen, let us do this. The price remains unchanged, and this entire floor shall still belong to you. Wang Gu's words resonated with Ximen Yu, blooming in his heart like a flower suddenly unfurling its petals. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Wang Gu's hand, and asked, Brother, are you truly sincere in this? Due to the fervor of Ximen Yu's gesture, Fei Er instinctively took a step forward. Should Ximen Yu pose any threat to Wang Gu within this proximity, Fei Er was prepared to ensure that Ximen Yu would meet a swift demise. Such was the demeanor of a count. Wang Gu, observing the excitement radiating from Ximen Yu, reassured him, Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Fei Er then interjected, Young master, however, if this floor is excluded from consideration, then both the cost of the building and the overall expenses will significantly decrease. With confidence, Wang Gu replied, Fei Er, what do you believe this place is still suitable for? Upon hearing this, Fei Er's eyes brightened with realization. Do you mean to suggest, young master, that you wish to transform this into a shopping mall? Indeed, Wang Gu affirmed, although this area is not particularly close to the city center. We can certainly develop a luxury goods mall here, exclusively featuring high-end merchandise. This will become a distinctive district within the city. As he spoke, a sly smile reminiscent of a fox crept upon his lips. Ximen Yu was clearly taken aback by Wang Gu's forethought. It appeared that this enigmatic youth, who had so readily forged a brotherly bond, was indeed a remarkable individual. After concluding his remarks, Wang Gu stood up and stated, "Very well, Brother Shiman. I shall take my leave for now. I will return in 3 days, and I hope you will have the agreement prepared by then. My name is King Dracula, and I trust that you shall come to know me in due time." After speaking, I exited the room and departed from the building. Observing Fei Er's respectful demeanor, I was genuinely perplexed by the true identity of this young man. King Dracula, was this a name of his lineage? "Swallow, what do you think of that fellow?" Shiman Yu inquired solemnly. "If you cannot see through me, you certainly cannot discern him," replied Shiman Yin with a roll of her eyes. "It appears that I must conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Young master, where shall we go? Please take me back to Yanjing University. That villa area nearby is my home in Huaxia. 3 days hence, at the same hour, escort me to the bar to finalize the contract." "Young master, do you truly intend to purchase that building? The top floor alone is worth at least 1 billion less. However, from them, I may very well uncover the enigma of my origins." Fei Er ceased to speak. When it pertains to the secrets of the young master's lineage, he would not flinch at the prospect of spending 1 billion or even parting with a duke's fortune without a moment's hesitation. Wang Gu was returned to the university, resuming his studies in the archaeology department's humble abode. Although this field of study might hold little utility for others in the future, it was invaluable to him, as he sought to comprehend and discover the significance of the jade pendant. As Wang Gu entered the archaeology department's main entrance, he noticed Teacher Zhang hastily avert his gaze, which brought a faint smile to his face. As Wang Gu entered the classroom, Director Zhang was delivering an impassioned speech from the podium, encouraging everyone not to abandon their studies due to the perceived insignificance of their department or to use poor conditions as an excuse for lack of effort. Observing Director Zhang's fervent address, Wang Gu pondered whether it stemmed from genuine conviction or was merely a ploy to inspire students to continue their education. Feeling a twinge of boredom, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside him. "Hey, mate, you're also from our department? Why did you arrive so late?" "I just went out for a meal and ended up coming back late," Wang Gu replied, a statement that would not raise suspicion. Especially since he had been indulging in wine earlier, who would believe he was merely out for a tasting at midday? "Ah, it seems you were saying goodbye to your family. Which dorm are you in?" The person next to him appeared quite familiar. I'm not quite sure which dorm I belong to," Wang Gu admitted. "Looks like you Haven T memorized it yet. By the way, I Haven T caught your name," the seemingly overly friendly stranger remarked, revealing his boredom. "My name is Wang Gu. And you?" "I'm Fang Zhengzheng. By the way, what made you choose this major?" Fang Zhengzheng inquired. Wang Gu did not rush to respond. Instead, he gazed at Fang Zhengzheng with curiosity and inquired, "Is your father named Fang Bo?" Fang Zhengzheng, clearly taken aback that this individual mentioned his father's name, beamed with admiration and replied, "Yes, my father's name is Fang Bo. So, what special talents do you possess?" Wang Gu's lips twitched as he pondered the adage about the significance of family education. He wondered how such a remarkably astute and knowledgeable man like Mr. Fang Bo could have such an eccentric son. With a hint of exasperation, he asked, "Do you know why you are in this department?" The peculiar Fang Zhengzheng replied, "I have no idea why. All I know is that my father sent me here to accompany someone. What was their name again?" Wang Gu, facepalming, finally understood why this fellow had not reacted when he heard his name. He had completely forgotten it. "Is that person called Wang Gu?" At this point, Fang Zhengzheng regarded Wang Gu almost as a deity, the grin on his face almost triggering memories of that narrow alley. Fang Zhengzheng exclaimed, "Come on. If you have any skills, just spill the beans. Since we are classmates, how about you predict when I will find a girlfriend?" Wang Gu looked at Fang Zhengzheng, whose name was aptly descriptive, feeling as though his heart might burst. "Perhaps a year from now." "Really?" Fang Zhengzheng was evidently too excited, his voice even overpowering Director Zhang's. Director Zhang turned to look, while Fang Zhengzheng attempted to hide, but his distinctive physique made concealment nearly impossible. Director Zhang was on the verge of admonishing when he suddenly noticed that the individual beside him was none other than Wang Gu, the companion of the esteemed Miss Shiman, presumably a person of considerable significance. Thus, he addressed the student. "Could you please lower your voice while conversing with your classmate? We wouldn't want to disrupt the teacher's lecture." Upon hearing these words, many students reconsidered their intentions. Those who had contemplated transferring departments decided to remain, while others who had been eager to delve into the study of ancient literature and bronze artifacts immediately altered their minds, questioning the feasibility of acquiring knowledge in such a classroom. Unbeknownst to Director Zhang, his seemingly innocuous remark had a profound impact on the students. Although Fang Zhengzheng complied and lowered his voice considerably, his posture while conversing became increasingly audacious. If it were permissible, he would have preferred to perch atop the desk to engage in dialogue with Wang Gu, as sitting in his chair felt rather confining. "Don't worry, my friend. Let's continue our conversation," Fang Zhengzheng boldly asserted. He continued, "In truth, I once had a wonderful family. My father, though a pedant, was complemented by my gentle and virtuous mother. I shared a particularly close bond with her until 3 years ago when my father mysteriously vanished, seemingly abandoning us. My mother was heartbroken and subsequently fell ill, a condition that persists to this day. Just a few days ago, my father unexpectedly called. Initially, I rejected his call, for he urged me to pursue his profession, an industry I have no desire to engage with, akin to a nightmare for my family. I am a computer prodigy, initially granted direct admission into the computer science program. However, my father insisted that I accompany a certain individual, the one whose name you just calculated, stating that he is the child of a friend who grew up abroad. He wanted me to assist him in studying archaeology at university. At that moment, I couldn't help but wonder, am I your son or is he your son? Is he perhaps an illegitimate child raised overseas? And we are here to cultivate a brotherly bond? Yet, when I finally met you, I realized that this suggestion wasn't so bad after all." As Fang Zhengzheng finished speaking, his gaze fixated intensely on Wang Gu. Wang Gu felt a chill run down his spine at the fervent look in Fang Zhengzheng's eyes and thought to himself, could this person possibly have a penchant for the unconventional? Chapter 12. Entering the military camp feeling uneasy under Fang Zhengzheng's ambiguous gaze, Wang Gu inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Zhengzheng chuckled and replied, "Originally, my father wanted me to accompany a friend's child, and I was reluctant. However, upon seeing you, I decided to agree." Wang Gu, puzzled, asked why. "Because," Fang Zhengzheng continued, "you cannot possibly be my father's illegitimate child. Given your appearance, that is utterly impossible. Therefore, I accepted my father's request, considering it an opportunity to make a friend." This peculiar theory was something Wang Gu had never encountered in his life. The arduous class finally came to an end. After Director Zheng announced the conclusion, Fang Zhengzheng turned to Wang Gu with a serious demeanor and said, "Young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior towards you. It was a necessary measure within the class, so please do not take offense." Observing the stark contrast in behavior of Fang Zhengzheng, Wang Gu couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye, musing internally that this fellow was indeed a talent, possessing an undeniable charm that concealed his true nature. Thus, Wang Gu remarked, "Very well, from now on, do not address me as young master. I prefer the previous version of you. It evokes a sense of familiarity, akin to that of classmates. In the language of Huaxia, we would refer to it as brothers. Since you, young master, have consented, I shall revert to my true self, for this serious demeanor is hardly representative of my character," Fang Zhengzheng replied. As Wang Gu observed Fang Zhengzheng swiftly returning to his former self in less than a minute, he couldn't help but ponder, would he truly be spending the next 4 years of university life alongside such an eccentric individual? With a sense of resignation, Wang Gu and Fang Zhengzheng made their way back to the villa, the latter having accepted Wang Gu's invitation to move in. As the first year commenced, it was inevitably accompanied by military training. Being one of Huaxia's premier institutions, Yanjing University aimed to instill the essence of military discipline in its students, necessitating that the training be conducted within a formal military camp. When Director Zheng announced the details of the military training, a wave of lamentations swept through the classroom. "Oh dear, the dashing and suave Fang Zhengzheng is to be subjected to such a daunting environment. Should I suffer any misfortune in the military camp, it would undoubtedly be the greatest loss for Yanjing University in a century," Wang Gu thought, casting a sidelong glance at the self-indulgent, deluded figure of the rotund Fang Zhengzheng. Sighing in exasperation, he said, "Fang Zhengzheng, could you possibly refrain from such narcissism? It is precisely this trait that I find most unbearable. As a noble raised in Europe, it is indeed rare for anyone to behave frivolously in front of Wang Gu, and the self-absorbed are virtually non-existent. Wang Gu truly cannot tolerate Fang Zhengzheng's outrageous demeanor. Fang Zhengzheng, however, earnestly gazes at Wang Gu and states, "Wang Gu, I know you have always perceived me as a fool, and I admit that I am. Nevertheless, there is one undeniable truth. I am indeed a computer prodigy and have been directly admitted to the computer science department at Yin University. What terrifies me the most is the military camp, particularly the sight of armed soldiers, which renders my legs weak. If there are any shooting or artillery exercises during this training, I fear I might faint. If that were to affect my brain or leave me with any after effects, it could severely impair my logical reasoning for computer programming, rendering this computer genius utterly useless. Do you understand? After listening to Fang Zhongjing's lengthy explanation, Wang Gu finally grasped his meaning. He replied, "If you are afraid, then why not apply for an exemption from military training? Why be so entangled in this?" Fang Zhongjing nearly burst into tears upon hearing Wang Gu's words. "Do you think I want this? If it weren't for your participation, my father would never force me to go." At last, Wang Gu comprehended why this hapless individual was lamenting to him. It turned out Fang Zhongjing was attempting to persuade him not to attend so he would not have to accompany him. Resignedly, he said, "Today, when I return home, I will speak to Mr. Fang Bo. You need not accompany me. I will be absolutely safe in the military camp. And it is not a necessity for you to be by my side, is it?" Upon hearing these words, Fang Zhongjing's previously sullen expression instantly radiated youthful vitality as he grasped Wang Gu's hand and proclaimed him his lifelong good brother. Wang Gu, looking at Fang Zhongjing, found himself simultaneously amused and exasperated. After class, as Fang Zhongjing had wished, he conveyed the good news of his non-requirement for accompaniment to Fang Bo, who also breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware of his son's limited courage. He had never even watched action films, let alone considered joining a military camp. The following day marked the gathering for their departure to the military camp. Just before they set off, Fang Zhongjing gifted Wang Gu a mobile phone, accompanied by a manual, informing him that this device was crafted by himself and should not be underestimated. Wang Gu, pleased by Fang Zhongjing's earnest demeanor, gladly accepted the gift. Despite being unaware of its specific functions, he transferred his SIM card into the phone made by Fang Zhongjing and, prior to their departure, informed Fei Er that he would be undergoing military training and could not personally attend the bar to sign the contract, thus asking Fei Er to do so on his behalf. The school bus from Yen University transported the students to the military camp, where the freshmen bid farewell to their parents and the school, filled with a sense of novelty and excitement as they faced the iron-willed atmosphere of the camp. Within the military camp, all departments and classes were organized into squads, and due to the small number of students in the archaeology department, it was impossible for them to form an independent unit. Coincidentally, another department at Yen University, the aviation major, also had a limited number of students due to its high physical requirements, which deterred many. Prior to the merging of squads, the archaeology students were reluctant to team up with students from other departments, voicing their opposition. However, when the aviation students arrived, all dissenting voices vanished in an instant. In the realm of aviation studies, the demographic is not solely composed of pilots. It also encompasses air marshals and, most notably, flight attendants. The latter group often finds themselves the object of admiration from the somewhat hormonally charged male students of the archaeology department, who gaze at them with a fervent intensity, undeterred by the disapproving glances from aspiring pilots and air marshals. Wang Gu observed his peers, their eyes glinting with a wolfish hunger, and shook his head in resignation, reflecting on the irresistible allure of the opposite sex. On his way, Wang Gu discerned an intriguing predicament. The archaeology department boasted a mere 3 female students, all of whom fortuitously opted out of military training. Thus, the archaeology cohort was decidedly a fraternity of monks, but fortunately, it had merged with the aviation department, featuring tall, vibrant future flight attendants capable of soothing the restless spirits of these young men. While the archaeology students continued to scan the ranks of flight attendants in search of their idealized goddess, a commanding voice suddenly echoed through the air. "Attention!" A military officer strode purposefully to the front of the formation. Wang Gu's response to the command was instinctive. His body reacted even before his mind could process the command. This was not merely a matter of reflex speed. His years of rigorous physical training had instilled a conditioned response to commands. Amidst the casual demeanor of the military, Wang Gu's exemplary conduct in the front row undoubtedly caught the officer's attention, who pointed at him and ordered, "Step forward." Wang Gu complied without hesitation. The officer, observing closely, nodded approvingly. This young man possessed the essence of a soldier. He addressed the assembly. "From this day forth, I shall be your training officer for the next month. My surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Tian. This young man I have singled out shall be your class leader. When I am absent, his words will represent my commands. Report." At this moment, a tall student stepped out of the line and sprinted to the front, announcing to the instructor, "I refuse to comply." Observing the student's running form, Even the seasoned veteran Zhou Tian had to admit it was quite exemplary. However, the student's words provoked Instructor Zhou. In all his years of military training, it was indeed the first time he encountered a student who openly defied the instructor's orders upon their very first meeting. If you refuse, very well. Run 10 laps around the playground and complete it within 15 minutes. Failure to do so means you will forfeit your meal. Report. I refuse as well. 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 4 additional voices echoed in response. Stepping out of line. Instructor Zhou's expression darkened. As a soldier, obedience to orders is paramount. It was astonishing that 5 individuals would openly contest such a simple directive. The 4 students then appeared before Zhou, and as he scrutinized them, he noticed they all possessed a certain military demeanor akin to the first student. Without overthinking, he declared, "Since you 4 are also unwilling to comply, you shall follow the same rules as that student. I shall not repeat myself. You 5 will commence running now." The command was executed in perfect unison. Hearing their synchronized response, even Instructor Zhou had to concede that these young individuals were indeed remarkable. However, a soldier must embody pride tempered with humility, not arrogance. Given their excessive pride, it was only fitting that he would temper their bravado. As Instructor Zhou was lost in thought, Wang Gu, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Report, Instructor. I wish to engage in some physical exercise as well. Please allow me to run alongside them, though I do not intend to contradict your wishes." The instructor regarded this class leader, whom he had just commanded, with curiosity. Could it be that this lad was indeed one of them? Very well, since you have made this request of your own accord, you may join them. However, should you fail to complete the run, you shall not be permitted to have lunch. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Wang Gu dashed towards the playground, striving to catch up with the others. As Instructor Zhou observed Wang Gu in motion, an odd sensation washed over him. Despite Wang Gu's exertion, he appeared to glide effortlessly, akin to a swallow in flight. Zhou Tian felt that this group of students was extraordinary. Turning back to the remaining students, he declared, "Remember my words. From this day forth, in this military camp, you are permitted to utter only yes. Understood? No, and heed this clearly. Do you understand?" Understood. The students, having just witnessed Instructor Zhou administer punishment to 5 of their peers, expressed their response with an earnestness that reflected their apprehension towards this new instructor. Their unified exclamation resonated robustly, meeting the military standards of clarity and cohesion. Observing their current demeanor, Instructor Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that at least there would be no need for further drills and vocal commands. Feeling the penetrating gaze of Fang Zhengzheng, Wang Gu shifted uncomfortably and inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Zhengzheng chuckled softly and replied, "Originally, my father had asked me to accompany a friend's child, which I had declined. However, upon seeing you, I decided to comply." Wang Gu was perplexed, pondering how it was impossible for you to be the illegitimate child of my father, given your appearance. It was utterly inconceivable. Thus, I acquiesced to my father's request and decided to consider you as a companion. This peculiar theory was something Wang Gu had never encountered in his life. The arduous class finally came to an end, and upon Director Zheng's announcement of dismissal, Fang Zhengzheng earnestly addressed Wang Gu, saying, "Greetings, young Master Wang. I must apologize for my previous demeanor. It was a necessary course of action within the class, so I hope you do not take offense." Observing the stark contrast in Fang Zhengzheng's behavior, Wang Gu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, musing internally. This fellow possesses a remarkable talent. His duplicity is truly astounding. Consequently, Wang Gu replied, "Very well, please refrain from calling me young master. I prefer the previous version of you, as it evokes a sense of familiarity, akin to that of classmates. Oh, in Huaxia dialect, that would be brother. Since you consent, I shall revert to my true self." "After all, being overly formal is not at all in my nature," Fang Zhengzheng responded, as he returned to his previous demeanor just a minute after adopting a serious tone. Wang Gu could not help but think, will I have to endure 4 years of university life alongside such an eccentric? With a sense of resignation, Wang Gu and Fang Zhengzheng made their way back to the villa, where Fang Zhengzheng, at Wang Gu's invitation, also moved in. The onset of freshman year was invariably marked by military training. As one of the premier institutions in Huaxia, Yanjing University conducted its military training within a formal military camp, ensuring that its students could genuinely embody the spirit of a soldier. As Director Zheng announced the details of the military training, a chorus of lamentation filled the classroom. Alas, how could it be that I, the charming and dashing Fang Zhengzheng, must venture into such a formidable environment. If I were to encounter any mishap in the barracks, leaving me with some dreadful after-effects, it would undoubtedly be the greatest loss that Yin University has faced in a century. Wang Gu cast a sidelong glance at this self-indulgent and deluded figure, the corpulent Fang Zhengzheng. Rubbing his forehead, he remarked, "Fang Zhengzheng, could you refrain from such narcissism? I can hardly tolerate such behavior in others." As a nobleman raised in Europe, it was indeed rare for anyone to behave frivolously in Wang Gu's presence, and even more so to display such egotism. Wang Gu was truly exasperated by Fang Zhengzheng's outrageousness. In response, Fang Zhengzheng, with utmost seriousness, addressed Wang Gu, saying, "Wang Gu, I am aware that you have always perceived me, Fang Zhengzheng, as a fool. I concede that I am. But there is one truth I must assert. I am indeed a prodigy in computing, and I have been granted direct admission to the computer science department at Yin University. What terrifies me most is the military camp, particularly the sight of soldiers wielding firearms, which makes my legs weak with fear. If there are any shooting drills or cannon practices during this training, I fear I might faint. Should this have any adverse effects on my brain or result in lingering repercussions, it would severely impact the logic required for my programming skills, rendering this computer genius utterly useless. Do you understand?" After listening to Fang Zhengzheng's lengthy monologue, Wang Gu finally grasped his meaning. He then responded, "If you are so afraid, why not simply apply for an exemption from the military training? There is no need to be so entangled in your thoughts." Fang Zhengzheng, upon hearing Wang Gu's words, felt an overwhelming urge to weep, exclaiming, "Do you think I desire this? If it weren't for your participation, would my father force me to go?" At long last, Wang Gu comprehended the reason behind the lamentations of this portly fellow. It was evident that he sought to dissuade him from attending, thus relieving himself of the obligation to accompany him. Resignedly, he stated, "Upon returning home today, I shall inform Mr. Fang Bo that you need not accompany me. I shall be perfectly safe in the military camp, and your presence there is not a necessity, is it?" Upon hearing these words, Fang Zhengzheng's previously morose expression instantly radiated with youthful exuberance as he grasped Wang Gu's hand and declared, "You are my lifelong brother." Wang Gu looked at Fang Zhengzheng, bemused yet amused. After class, as per Fang Zhengzheng's wishes, he conveyed the news of his exemption from accompaniment to Fang Bo, who sighed in relief. He understood that his son possessed a measure of courage, having never even watched a gunfight film, let alone venture into a military camp. The following day marked the gathering for their departure to the military camp. Just before their departure, Fang Zhengzheng gifted Wang Gu a mobile phone, accompanied by a user manual, assuring him that this device was crafted by his own hands and should not be underestimated. Wang Gu, witnessing Fang Zhengzheng's earnest demeanor, joyfully accepted this gift. Despite being unaware of its specific functionalities, he transferred his SIM card into the phone created by Fang Zhengzheng, and prior to their departure, he informed Fei Er that he would be attending military training and could not personally sign the contract at the bar, requesting Fei Er to do so on his behalf. The university bus from Yin University transported the students to the military camp, where the freshmen bid farewell to their parents and school, filled with a sense of novelty and excitement in the face of the ironclad atmosphere of the camp. Within the military camp, all departments and classes are organized into companies, and the archaeology department, being relatively smaller in size, cannot form an independent company. Coincidentally, there exists another department at Yin University with a similarly limited number of students, namely the aviation department. The stringent physical requirements of the program deter many potential candidates. Prior to the merger of the companies, students from the archaeology department were reluctant to team up with those from other departments, expressing unanimous opposition. However, upon the arrival of students from the aviation department, all dissenting voices vanished in an instant. The aviation cohort comprises not only pilots and air marshals, but also flight attendants, which ignited a fervent interest among the male students of the archaeology department, who gazed at the flight attendants with an almost predatory intensity, disregarding the warning glances from the future pilots and air marshals. Wang Gu observed his classmates, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable desire, and shook his head in resignation, lamenting the irresistible allure of the opposite sex. On the way, Wang Gu noticed a peculiar fact. There were only 3 female students in the archaeology department, and fortuitously, none of them had attended the military training. Thus, the archaeology department was indeed akin to a monastery. Thankfully, with the merger with the aviation department, the presence of tall, Youthful and vibrant future flight attendants could soothe the restless hearts of these young men. Just as the archaeology boys were still searching the ranks of flight attendants for their idealized goddess, a commanding voice rang out. Attention! An officer dashed to the front of the formation. Upon receiving the directive, Wangu's physical response eclipsed even his cognitive reaction. This wasn't merely a matter of swiftness, but rather a conditioned reflex cultivated through rigorous physical training since childhood. In the otherwise languid military environment, Wangu's exemplary conduct immediately caught the instructor's attention. "You step forward," the instructor commanded. Wangu promptly executed the order. The instructor, observing with a discerning eye, nodded inwardly. "This lad has potential. He embodies the spirit of a soldier." He mused. "Esteemed students," he announced, "from this day forward, I shall be your instructor for this month-long military training. My surname is Zhou, and I am known as Zhou Tian. The student I have just indicated shall serve as your class leader. In my absence, his words shall carry the weight of my commands." Reporting. Breaking ranks, a towering student sprinted to the fore of the formation. Reporting. "Instructor, I object." Even Zhou Tian, a seasoned veteran, couldn't deny the precision of the student's movements. However, the student's challenge stung the instructor. In his extensive tenure overseeing countless training sessions, this was the first instance of encountering a student who openly defied his authority from the outset. "You object, do you?" Zhou retorted. 10 laps around the field in 15 minutes. Failure to comply will result in forfeiture of your meal. Are there any other dissenters? Reporting. "I object as well." Reporting. "So do I." Reporting. "Same here." Reporting. "Me too." For additional voices echoed in succession. Step forward. Instructor Zhou's countenance darkened. As a soldier, he held the tenet of obedience above all else. The fact that 5 individuals openly contested such a straightforward personnel assignment was disconcerting. As 4 individuals appeared before Instructor Zhou, he squinted his eyes, recognizing in them the same military demeanor that characterized the previous student. Without overthinking, Instructor Zhou addressed them. "Since you 4 are equally unconvinced, you shall adhere to the same rules as that student. I shall not reiterate them. You 5 will commence your run in unison." The synchrony of their footsteps compelled even Instructor Zhou to acknowledge their exceptional qualities. However, he understood that a soldier must possess resilience, not arrogance. Given the evident pride of these students, he resolved to temper their hubris. While Instructor Zhou was deep in thought, Wang Gu, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, "Report, instructor. I too wish to engage in physical exercise. Please permit me to run alongside them, though I do not intend to defy your authority." Intrigued by the class leader's initiative, Instructor Zhou pondered whether he was indeed allied with the others. "Very well, since you have made the request, you may join them. However, if you fail to complete the run, you shall forfeit your lunch." Upon receiving this directive, Wang Gu promptly set off towards the track, pursuing the figures ahead. Observing Wang Gu in motion, Instructor Zhou experienced an unexpected impression. Though he was running, Wang Gu seemed to glide effortlessly, reminiscent of a swallow. Zhou perceived that this group of students was remarkable. Turning back to address the remaining students, he declared, "Remember my words, from this day forth. Within the confines of the military camp, the only permissible responses are yes, understood, or clearly heard. Understood? Just now, I witnessed Instructor Zhou administering punishment to 5 students, who still harbored a palpable fear of this new commanding officer. The command understood was shouted with great fervor, achieving a resounding and synchronized quality that adhered to military standards. Observing the students' current demeanor, Instructor Zhou felt a measure of satisfaction, contemplating that at least there would be no need for further drills after this call. Chapter 13. A contest of instructors. Wang Gu swiftly approached the 5 individuals, ultimately aligning himself with them in a single file. Upon noticing Wang Gu's arrival, the group intentionally enclosed him in their midst. One of the first to express dissent remarked, "Kid, do you have some connection to this battalion?" Wang Gu, taken aback by the question, replied, "Why do you ask me that? I've only been in Huaxiao for less than a week. How could I possibly have ties to the military?" The others were clearly skeptical, as a shorter individual retorted, "How? Don't believe this kid. He is clearly flaunting his position as class leader by joining us for a run. You should inquire about it. When has anyone from Yanjing Academy ever bowed their head to others?" Wang Gu found their accusations baffling. He thought to himself, "What does your background have to do with me? I simply wanted to exercise, having not trained regularly since arriving in Huaxia. Seeing you all being punished with laps, I felt compelled to join in." Yet, the instructor inexplicably declared that if I didn't finish, I wouldn't be allowed to eat. It doesn't matter. I am determined to complete the run. The inexplicable hostility from the others left Wang Gu both perplexed and quite displeased. After some contemplation, the leader, referred to as Hao Gu, remarked, "Let us not be obstinate. The truth lies in our performance. We have all practiced running since childhood. Let us train, and if you surpass us, we shall acknowledge you as our leader. However, should you fail to outpace us, you must seek out the instructor and request that he transfer the leadership position to me, stating it was your own volition, understood?" Wang Gu, clearly perturbed by the antics of these individuals, retorted, "Since you are so keen on competition, it would be unreasonable for me not to indulge your desires." With that, an agreement was reached. As soon as the words were spoken, they all accelerated simultaneously. Wang Gu observed them hastening away, yet he remained unhurried, maintaining a steady acceleration in his running. The 5 individuals at the front soon realized that Wang Gu was not keeping pace, prompting them to slow down. In reality, sudden bursts of speed are detrimental to running. The body struggles to adapt to abrupt changes, which places undue strain on it and is a rather unsafe method of running. Nevertheless, their competitive spirit compelled them to act otherwise, and this sudden increase in pace left them feeling somewhat unwell. Once they slowed down, it became quite challenging to regain their earlier speed. In contrast, Wang Gu, having grown up in Europe, was accustomed to a diet that emphasized both nutrition and natural ingredients, resulting in a superior physical constitution compared to these 5 young men who had been raised on communal military rations. Wang Gu consistently maintained himself in a state of uniform acceleration, gradually diminishing the gap between himself and the 5 individuals ahead. They, too, became acutely aware of the approaching competitor and began to exert themselves fervently to accelerate. However, they soon realized that their bodies felt significantly more strained compared to their usual pace, and their energy expenditure was markedly greater. Even their breathing patterns became somewhat erratic. In the midst of their struggle, Wang Gu overtook them on the outer track, continuing to sprint forward with unyielding acceleration. The 5 watched his receding figure, their brows furrowing in concern. The leader, Hao Gu, remarked, "It seems this fellow possesses a remarkable ability. Regardless of which academy he hails from, since he has outpaced us, we shall acknowledge him as the class leader and seek retribution during practical exercises. For now, what truly matters is completing our run and getting to lunch." Upon hearing Hao Ji's words, the others fell silent. Hao Gu was aware of their dissatisfaction. He, too, felt a sense of indignation. Yet, having previously made a declaration, he understood the necessity of adhering to it. This was the temperament of those emerging from prestigious institutions. Wang Gu glanced back and observed that they had resumed running at their own pace. He nodded in approval, recognizing that they were not accelerating blindly. Evidently, Hao Gu had advised them to conserve their energy for the task at hand. The group exhibited a commendable military-like discipline, with Hao Gu serving as their captain. Wang Gu successfully completed 10 laps in under 13 minutes, surpassing the instructor's requirement by more than 2 minutes. Upon returning to the team, he coincidentally arrived just as the instructor concluded his briefing and prepared to lead the group to the dining hall. Zhou Tian, noticing Wang Gu's return, appeared incredulous. Assuming that Wang Gu had faltered, with a frown darkening his features, he questioned, "Did you actually finish?" In a rather unfriendly tone. "Report, instructor, I have completed the run." "Nonsense, you finished while the others are still running? You may choose not to run, but you must never lie to your superiors." Zhou Tian was evidently angered by Wang Gu's response. At that moment, someone in the ranks reported, "Instructor, the class leader has completed the task." I witnessed it with my own eyes. The speaker was a female classmate, exuding confidence in her military uniform. Zhou Tian was taken aback that someone would speak in defense of this fellow, and he asked, "If you witnessed it, why were you staring at him?" Zhou Tian intentionally posed this question, implying, what business does a girl have fixating on a running boy? A crush? He doubted she would dare to utter such words. To his surprise, the girl replied, because he volunteered to participate in the run and surpass the previous few who attempted it. Her words were unapologetically blunt, referring to Hao Gu and his group as waste. Coincidentally, at that moment, the 5 of them returned, panting heavily. Upon hearing the girl's remark, they could only smile wryly, thinking, only after running can one truly appreciate how fast this guy is. He barely seemed to breathe after 10 laps. The instructor, noticing their return, inquired, "You 5? Tell me, did he complete the task?" He pointed at Wang Gu. Wang Gu looked at the instructor, internally dismissing the instructor's skepticism. After catching their breath, Hao Gu stepped forward and stated, "Report, He completed the task, and he did so with remarkable speed, surpassing us who executed the task earlier. At this, Zhou Tian felt somewhat embarrassed and turned to Wang Gu, only to find him gazing back with a look of disdain. Anger surged within him as he addressed the young man, declaring that regardless of whatever treasures he possessed at home, he was now under his command and merely one of his soldiers. "Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes," he said with palpable contempt. Wang Gu, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed that the likes of him were hardly worthy of respect. His words rippled through the ranks like a bombshell, eliciting a significant reaction from the crowd. The archaeology students gazed at Wang Gu with obvious admiration, well aware that he belonged to their department. The arrival of such a bold individual, who dared to challenge the instructor, indicated that their small department from Yin University was poised for prominence. Wang Gu's assertions were not unfounded. Indeed, while this instructor could manage military training for university students, he was grossly unprepared for Wang Gu, who had been trained in martial arts from a young age. Under the tutelage of a mercenary named Dracula, Wang Gu had undergone rigorous training akin to that of a hired soldier. He had even participated in several missions alongside them, which, while lacking the chaos of warfare, were fraught with peril, each task a brush with death. Zhou Tian could hardly believe that this newly appointed class leader would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Infuriated, he retorted, "It seems you are a fool who will not weep until faced with the grave. It is time to discipline you pampered young masters so you may truly understand the essence of military training." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the assembly, and the students, feeling the fury of their instructor's glare, lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes, while his piercing gaze scrutinized the 5 individuals among them. "Continue. Young man, I shall refrain from intervening. Let us merely compare our physical prowess. You claim I am unworthy to be your instructor, so I invite you to enlighten me on my shortcomings," Wang Gu stated solemnly. "Very well. How shall we compete?" Instructor Zhou smirked and replied, "Let us begin with push-ups, 100 each." "Not a problem," Wang Gu retorted, for push-ups were child's play for him. In the realm of mercenaries, the standard was a mere 300 to qualify, 400 to be deemed proficient, and 500 to prove oneself an exceptional mercenary. Ignoring the spectators, the 2 men dropped to the ground and commenced their push-ups. The classmates assumed the role of judges, yet only 6 individuals truly grasped the essence of their contest. Hao Gu, his 5 companions, and the girl conversing with Wang Gu. They recognized that the conventional military standard for push-ups mandated the arms to remain tightly alongside the body, with the torso lowered until the elbows were parallel and the forearms upright. Although both adhered to the same side-aligned form, it was evident that Wang Gu's technique was far more precise. Each descent brought his nose nearly to the ground. As they maintained equal repetitions, the disparity in their strengths became apparent. 99, 100, the crowd counted. The instructor rose from the ground, while Wang Gu, with a surge of strength, stood upright with grace. The students were captivated by Wang Gu's suave demeanor as he rose, showering him with applause and cheers. Zhou Tian gazed in astonishment at the young man who had just engaged in a push-up contest with him. He reflected on the fact that he had spent 5 years in the military, enduring countless push-ups and hardships to attain his current physique. To his surprise, a freshman who had only recently left his parents was capable of matching him. Moreover, during their contest, Zhou Tian observed that Wang Gu's push-up movements exhibited a greater range than his own. Aware that he was outmatched, Zhou Tian understood the importance of maintaining a soldier's dignity and declared, "All right, for the next round, are you brave enough to accept?" Wang Gu, without a moment's hesitation, boldly replied, "Just compete, I will certainly accept." His audacious words elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, captivating his classmates with his effortless charm. Students from the archaeology department were the first to chant Wang Gu's name, and soon the entire formation echoed with his name in unison. Observing the surge of enthusiasm, Wang Gu casually gestured for them to tone it down. As the cheers gradually subsided, he inquired, "What shall we compete in?" Zhou Tian, evidently taken aback by his unpopularity, retorted in a fit of embarrassment, "Sit-ups, 100 of them, whoever is faster." Wang Gu immediately responded, "Sure, but I need someone to hold my legs down, preferably not a girl." No sooner had Wang Gu finished speaking than several people rushed forward, including a few aspiring flight attendants from the aviation department, prompting him to clarify, "No girls, please." Just as a throng of students was about to reach Wang Gu, they were suddenly intercepted by a few individuals. Among them was Hao Gu, who declared, "I'll assist you with leg support." Wang Gu curled the corners of his mouth slightly and nodded. The instructor also enlisted the help of a heavier student to assist with leg pressing, and the second round of their contest was about to commence. Wang Gu swiftly made his way towards the 5 individuals, ultimately joining them in a line, while the others, upon noticing Wang Gu's arrival, intentionally encircled him. Among them, the first to express his discontent remarked, "Kid, do you have some connection with this battalion?" Wang Gu, taken aback by the inquiry, responded, "Why do you ask me that? I have just arrived in Huaxiao for less than a week. How could I possibly have ties to the military camp?" The others were evidently skeptical, as a shorter fellow interjected, "How Gu, don't believe this kid. Clearly, he has become a class leader and still came here to run with us. If that's not showing off, then what is? You should inquire about it." When have the sons of Yanjing ever bowed their heads to anyone? Wang Gu found their remarks bewildering. He thought to himself, "What does it matter where you all come from? I merely ceased my regular training routine since arriving in Huaxiao, and upon witnessing these individuals being punished with laps, I felt an urge to engage in some exercise." The instructor, inexplicably, announced that if I did not complete the run, I would be denied food. It was of no consequence. I was certain I could finish. The inexplicable hostility from the others left Wang Gu perplexed and exceedingly displeased. Upon contemplation, the leader, known as Hao Gu, articulated, "Let us not be stubborn. The truth will be revealed through our actions. We have all practiced running since childhood. Let us train together. If you manage to outrun us, we shall acknowledge you as our class leader. However, if you do not succeed, you must seek the instructor and request that he relinquish the position to me, under the pretense that it was your own choice. Do you understand?" Wang Gu, clearly agitated by their provocations, responded, "If you are so fond of competition, it would be remiss of me not to indulge your desires." With that, they all accelerated simultaneously. Wang Gu observed their hasty departure without urgency, maintaining a steady pace of gradual acceleration. The 5 runners at the forefront soon realized that Wang Gu was not pursuing them, prompting them to slow down. In truth, sudden bursts of speed during running are highly inadvisable, as the body struggles to adapt to such abrupt changes, placing undue strain on it, a practice that is far from safe. Yet, their competitive spirits compelled them to push themselves, resulting in discomfort. Once they eased their pace, regaining speed became a formidable challenge. In contrast, Wang Gu, having grown up in Europe, had always been accustomed to a diet that emphasized both nutrition and natural ingredients, thereby ensuring his physical condition surpassed that of these 5 young men, who had dined on communal meals alongside soldiers since childhood. Wang Gu consistently maintained himself in a state of uniform acceleration, gradually diminishing the gap between himself and the 5 individuals ahead. The latter group soon realized that the pursuer was gaining on them and thus began to exert themselves in a desperate bid to accelerate further. However, they quickly discovered that their bodies were straining significantly more than usual, and the energy expenditure was markedly greater, causing their breathing rhythms to become increasingly erratic. In the midst of their struggle, Wang Gu surged past them from the outside, continuing to run forward with unyielding acceleration. As the 5 observed Wang Gu's retreating figure, their brows furrowed in contemplation. The leader, Hao Gu, remarked, "It seems this fellow truly possesses some talent, regardless of which academy he hails from, since he has outpaced us. We shall acknowledge him as the class leader and seek our retribution during practical exercises. What matters most to us at this juncture is completing the run in time for lunch." Upon hearing Hao Ji's words, the others fell silent, aware of their own dissatisfaction. Hao Gu himself harbored similar feelings, yet understood the importance of adhering to their earlier commitment. Such was the temperament of those who emerged from the prestigious academy. Wang Gu glanced back, observing that they had resumed their pace, nodding in approval. The group clearly refrained from mindless acceleration, evidently under the guidance of Hao Gu, who had advised them to conserve their energy for the task at hand. The camaraderie among them reflected a military-like hierarchy, with Hao Gu serving as their captain. Wang Gu successfully completed 10 laps in under 13 minutes, surpassing the instructor's requirement by over 2 minutes. Upon returning to the team, he fortuitously arrived just as the instructor concluded his briefing, preparing to lead them to the mess hall. When Shou Tian saw Wang Gu's return, disbelief washed over him. He had assumed Wang Gu would falter. Contemplating this, Shou Tian's expression darkened as he questioned, "Did you really finish?" His tone laced with skepticism. "Report to the instructor. I have completed the run." "Utter nonsense. What speed could you possibly have achieved while the others are still running? You may choose not to run, but you must not deceive your superiors." Shou Tian was evidently incensed by Wang Gu's response. At that moment, a voice from the ranks spoke up, "Report to the instructor." The class leader has completed the task. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The speaker was a female classmate, her military attire accentuating her spirited demeanor. Zhou Tian, clearly taken aback by someone defending this fellow, retorted, "If you claim to have witnessed it, why were you staring at him?" Zhou Tian posed the question deliberately. What business does a girl have staring at a running boy? A crush, perhaps? To his surprise, the girl replied, "Because he voluntarily requested to participate in the run and surpassed the previous few runners who were utterly useless." Her words were unflinchingly blunt, effectively labeling Hao Gu and his group as inept. Coincidentally, at that moment, the five of them returned, panting heavily. Upon hearing the girl's remark, they exchanged wry smiles. Reflecting, only after running could one truly appreciate how fast this guy is. He hardly seemed winded after 10 laps. The instructor, noticing their return, inquired, "You five, tell me, did he complete the task?" He gestured towards Wang Gu. Wang Gu met the instructor's gaze, internally scoffing at the doubt cast upon him. After catching their breath, it was Hao Gu who stepped forward, stating, "Report, he has completed the task, and at a speed that exceeded ours, who executed the task earlier." At this, Zhou Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment, turning to Wang Gu, only to find him looking back with an expression of disdain. Anger surged within him as he addressed the young man, declaring that regardless of the treasures one might possess at home, in his presence, he was merely a soldier under his command. "Do not dare to regard me with such disdain," Wang Gu retorted haughtily. His words rippled through the ranks like a bombshell, eliciting a significant reaction from the crowd. The archaeology students observed Wang Gu with evident admiration, for they were well aware that he belonged to their department. With their recent arrival at the military camp, the emergence of such a bold individual willing to confront the instructor signaled a promising future for their small, yet formidable faction at Yin University. Wang Gu's assertion held merit. Indeed, this instructor was competent in training university students, yet he fell short in comparison to Wang Gu's extensive experience. Trained in martial arts from a young age by Dracula, Wang Gu had undergone mercenary-style training and had even participated in several missions alongside them. Although these assignments lacked the intensity of a battlefield, each was fraught with peril, a constant brush with death. Zhou Tian was taken aback by the audacity of this newly appointed class leader, who dared to speak to him in such a manner. With rising ire, he retorted, "It seems you are not one to weep until confronted with reality. It is high time to teach you pampered youths a lesson about military training." With that, he cast a sweeping glance over the ranks, and upon meeting the furious gaze of the instructor, the students lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact, while Zhou Tian's piercing gaze swept mercilessly over the 5 individuals in their group. "Continue, young man. I shall refrain from intervening. Let us merely compare our physical capabilities. You claim I am unworthy to be your instructor, so allow you to enlighten me on my shortcomings." Wang Gu intoned gravely. "How shall we measure this?" Instructor Zhou scoffed. "Let us commence with push-ups, 100 each." "Not a problem," Wang Gu replied, for push-ups were child's play to him. To say 100 was insufficient would be an understatement. According to mercenary standards, 300 was merely adequate, 400 commendable, and 500 would certify one as an exceptional mercenary. Disregarding the onlookers, the 2 men promptly positioned themselves on the ground and began their push-up challenge. The classmates took on the role of referees, yet only 6 individuals, including Hao Gu and the girl conversing with Wang Gu, truly comprehended the significance of their competition. The standard for push-ups in the military necessitated that the arms be tightly pressed against the sides of the body, the torso lowered in alignment with the elbows, and the forearms held vertical. Despite the same form, it was evident that Wang Gu's execution was considerably more precise. Each descent brought his nose nearly to the ground, and as they maintained the same count, the disparity in their prowess was unmistakable. 99, 100. The crowd counted aloud as the instructor rose from the ground, while Wang Gu, with a powerful push, sprang upright. The students were captivated by Wang Gu's effortless rise, erupting into applause and cheers for his impressive display. Zhou Tian gazed at the youth with whom he had just engaged in a push-up contest, feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. He had spent 5 years in the military, enduring countless push-ups and hardships to attain his current physique. To his surprise, a freshman who had only recently departed from his parents was capable of matching him. And during their competition, Zhou Tian observed that Wang Gu's range of motion in the push-ups surpassed his own. Aware that he was outmatched, Zhou Tian, however, could not afford to lose face as a soldier. He declared, "All right, for the next round, are you brave enough to continue?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gu responded. Just compete. I shall rise to the challenge. His audacious words elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, captivating the audience with his casual charisma. Students from the archaeology department were the first to chant Wang Gu's name, and soon the fervor spread throughout the ranks, culminating in a unified roar echoing his name. Observing the crowd's enthusiasm, Wang Gu nonchalantly gestured for them to tone it down. As the clamor gradually subsided, Wang Gu inquired, "What shall we compete in?" Zhou Tian, evidently taken aback by his lack of popularity, felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted, "Sit-ups, 100 of them. Who can complete them faster?" Wang Gu, without a second thought, replied, "Who will assist me in leg pressing?" "Well, not the girls." No sooner had he spoken than numerous individuals surged toward him, including several future flight attendants from the aviation department, prompting him to clarify, "No girls, please." Just as a throng was about to reach Wang Gu, they were suddenly intercepted by a few individuals. Among them was Hao Gu. Hao Gu declared, "I will help you with leg pressing." Wang Gu's lips curled slightly, and he nodded. The instructor selected a slightly heavier classmate to assist with leg presses, and the second round of their contest was about to commence. Chapter 14. Plan B. Zhou Tian glanced at Wang Gu and raised an eyebrow, signaling the start. Wang Gu remained nonchalant, facing such an ordinary soldier. He deemed it unnecessary to take the matter seriously. His casual demeanor elicited gasps from his classmates in formation. Now, Hao Gu was completely captivated by Wang Gu. From the initial laps to the subsequent push-up contest, he exhibited no signs of fatigue or breathlessness. As they were about to engage in sit-ups, one couldn't help but wonder if Wang Gu was some sort of superhuman. The competitors prepared to begin, and a classmate emerged from the ranks, volunteering to serve as the timekeeper, smartphone in hand. The two contestants lay flat on the ground, their legs slightly bent, with Hao Gu and another student pressing down on their feet. With a signal to commence, the second round of competition officially began, focusing solely on speed. At the onset, if one were to assess the feelings on the field, it would undoubtedly be Hao Gu who felt the most. He alone understood that at the very start, he nearly got launched off the ground. Indeed, he was almost propelled away by Wang Gu's foot. Fortunately, Hao Gu reacted swiftly, leveraging his strength to counterbalance Wang Gu's force. Gradually, everyone began to recognize Wang Gu's astonishing speed. He moved like a fan swiftly oscillating back and forth, with Hao Gu even sensing the gust of wind generated by Wang Gu's rise. The onlookers were so entranced that they momentarily forgot to breathe, fixated on the sight of Wang Gu fervently performing sit-ups. Zhou Tian was fervently endeavoring to accelerate his sit-ups, filled with confidence this round. The reason was simple. His core strength was undoubtedly among the best in this military camp. He chose this exercise precisely because it was his forte, seeking to reclaim his dignity. However, the atmosphere on the field struck Zhou Tian as peculiar. Suddenly, it fell silent. Curiosity piqued. He glanced around, only to be taken aback, even forgetting to continue his sit-ups. Was the person beside him truly performing sit-ups? It felt as if springs had been installed behind him. Every time he lay down, he sprang back up as if cheating. Zhou Tian was baffled, unable to comprehend such astonishing speed. Among those present, only Brother Hao understood how Wang Gu accomplished his sit-ups. While anyone could perform sit-ups, he had never witnessed such a technique before. Each time Wang Gu leaned backward, he genuinely exerted himself, and the momentum of his fall propelled him upward, engaging his core muscles in the process. However, one must realize they were lying directly on the ground without any cushioning. Each impact reverberated through their backs. Brother Hao was consumed by a singular thought. "Wang Gu, do you even feel pain?" Time ticked by, and after 45 seconds had elapsed, Wang Gu's camouflage uniform was nearly worn out. Finally, Brother Hao's voice broke the trance, bringing everyone back to reality. Rising from Wang Gu's feet, he intended to lend a hand, only to be surprised as Wang Gu executed a swift maneuver, springing to his feet. His movements remained graceful and poised, and upon standing, he dusted off his uniform, for he had indeed performed those push-ups with fervor, nearly ruining the camouflage attire issued during training. Hao gazed at Wang Gu, extending his hand, and said, "I am Chen Hao. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Wang Gu grasped Chen Hao's hand, smiled, and replied, "I am Wang Gu. I look forward to your guidance." Observing that Wang Gu bore no grudge regarding the earlier race, Chen Hao nodded, his admiration for Wang Gu deepening. Wang Gu, noticing Chen Hao's silence, merely nodded in return before turning to Zhou Tian, asking, "Will the next round entail?" As Wang Gu addressed Zhou Tian, Chen Hao, standing closest to him, was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of Wang Gu's invincibility, a sensation he had previously experienced with his elder brother. How could such a feeling arise from a fellow freshman? Was it merely an illusion? Certainly, it must be an illusion. Yet, despite this uncertainty, Chen Hao felt genuine respect for Wang Gu. Children from prestigious backgrounds have always revered the strong. Zhou Tian, witnessing his own expertise in sit-ups fail to grant him an advantage, felt a profound chill settle within him. The atmosphere around him became increasingly desolate, leaving even the remnants of warmth utterly absent. This was still a freshman. Accomplishing such feats was something even seasoned veterans in their unit might struggle to achieve. At that moment, Zhou Tian recalled a remark made by the former squad leader. In future military training for freshmen, we shall inevitably encounter students with exceptional physical capabilities. For such individuals, we must adopt specialized training methods to nurture their growth, enabling them to develop a proper understanding of their responsibilities to the nation. Zhou Tian finally grasped the essence of the squad leader's words. Although he comprehended only the first half, he nonetheless felt the leader's far-sighted vision. Zhou Tian declared, "There is no need for further competition. I concede defeat." Zhou Tian's words left Wang Gu momentarily stunned, as did all the students present. Wang Gu replied, "No, no, no. Instructor Zhou, this is merely a contest of physical prowess. You have yet to engage in other competitive events, so how can you declare defeat? Moreover, you have not even tested my skills in the true military challenges." Wang Gu thought to himself, "If you concede now, will I even have the opportunity to practice marksmanship?" In truth, Wang Gu had long contemplated that if the competition continued, the military personnel would undoubtedly consider their dignity, and perhaps they would even engage in live-fire exercises, allowing him to indulge in his passion for shooting. However, he did not expect Zhou Tian to forfeit the contest so abruptly. Now, Wang Gu felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether he had perhaps played too much, discouraging Zhou Tian from continuing the fight. Zhou Tian, on the other hand, mused, "You little rascal. Do you truly believe I lack shame? You wish to challenge me with military exercises? If I were to lose again, it would not merely be a matter of personal pride." After a prolonged silence, as if weighing a significant decision, he inquired, "You are Wang Gu, correct? I would like to extend an invitation for you to join a special military training camp. Would you accept?" Wang Gu furrowed his brow and asked, "What is a special military training camp?" Noticing that Wang Gu did not outright decline, Zhou Tian elaborated. "The Special Military Training Camp is a program affiliated with our Military District Special Forces, tailored specifically to provide you with a military training experience based on their rigorous curriculum." Without a hint of hesitation, Wang Gu responded, "I would certainly not pass up such a splendid opportunity. I accept." He thought to himself, the Special Forces must be exhilarating. Meanwhile, the students began to whisper among themselves, discussing how this was no ordinary college military training. A special forces training camp was unheard of in such contexts, and they hesitated about whether to inform the school authorities. As Wang Gu overheard the hushed discussions among his classmates, he spoke up, "Dear classmates, this is my personal decision, and I hope you can respect it and allow me to try my hand at the special training camp." Zhou Tian, suddenly struck by a realization, quickly interjected, "I apologize. Everyone, it was my oversight for not clarifying earlier. I would like to formally inform you all that the special training camp is not an unauthorized class set up by the military. It is a collaboration that has existed between the military district and Yin University for quite some time. The reason you are unaware of it is that, until now, no one has met the required standards. If someone does meet the criteria, they will be invited by an instructor to join the special training camp for unique military training. The administration at Yin University is fully aware of this program. However, so far, no student has qualified. As it stands, Wang Gu is poised to be the first to embark on this initiative." With a broad smile, Zhou Tian gazed at Wang Gu. Wang Gu, maintaining a serious demeanor, looked at Zhou Tian and inquired, "Instructor, may I ask if participating in this special training class will result in additional points toward my conduct score?" Zhou Tian, initially maintaining a grave expression, was taken aback by Wang Gu's question. After a brief moment of surprise, he replied, "This matter falls under your school's jurisdiction, so I am not entirely informed. However, I believe there should be some form of recognition. Furthermore, should you choose to enlist in the military after graduation, this special training experience may elevate you directly to the rank of second lieutenant." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao slowly clenched his fists and stated, "Report, instructor. I wish to inquire about the process of applying to participate in the special training camp." Zhou Tian glanced at Chen Hao and replied, "If you wish to join, You must at least surpass an instructor in physical fitness, akin to how Wang Gu just challenged me, or defeat an instructor in combat skills. That would suffice to meet the requirements. A fierce determination ignited in Chen Hao's eyes, yet amidst this fervor, there sparkled a hint of wisdom. He proclaimed, "Report, Instructor Yan. I, the freshman Chen Hao, challenge you to a test of physical fitness." Chen Hao's declaration momentarily stunned Zhou Tian, nearly causing him to choke with indignation. "I have just completed an intense workout," Zhou Tian thought, "and here you are, immediately challenging me. What a stroke of misfortune." However, to uphold his dignity, he could not refuse. Having not yet competed against Wang Gu, he felt a surge of determination, doubting that these students could truly be as exceptional as they appeared. "All right, you little rascal. Let us see what you've got," he responded. They agreed to compete in the same two categories. Although Zhou Tian had indeed exerted himself fully in his earlier match against Wang Gu, he felt somewhat drained. Nevertheless, he wagered that Chen Hao would not possess the same extraordinary abilities as Wang Gu. To his expectations, while Chen Hao was indeed not on par with Wang Gu, he was not to be underestimated, being a product of military training. In a rematch, Zhou Tian would certainly not accept defeat. However, the exhaustion from his previous bout with Wang Gu had taken a toll, resulting in a narrow loss to Chen Hao. Ultimately, Chen Hao succeeded in securing his qualification to advance to the special training camp, just as he had wished. As Chen Hao's 4 followers beheld the scene, their eyes instantly reddened, gazing at Zhou Tian with a hunger akin to famished wolves fixated on their prey. The blatant intensity of their stares sent Zhou Tian's heart racing, prompting him to quickly declare that due to excessive physical exertion that day, he would prefer to postpone any competitions until another time. If they were eager, he could arrange for other instructors to challenge them. Zhou Tian's words fell upon the 4 like a bucket of cold water, dousing their fervor entirely. They shared an awkward laugh. Wang Gu glanced at Chen Hao and then at his 4 companions, unable to suppress a chuckle. The children emerging from the military academy harbored a peculiar fascination for special forces, yet Zhou, their instructor, was not naive. He understood that his diminished stamina precluded any possibility of competition with them. Subsequently, Zhou instructed everyone to rest in place and called Wang Gu and Chen Hao aside. As they walked, Zhou Tian could not help but address Wang Gu, saying, "I recognize your audacity. Indeed, you possess the means to be so bold. I concede that I am not worthy to be your instructor. However, once you enter the Special Forces camp, refrain from boasting to those elite soldiers. The training regimen is structured by them, and you shall find no favorable outcomes, understand?" Wang Gu regarded Zhou Tian, the instructor who had only been in his role for less than half a day, and replied, "Thank you, Instructor Zhou. I shall certainly heed your counsel." Inwardly, Wang Gu mused that he merely sought to engage in some amusement. Should they prove as unyielding as Zhou, he would entertain himself independently. With this thought, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Chen Hao, observing Wang Gu's grin, felt an unsettling chill, wondering what nefarious schemes might be brewing in that mind. Zhou Tian led 2 individuals into an office. After knocking on the door, he entered, though the occupants inside did not indicate for him to come in, which seemed to be a customary practice within the military. Upon entering, Zhou Tian saluted and reported, "Instructor Zhao, I am Zhou Tian, the military training instructor from the Archaeology and Aviation departments of Yin University. 2 of my students have met the requirements for Plan B, and I am here to request their transfer." Instructor Zhao finally shifted his attention from the documents to Wang Gu and Chen Hao, glancing at them before inquiring, "Who is the instructor for the Plan B assessment?" Reporting, "That would be me," Zhou Tian replied sharply. Zhao's expression revealed a hint of surprise as he regarded the 2 students. He was familiar with Zhou Tian and recognized his outstanding physical capabilities within the military. The fact that these 2 students had successfully met the application criteria under Zhou Tian's assessment indicated their eligibility to become the inaugural participants of Plan B. Just as Zhao was about to inquire about the interests of these 2 students in their preferred Special Forces training camps, a knock sounded at the office door once more. Upon entering, the newcomers similarly saluted and announced, "Instructor Zhao, I am Li Feng, the military training instructor from the School of Management at Yin University. 2 of my students have met the requirements for Plan B, and I am here to request their transfer." Instructor Zhao exclaimed, "Oh, another 2. At this moment, Wang Gu and Chen Hao, who stood behind Zhou Tian, turned to observe the 2 students accompanying Li Feng, who, coincidentally, also looked back, while Wang Gu remained indifferent. Chen Hao clearly recognized them, and there seemed to be some past grievances. The two individuals cast disdainful glances at Chun Hao and Wang Gu. On Sunday, Zhou Tian cast a glance at Wang Gu, raising an eyebrow as he remarked casually. Wang Gu maintained his indifferent demeanor in the presence of such ordinary soldiers. He felt little need for seriousness. His nonchalant attitude provoked gasps of astonishment from the classmates in formation. Hao Gu had become thoroughly enamored by Wang Gu's prowess. From the initial laps around the track to the subsequent push-up contest, he displayed no signs of fatigue or breathlessness. Now, they were on the verge of commencing the sit-up challenge. Was this fellow a superhuman? As the competitors readied themselves for the contest, a student emerged from the ranks, volunteering to serve as the timekeeper with his phone in hand. The two competitors assumed their positions, lying flat on the ground with their legs slightly bent, while Hao Gu and another student pressed down on their feet. With a call to start, the second round of their competition officially commenced, purely a test of speed. At the outset, it was Hao Gu who felt the intensity of the moment most acutely. Only he knew that he had nearly been propelled off the ground by Wang Gu's forceful kick. Fortunately, Hao Gu reacted swiftly, using a sturdy leverage to counteract Wang Gu's might. Gradually, onlookers began to recognize the astonishing speed of Wang Gu, akin to a fan swiftly fanning the air. Hao Gu even felt the gust of wind created by Wang Gu's rising motion. The crowd was rendered breathless, fixated on the sight of Wang Gu furiously performing sit-ups. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian was also exerting himself, striving to accelerate his own sit-ups. He felt confident in this round. After all, his core strength was among the finest in the military camp. He had chosen this challenge precisely because it was his strongest suit, determined to reclaim his dignity. The atmosphere on the field left Zhou Tian feeling somewhat perplexed, brimming with confidence. What had transpired? Why had silence descended so abruptly? Curiosity compelled him to glance around. And upon doing so, he was rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting about his sit-ups. Was the individual beside him truly performing sit-ups? It felt as though springs had been installed behind him. He would recline, and then, as if propelled, spring back up. Was this not a form of cheating? Zhou Tian found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend such astonishing speed. Among all present, only Brother Hao truly understood the mechanics behind Wang Gu's sit-ups. While anyone could perform sit-ups, he had never witnessed them executed in such a manner. Each time Wang Gu leaned backward, it was a genuine effort, and his ascent was propelled by the rebound of his prior descent, utilizing the strength of his core to rise. Yet, one must remember they were lying on the ground, performing sit-ups without the luxury of a cushioned mat, their backs repeatedly striking the hard earth. Brother Hao's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Wang Gu, do you even feel pain? Seconds ticked away, and after a span of 45 seconds, Wang Gu's camouflage uniform was on the verge of wear. At last, Brother Hao called out, snapping everyone back to reality. Rising from Wang Gu's feet, he intended to lend him a hand, only to be surprised as Wang Gu executed a sudden leap, springing to his feet with grace and poise. After standing, he dusted off his attire, having exerted himself fiercely during those push-ups, nearly damaging the military-issued camouflage uniform. Observing Wang Gu, Brother Hao extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Chun Hao. May I inquire your esteemed name? Wang Gu grasped Chun Hao's hand, smiling as he replied, I am Wang Gu. I look forward to your guidance. Upon observing that Wang Gu bore no grudge regarding the prior incident involving running, Chun Hao nodded, finding his impression of Wang Gu greatly elevated. Wang Gu, glancing at Chun Hao, chose not to speak further and turned to Zhou Tian, inquiring about the next round of competition. At that moment, as Wang Gu turned to converse with Zhou, Chun Hao, standing closest to him, was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of Wang Gu's invincibility, a sensation he had previously experienced with his older brother. How could such a feeling arise from a fellow freshman? Surely, it must be an illusion. Yet, despite this possible misconception, Chun Hao felt a genuine admiration for Wang Gu, having grown up in the compound. He had always revered the strong. Zhou Tian, witnessing that even his strongest skill, the sit-up, failed to yield any advantage, felt a profound sense of despair. Observing the atmosphere around him, even the remaining glimmer of hope seemed to fade away. This was still a freshman, a feat that even seasoned veterans in their company might struggle to achieve. Suddenly, Zhou Tian recalled a remark made by the former squad leader. During future military training for freshmen, there would inevitably be students with exceptional physical prowess, and such individuals should be approached with specialized training methods. Only through this could these young individuals truly experience growth, ultimately leading to a proper understanding of their responsibilities towards the nation. Zhou Tian finally grasped the essence of the squad leader's words. Although he only comprehended the first half, he still appreciated the leader's foresight. There is no need to continue competing, Zhou Tian stated. I cannot match you. I concede defeat. His words left Wang Gu momentarily taken aback, as they did all the other students present. Wang Gu remarked, No, Instructor Zhou. This is merely a test of physical fitness. You have yet to engage in other competitive events. How can you concede so readily? Moreover, you have not even attempted the true military exercises against me. Wang Gu mused to himself, if you concede now, how will I ever practice my marksmanship? In truth, Wang Gu had long contemplated that if the competition were to persist, the military personnel would undoubtedly consider their honor, and perhaps they might even engage in live-fire shooting, allowing him to indulge his passion for firearms. However, he did not anticipate that Zhou Tian would choose to withdraw from the contest. Now, Wang Gu felt a twinge of regret for having perhaps played too lightly, causing Zhou Tian to shy away from further confrontation. On the other hand, Zhou Tian pondered. You little rascal, do you truly believe I would be so shameless as to engage in military exercises? If I were to lose again, it would not merely be a matter of personal defeat. After a moment of deep contemplation, as if reaching a significant decision, he inquired, You are Wang Gu, correct? I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the special military training camp. Would that be agreeable? Wang Gu furrowed his brow and asked, What is a special military training camp? Upon noticing that Wang Gu had not outright declined, Zhou Tian elaborated. The Special Military Training Camp is an establishment of our military district's special forces, tailored to provide you with a training curriculum specifically designed for you. Without a hint of hesitation, Wang Gu responded, Such a splendid opportunity, I would certainly not let it pass. I accept. He thought to himself. The special forces must offer some thrilling experiences. Meanwhile, his classmates began to murmur amongst themselves, discussing the fact that this was no ordinary military training for university students. Such a training camp for special forces was unprecedented. They hesitated, contemplating whether they ought to inform the school authorities. Wang Gu, upon overhearing the murmurs of his classmates, declared, Esteemed colleagues, this is my personal decision, and I hope you can respect it as I embark on this endeavor at the special training camp. Zhou Tian, smacking his forehead, quickly interjected, I apologize, everyone. It is my fault for not clarifying. I now formally inform you that the special training camp is not an unauthorized class established by the military, but rather a long-standing collaboration between the military district and Yin University. The reason you are unaware of it is that, thus far, no one has met the required standards. Should someone meet the criteria, they will be invited by the instructors to join the special training camp for unique military training. The university administration is fully aware of this program. However, until now, no student has qualified. As it stands, it appears that Wang Gu will be the first to participate in this initiative. With a broad smile, Zhou Tian turned his gaze to Wang Gu. Wang Gu, maintaining a serious demeanor, addressed Zhou Tian, Instructor, may I inquire whether participating in this special training program would enhance my conduct points? Zhou Tian, initially adopting a solemn expression, was taken aback by Wang Gu's question. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, That matter pertains to your school, and I am unsure. However, I believe there should be some merit. Furthermore, should you choose to enlist in the military after graduation, this special training experience would elevate you directly to the rank of second lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Chunhao gradually clenched his fists and said, Report, Instructor. I would like to know how I can apply to participate in the special training camp. Zhou Tian glanced at Chunhao and replied, If you wish to participate, you must at least surpass an instructor in physical fitness, just as Wang Gu challenged me, or defeat an instructor in combat. That would suffice as meeting the requirements. A spark of determination ignited in Chunhao's eyes, yet amidst his fervor, a glimmer of wisdom shone through as he declared, Report, Instructor Yan, I, a freshman named Chunhao, challenge you in physical fitness. Chunhao's words momentarily left Zhou Tian speechless. He nearly choked on his frustration. I just completed an intense workout. And you dare to challenge me right after? This is simply adding insult to injury. However, to uphold his dignity, he could not refuse. Having not yet competed against Wang Gu, he felt a surge of determination and thought to himself that he could not believe these students were so exceptional. All right, young man. Let's see what you've got. We shall compete in these two areas, he responded. Indeed, Zhou Tian had given his all during his earlier contest with Wang Gu, and now he felt somewhat drained. Yet, he wagered that Chunhao could not possibly compare to Wang Gu's extraordinary prowess. As it turned out, Chen Hao was indeed far from Wang Gu's caliber, but one should not underestimate a young man emerging from the military academy. Zhou Tian resolved to rematch another day. Certain he would not lose again. His prior exhaustion from competing against Wang Gu had significantly drained his strength, ultimately leading to a narrow defeat against Chen Hao. As fate would have it, Chen Hao successfully earned his qualification to advance into the special training camp. As soon as Chen Hao's 4 followers laid eyes on Zhou Tian, their gaze turned fierce, akin to famished wolves staring at their prey. The intensity of their unabashed stares sent Zhou Tian's heart racing, prompting him to hastily declare that he had exhausted his physical energy for the day and suggested they postpone the competition for another time. He added that if they were eager, he could arrange for other instructors to challenge them. Zhou Tian's words fell upon the 4 like a bucket of cold water, dousing their fervor completely. They exchanged awkward smiles. Wang Gu glanced at Chen Hao and then at his 4 companions, unable to suppress a chuckle. The children from the military academy harbored a peculiar fascination with special forces, yet Zhou Tian was no fool. He understood that his dwindling stamina rendered him unfit to compete with them. Zhou Tian subsequently instructed everyone to rest in place and called Wang Gu and Chen Hao aside. On their way, Zhou Tian couldn't help but address Wang Gu, saying, "I understand you possess the audacity to be bold, and I truly lack the qualifications to be your instructor. However, once you enter the Special Forces camp, refrain from boasting around those elite soldiers. Your training regimen is orchestrated by them, and it won't end well for you. Understand?" Wang Gu looked at Zhou Tian, the instructor who had been in his role for less than half a day, and replied, "Thank you, Instructor Zhou. I will certainly heed your advice." Inwardly, Wang Gu mused that he merely sought some amusement. If they were as fragile as Zhou Tian suggested, he would entertain himself regardless. A mischievous smile crept onto Wang Gu's lips. Chen Hao, observing Wang Gu's grin, felt an unsettling chill. Who could fathom the mischief brewing in that young man's mind? Zhou Tian led 2 individuals into an office, gently knocking before pushing the door open. The occupants inside, however, did not extend an invitation to enter, a clear indication of military decorum. Upon entering, Zhou Tian saluted and announced, reporting to Instructor Zhao, "I am Zhou Tian, the military training instructor from the Archaeology and Aviation departments of Yin University. 2 of my students have met the criteria for Plan B, and I am here to request a transfer." Instructor Zhao finally shifted his attention from the documents to Wang Gu and Chen Hao. After assessing them, he inquired, "Who is the instructor for the Plan B assessment?" Reporting, "It is I," Zhou Tian responded with a firm stance. Zhao's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He recognized Zhou Tian, aware that his physical prowess was exceptional within the military camp. The fact that these 2 students had fulfilled the application requirements under Zhou Tian's assessment indicated that they were indeed qualified to be among the inaugural implementers of Plan B. Just as Zhao was about to inquire about the hobbies and preferences of these students regarding specialized military training camps, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Another individual entered, saluting and stating, "Reporting to Instructor Zhao, I am Li Feng, the military training instructor from the School of Management at Yin University. 2 of my students have met the criteria for Plan B, and I am here to request a transfer." Instructor Zhao acknowledged, "Another 2. At this moment, Wang Gu and Chen Hao, positioned behind Zhou Tian, glanced at the 2 students accompanying Li Feng, who were fortuitously looking back at them, while Wang Gu appeared indifferent. Chen Hao clearly recognized them, and there was a palpable tension as the 2 students regarded Chen Hao and Wang Gu with disdainful expressions. Chapter 16. Hunting. As the 4 of them entered the tent, a few individuals acknowledged their presence with a nod. While the majority wore unfriendly expressions, their demeanor decidedly unwelcoming. Observing the discontent on his comrades' faces, Kong Hui explained, "Please do not take it to heart. This is simply how they are. Whenever newcomers arrive, they always wear such expressions." Wang Gu shrugged in understanding, indifferent to their attitude. In contrast, Li Jian curled his lips in disdain, believing that Special Forces soldiers were merely stronger, larger, and more enduring than regular troops. Kong Hui, noticing the expressions of the trio, felt a twinge of discontent towards Li Jian's demeanor, yet refrained from commenting. Recognizing that they were merely students, the 3 of them unpacked the small tents and sleeping bags allocated to them. While they occupied modest tents, the other Special Forces personnel resided in larger accommodations, where approximately 10 beds constructed from wooden planks were arranged within each tent. Noticing the lack of interaction from the others, the trio decided to withdraw from the larger tent. After setting up their tents, the afternoon swiftly passed. As dinner approached, The rules of the special training camp dictated that food and hunger were part of the training regimen. Consequently, they had brought only a minimal supply of simple compressed biscuits for their outdoor training. The newly enlisted soldiers, upon receiving the news, were naturally unprepared for such an experience. Were they truly expected to undergo military training without any provisions? Wang Gu, upon witnessing this, cast his gaze skyward, reminiscing about the time he was prodded by mercenaries to embark on a mission. During that period in the jungle, food was scarce. Yet the mercenaries possessed their own methods of foraging for wild game. As these thoughts lingered, a pang of hunger struck him, prompting him to head towards the large tent. After all, a hunting expedition necessitated the proper armament. As he approached the exterior of the Special Forces tent, he overheard a discussion regarding the food dilemma within. It was evident that Kong Hui and his companions were contemplating how to allocate some provisions to the new recruits, with the three instructors preparing to sacrifice portions of their own rations for the sake of their students. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu felt a swell of gratitude towards these three instructors, whom he had only recently met. He politely announced his presence and entered the main tent. Wang Gu saluted the instructors and stated, "Report, instructors, I humbly request a field knife." The trio of Kong Hui appeared momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Wang Gu, what do you need a knife for?" A smile crept across Wang Gu's lips as he replied, "Our arrival was rather abrupt, and the camp may not have adequately prepared provisions for us. Therefore, I intend to procure some wild vegetables to alleviate the burden on everyone." His words resonated with the instructors and the other Special Forces soldiers present. They regarded Wang Gu with newfound appreciation, and smiles began to surface among some of them. It was evident that his sentiments had garnered their approval. At the very least, this young man was not merely a burden seeking assistance. One slender and tall Special Forces soldier approached and said, "If you seek a knife, we can provide one. However, darkness has fallen, and venturing into the woods without the guidance of an instructor is perilous. Therefore, allow me to accompany you. I am Zhang Dong." Wang Gu looked at Zhang Dong and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Instructor Zhang, but I only require a knife. I shall not venture too far into the forest. I am aware of the dangers that lurk in the night." Upon hearing Wang Gu's words, Zhang Dong nodded and said, "In that case, Kong Hui, provide him with a knife and instruct him on its use. Ensure he does not injure himself." Kong Hui, acknowledging the command, stood up and replied, "Yes, Captain." It was then that Wang Gu realized he had been speaking with the captain of this unit. He smiled and nodded at Zhang Dong, took the wilderness tactical knife handed to him by Kong Hui, and stepped out of the large tent, making his way toward the woods beyond the camp. Inside the tent, Chen Hao was both bored and hungry. Observing Wang Gu heading towards the forest, he hurriedly inquired, "Wang Gu, where are you off to?" Wang Gu smiled mysteriously and replied, "I'm going to procure some food. Care to join?" Chen Hao, intrigued, asked, "Where do you intend to find food in this pitch-black forest? Isn't it obvious? If it weren't dark, there would be no food to be found," Wang Gu quipped. Chen Hao, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped Wang Gu's intention to hunt for game and eagerly joined him, insisting that he must not be excluded from any potential feast. Thus, the two friends ventured into the dark woods, and for the first time, Chen Hao understood the meaning of unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. Although visibility was non-existent at first, they would eventually acclimate to the darkness. The two proceeded through the shadowy forest, one following closely behind the other. "Hey, Wang Gu, are you certain that we can hunt for food? I have a feeling that we might become the prey ourselves." Chen Hao's voice was relatively steady. After all, he was a child raised in a military compound, exhibiting far more courage than most city-bred children. "Of course not. If you follow me, there will certainly be dinner for you," came Wang Gu's calm voice, which instilled a sense of reassurance in Chen Hao's heart. "I ventured into the woods with you without asking anything, so I trust you. However, I would like to know, did the instructor give you a gun?" "Absolutely not. How could they possibly give me a gun? Then on what basis do you claim you can hunt?" Chen Hao's composure was evidently wavering. "On the basis that I am Wang Gu," he replied with unwavering confidence. Chen Hao fell silent, recognizing that no amount of discussion would sway Wang Gu from his intent to hunt. "Shoo!" Wang Gu suddenly crouched down. Chen Hao, momentarily losing sight of him, was about to call out, but Wang Gu quickly covered his mouth and pulled him to the ground. "Stay quiet. I've spotted some prey," he whispered. Chen Hao was skeptical and asked softly, "How could you possibly see anything in this darkness?" "Shoo," was all Wang Gu replied, as he began to crawl forward. Reluctantly, Chen Hao followed suit. After crawling for approximately 20 meters, the experience was nothing short of a nightmare for Chen Hao. He either scraped his hands on branches or felt unknown insects crawling over him. It was nearly unbearable. Just as he was about to reach his breaking point, Wang Gu instructed, "Do not speak or move. Leave the rest to me." Without waiting for Chun Hao's response, he dashed forward. At this moment, Wang Gu finally discerned the creature before him. It was a small wild boar. Although it lacked tusks, it still weighed over 100 pounds. The boar, startled by the sudden appearance of a human, emitted a sound that seemed to serve as a warning to Wang Gu. Clearly, Wang Gu was unwilling to afford it much time. He bent his knees and propelled himself towards the little boar. In response to his approach, the boar, displaying unexpected bravery, charged forward as well. Wang Gu had anticipated that this little creature might flee, but to his surprise, it came rushing towards him instead, an emblematic display of a child without parental guidance, oblivious to the dangers surrounding it. With a swift motion, Wang Gu sidestepped the boar's charge and delivered a kick to its side, causing the creature to roll away with considerable force. The impact was not trivial, after all. It was the kick of the formidable Wang Gu. Rising to his feet, Wang Gu observed the boar, which after rolling a few times, managed to regain its footing. He chuckled softly to himself, remarking that it had been a long time since he had engaged in a tussle with a wild animal. Though smaller in size, the boar was about to discover the misfortune that awaited it in the struggle for sustenance. Once more, he advanced upon the boar, employing the same tactic as before. However, this time, he opted not to kick but instead drew his knife to slash across the boar's belly. It is well known that the hide of a wild boar is exceptionally tough, with the softer regions being primarily around its abdomen. Wang Gu's blade sliced from its belly towards its ribs, inflicting a wound that rendered the boar somewhat incapacitated. It was hardly surprising, after all. Being gutted is hardly a pleasant experience. Yet, Wang Gu did not seek to exploit its weakness for a decisive blow. Instead, he continued to engage in combat with it, knowing that a swift blow would cause the creature to convulse and bleed out, leaving the blood to congeal within its body. Wang Gu understood that such a method would render the meat unsuitable for either roasting or cooking. Instead, he opted for a slower approach, allowing the beast to bleed out gradually until exhaustion claimed its life. While this method required considerable effort, the resulting meat would be exceptionally flavorful and tender. Chun Hao, however, was oblivious to these nuances, perceiving only that Wang Gu appeared to be mercilessly slaughtering the pig. A wave of pity surged within him for the unfortunate creature. Yet the thought of his own hunger steeled his resolve, prompting him to shout, "Go for it, Wang Gu, for the sake of food." Chun Hao's exclamation startled the wild boar, unexpectedly revealing another adversary lurking nearby. Seizing the moment of distraction, Wang Gu acted decisively. With perfect timing, he delivered a powerful kick that struck the boar's head, shattering its skull and causing the beast to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes, Wang Gu remarked, "There are still plenty of insects around at this late hour. We should hasten back to the camp before other animals catch wind of this." Chun Hao nodded in agreement, and together they dragged the hefty carcass of the wild boar towards their campsite. As they made their way, Chun Hao found himself increasingly impressed by Wang Gu's prowess. Though the darkness had obscured the details of how Wang Gu had subdued the creature, his performance thus far indicated that he was indeed an expert in the wilderness. Eventually, they spotted the flickering light of a fire ahead, a promising sign that they would soon be able to enjoy their long-awaited dinner. Before arriving at the camp, Wang Gu dug up some wild vegetables in the woods, prompting Chun Hao to wonder if Wang Gu believed that the wild boar would not suffice. Upon their return to the camp, they startled everyone present. Who would have anticipated that two freshmen could bring down a wild boar armed with merely a knife, dragging it back with the intent of making it their dinner? This was evidently a deliberate act of hunting. Realizing this, the Special Forces soldiers began to regard the duo with a newfound respect, recognizing that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary students. Wang Gu, undeterred by the attention, dragged the wild boar to the riverbank, where he skillfully gutted it, meticulously cleaning and washing its entrails. The Special Forces reported the incident to Instructor Gao, who, upon arriving to witness the scene, found that the soldiers had not exaggerated. Indeed, these two lads had accomplished the remarkable feat. Wang Gu was still busy cleaning the boar, preparing for what seemed to be a barbecue. With years of outdoor experience, Instructor Gao discerned Wang Gu's proficiency in handling animal carcasses. The ease with which he worked indicated he had engaged in such tasks frequently. This revelation sparked a sense of curiosity and admiration in Instructor Gao for Wang Gu. Unbeknownst to Wang Gu, his actions had stirred thoughts among others. Once the boar was processed, he gathered several sticks nearby, submerged them in the river, and after a few seconds, tied them together with nylon rope to create a rudimentary rack. He then whittled down a sturdy branch and called Shen Hao over. Together, they skewered the wild boar and placed it on the makeshift rack. Having completed this labor, Wang Gu reclined on the ground, while the other Special Forces soldiers gazed at him and Shen Hao in astonishment. Only Instructor Gao observed Wang Gu with eyes alight with admiration. The reason for subjecting the Special Forces to rigorous food and hunger training is to ensure that they can, like Wang Gu, procure sustenance from any location within the jungle, thereby attaining survival capabilities while maintaining their combat effectiveness. Wang Gu is truly a natural-born jungle specialist. Instructor Gao approached Wang Gu and said, "Ah, Wang Gu, is it? Welcome to the special training camp. I must apologize for my earlier remarks." Wang Gu turned to regard the unseen figure of the instructor and replied, "Oh, it's quite all right, Instructor Gao. By the way, we should consider consuming this fellow soon. Clearly, the two of us cannot finish such a large quantity. With the heat of summer, it will undoubtedly spoil by tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Instructor Gao, misinterpreting Wang Gu's intention as a request for food, smiled wryly and said, "You may be mistaken. I have come to speak with you because I find your current performance quite intriguing. Would you be willing to have a conversation?" Wang Gu pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, I shall make use of your tent." Instructor Gao nodded and led Wang Gu into his personal tent. Once inside, Instructor Gao introduced himself. "I am Gao Shang, the instructor at this reconnaissance training camp. I have served in the military for 15 years and taught for 5. In my second year of service, I was selected for the reserve team of our nation's Special Forces Reconnaissance Unit, and by my third year, I became a full-fledged member. It was only 10 years ago, following a failed mission, that I transitioned to the role of instructor." With that, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wang Gu. Wang Gu understood that Instructor Gao intended to engage in a candid discussion regarding his experiences thus far. Thus he said, "My name is Wang Gu, born in Huaxia, yet raised abroad since childhood. My family business is quite substantial, providing me with diverse exposure. To equip me with self-defense skills, my family encouraged me to practice ancient martial arts and firearms from a young age. At the age of 16, in pursuit of self-improvement, I accompanied the Blood Wolf on 2 missions." Having recounted his background, Wang Gu noticed that Instructor Gao remained silent, his mouth agape, and his gaze fixed intently on him. Wang Gu waved his hand before Gao's eyes, rousing him from his stupor. Upon regaining his composure, Gao enthusiastically addressed Wang Gu. "Wang Gu, would you be interested in joining the military? I can ensure your immediate promotion to lieutenant, and within 2 years, to major." Wang Gu, with an impassive expression, replied, "As I mentioned earlier, my experiences stem from my family's need for me to possess certain self-defense capabilities. Therefore, I must decline your offer. I apologize." "Ah, very well," Gao conceded. "Since that is the case, I shall not press the matter further. If you observe any shortcomings among them in the coming days, do offer your insights. Anyone who has been part of the Blood Wolf undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills." As the 4 of them entered the tent, a few individuals acknowledged them with nods, while many others wore unwelcoming expressions, appearing quite displeased. Kong Hui, noticing the hostile demeanor of his comrades, explained, "Please do not take offense. They tend to react this way whenever newcomers arrive." Wang Gu shrugged in understanding, indifferent to their attitude, while Li Jian curled his lips in disdain, clearly unimpressed. In his perspective, Special Forces soldiers were merely individuals with greater strength, larger physiques, and enhanced endurance compared to regular soldiers. Kong Hui observed the expressions of the 3 and felt some dissatisfaction towards Li Jian, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, acknowledging that they were merely students. The trio unpacked the small tents and sleeping bags allocated to them at the camp, while the other Special Forces members resided in larger tents, which housed approximately 10 makeshift beds crafted from wooden planks. Noticing the lack of interaction from the others, the 3 gradually exited the large tent. After setting up their tents, the afternoon slipped away, and as dinner approached, the regulations of the special training camp dictated that food scarcity was part of the training regimen. Consequently, they had brought minimal provisions, consisting solely of simple compressed biscuits. The newly arrived recruits were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, questioning whether they were to undergo military training without even food. Wang Gu, witnessing this, cast his gaze towards the sky, reminiscing about the moment when he was urged by mercenaries to undertake a mission, recalling a time in the jungle where food was scarce. Yet the mercenaries had their methods of foraging for game. As thoughts of hunger gnawed at him, he made his way towards the large tent, realizing that hunting would necessitate weapons. Approaching the exterior of the Special Forces tent, he overheard discussions about food, indicating that Kong Hui and the others were contemplating how to allocate some of their rations to the recruits, as each of the 3 instructors prepared to spare portions from their own supplies for the students. Upon hearing this, Wang Gu was touched by the 3 instructors he had just met. He politely saluted and then entered the large tent. Facing the instructors, Wang Gu rendered a salute and stated, "Instructors, I respectfully request a field machete." Kong Hui and the others were momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Wang Gu, what do you need a knife for?" With a slight smile, Wang Gu replied, "Given our unexpected arrival, the camp may not have prepared food for us. Therefore, I intend to forage for some wild vegetables to alleviate the burden on everyone." Wang Gu's words resonated with the 3 instructors and the other Special Forces soldiers present. They turned to look at him, and some finally smiled, clearly acknowledging Wang Gu's sentiments. At least this young man was not merely a burden seeking assistance. One lanky Special Forces soldier approached and said, "If you require a knife, we can provide one. However, it is perilous to venture into the woods at night without an instructor. Thus, I shall accompany you. My name is Zhang Dong." Wang Gu looked at Zhang Dong and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Instructor Zhang, but I only need a knife. I won't venture too deeply into the woods. I am aware of the dangers that lurk there at night." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement and said, "In that case, Kong Hui, give him a knife and instruct him on its use. We must ensure he does not harm himself." Kong Hui then stood and responded, "Understood, Captain." At that moment, Wang Gu realized that he had just spoken to the leader of the team. With a smile, he nodded at Zhang Dong, grasped the field tactical knife handed to him by Kong Hui, and stepped out of the large tent, making his way toward the outskirts of the camp. Inside the tent, Chen Hao felt both bored and hungry. Upon noticing Wang Gu heading toward the forest outside the camp, he hurriedly inquired, "Wang Gu, where are you going?" Wang Gu flashed a mysterious smile and replied, "I'm off to procure some food." "Are you coming?" Chen Hao, intrigued, asked, "Where can we find food in this pitch-black forest? Isn't it obvious? If it weren't dark, there wouldn't be any food," Wang Gu retorted. Chen Hao, not one to be easily fooled, quickly deduced that Wang Gu intended to hunt for game. Eagerly, he rushed over, asserting that he too should be included in any potential feast. Thus, the two ventured into the obscured woods, and for the first time in his life, Chen Hao truly understood the phrase "unable to see one's hand before one's face." Although visibility was initially non-existent, he knew he would eventually acclimate to the darkness. The duo proceeded, one in front of the other, traversing the shadowy forest. "Hey, Wang Gu, are you certain we can catch something to eat? I have this nagging feeling we might end up as the prey." Chen Hao's voice remained steady, a testament to his upbringing in a military compound, which had instilled a courage far beyond that of the average urban child. "Of course not. As long as you follow my lead, dinner is guaranteed," came Wang Gu's calm assurance, which bolstered Chen Hao's confidence. "I didn't question you when I entered the woods, so I must trust you. But I'm curious, did the instructor give you a gun?" "Of course not. How could he possibly give me a gun?" "Then how can you be so sure you'll catch something?" Chen Hao's composure began to waver. "Because I am Wang Gu," he declared with unwavering confidence. Chen Hao fell silent, fully aware that no amount of his words would alter Wang Gu's desire to hunt. Suddenly, Wang Gu crouched down. Chen Hao, sensing the absence of Wang Gu's presence, was about to call out when Wang Gu swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him to the ground, whispering, "Stay quiet. I've spotted prey." Skeptical, Chen Hao questioned in a hushed tone, "How can you possibly see anything in this darkness?" Without offering an explanation, Wang Gu began to crawl forward slowly. Reluctantly, Chen Hao followed suit. The 20 meters they crawled felt like a nightmare to Chen Hao. He either scraped his hands on branches or felt insects crawling on him, a torment no human should endure. Just as he reached his limit, Wang Gu instructed, "Do not speak or move. I will handle the rest." Before Chen Hao could respond, Wang Gu dashed forward. At that moment, he finally discerned the creature before him, a small wild boar. Although it lacked tusks, it still weighed over 100 pounds. The boar, startled by the sudden appearance of another person, emitted a sound that seemed to warn Wang Gu, clearly not wishing to grant it any more time. Wang Gu crouched low and launched himself towards the young boar. Upon seeing Wang Gu charge, the boar boldly charged back. A classic display of a child unaware of the dangers without parental guidance. Wang Gu swiftly sidestepped the boar's rush, delivering a kick to its side before rolling away. The wild boar was struck fiercely by that kick, for it was none other than the formidable Wang Gu's blow. Rising to his feet, Wang Gu observed the wild boar, which after rolling on the ground for a few moments, managed to stand up again. He chuckled softly, speaking to himself. It has been quite some time since I last grappled with a beast. Though it may be small, it shall suffer for the sake of sustenance. With that, he charged at the boar once more, employing the same tactic as before. Yet this time he opted for a knife to slice across the boar's belly instead of a kick. Everyone knows that a wild boar's hide is exceedingly tough, with the only relatively tender area being its abdomen. Wang Gu's blade sliced from the abdomen towards its ribcage. This strike inflicted a grievous wound upon the boar, making it difficult for it to rise. It is no wonder who would feel comfortable with a gash in their belly. However, Wang Gu did not take advantage of its weakness to deliver a fatal blow, but continued to engage it. He understood that if he were to end its life with one swift cut, the creature would convulse and bleed out internally, rendering the meat unappetizing, whether roasted or cooked. Instead, he preferred to let it bleed slowly, exhausting it to death. Though this required considerable effort, the outcome was remarkable, resulting in meat that was both delectable and with an exquisite texture. Chen Hao did not comprehend these nuances. He merely perceived Wang Gu's actions as a brutal slaughter of the pig, feeling a pang of sorrow for the creature. Yet, contemplating his own hunger, he steeled himself and shouted, "Go for it, Wang Gu, for the sake of food." His exclamation startled the wild boar, which was unaware of the lurking adversary nearby. Seizing the moment of distraction, Wang Gu kicked with precision, striking the boar's head and shattering its skull. The boar collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. Wang Gu brushed off the dirt from his clothes and remarked, "There are still numerous insects at this late hour. We should hasten back to the camp before other animals catch wind of our presence." Chen Hao nodded in agreement, and the two of them, hauling the hefty carcass of a wild boar, made their way towards the campsite. As they walked, Chen Hao found himself increasingly in awe of Wang Gu's prowess. Although the darkness had obscured the details of how Wang Gu had subdued the boar, his impressive demeanor throughout the journey clearly indicated that he was a true expert in the wilderness. At last, the flickering glow of a fire came into view, signaling that a much-anticipated dinner was near. Just before entering the camp, Wang Gu took a moment to forage for some wild vegetables in the woods, prompting Chen Hao to wonder if Wang Gu believed the wild boar alone would not suffice for their meal. Upon their return to the camp, the duo startled the entire group. Who could have imagined that two first-year students, armed with merely a knife, could take down a wild boar and drag it back with the intent of making it their dinner? It was evident that this was a deliberate act of hunting. With this realization, the Special Forces soldiers regarded the two with newfound respect. Such a feat was beyond the capability of mere students. Wang Gu, undeterred, pulled the boar to the riverbank, using his knife to eviscerate it, meticulously cleaning the entrails. The Special Forces relayed the news of the duo's return to Instructor Gao, who, upon arriving to witness the scene, realized that the soldiers had not exaggerated. Indeed, these two had accomplished the extraordinary. Wang Gu was still busy cleaning the boar, preparing for a barbecue. With years of wilderness experience, Instructor Gao could see that Wang Gu was highly skilled in handling animal carcasses. The familiarity of his movements indicated this was a task he had performed on many occasions. This inevitably caused Instructor Gao to regard Wang Gu with newfound admiration and curiosity. Wang Gu, however, did not contemplate how his actions might be perceived by others. After dealing with the wild boar, he found several branches nearby, immersed them in the river, and after a brief interval, bound one end together with nylon rope to fashion a rudimentary rack. He then whittled a sturdy wooden stick with his knife and called Chen Hao over. Together, they skewered the wild boar and placed it upon the rack. After completing these tasks, Wang Gu reclined on the ground, while the other Special Forces soldiers gazed at him and Chen Hao with blank expressions. Only Instructor Gao looked at Wang Gu with gleaming eyes. His intent behind training the Special Forces in food procurement and hunger endurance was to enable them to find sustenance in any wilderness, thus maintaining their combat readiness. Wang Gu was, indeed, a natural-born jungle warrior. Instructor Gao approached Wang Gu and said, "Ah, Wang Gu, is it? Welcome to the special training camp. I apologize for my earlier remarks." Wang Gu turned to the towering figure of the instructor and replied, "Oh, it's no trouble, Instructor Gao. By the way, shall we share this creature? Clearly, the two of us cannot consume it all, and with the summer heat, it will spoil after tonight." Upon hearing this, Instructor Gao, who had misunderstood Wang Gu's intentions as a request for food, smiled wryly and said, "You may have misinterpreted my purpose for approaching you. I am actually quite intrigued by your current performance and would like to invite you for a discussion, if that is agreeable. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Gu responded, Very well, I shall borrow your tent for this purpose. The senior instructor nodded and led Wang Gu into his personal tent. Once inside, the instructor introduced himself, saying, I am Gao Sheng, the instructor of this reconnaissance training camp. I have served in the military for 15 years and have been teaching for 5. In my second year of service, I was selected for the reserve team of our country's Special Forces Reconnaissance Unit, and in my third year, I became a full-fledged member. It was only 10 years ago, after a failed mission, that I transitioned to the role of instructor. He then fixed his intense gaze upon Wang Gu. Wang Gu understood that the instructor had shared his resume up to this point, indicating an intention for an open and candid conversation. Thus, he replied, I am Wang Gu, born in Huaxia but raised abroad. My family runs a significant business, which has afforded me diverse experiences, in order to equip me with self-defense capabilities. My family encouraged me to practice ancient martial arts and firearms from a young age. At the age of 16, to further challenge myself, I undertook 2 missions with the Blood Wolf. After Wang Gu finished recounting his own background, he noticed that the instructor remained unresponsive. His mouth agape and his gaze fixed intently on him. Wang Gu waved his hand in front of the instructor's eyes, bringing him back to reality. Upon regaining his composure, the instructor excitedly asked, Wang Gu, are you interested in joining the military? I can assure you a direct promotion to lieutenant, and a major rank within 2 years. Wang Gu, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, looked at the instructor and replied, I previously mentioned that my experiences stem from the necessity for self-sufficiency due to my family's circumstances. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your offer. The instructor sighed, Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not insist. In recent days, if you observe any shortcomings in them, do not hesitate to offer your guidance. Those who have joined the Blood Wolves undoubtedly possess exceptional skills. Chapter 17. Appointment. The words of Senior Instructor Gao, if overheard by others, would surely elicit astonishment. Senior Instructor Gao, a venerable figure with countless years of service among the Special Forces, was extending such courtesy to a mere child, even urging this child to provide insights into the realm of special operations. Who would believe such a tale if it were to circulate? Wang Gu, however, furrowed his brow and remarked, I merely wish to explore. Although I have served as a mercenary on 2 occasions, I have yet to witness the prowess of Special Forces firsthand. While there was an encounter between the Blood Wolves and the Navy SEALs, it was merely a superficial skirmish, lacking in true substance. Thus, my desire to observe what truly commendable Special Forces are like. Yet, I must confess, upon my arrival at the camp, I was met with disappointment. The layout of this camp is akin to a gift for our adversaries. It resembles a mere camping trip rather than a proper training facility. Senior Instructor Gao was drenched in cold sweat upon realizing that this individual had come merely for amusement. He clarified, in truth, our camp does not consist entirely of genuine Special Forces. Only those who have successfully completed our rigorous training may aspire to become Special Forces members, entering the ranks of the Reserve Special Operations Unit. Despite Gao's explanation, Wang Gu remained convinced that no military unit, regardless of its designation, should commit such fundamental errors. Noticing Wang Gu's silence, Gao continued, In fact, our current endeavor is not a conventional wilderness survival training exercise, but rather a practical mission assigned to us from higher authorities. The words of the high-ranking officer piqued Wang Gu's interest, prompting him to inquire, if this is not a survival training, why subject the soldiers to conditions akin to those of refugees, living solely on compressed rations? Training is one matter, and the mission is another, particularly when it involves real combat. If the soldiers lack the necessary vigor, they are already half defeated before the battle even begins. Although Wang Gu's remarks were not intended as a reproach, it was evident that they left the officer somewhat perturbed. He replied, While your perspective holds merit, my approach to training Special Forces has always incorporated hunger training, which serves a complementary purpose. Wang Gu, upon hearing this, raised his eyebrows, stating, Since you, Officer Gao, have already formulated your plan, why seek my opinion? You have declared this a combat mission, which implies that our adversaries may indeed possess live ammunition. Knowing there is a real combat situation ahead, why proceed with hunger training? If the soldiers lack energy, how can they engage effectively in battle? This will only escalate the casualty rate, and such increased casualties are a direct consequence of your training method. Historically, the officer had always adhered to the directives issued from above, and today was no exception. The task list explicitly outlined the requirement for hunger training. In previous exercises, he had always followed this list, yet Wang Gu's remarks prompted him to recognize that the task list might indeed be flawed in this regard. However, since the military's assignments were non-negotiable, he felt frustrated and asked, "Then, Wang Gu, may I inquire if the blood wolves are exempt from hunger training?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gu replied, "Of course not. Do mercenaries ever fight on an empty stomach? Even in the absence of provisions, they will find a way to create sustenance. Moreover, contemporary mercenaries are equipped with sophisticated gear, meticulously crafted operational strategies, and flawless battle routes, which precludes the likelihood of drawn-out conflicts, rendering instances of evenly matched confrontations exceedingly rare. This encapsulates the very essence of the Blood Wolves combat philosophy." Upon hearing Wang Gu's words, Gao Sheng couldn't help but nod vigorously. This was precisely the ideal mode of operation he envisioned for special forces. With earnestness, he implored, "Wang Gu, would you be so kind as to elaborate on your Blood Wolves' operational plans?" Wang Gu regarded Gao Sheng as if he were a simpleton and replied, "Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Gao Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that this pertained to military secrets. However, for the sake of his country, he mustered the courage to request, "Wang Gu, although you were raised abroad, you are undeniably a Chinese national. You must comprehend that every Chinese individual strives toward the prosperity of our nation. You now possess an opportunity to enhance our armed forces. Should you not seize it? Furthermore, you should be aware of the relationship between the Blood Wolves and China." Upon hearing this, Wang Gu lowered his head in contemplation. Even if he divulged certain secrets, he would have no way to verify their ramifications. Preserving a favorable impression with the Chinese military could prove advantageous in the future. Thus, he conceded, "Very well. I shall personally command your operational mission this time, allowing you to experience the tactical framework of a world-class mercenary group. As for how much you glean from it, that is entirely up to you." Gao Sheng, elated by this revelation, assured him, "Rest assured, I will ensure they fully cooperate with your command." Wang Gu nodded and said, "All right, if there is nothing else, I shall step out for a meal. A day has passed, and I am truly famished." Gao Sheng hurriedly replied, "Yes, go eat. I have some wine here. Would you care for a bit?" Upon hearing this, Wang Gu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The Blood Wolves mandate that all personnel maintain unwavering focus during armed operations. Consumption of alcohol is strictly prohibited." With that, he turned on his heel and walked out of Gao Sheng's tent. Watching Wang Gu's retreating figure, Gao Sheng offered an awkward smile and mused to himself. The members of the Blood Wolves are indeed extraordinary, both in skill and conduct. How splendid it would be if this young man could join our ranks. As Wang Gu exited the tent, he noted that the barbecue outside was still undercooked. He observed that a considerable number of individuals had gathered around the campfire, clearly eager for the wild delicacies. Wang Gu chuckled, realizing that the rigorous training had transformed them into a pack of ravenous wolves. Meanwhile, Chun Hao surveyed the surroundings with trepidation. He recognized that there was not a single person here he could best in a confrontation. However, with Wang Gu gone, it was crucial for him to safeguard their spoils. Just then, Li Jian rushed in, exclaiming, "Wow, I knew the school wouldn't tea let us go hungry, especially with a special meal tonight." As he spoke, he reached for a roasted pig trotter. "Stop!" Chun Hao shouted. Li Jian, taken aback that this trash dared to yell at him, retorted, "Why are you yelling? You'll definitely have your share later." Ignoring Chun Hao, he made another attempt to grab the food. "Stop!" This time, it was Zhang Dong who intervened. Li Jian was growing increasingly impatient with the soldiers. Finding their incessant presence quite bothersome, he resolved that next time, he would request his father to assign him to a military district with fewer obligations. Addressing instructor Zhang Dong, he remarked, "Greetings, esteemed instructor. I am a new student from Yandasby program. Surely we are entitled to sufficient sustenance, are we not? They just provided me with a few compressed biscuits. Can such meager rations truly satiate one's hunger?" Li Jian's words evidently incensed several special forces soldiers, for their daily sustenance consisted solely of those very compressed biscuits. Though they were far from filling and rather unpalatable for them, such provisions were a matter of survival. Without nourishment, they could not forge the physical resilience required for training, and without that resilience, survival on the battlefield would be impossible. It is crucial to understand that death does not only occur in combat. As a special training camp, they were well aware of their mortality. The compressed biscuits given to Li Jian were the last rations left by Kong Hui, Nye Yuan, and Su Feng. signifying that they would have to shoulder the risks of the day. It was absurd that such an instructor would be scorned by a mere student, naturally inciting widespread outrage. Just then, Wang Gu stepped out of the instructor's tent, closely followed by Gao Sheng, who overheard Li Jian's grievances. Gao Sheng, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Who provided him with rations?" Kong Hui and the others replied, reporting in, "It was I." Gao Sheng pressed on, "Why did you give him rations?" Kong Hui explained, "Because they are students, and I feared they would not endure this training regimen without food. Remember, from this day forth, all operational rations are hereby revoked. Hunger training will be intensified. Allow me to introduce your new hunger training instructor." Wang Gu stepped forward. Wang Gu, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Yes, Instructor Gao." Gao Sheng, with a serious demeanor, declared, "From this day forth, you shall assume the role of the wilderness survival instructor at the special training camp. Your task for the remaining month will be to teach them how to procure sustenance from the jungle. Do you understand?" Wang Gu, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "I understand." Gao Sheng paused, taken aback by the boy's apparent lack of respect. He thought to himself, "Is it too much to expect a modicum of deference in response to my authoritative statement?" His decision left the other trainees bewildered, silently questioning whether this individual was deemed worthy of their attention merely because of his hunting prowess. Disregarding their skepticism, Gao Sheng approached Li Jian and inquired, "Are you a student from Yin University?" Li Jian, feeling a twinge of apprehension in the presence of the special instructor, responded, "Yes, I am a freshman at Yin University." Li Jian. Gao Sheng nodded and stated, "I care not from whence you hail, but after tonight, you are to return to your unit. Being a special forces soldier entails not only the execution of high-stakes orders, but also a rigorous evaluation of one's character. You have not passed this assessment. Thus, your special training shall come to an end." Li Jian was momentarily stunned. For the primary reason his family sent him to Yin University was to leave a favorable impression during the military training in his freshman year, thus facilitating an easier ascent in military ranks. However, he never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, leaving him at a loss for how to explain this upon returning home. Overcome with despair, Li Jian pleaded, "I am deeply sorry. I was wrong. Please do not expel me. I hail from a military family and have harbored a special fascination for special forces since childhood. I simply did not anticipate that the training would be conducted in this manner. I sincerely hope you might grant me another chance, even if it means I must fend for myself." His words were spoken through tears and heartfelt emotion. Yet, Gao Sheng remained unmoved, stating, "I do not concern myself with your family background or your future. Inform your family that the individual expelling you from the camp goes by the codename Gao Feng. If they possess the capability, let them seek me out." Upon hearing this, Li Jian felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. The person before him was indeed one of the legendary special forces soldiers known for their invincibility. Only they retained the operational codenames from their missions years ago. Realizing that further words would not alter his fate, Li Jian returned to his tent, contemplating how to explain this to his family, feeling that his military career had ended before it even began. Gao Sheng dismissed Li Jian from his thoughts and turned to address the others, saying, "Remember what I just told you. Starting tomorrow, Wang Gu will be your instructor for wilderness survival training. Let us all take a moment to acknowledge him." This announcement left the Special Forces members in an awkward position, as one who was previously a trainee had now been elevated to the status of an instructor. Wang Gu also smiled wryly and stated, "I am limited to teaching some wilderness survival skills. You need not harbor any other expectations. After all, I have traversed the tropical rainforest myself. I hope you can place your trust in me. The senior instructor has entrusted me with this significant responsibility, and I shall endeavor to fulfill my role as your instructor over the course of this month. I will not betray his expectations, but the extent of your learning ultimately lies in your hands. I firmly believe that by the end of this month, you will undergo a remarkable transformation." Wang Gu's words were quite poignant, yet some individuals were not receptive. For instance, Zhang He, a frequent participant in the special training camp, had attended 3 sessions and often mingled within the camp due to connections in the military from his family. However, he possessed a rather unpleasant temperament. Unless he deemed someone worthy, even the most esteemed would find no favor with him. Upon hearing Wang Gu's remarks, Zhang He scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "You claim you will teach us, yet I feel there is nothing in me that warrants your instruction. Can you enlighten me on what skills you possess, Instructor Wang?" Wang Gu, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "I may not know much, but I am certain I know more than you. This statement held truth within the Blood Wolves. He was indeed a novice, yet even as a novice, he could easily surpass these inexperienced recruits who had yet to taste the realities of battle. Gao Sheng observed this exchange in silence, finding satisfaction in the prospect of an instructor challenging Wang Gu, as it might compel this member of the Blood Wolves to demonstrate a fraction of his true prowess. What did you say? Zhang He, evidently furious, strode purposefully toward Wang Gu. Standing before Wang Gu, Zhang He pointed at him and said, "If you have the guts, say that again." Wang Gu looked at Zhang He with disdain and replied, "I have not misspoken. I indeed possess more skills than you. If you disagree, we can compare our abilities, rookie." Zhang He's impulsive behavior irked Wang Gu, who thought to himself, "Others have accepted this without issue. Why can't you? Do you not realize that your refusal compels me to exert effort to defeat you in order to establish my authority in the camp, while also providing entertainment for that old fellow Gao Sheng? The crux of the matter is that I am still hungry." Thus, Wang Gu resolved to provoke him swiftly for a decisive outcome. As Wang Gu anticipated, he successfully enraged Zhang He, whose eyes nearly bulged with fury as he declared, "Whatever game you wish to play, I shall oblige." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gu suggested, "How about a marksmanship contest? The most fundamental of challenges, what do you say?" Upon hearing this, Kong Hui interjected to Gao Sheng, "Instructor, this is unfair. Wang Gu has never even touched a firearm in the military. How can we compare?" Gao Sheng shook his head and replied, "Rest assured, this idea originated with Wang Gu. If he dares to compete, he certainly has his own thoughts and capabilities." With Gao Sheng's words, Kong Hui felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Zhang He was taken aback that a mere university student would opt for a marksmanship duel, retorting, "Even if you lose, it proves nothing." However, Wang Gu raised a finger, shaking it as he said, No. If I lose, I shall apologize to you and personally resign from my position as instructor to Gao Sheng." Gao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, secretly pondering the implications. Could this young man be deliberately conceding to Zhang He, only to subsequently resign from the temporary position I had assigned him? Wang Gu, observing the change in Gao Sheng's expression, smiled subtly, reveling inwardly at the thought, "This is what you get for trying to outmaneuver me." Zhang He, upon hearing Wang Gu's provocations, resolved to abandon any semblance of restraint, intent solely on compelling this insolent youth to apologize. The rules of the competition were as follows. The two participants would stand opposite each other, separated by a table strewn with the components of two handguns. Upon assembling their weapons, they would aim to hit targets positioned at distances of 30, 50, and 100 meters. Given the night's obscurity, this task would prove exceedingly challenging. After outlining the rules, Gao Sheng confirmed that both Wang Gu and Zhang He understood, and the competition was poised to commence. If others were to overhear the words of the high-ranking instructor, they would undoubtedly be astonished. This venerable figure, a seasoned veteran of special forces, was displaying an unexpected level of courtesy towards a mere child, even suggesting that the youth impart wisdom regarding special operations. Who would believe such a tale? Wang Gu, however, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I merely came to indulge in some amusement. While I have served as a mercenary on 2 occasions, I have yet to witness the prowess of special forces firsthand. Although there was an encounter between the Blood Wolves and the Navy SEALs, it amounted to little more than a friendly exchange, lacking the thrill I sought. Thus, I was eager to observe what makes special forces worthy of such reverence. Yet, upon my arrival at the camp, I found myself deeply disappointed. The layout of the camp seemed designed to facilitate an enemy's assault, resembling more of a camping trip than any serious training endeavor. The esteemed instructor, feeling a cold sweat trickling down his brow, realized that this individual was merely jesting. He elucidated, "In truth, our battalion does not consist of genuine special forces. Only those who successfully complete our rigorous training may potentially qualify as special forces, being assigned to the reserve of the Special Operations Unit as reserve members." Upon hearing the instructor's clarification, Wang Gu continued to maintain that regardless of the type of unit, such a fundamental error should never occur. Noticing Wang Gu's silence, the instructor added, "In fact, our expedition is not a true wilderness survival training exercise, but rather an operational task assigned to us from higher authorities." The instructor's words piqued Wang Gu's interest, prompting him to inquire, if it is not a survival training, why are the soldiers reduced to the state of refugees, subsisting solely on compressed biscuits? Training is one aspect, and tasks are another. Moreover, in the case of an operational mission, if the soldiers are devoid of spirit, How can one expect to prevail in a conflict? If they do not fight, they have already lost half the battle. Although Wang Gu's remarks were devoid of reproach, they evidently unsettled the instructor, who retorted, "While your points hold merit, the training methodology of my special forces has always integrated hunger training, serving to complement one another effectively." Upon hearing these words, Wang Gu raised his eyebrows and remarked, "Since Instructor Gao has already formulated a plan, why then solicit my opinion? As you have stated, this is a live combat mission, which confirms that the adversary may indeed possess live ammunition. Knowing full well that a live combat mission is at hand, why subject the soldiers to starvation training? How can they engage effectively in combat without the strength to do so? This will only exacerbate the casualty rates. And this increased loss of life is a direct consequence of your training methods." Instructor Gao had always adhered to the tasks assigned from above, and today was no exception. The task list clearly indicated starvation training. In the past, he had always referenced this list during his training sessions. But Wang Gu's observations made him acutely aware that there was indeed a flaw in this particular task. However, the assignments mandated by the military could not be disregarded. Frustrated, he inquired, "Then, Wang Gu, may I ask, do the Blood Wolves not have starvation training incorporated into their regimen?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gu replied, "Of course not. Would mercenaries starve while engaged in battle? Even in the absence of food, they would find a way to procure it. Moreover, contemporary mercenaries are equipped with advanced gear, meticulous operational plans, and flawless combat routes, preventing them from being ensnared in protracted conflicts. It is rare to encounter evenly matched situations, which embodies the essence of the Blood Wolves' combat strategy." Upon hearing Wang Gu's words, Gao Xing could not help but nod in agreement. This indeed represented the most ideal operational approach for a special forces unit in his heart. Some earnestly inquired, "Wang Gu, could you possibly share the operational strategies of your Blood Wolves?" Wang Gu gazed at Gao Xing as if he were a fool and replied, "Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Gao Xing felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that this delved into military secrets. Yet, for the sake of his country, he mustered the courage to plead, "Wang Gu, although you were raised abroad, you are undeniably a Huaxiao person. You must understand that every Huaxiao individual strives for the prosperity and flourishing of our nation. Now, you have an opportunity to strengthen your country's armed forces. Should you not seize this chance? Moreover, you should be aware of the relationship between the Blood Wolves and Huaxia." Upon hearing this, Wang Gu lowered his head in contemplation. Even if he divulged certain secrets, he had no means of verifying their authenticity. Perhaps by leaving a favorable impression on the Huaxiao military, he could leverage that connection in the future. Thus, he said, "Very well, I shall personally command your operational mission this time, allowing you to experience the tactical system of a world-class mercenary group. As for how much you comprehend, that shall be your own concern." Gao Xing was elated and exclaimed, "Rest assured, I will ensure they cooperate fully with your command." Wang Gu nodded and remarked, "All right, if there is nothing else, I shall step out for a meal. A day has passed, and I am indeed quite hungry." Gao Xing hurriedly responded, "Yes, go eat. I have some wine here. Would you care for a drink?" Wang Gu raised an eyebrow and replied, "It is stipulated within the Blood Wolves that all personnel must maintain focus during armed operations. Alcohol is strictly prohibited." With that, he turned and exited Gao Xing's tent without a backward glance. Gazing at Wang Gu's retreating figure, Gao Xing offered an awkward smile. Reflecting to himself, the members of the Blood Wolf are truly exceptional, displaying both remarkable skill and superior conduct. How wonderful it would be if this young man, Wang Gu, could join our ranks. As Wang Gu stepped out of the tent, it was evident that the barbecue outside still required some time to be properly cooked. Noticing that a considerable number of people had gathered around the bonfire, clearly eager for the wild delicacies, Wang Gu chuckled, realizing that this rigorous training had transformed them into a pack of ravenous wolves. Chen Hao, on the other hand, surveyed his surroundings with a sense of impending peril. He understood that there was not a single individual present whom he could best in combat. However, with Wang Gu gone, he felt compelled to safeguard their spoils. Just then, Li Jian burst into the tent, exclaiming, "Wow, I knew there would be extra rations tonight. The school wouldn't let us go hungry." As he reached for the roasted pig's trotters, Chen Hao shouted, "Stop!" Li Jian was taken aback by the audacity of this trash talking back to him and retorted, "Why are you yelling? There will surely be food for you too." Ignoring Chen Hao's warning, he attempted to grab the food again. This time, it was Zhang Dong who intervened, calling out for him to desist. Li Jian, feeling somewhat exasperated, expressed his irritation towards the soldiers, wishing that his father would assign him to a military district with fewer responsibilities. Addressing instructor Zhang Dong, he stated, "Greetings, instructor. I am a new student from the Yandabi program. Surely, we have the right to at least a full meal, do we not? They merely provided me with a few compressed biscuits. Can such a thing truly satiate one's hunger?" Li Jian's remarks evidently provoked the ire of several Special Forces soldiers, for their staple diet consisted of those very compressed biscuits. Though insufficient and unpalatable, they were essential for their survival. Without sustenance, their training would falter, and without physical resilience, survival on the battlefield would be improbable. It is crucial to acknowledge that death does not solely occur on the battlefield as a special training camp. They were allotted a quota for fatalities. The biscuits given to Li Jian were the remaining rations of Kong Hui, Nie Yuan, and Su Feng for the day, signifying that they were now shouldering an additional risk. How could such an instructor not be incensed by a student's disdain? At that moment, Wang Gu emerged from the instructor's tent, followed closely by Gao Sheng, who overheard Li Jian's grievances. Gao Sheng, filled with indignation, bellowed, "Who provided him with rations?" Kong Hui and the others responded, "Report, it was I." Gao Sheng then inquired, "Why did you give him rations?" Kong Hui replied, "Because they are students, and I feared they might not endure such a rigorous training regimen without sustenance. Remember, from this day forth, all personnel will forfeit their rations. Hunger training will be intensified. I shall introduce you to your new hunger training instructor, Wang Gu. Step forward." Wang Gu, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Yes, Instructor Gao." Gao Sheng, with an air of solemnity, proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall serve as the wilderness survival training instructor for the special training camp. Your task for the remaining month is to impart the knowledge of foraging for sustenance within the jungle. Do you comprehend this?" Wang Gu, with a tone lacking vigor, replied, "I understand." Gao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a lack of deference from the youth. He thought to himself, "Is it too much to ask for a modicum of respect in response to my authoritative directive?" His decision, however, left the others in the training camp perplexed. Whispering among themselves about the peculiar circumstances, was it merely his hunting prowess that warranted our learning from him? Ignoring the murmurs of doubt, Gao Sheng strode purposefully towards Li Jian and inquired, "Are you a student from Yin University?" Li Jian, feeling a tinge of apprehension towards the special instructor, responded, "Yes. I am a freshman at Yin University, Li Jian." Gao Sheng nodded and said, "I care not for your origins, but after tonight, you are to return to your unit. Being a Special Forces soldier entails not only the execution of challenging orders, but also a rigorous assessment of character. You have yet to pass this test. Thus, your special training will conclude here." Li Jian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this revelation. It was important to note that his family had sent him to Yin University primarily for the purpose of making a favorable impression during the military training in his freshman year, thus facilitating a smoother path to a military career. However, he never anticipated that such a predicament would arise, leaving him at a loss to explain to his family upon his return. Overwhelmed, Li Jian pleaded, "I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Please, do not expel me. I hail from a family of soldiers and have held a deep fascination for Special Forces since childhood. I simply did not expect the training to be conducted in this manner. I sincerely hope you can grant me another chance, even if it means I must fend for myself in finding sustenance." His words were laden with emotion. Gao Sheng remained unmoved and replied, "I do not concern myself with who your family is or what your future holds. Inform your family that the individual expelling you from the camp goes by the codename Gao Feng. If they possess the capability, let them come find me." Upon hearing this, Li Jian felt as though the world had collapsed around him. This individual before him was none other than one of the legendary Special Forces soldiers known for their invincibility. Only they retained the operational codenames from their missions. Realizing that further pleas would not alter his fate, Li Jian returned to the tent. Dejected and pondering how to explain the situation to his family, realizing that his military career had seemingly ended before it had even begun, Gao Sheng disregarded Li Jian further and turned to address the group, stating, "Remember what I just said. Starting tomorrow, Wang Gu will be your instructor for wilderness survival and hunger training. Let us all welcome him." This announcement left the Special Forces members in an awkward position, as their former peer had suddenly assumed the role of their instructor. Wang Gu, with a wry smile, remarked, "I am limited to instructing some wilderness survival training focused on hunger. There is no need for any other expectations. After all, I have navigated the challenges of the tropical rainforest, and I hope you will place your trust in me." High Commander has entrusted me with this significant responsibility, and I shall endeavor to fulfill my role as your instructor over the course of this month, striving not to disappoint his expectations. However, the extent of your learning ultimately lies in your hands. I firmly believe that after a month, you will exhibit a remarkable transformation. Wang Gu's words struck a chord. Yet some individuals were less receptive. Take Zhang He, for instance, a frequent participant in the special training camp who, having attended 3 sessions, often mingled within the camp due to family connections in the military. His notorious bad temper was well known, unless he deemed someone worthy. Not even the most powerful figures would earn his respect. Listening to Wang Gu, Zhang He scoffed derisively and said, "You claim you will teach us. Yet I fail to see what you possess that warrants such instruction. Can you enlighten me regarding your skills, Instructor Wang?" Wang Gu, with a smile, replied, "I may not possess extensive knowledge, but I assure you that what I do know exceeds what you currently grasp." This statement held truth within the Blood Wolves. He was indeed a novice, yet even as a novice, he could easily surpass those who had never set foot on the battlefield or witnessed the ravages of war. Gao Sheng, observing this exchange, chose to remain silent, secretly pleased to have an instructor challenge Wang Gu, as it might compel this member of the Blood Wolves to reveal a fraction of his true prowess. "What did you say?" Zhang He, evidently infuriated, strode purposefully toward Wang Gu. Standing before Wang Gu, Zhang He pointed at him and said, "If you have the guts, say that again." Wang Gu looked at Zhang He with disdain and retorted, "I have not spoken incorrectly. I indeed possess more skills than you. If you are unconvinced, we can have a contest, rookie." Zhang He's impulsive behavior irked Wang Gu, who thought to himself, "Everyone else has accepted this, so why can't you? Do you not realize that your refusal forces me to exert effort to defeat you and gain respect in the camp, while simultaneously providing amusement for that old fellow, Gao Sheng? The key point is that I am still hungry." Thus, Wang Gu resolved to provoke him quickly and end the matter swiftly. As Wang Gu anticipated, he successfully enraged Zhang He, whose eyes nearly bulged with fury as he exclaimed, "Whatever game you wish to play, I will accompany you." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Gu suggested, "How about a shooting contest? It's fundamental, what do you say?" Upon hearing this, Kong Hui interjected to Gao Sheng, "Instructor, this is unfair. Wang Gu has never even touched a gun in the military. How can we compare?" Gao Sheng shook his head and replied, "Rest assured, young man. This challenge was proposed by Wang Gu himself. Since he dares to compete, he surely has his own thoughts and capabilities." With Gao Sheng's words, Kong Hui refrained from further protests. Zhang He was taken aback that a university student would choose a shooting contest, saying, "Even if you compete this way and lose, it proves nothing." Yet, Wang Gu raised a finger, shaking it, and declared, "No, no, no. If I lose, I will apologize to you and personally resign from my position as instructor to Gao Sheng." Gao Sheng paused, sensing a troubling thought. Could this fellow deliberately lose to Zhang He and subsequently resign from the temporary position I assigned him? Wang Gu observed the change in Gao Sheng's expression and smiled inwardly, relishing the thought, "This is what you get for trying to outsmart me." Upon hearing Wang Gu's provocative words, Zhang He resolved to hold nothing back, intent on forcing this insolent young man to apologize for the affront. The rules of the competition were as follows. The 2 contestants stood opposite each other, separated by a table strewn with the components of 2 handguns. Once assembled, they were to hit targets positioned at distances of 30, 50, and 100 meters. Given the darkness, the challenge was considerable. After Gao Sheng outlined the rules, both Wang Gu and Zhang He acknowledged their understanding, and the competition equipment was arranged, signaling that the match was about to commence. Chapter 18. The first day as an instructor with Gao Sheng's command, the competition officially commenced. As they began assembling their firearms, both competitors exhibited remarkable speed. It was evident that Wang Gu's choice to engage in a firearms contest was not made lightly. The assembly involved the quick fitting of gun barrels, spring components, and guide rods, along with the attachment of the gun body and sleeve. The time taken by both was nearly identical. However, Wang Gu's nimble fingers afforded him a slight edge, albeit one that was barely perceptible. Essentially, they moved in synchrony. Yet, from Gao Sheng's perspective, the differences were stark and significant. The firearms employed were standard issue from the special training camp and for seasoned soldiers. They were as familiar as chopsticks are to a meal. However, Wang Gu had just arrived at the camp today. As Kong Hui remarked, he had never handled a firearm before, so how could he possibly compete? Gao Sheng pondered, although he had not touched a gun here. Who could know what he had experienced while playing with firearms in Blood Wolf? If Zhang He were to lose to Wang Gu, it would be a disgrace for him as an instructor. It is akin to a basketball game where the home team succumbs to the visiting team. Apart from a significant disparity in skill, it could only be attributed to a lackluster coach. There are no other explanations. Casting his gaze back to the competition site, the two were nearly indistinguishable in their assembly of weapons, and it was now time to demonstrate their marksmanship. Both participants loaded bullets into their magazines, chambered their weapons, and took aim at the targets. The night had deepened, approximately 9 p.m., and the jungle was enveloped in darkness. Relying solely on the campfire's flickering light to vaguely discern the distant targets, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. 3 targets were set. One could barely make out the 30-meter target, while a shadowy figure appeared at 50 meters, and the 100-meter target was nearly invisible. Zhang He, relying on his practiced instinct, was the first to fire. Once he took aim, the shot was instantaneous. Zhang He calculated the position of the 100-meter target based on the proportions between the 30 and 50-meter distances and fired 3 successive shots. In contrast, Wang Gu first stood upright to take aim, then shifted right a meter into a kneeling position to aim, and finally rose again after another meter to take aim once more. After these adjustments, Wang Gu had accurately identified the locations of all 3 targets and, similarly swift, fired 3 shots, with only a few seconds separating him from Zhang He. As the competition concluded, the soldiers promptly retrieved the targets. Zhang He's shooting results were 9 rings at 30 meters, 6 rings at 50 meters, and a miss at 100 meters. Clearly displeased with this outcome, Zhang He pouted and turned to Wang Gu, eagerly awaiting the announcement of Wang Gu's results. Wang Gu's scores were 10 rings at 30 meters, 90 rings at 50 meters, and 8 rings at 100 meters. Zhang He found it utterly unacceptable and was about to request a target verification when he suddenly heard Wang Gu utter a statement that resonated deeply with him. Frowning, Wang Gu addressed Gao Sheng, "I request to shoot again." Observing Wang Gu's furrowed brow, Gao Sheng pondered, "Is he not satisfied yet?" He nodded in agreement to Wang Gu's request. This time, Wang Gu employed the same technique, albeit from a slightly greater distance. The results were immensely gratifying. All 3 targets scored 10 rings. While Wang Gu was pleased, the others regarded him with a look of astonishment. No longer did they question Gao Sheng's appointment, and Wang Gu's performance shattered Zhang He's remnants of overconfidence. Gritting his teeth, Zhang He approached Wang Gu, bowed, and said, "I apologize, Instructor Wang. I was wrong." Observing Zhang He's sincere admission of fault, Wang Gu patted his shoulder and imparted sagely, "In long-distance exploratory shooting, one must assess the underlying context from various angles. Only through discernment can one accurately determine the position for firing." Wang Gu's words ignited a spark in Zhang He's eyes. He suddenly grasped the concept and gazed at Wang Gu with gratitude, bowing deeply. "Thank you for your guidance, Coach Wang. I merely shared the key with you. Whether you learn it in the future is up to you," Wang Gu replied. "Now, everyone, I must go dine." Dinner was a joyous occasion, reminiscent of Wang Gu's words. The special forces had indeed been honed into ravenous wolves by hunger. As Wang Gu added the forage he had gathered from the forest to the roasting wild boar, the aroma of the meat intensified, causing the soldiers to salivate, their eyes fixated on the succulent roast. In a display of camaraderie, Wang Gu generously shared the roasted wild boar with everyone, culminating a delightful evening meal for him and Chen Hao after a day of training for the recruits. Awakened by the song of jungle birds, Wang Gu emerged from his tent, gazing at the sky and inhaling the fresh air, as if transported back to the days of executing missions with the blood wolves. Observing the overcast sky, he furrowed his brow, sensing that today's training might not unfold as smoothly. He washed his face in the river and nibbled on a couple of compressed biscuits for breakfast. At this moment, the soldiers in the camp were rising as well. Upon seeing Wang Gu, fully prepared and enjoying his breakfast, they greeted the new instructor with beaming smiles. Through the interactions of the previous evening, they had developed a fondness for this remarkable freshman instructor. Gao Sheng was the last to emerge from his tent, having indulged in roasted boar and a bit of drink the night before, which caused him to rise later than the others. This morning also bore the weight of Li Jian's departure, yet the group seemed indifferent to it, with no one mentioning him again. Once assembled, Gao Sheng announced that Wang Gu would lead the training. Turning to Wang Gu, he expressed, "I hope you shall not let me down." Wang Gu shrugged and replied, "Having promised you, I shall not go back on my word." Wang Gu turned to face the lineup and declared, "Our primary objective is to teach everyone how to survive in the jungle. From this day forth, you shall form teams of 3, divided into 6 small squads. Each day, I will lead one squad deep into the jungle, imparting survival methods and techniques, while the remaining teams will continue their routine training under the supervision of the senior instructors. Today, I will take the first team into the jungle. As it is my first venture into this wilderness, the inherent dangers are considerable, hence, I require the most skilled among you to comprise the first team. As his words resonated, 3 individuals stepped forward from the ranks, clearly recognized by all as the most adept, thus averting any dissent. Wang spoke solemnly, "You must remain closely by my side, for my perception extends only about 5 meters around me." Due to Wang's leadership role in this training, the camp had allocated weaponry for safety considerations. He was equipped with a sidearm, a tactical knife, a semi-automatic rifle, and several magazines. Before departing, Chun Hao gazed at the armed Wang with envy and remarked, "Brother, if you find it burdensome, may I assist you with your firearm?" Wang, aware of Chun Hao's long-standing fascination with weaponry from his childhood among soldiers, replied, "Do not rush. After these few days, I will ensure you also enter the jungle equipped." With eyes gleaming with anticipation, Chun Hao said, "Brother, my 20-year aspiration rests in your hands." Assured, Wang then led the first small squad into the jungle, taking the lead and instructing the team to form a triangular formation for mutual protection as they advanced. 4 individuals ventured into the jungle. However, this was not a true tropical rainforest, thus the dangers were somewhat mitigated. They encountered little difficulty and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Among the trio was Zhang Dong, whom Wang knew. As the captain, it would be somewhat unacceptable if his skills were mediocre. As they chatted, there was no tension typical of training. Zhang Dong inquired, "Instructor Wang, how did you hone your marksmanship and skills in the jungle?" He chuckled, "In truth, you are more curious as to why Chief Gao appointed you as our instructor, correct?" Upon being confronted with his thoughts, Zhang Dong candidly admitted, "Indeed, I am more interested in understanding who you truly are and why even Chief Gao regards you with such esteem, entrusting us to your tutelage." Wang paused for a moment before responding, "It is because he is aware of some of my past, which gives him confidence in entrusting you to my guidance." Zhang Dong appeared slightly disgruntled, scoffing, "Instructor Wang, if you prefer not to disclose, we shall not press you. However, you must understand that without knowledge of your background, we cannot fully trust you with our safety." Wang discerned the underlying meaning in Zhang Dong's words and recognized their reasons for skepticism. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Since your curiosity is piqued, I shall share with you, but you must promise that this information remains confidential. If not, I will withdraw from all further training sessions." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong and the others felt a glimmer of hope. "Rest assured, Instructor Wang," they declared, "your secrets are safe with us, as if entrusted to the vast ocean." Yet, Wang remained skeptical of their assurances, deeming them unworthy of trust. After all, they were soldiers, and their paths would likely intersect only infrequently in the future. He proceeded to recount what Gao Sheng had previously shared. "I was born in the land of Huaxia, but raised in Y country. My family runs a substantial business, granting us various connections. Naturally, many eyes linger on our family. To safeguard against unforeseen mishaps or potential troubles, I have trained in ancient martial arts and firearms since childhood. As I matured, my skills enabled me to forge numerous friendships, leading me to partake in intriguing adventures, from which I acquired a wealth of new abilities and techniques." While Wang provided them with a vague outline, he was hesitant to reveal his affiliation with the Bloodwolves. Zhang Dong and his companions, however, remained unsatisfied with his response. "Instructor Wang," they urged, "your answer is scarcely more informative than silence. We are well aware that your marksmanship last night was that of a practiced hand, and it is apparent that your background is far from ordinary. Yet, you have yet to elucidate why Instructor Gao entrusted us to you." Wang chuckled, recognizing their persistence akin to a soldier's tenacity. "Very well. I shall disclose this. I joined the Bloodwolves at the tender age of 16 and have undertaken 2 significant missions. Now, having returned to Huaxia, I serve as an external member of the Bloodwolves." The words of Wang were heard by the other 3 individuals, and their reactions mirrored that of the commanding officer at the time. They gaped in astonishment at Wang unable to fathom that this freshman was, in fact, a Bloodwolf. One of them hesitantly stammered, "CC Commander, you must be jesting. If it's inconvenient for you to speak, we shall not press further." Wang perplexed, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and replied, "If I refrain from speaking, you refuse to act. If I reveal the truth, you doubt my words. I find myself in quite the predicament." In that moment, Zhang Dong and the others finally comprehended that Wang Gu was not jesting, and they exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Our commander is actually a blood wolf." Wang Gu quickly hushed them, saying, "What are you doing? We are in the depths of the forest. We cannot predict what troubles may arise. Your shouting might attract unwanted attention. I may be safe, but should you lose your lives here, do not blame me." Zhang Dong waved dismissively, asserting, "With you as our commander, what is there to fear? Let anyone come, they shall not survive." Just as Wang Gu was about to impart wisdom regarding the perils of the jungle, another soldier, trembling, pointed ahead and stammered, "Commander, what is that?" Wang Gu turned to take a look and exclaimed in shock, "What on earth is happening?" His words sent a wave of tension through Zhang Dong and the other two soldiers. They immediately chambered their weapons, aiming at the unknown creature. Zhang Dong inquired, "Commander, what manner of beast is that? Is it dangerous?" Wang Gu gestured for them to lower their weapons, saying, "That creature is not inherently dangerous. But I sense that we may have ventured deeper than intended. There may still be others lurking within this jungle." Zhang Dong cast a glance at Wang Gu, biting his lip, and said, "Instructor, you are aware that our training includes a real combat mission, are you not?" Wang Gu inwardly lamented, already anticipating Zhang Dong's next words. Zhang Dong continued, "Our real combat task involves the individuals hidden within this jungle. The specifics of the mission remain unclear to us, however. We have been informed that we must eradicate them within a month. Yet, we have been hesitant to launch an attack due to our disadvantage in jungle warfare." Wang Gu raised his hand, signaling him to refrain from elaborating further, and stated, "I understand. Let me inform you that the creature we are observing is known as a lynx, not to be confused with the concept of shenli. It belongs to the feline family. Characterized by its cunning nature, preying on smaller animals for sustenance, and exhibiting a strong inclination toward habitual behavior. The crux of the matter is that it should not be present in this area. If it senses a formidable opponent, it would have fled early on or feigned death. The fact that it remains unperturbed by our presence indicates that we do not pose a threat to it, which suggests that the armed forces accompanying its owner are significantly more powerful than ours. Otherwise, it would not reveal itself in our midst without discerning friend from foe." Wang Gu thought to himself, "It is also possible that we have already been exposed to the enemy's gaze." With a sigh, he reminded himself that this was merely his first day as an instructor. As Gao Sheng issued the command, the competition commenced in earnest. The two participants swiftly assembled their firearms, demonstrating remarkable speed. Wang Gu's decision to engage in a marksmanship contest was not taken lightly. They assembled the barrel, spring recoil assembly, and guide rod, attaching the cylinder and sleeve with almost synchronized timing. Wang Gu gained a slight advantage due to his quick hands, yet this marginal lead was almost negligible, as both competitors were essentially in unison. However, from the perspective of the senior instructor, the situation is markedly different, and the disparity is not trivial. The assembled firearms are the sidearms typically utilized in specialized training camps, and for elite soldiers, these weapons are as familiar as chopsticks are for dining. Yet, Wang Gu has only just arrived at the camp, and as Kong Hui remarked, he has never handled a firearm, so how could he possibly compete? Nevertheless, while it is true that he has not touched a gun here, who could ascertain the extent of his experience when he was in the Blood Wolf unit? If Zhang He were to lose to Wang Gu, it would be a considerable embarrassment for him as an instructor. This situation is akin to a basketball game where the home team succumbs to the visitors, unless there is a significant gap in skill. The only remaining explanation would be the inadequacy of the coach. Returning to the scene of the competition, the two competitors had assembled their weapons with comparable proficiency, and it was now time to demonstrate their marksmanship. Both loaded cartridges into their magazines, chambered their rounds, and took aim at the targets. It was approximately 9 p.m., and the jungle was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering lights of the camp, rendering the distant targets barely visible. Among the three targets, one could discern the 30-meter target and a shadowy outline at 50 meters, while the 100-meter target was virtually indistinguishable. Zhang He, relying on his well-honed instincts from frequent practice, took the initiative to fire first. Once he had his sights aligned, he pulled the trigger in an instant, methodically adjusting for the distance from 30 to 50 meters as he searched for the 100-meter target, unleashing 3 shots in quick succession. In contrast, Wang Gu first held his firearm upright to take aim, then shifted 1 meter to the right, adopting a half-kneeling position to reassess his aim, before standing straight again to take aim once more. After these 3 adjustments, Wang Gu had accurately located the positions of all 3 targets and similarly fired 3 shots, with only a few seconds separating their respective performances. As the competition concluded, the soldiers swiftly retrieved the targets. Zhang He's shooting results were 9 rings at 30 meters, 6 rings at 50 meters, and a miss at 100 meters. It was evident that Zhang He was not pleased with this outcome. He pouted and turned to Wang Gu, awaiting the announcement of Wang Gu's scores. Wang Gu's results were 10 rings at 30 meters, 9 rings at 50 meters, and 8 rings at 100 meters. Zhang He clearly found it difficult to accept such results. Just as he was about to request a target verification, he suddenly heard Wang Gu utter a statement he fully agreed with. Furrowing his brow, Wang Gu said to Gao Sheng, "I request to shoot again." Observing Wang Gu's frown, Gao Sheng thought to himself, is he still unsatisfied? And nodded in agreement to Wang Gu's request. This time, Wang Gu employed the same technique as before, but the distance was slightly greater than previously. The outcome brought Wang Gu immense satisfaction, as he achieved a perfect score of 10 rings on all 3 targets. While Wang Gu was pleased, the others regarded him as if he were a curiosity. No one doubted Gao Sheng's appointment any longer, and this latest performance thoroughly shattered Zhang He's misplaced confidence. Gritting his teeth, Zhang He lowered his head and approached Wang Gu, bowing as he said, "I'm sorry. Instructor Wang, I was wrong." Wang Gu, noticing Zhang He's sincere contrition, patted his shoulder and, with a mature demeanor, advised, in long-distance exploratory shooting, it is essential to assess the underlying scenarios from various angles. Only through proper evaluation can one accurately determine the position for shooting. The words of Wang Gu ignited a spark in Zhang He's eyes, and he suddenly grasped the essence of the lesson. With a grateful gaze directed at Wang Gu, he performed a deep bow and expressed, "Thank you, Coach Wang, for your guidance. I merely shared the key with you. Whether you can master it in the future is entirely up to you." With that, he added, "Well, everyone, I am off to dinner." The evening meal was filled with joy, just as Wang Gu had predicted. The Special Forces soldiers had indeed been honed by hunger into ravenous wolves. When Wang Gu sprinkled the forage he had gathered from the forest onto the roasted pig, it elevated the aroma of the meat to an exquisite level. The soldiers' mouths watered as they fixated on the succulent roast. In a display of camaraderie, Wang Gu generously shared the roasted wild boar with everyone. Thus, Wang Gu and Chen Hao concluded a delightful day for the recruits over dinner. As the jungle's birds heralded the dawn, Wang Gu awoke and stepped out of the tent. Inhaling the fresh air, it felt as though he had returned to the days of executing missions with the blood wolves. Observing the sky, he furrowed his brow at the ominous signs of impending rain, sensing that today's training might not proceed as smoothly. He splashed his face with water from the river and nibbled on a couple of compressed biscuits for breakfast. At that moment, the soldiers in the camp were also rising. As they emerged from their tents and saw Wang Gu, fully equipped and enjoying his breakfast, smiles adorned their faces as they greeted the new instructor. After spending the previous evening together, they had all developed a fondness for this remarkable freshman coach. Gao Sheng was the last to emerge from his tent. Having indulged in roasted pig and a bit of wine the night before, the alcohol had caused him to rise later than usual. This morning, another matter weighed on their minds: Li Jian's departure. The group seemed indifferent to his absence, and no one mentioned him again. After gathering the crowd, Gao Sheng announced that Wang Gu would lead the training. Turning to Wang Gu, he said, "I hope you will not disappoint me." Wang Gu shrugged and replied, "Since I have promised you, I shall not go back on my word." He then faced the formation and declared, "Our primary objective is to teach everyone how to survive in the jungle. Starting today, you will be divided into 6 small teams of 3. Each day, I will take one team deep into the jungle to instruct you on survival methods and techniques, while the remaining teams will continue their regular training under Instructor Gao's supervision. Today, I will lead the first team into the jungle. As this will be my first venture into this wilderness, it poses significant dangers. So I require those among you who are the most skilled to form the first team." As his words concluded, 3 individuals stepped forward from the ranks, clearly recognized by all for their prowess, thus averting any dissent. Wang Gu stated solemnly, "You must stay close to me, for I can only perceive within a radius of about 5 meters. Given that Wang Gu was in charge of the training, the camp had allocated weapons to him for safety reasons. He received a handgun, a tactical knife, a semi-automatic rifle, and several magazines. Before departing, Chen Hao looked at the armed Wang Gu with envy and said, "Brother, if you feel weary, may I assist you by carrying a weapon?" Wang Gu, aware of Chen Hao's long-standing fascination with firearms since his childhood among soldiers, considered the matter of numbers and replied, "Do not rush. Once these few days pass, I will ensure you also enter the jungle armed." With eyes gleaming, Chen Hao responded, Brother, I entrust my 20-year-long aspiration to you. Rest assured. After discussing with Chen Hao, Wang Gu led the first small team into the jungle. Wang Gu took the lead, instructing the team to advance in a triangular formation for mutual protection. The four of them stepped into the forest, which, although not a true tropical jungle, posed little danger. They encountered minimal difficulties and even engaged in light conversation. Among the trio was Zhang Dong, whom Wang Gu knew. As the team leader, it would be rather disappointing if his skills were mediocre. As they chatted, the atmosphere was devoid of the usual tension associated with training. Zhang Dong inquired, Instructor Wang, how did you acquire your marksmanship and skills in the jungle? Wang Gu chuckled. Actually, you are more curious about why Chief Gao appointed me as your instructor, aren't you? Caught off guard by the accuracy of his thoughts, Zhang Dong candidly admitted, indeed. I am more interested in who you truly are and why even Chief Gao regards you so highly, entrusting us to your training. Wang Gu paused for a moment before responding. It is because he knows some of my past, which gives him the confidence to entrust you to me. Zhang Dong appeared somewhat displeased, pouting as he said, Instructor Wang, if you are reluctant to share, we will not press you. However, you must understand that without knowing your background, we cannot fully trust you. Wang Gu recognized the essence of Zhang Dong's words and understood that their hesitation stemmed from valid reasons. With a wry smile, he said, Since you are so eager to know, I will share with you, but you must promise me that this information remains confidential. Otherwise, I will withdraw from all subsequent training. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong and his companions felt a glimmer of hope. Rest assured, Instructor Wang, your words will remain as confidential as if whispered to the vast ocean. They pledged. Yet, Wang Gu remained skeptical of their trustworthiness, dismissing their assurances. After all, they were soldiers, and their paths would likely diverge in the future. He reiterated the words of Gao Sheng. I was born in Huaxia but grew up in White Country. My family is quite affluent, with extensive connections, naturally. There are many who keep an eye on us. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances or potential trouble, I have practiced ancient martial arts and firearms since childhood. My skills have enabled me to forge numerous friendships through various intriguing endeavors, from which I have acquired a wealth of new abilities and techniques. Although Wang Gu had vaguely shared some details, he was reluctant to reveal his affiliation with the Blood Wolves. Nevertheless, it was evident that Zhang Dong and his friends were still dissatisfied with Wang Gu's response. Instructor Wang, they interjected, your answer is hardly illuminating. We can infer from your marksmanship last night that you are no novice. It is clear that your background is remarkable, yet you still have not provided us with a compelling reason for why Instructor Gao entrusted us to you. Wang Gu chuckled, recognizing their unwavering determination akin to those who do not relent until they reach the Great Wall. Very well. I shall disclose this. I joined the Blood Wolves at the age of 16 and have participated in 2 significant missions. Now that I have returned to Huaxia, I serve as an external member of the Blood Wolves. The words of Wang Gu were heard by the other 3 individuals, whose reactions mirrored that of the commanding officer at the time. They gaped with astonished eyes, unable to fathom that this freshman was, in fact, a Blood Wolf. One of them hesitantly stammered, See, Commandant, you must be joking. If it's truly inconvenient for you to speak, we shall refrain from inquiring further. Wang Gu, perplexed, shrugged his shoulders and replied, If I refrain from speaking, you won't act. If I do reveal the truth, you won't believe me. I am quite at a loss here. At that moment, Zhang Dong and the others finally grasped that Wang Gu was not jesting, and they exclaimed, No way. We actually have a Blood Wolf as our commanding officer. Wang Gu quickly hushed them, saying, What are you doing? We are in the forest, and we cannot afford to attract unnecessary trouble. You shouting like that might startle something. I am fine, but if you lose your lives here, do not blame me. Zhang Dong waved his hand dismissively, stating, With you as our officer, what is there to fear? Whoever comes shall face death. Just as Wang Gu was about to educate Zhang Dong on the perils of the jungle, another soldier pointed ahead, trembling as he uttered, Commandant, what is that? Wang Gu turned to look and gasped, What on earth is happening? His exclamation heightened the tension among Zhang Dong and the other 2 soldiers, who swiftly readied their weapons, aiming at the unknown creature. Zhang Dong inquired, Commandant, what is that? Is it dangerous? Wang Gu waved his hand, signaling them to lower their weapons, and remarked, That creature is not particularly dangerous, but I sense we may have ventured a bit too deep. There could be others lurking in this jungle. Zhang Dong cast a glance at Wang Gu, bit his lip, and said, Instructor, you are aware that our training this time includes a real combat mission, correct? Wang Gu inwardly lamented, as he had already anticipated what Zhang Dong would say next. Zhang Dong continued, Our current real combat task involves the individuals within this jungle. While the specifics of the mission remain unclear to us, we have been instructed from above that we must eliminate them within a month. However, we have been hesitant to launch an assault due to our disadvantage in jungle warfare. Wangu raised his hand, signaling him to cease further explanation, and replied, I understand. Let me inform you that what we are facing is a lynx, not the kind associated with the Buddhist concept of Shenli. It belongs to the feline family, known for its cunning nature, preying on smaller animals, and exhibiting fixed habits along with remarkable resilience. The crucial point is that it should not be present in such proximity. If it senses an adversary, it would have likely fled or feigned death long ago. The fact that it remains calm in our presence indicates that we do not pose a threat, suggesting that the armed forces accompanying its master are significantly more formidable than we are. Otherwise, it would not expose itself to us without distinguishing friend from foe. Wangu pondered, it is also possible that we have already fallen within the enemy's line of sight. Alas, this is merely my first day as an instructor.